Lin Bai saw that the little earth-concealing turtle had stopped struggling, and joy rose quietly in his heart. "Little one, I'll take that as your consent," he murmured. He cupped the mud-covered creature in his palm, and retracing the path he had taken stepped out of the mire one careful stride at a time. The farther he moved from the center, the more that dizzying magnetic pressure weakened. Lin Bai let out a long breath, feeling even his thoughts grow markedly clearer. Once free of the mire, Lin Bai turned back for a glance. The quagmire had once more blended into the surrounding low shrubs, and terrain unremarkable and mundane, almost impossible to detect. Yet that had nothing to do with Lin Bai anymore, for he had already accomplished the goal of this excursion. He looked down at the little earth-concealing turtle still smeared with muddy water in his hand. Ever since Lin Bai had brought it out, the little creature had been glancing left and right, brimming with curiosity toward the outside world. "Little one, I need to find a clean place to wash you," Lin Bai said. The small creature was like a clod of mud. He could not even discern its true appearance. He leapt onto a tree branch and surveyed the surroundings, searching for any sign of a river or stream. "There's a small brook over there," he noted. Lin Bai approached the stream, but did not act rashly. He first scooped up a handful of water and poured it over the turtle's shell to observe whether there would be any adverse reaction. In the end, he found the little creature was quite delighted, even trying to crawl into the brook. Fortunately, Lin Bai's reflexes were swift. He stopped it in time. Seeing the turtle wriggle its tiny body in protest, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Don't be impatient, little one. Take it slow. Let me wash all this mud off you first," Lin Bai coaxed. He carefully and meticulously rubbed every part of the creature's body, and only after quite some time did its true appearance finally reemerge. It was a hatchling only recently out of its shell, no larger than Lin Bai's palm, yet the weight resting in his hand was surprisingly heavy, far denser than an iron block of the same size. The earth-concealing turtle's shell was an earthy yellow, its carapace engraved with profound lines that resembled mountain ranges and river veins. Its head was similar to that of a pond turtle, lending it an endearing look. Its eyes were dark and bright, its limbs covered in fine scales, and at the tip of its tail there was a hammer-like nub. "You're truly beautiful. It's time to give you a name," Lin Bai said with genuine admiration, lightly tapping its tiny head with his fingertip. Cradling the little earth-concealing turtle, he fell into thoughtful silence, pondering what name would suit it best. "Little one, what do you think of the name Xuanji?" he asked. Xian means fine jade aligned with the earth element and matching your attribute. Ji is an instrument used to calculate and deduce the workings of heaven, representing your abilities, he explained. And it is a feminine name fitting your gender. As for daily life, I'll simply call you Xian. After dissecting the characters and their meanings, Lin Bai gazed at the little creature with hopeful eyes, waiting for some sort of response. Unfortunately, the little creature seemed unable to grasp the meaning of his words and kept wriggling, trying to escape Lin Bai's hand to dive into the water and play. Helpless, Lin Bai searched out a shallow stone hollow where the water was both shallow and slow and set her down within it, so she could unfurl her nature to the fullest. Watching Xuanji frolic freely in the little pool, Lin Bai could only laugh and shake his head. "I was too impatient," he admitted softly. Earlier, when she could understand the concept of the contract, it was mostly due to instinct inherited in her bloodline. Still, the Linghui trait cannot be false. Once she grows, her spiritual wisdom will naturally increase. With that thought, he willed the attribute panel he had just inspected to resurface within his mind. Name: Xuanji, juvenile. Race: earth-concealing turtle. Strength 2. 4. Agility 0. 8. Constitution 3. 6. Spirit 2. 2. Rank: shedding the mundane. Traits: thick shell Linghui. Skills: mirage, field guaitsong, earth flow manipulation. Evaluation: 8. Earth-concealing turtle of exceptional potential. Though Xuanji did not possess 3 traits like the clan sovereign Mo Ling, these 2 traits she did have were already quite remarkable. In fact, within the mire there had been several earth-concealing turtles that also possessed 2 traits, yet Lin Bai had ultimately chosen Xuanji, without hesitation, precisely because her pair of traits suited his needs best. First was the thick shell trait, a defensive trait signifying that Xuanji's future defense would be formidable and moreover oriented toward physical constitution. This fit perfectly with Lin Bai's Xiexing innate gift. The reason Lin Bai had chosen an earth-concealing turtle in the first place was because of their formidable defense. Other abilities were merely bonuses. The crucial factor was the height of their constitution. Next came the Linghui trait, which meant that little Xuanji's future intelligence and comprehension would be high. Even Mo Ling, that exceedingly clever spirit beast, did not possess such a trait. Then there were her skills. Mirage field was a magnetic field she could emit that caused those who perceived it to fall into illusion, serving as both a passive and an active skill. Guaitsong was a passive skill whose effects included lowering one's presence and thwarting attempts to divine one's fate. Together, these 2 passive skills formed her innate talent, Dean Earth Concealment. Di'in was a composite innate talent skill, though the probing technique was overly rigid and it split earth concealment into two separate abilities. It did not matter, presented, so it remained quite intuitive. As for earth flow manipulation, there was little need to elaborate. It was the earth concealing turtle's primary offensive and defensive skill, extremely practical in every regard. Overall, the earth concealing turtle as a species was highly well-rounded, while Xuanji herself was a prodigy among them. Her four fundamental attributes high, her traits excellent. Just as Lin Bai was carefully dissecting Xuanji's potential, the little one seemed to have tired of playing. She actually crawled back to shore on her own and settled motionless atop Lin Bai's shoe. Looking at the little creature sprawled across his shoe, Lin Bai felt both amused and helpless. He picked Xuanji up, wiped her dry with his sleeve, and said with mock irritation, "You little rascal, I don't know whether to call you foolish or clever." To his surprise, Xuanji widened her eyes, wearing an innocent look that seemed to say, "I don't understand a word you're saying." Lin Bai lifted his gaze to the sky and estimated the time. If he hurried, he should be able to return to Yunming City before the curfew closed its gates. "Ishian, we're going home. I'll tuck you into my sleeve. Just don't bite me," he warned lightly. Once he had settled Xuanji securely, Lin Bai sprang to the treetop, then turned into a swift afterimage, darting through the forest toward Yunming City. The rest of the journey passed without incident, and Lin Bai arrived just as Yunming City's gates were about to close. "I still need to buy a few things," he reminded himself. Not wishing to waste time, he went straight to the Daxia Treasure Pavilion to select the items required for contracting with Xuanji. A single vial of spirit contract elixir costs 20 spirit stones. "Hardly cheap," he muttered. Moments later, he emerged, pinching a delicate jade vial between his fingers, his face twisted with pain at the expense. He had not needed such an item when contracting with Mo Ling, but Xuanji was a true shedding mundanistage being. Without this spirit contract elixir as a guiding medium, both the risk and difficulty of the contract would rise sharply. Although his Dao Path inheritance contained the formula for this elixir, the refining process was complex and required dozens of days. A distant solution could not quench immediate thirst. Back at the small courtyard of Shanshin Hall, Lin Bai first fed Xuanji several pills that nourished vital energy and gently settled her down. Afterward, he sat cross-legged to calm his breath and began regulating his qi. From his Dao Path inheritance, Lin Bai knew that the optimal time to contract an earth-concealing turtle was at the moment of morning dew. It was only a little past 10 at night now. There was still a long way ahead. Time flowed in silence. The moon sank, the stars dimmed, and a pale fish-belly white slowly spread across the horizon. Right on cue, Lin Bai emerged from his meditative state, his condition adjusted to its peak. Lin Bai glanced at Xuanji sleeping soundly by his side, her tiny claws twitching now and then. He smiled unconsciously and reached out to rouse her with a gentle touch. "Woo!" She let out a soft sound. Lin Bai produced the spirit contract elixir and began inscribing the contract array upon Xuanji's shell. Array lines flowed and intertwined, faint light appearing and vanishing. He then used his light, heavy knife to cut a shallow wound into his palm. Fresh blood welled forth, and without hesitation, he pressed his hand onto the center of the array etched on Xuanji's carapace. In the next instant, the array on her shell was fully activated by his blood. It extended and refined itself of its own accord, spreading like a blood-red fishing net to envelop Xuanji's entire body. "By my blood, I summon your true spirit. Here and now we forge our pact, our bloodlines intertwined. You shall be my shield, unassailed by myriad arts, untouched by all calculations. I shall be your blade, cleaving through all impending perils and guarding your peace. Let the contract be sealed. From now on we shall weather, rise and fall together, preserving our true selves. The contract is sealed, we are joined as one. Any who betray this pact shall fall eternally into Goetiu." The array appeared to sense Lin Bai's incantation. It began to slowly fade from sight, sinking into Xuanji's body as it commenced its harvesting. Xuanji seemed to feel a stir that reached to the very source of her life. She grew restless and agitated, twisting her body in an attempt to break free, but Lin Bai held her firmly in place. A strand of Lin Bai's soul flew out from his sea of consciousness, while the contract array simultaneously dredged up a portion of Xuanji's soul essence and true spirit, those vital components, turning them into a faint yet tenacious ribbon of light. Drawn by Lin Bai, this ribbon of light entered his sea of consciousness, where it formed the emblem of a simplified earth-concealing turtle beside the shadowy owl emblem of Mo Ling. Meanwhile, the strand of soul Lin Bai had divided off successfully crossed into Xuanji's body, completing the final crucial link. Now, without spoken words, and with only a thought, he could transmit clear commands to Xuanji. Likewise, Xuanji's hazy impulses and simple needs could be directly understood by Lin Bai. Their sense of closeness rose by several levels in an instant. "Woo-woo. The little one rubbed pitifully against Lin Bai's palm, Xuanji, clearly expressing how unwell she felt. Lin Bai's spiritual power was relatively strong, yet even for him tearing off a strand of soul was uncomfortable. For Xuanji, a tiny hatchling only a few days out of her shell, having given up so much was far more arduous. Lin Bai took out various pills his elder sisters had refined in advance, everything from those that nourished essence to those that stabilized the soul and replenished vitality, and offered them all to her. Though Xuanji did not recognize these pills, her perception was keen. She sensed that they were all beneficial and immediately pounced upon them. Watching her like this, Lin Bai couldn't help but let a faint smile curve his lips. The next contract would have to wait at least 3 months. Even though his soul had grown much stronger, there were some things that simply could not be overdrawn. As Lin Bai sat in meditation to restore himself, he suddenly sensed something, and his entire demeanor lifted with renewed excitement. Lin Bai's gaze was fixed in one direction. In the next instant, a streak of black-crimson light flashed past like lightning and landed before him. The newcomer was Mo Ling, who had just adapted to its growth stage. Mo Ling's outward appearance had not changed much, yet its size had grown astonishingly. During the transition from its juvenile form to the growth stage, its body had expanded with every passing day. Now as Mo Ling stood before Lin Bai, it was already half a meter long. When its wings unfurled, they spanned close to 2 meters, casting a considerable shadow. This was merely the beginning of the growth stage. As the name implied, this phase was the golden period when a demon beast's life potential surged at high speed, the most tangible manifestation being the ever-increasing enormity of its body. Within a certain boundary, living creatures generally obey the principle that bigger is better and larger means GAGA. Awakened from its drowsy metamorphosis, Mo Ling grew especially affectionate and excited upon seeing Lin Bai. It lowered its now sizable head and burrowed into his arms again and again. All right, I know you're happy. Lin Bai was pushed back half a step by its enthusiasm, and half helpless and half amused he reached out and wrapped his arms around its long neck. Little one, with your current size, I'll soon be unable to hold you at all. Though he said so, Lin Bai still soothed it with gentle pats on its back feathers, even as he pondered that he now needed to study the art of contraction recorded in the Daopath inheritances. That art of contraction was the method seniors had devised to cope with ever larger spirit beasts, allowing them to shrink vast demon beasts to a size that could be carried by their side. Of course, the art of contraction was not a divine ability, but merely a technique. A contracted demon beast that attacked with full strength or suffered external disturbance would revert to its true form. After basking in intimacy with its master, Mo Ling seemed to notice Xuanji on the table. It could sense the connection emanating from Xuanji's body. Both of them had formed life bond contracts with Lin Bai, their seas of consciousness, true spirits, and more had been suffused with Lin Bai's soul. Thus, Mo Ling and Xuanji could perceive one another and could even understand each other's speech. Seeing Mo Ling's attention fall upon Xuanji, Lin Bai introduced them. Little Ling, this is Xuanji, my second life bond beast, your future companion. Companion? No, it's a bad thing that will fight me for our master. Hostility flared from Mo Ling. In the worldview of demon beast, Xuanji was a challenger. Perched on the table, Xuanji sensed this hostility, yet chose to ignore it, continuing to nibble on the pills Lin Bai had provided. As a clever spirit beast, Xuanji understood that Mo Ling would not attack it, merely issue warnings to secure its own status. Seeing Xuanji's utterly unconcerned attitude, Mo Ling grew even angrier. Its wings beat once as it prepared to teach Xuanji a lesson and show it who was in charge. Hey, calm down. Fortunately, Lin Bai's eyes and hands were quick. He wrapped his arms around the restless Mo Ling at the waist, and while skillfully smoothing the feathers along its neck, he began to persuade it with patient words. Little Ling, listen to me. You and Xuanji are both my life bond beasts. With one more Xuanji, I'll be even safer in the future. Isn't that a good thing? Protecting our master's safety. Although Mo Ling knew Lin Bai was strong, this reasoning still persuaded it. After all, its master's safety mattered most. GAA. Mo Ling cried out several times at Xuanji, and Lin Bai understood exactly what it. Newcomer, I am the one just beneath our master in rank. You had better be aware of your place. Xuanji carelessly nodded, then buried itself back in the pile of pills. Seeing the nod, Mo Ling assumed it had yielded and straightened up with smug pride. Though Lin Bai felt helpless, he could only let Mo Ling have its way. This was not a serious matter. With time, the two would naturally grow accustomed to one another. For now, he only wanted to know how much Mo Ling had grown after entering the growth stage and undergoing such drastic change in size. Name: Mo Ling. Growth stage. Racing: Zhua Xiao Shadowmerc Owl. Strength 7. Agility 11. 5. Constitution 8. 1. Spirit 8. 3. Realm: Shahuan Xiaofan. Traits: Shadow Affinity, Concealment, Extreme Speed. Skills: Shadow Evasion, Shadow Perception, Sinister, Venom, Turbid Bone Screech. Evaluation, its latent potential has begun to be realized. Keep investing in it. Mo Ling's 4 attributes had risen significantly, especially agility, which had already entered the first echelon of speed among demon beasts in the Shahuan realm. It could not rival the very top divine beasts, yet for the Yingzhui Xiao bloodline, it had practically touched the limit. One could say that its extreme speed trait was finally asserting itself. In terms of realm, Mo Ling now stood at the pinnacle of the Shahuan realm, its aura fluctuating as it launched an assault toward the Chaofan realm. After entering the growth stage, that breakthrough would likely not take long. Yet this was not what Lin Bai dwelled on. He was calculating the limits of the Yingzhui Xiao bloodline. At this rate, when Mo Ling reaches the end of its growth stage, it should stabilize at the peak of the Chaofan realm. Once it fully enters adulthood, its battle strength ought to rival a being newly stepping into the Chaoba realm. That is probably the limit of the Yingzhui Xiao bloodline's potential. Lin Bai's gaze shifted slightly and fell upon Xuanji. The bloodline potential of the Diyin turtle is roughly similar to that of the Yingzhui Xiao. Without special opportunities, it will merely reach the Chaoba realm. Even so, Lin Bai did not grow discouraged, for one of his dual talents was called Breaking Cocoon, allowing him to see the optimal evolution route for demon beasts. He was merely integrating information in advance, preparing before calamity. Mo Ling's evolution requirements: a wisp of Jisu beast chi combined with the Yin aspect fox soul pearl of the Chaofan realm. Xuanji's evolution requirements: a complete Mengqian stone and a beast core from a spirit magnet beast of the Chaoba realm. Mo Ling's evolution resources needed no further comment, as Xuanji's were of similar difficulty. True to its name, Mengqian stone appeared utterly ordinary, making it hard to find, and as for a Chaobarium beast core, that went without saying. At present, Lin Bai could not afford one, even if he sold himself. The Chaoba realm is still far off, one step at a time. Lin Bai rubbed his temples temporarily, setting aside these worries. Just the evolution resources for these 2 little ones before him were enough to make Lin Bai's scalp prickle. He did not dare imagine what life would be like after he contracted even more lifebond beasts. Enough of these unnecessary depressing thoughts. Synchrony, activate. With a flicker of intent, the blue luminous star representing his synchrony talent in his sea of consciousness suddenly blazed with light. Threads of spirit shot forth, precisely winding around the contract emblems that represented Mo Ling and Xuanji. Constitution 43, 6-3, 6, 47, 2. Agility 20, 211, 5, 31, 7. Comfortable. A warm current surged through Lin Bai's body as he examined his constitution and speed attributes. The rise in constitution was comparatively gentle since Xuanji was still in its juvenile form. Yet Mo Ling's entry into the growth stage had granted Lin Bai a full 5 points of agility feedback, causing a qualitative transformation in his speed and neural response. This was not mere addition, but a geometric increase, like the leap from running 11 seconds to 10, and then from 10 to 9, whose difficulty could not be compared on the same scale. The overbearing aspect of the synchrony talent lay in how it forcefully flattened this difficulty on the level of concept. Synchrony is finally beginning to truly exert itself. This ability becomes more terrifying the further one goes. Lin Bai clenched his fists, feeling the yuanqi surging through his body. Agility encompassed far more than speed. It included reaction and much else besides. He moved his mind, catching a fallen dead leaf drifting from a nearby tree, and flicked it lightly upward. Then with a single flicker of his body, he appeared at the courtyard gate before folding back in another burst of movement to his starting point, looking entirely composed. At that moment, the dead leaf he had flicked with the strength of an ordinary person's wrist had only just reached its highest point and had not yet begun to fall, leaving Mo Ling and Xuanji stunned into silence. Master is so powerful, I must work even harder to be of help to him. With such a powerful master, doesn't that mean I can eat whatever I like in the future? The thoughts of the 2 little ones diverged greatly. Mo Ling felt it had to strive harder, whereas Xuanji was already daydreaming of a carefree life. After finishing his speed test, Lin Bai was overjoyed. In the days that followed, Lin Bai found himself idle. There were no pressing matters left, and even the most urgent business of contracting lifebond beasts had been completed. Each day after he finished cultivating, he spent his time playing with Mo Ling and Xuanji. Mo Ling, brimming with energy, would often beat its wings to soar high, patrolling its territory. Xuanji, true to the nature of the turtle clans, did nothing but eat and sleep. If it could lie down, it would never stand. Although Lin Bai comforted himself with the excuses that Xuanji is still young, and it is a turtle, he already harbored a bad premonition in his heart, that Xuanji might turn out to be a little lazy turtle. Yet early this morning a letter arrived in Lin Bai's hands. A maid from the kind-hearted hall gracefully approached Lin Bai, respectfully presenting a letter. "My lord, this is a letter from the Wang family for you." "Wang family?" I see you may leave now. Lin Bai realized who it was as soon as he heard the Wang family. He opened the letter and confirmed it was indeed a message from Wang Yu. The gist of the letter was that Wang Yu was feeling quite bored and invited Lin Bai to come and play if he had time tomorrow. She had surprises to share with him. Good things. Surprises. The next day Lin Bai stood in front of the Wang family's gate feeling as though it resembled a city wall rather than a gate. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? If there hadn't been a sign of the illustrious Wang family hanging on the building, Lin Bai might have thought he had come to the wrong place. Although it was not as formal as the walls of a county, it was definitely not a simple gate. After all, where would you find a gate several dozen meters high, with people patrolling on top? Lin Bai even spotted military facilities like arrow towers. However, Lin Bai quickly adjusted his mindset. In this world where power resided within oneself, such walls would likely not be able to stop even him, let alone the truly powerful beings. He simply had limited experience, and it was natural to feel curious upon first seeing such sights. Regaining his composure, Lin Bai stepped forward and presented his invitation to the gate guard, who immediately became more respectful after inspecting it. Please wait a moment, my lord. I will inform them right away. The guard, upon seeing Lin Bai's invitation, did not dare to be negligent and hurried back to report. Soon after, a maid around 17 or 18 years old rushed out. Upon seeing Lin Bai, she immediately bowed and said, Lord Lin Bai, my young lady is already waiting for you in the courtyard. Please follow me. And you are? I am the maid Lu Ji of Miss Wang Yu. She instructed me to wait for you this morning. Oh, I see. Then let's hurry, Lin Bai said as he followed Lu Ji into the Wang residence. Meanwhile, a guard named Zhao Xunin from the side with a sly glint in his eyes whispered to his companion while clutching his stomach. Oldly, my stomach hurts a bit. Can you cover for me? Another guard named Li looked at him with impatience. I really think you are as lazy as a donkey. Hurry up and come back. If the captain arrives, I can't take the blame. Oh, come on, brother Li, I'll treat you to a drink next time. Zhao Xunin chuckled, slipping away from the guard's sight, and turning the corner, where the pained expression on his face was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy as he quickened his pace to nearly a run. A bunch of fools. Once young Master Wang Yan completes his task, who will stand guard with you? Zhao Xunan recalled how the guards of young Master Wang Yan had approached him a few days ago, stating that as soon as they saw Lu Ji meet someone, they were to report immediately, promising a reward thereafter. As Zhao Xunan ran, he imagined the life he would lead after obtaining the reward, already envisioning a bright future beckoning him. Upon arriving at the courtyard of young Master Wang Yan, Zhao Xunan knocked on the door, and it was opened by a sturdy man who directly inquired upon seeing Zhao Xunan. Did Lu Ji meet someone? When Zhao Xunan nodded and replied, just now as they left I rushed over immediately. Wang Li confirmed the timing and called out into the courtyard. Anzhuang, did you hear that? Quickly inform young master. Seeing the task completed, Zhao Xunan rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face as he cautiously asked, Lord Wang Li, what about the promise you made to me? Wang Li glanced at Zhao Xunan, his gaze circling his face, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The reward for the path. Of course it's there. Follow me. This gaze made Zhao Shunan's heart inexplicably tighten, but the lure of the reward was too great. He gritted his teeth and followed Wang Li into the room. Wang Li took out a bamboo slip from a box and handed it to Zhao Xunan. Upon seeing the shimmering words on the slip, Zhao Shunan's excitement was beyond words. Take it. My lord, I truly don't know how to repay you. If you ever need me, I will definitely go through fire and water for you. No need for that later, Wang Li replied calmly. What? Just as Zhao Xunan was swearing his loyalty, Wang Li's hand snapped and twisted, breaking his neck, leaving the expression of joy still lingering on his face. Wang Li bent down to pick up the bamboo slip he had just given, and then taken back, looking at the corpse on the ground. Giving you the path was young Master Wang Yan's promise, and that has been fulfilled. However, as a guard of the Wang family, daring to sell news about Miss Wang Yu is utterly unforgivable. Go down and be a clear ghost. Don't show up in front of Lady Yunxi without knowing what to say. Wang Li coldly regarded this audacious, yet foolish seeker of the path. Only after entering the Wang family did Lin Bai understand what a prestigious family truly meant. It wasn't about luxury, but rather comprehensive facilities resembling a small, well-functioning society. He saw spirit farming fields, stables, markets, and continuous patrols by guards, even spotting a bustling commercial street with various shops. Miss Lu Ji, are there really so many members of the Wang family? Lin Bai couldn't help but ask. Lu Ji smiled and explained. Lord Lin Bai, these people are considered Wang family members, but they are not direct descendants. Their ancestors had some connection to the Wang family, but their descendants have mostly fallen out of the family registry due to poor performance. However, they are unwilling to settle for mediocrity and stay here in the Wang residence, hoping to achieve merit and exchange it for cultivation techniques or even the true path inheritance. I see. Lin Bai understood, and it made sense now. Miss Luji, how much longer do we have to walk? Almost there, we just need to cross the garden ahead. Just as Lin Bai was observing the interior of the Wang family, two people suddenly blocked his path, forcing him to halt. One was a young man, while the other was middle-aged. The leading was a haughty young man dressed in luxurious clothes, arms crossed, and chin slightly raised, speaking disdainfully. You are Lin Bai. If you know what's good for you, get out of here to avoid suffering. This guy suddenly jumped out and shouted, leaving Lin Bai bewildered, his mind racing with questions about who this person was. Did the Wang family have a lunatic? Wasn't this madman supposed to be locked up? The commotion immediately attracted the attention of some Wang family members nearby. Lu Ji clearly recognized the intruder, her pretty face darkened as she stepped forward to block Lin Bai's front, coldly stating, Young Master Wang, yen wasn't the quota for the soul-nourishing spring already allocated some time ago. Why are you causing trouble again? On what grounds does Wang Yu give Wang family possessions to outsiders? Lin Bai's name is not even in the family registry. He is an outsider. Seeing Wang Yin shout and argue without reason, Lu Ji smiled lightly and said, Then young Master Wang, Yin should seek the people from your main branch, for that not us from our branch. Besides, didn't young Master Wang Yang also give his extra quota to a friend? Why don't you go ask him for it? I'm guessing you're too scared to do that. Her last words were light, but pierced deeply into Wang Yan's sore spot. How dare you, you lowly maid? Wang Yin, feeling the sting from Lu Ji's words, was naturally fearful of Wang Yang, who was a prodigy of their branch. But he was unwilling to give up on the opportunity of the soul-nourishing spring. He couldn't compete with others in the family tournament, so he could only focus on the extra quotas held by family members. However, he did not anticipate that all family members would refuse him. In his dissatisfaction, he could only set his sights on the extra quota held by Wang Yu, who had the weakest background and current strength. Since he and Wang Yu did not belong to the same branch, even if Wang Yu grew stronger, he was not afraid of it. Of course, Wang Yin was not completely brainless. He did not directly pressure Wang Yu for a quota. Instead, he resorted to pleading and throwing a tantrum, but Wang Yu had firmly refused him and told him not to even think about it. Afterward, Wang Yin devised a crooked idea. Since Wang Yu was impervious to soft tactics, he would take a hard approach. If something happened to Lin Bai, wouldn't that suffice? If Lin Bai knew the sequence of events, he would definitely be speechless. Damn it, are you coming at me with force? Isn't this just bullying the weak? Step aside, young Master Wang Yan. Do you really want to start a fight? Lu Ji ignored Wang Yan's insults and aimed to quickly fulfill her young lattice instructions. Step aside. Haha. Uncle Zhuang break his legs and leave enough force at the wounds so he cannot recover for a month. Wang Yin sneered a few times, pointing at Lin Bai and instructing the silent middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man named Han Zhuang sighed, and a presence belonging to the extraordinary realm suddenly enveloped Lin Bai and Lu Ji. Lu Ji's face turned ugly upon hearing Wang Yan's words and seeing Han Zhuang truly take action. Wang Yin, are you insane? Han Zhuang, are you really going to follow your young master into madness? Han Zhuang sighed again. I'm sorry, Miss Lu Ji, but the young master's orders must be carried out. Both Wang Yin and Han Zhuang spoke, while their gazes remained fixed on Lu Ji. As for Lin Bai, he was already seen as mere fish on the chopping block, easily manipulated. Lu Ji turned to Lin Bai. Lord Lin Bai, I have already notified Miss Wang Yu through secret methods. She will arrive shortly. I will hold Han Zhuang back for a while. You must run quickly. Once the young lady arrives, they won't have a good outcome. Lu Ji spoke with a hint of uncertainty, as Han Zhuang was in the extraordinary realm, while she was merely at the transformation realm, fearing she couldn't hold him. Just as Lu Ji was preparing to step forward, a steady and powerful hand gently pressed on her shoulder, stopping her from advancing. Then a calm voice tinged with slight confusion rang in her ear. Run! Lin Bai slightly tilted his head, a hint of just the right amount of confusion on his face, as if he had heard something difficult to comprehend. Why run? Lin Bai felt the aura of Han Zhuang ahead, his heart undisturbed. It was merely an ordinary transcendent realm. Seeing that Lin Bai not only did not retreat, but instead stood calmly in place, Lu Ji was almost stamping her feet in frustration. Sir Lin Bai, that Han Zhuang is indeed a genuine transcendent realm. We cannot fight him, Hedon. We just need to delay until the young lady arrives. Transcendent realm. Nothing more. On the opposite side, Wang Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Bai's words, speaking with disdain. The perspective of a country bumpkin is simply too limited. You wouldn't think that Uncle Zhuang is a mediocre transcendent from the outside, would you? Those useless people out there aren't even worthy to carry Uncle Zhuang's shoes. Han Zhuang shook his head at Lin Bai's arrogant words, thinking to himself. Ultimately, the perspective of someone from the countryside is too narrow. He has no idea how he managed to deceive Miss Wang Yu. Is that so? Lu Ji only felt a gust of wind pass by her, and the next moment a dull crashing sound echoed. Han Zhuang was sent flying, rolling on the ground with several thuds, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Ji was stunned in place, and Wang Yan's unpleasant laughter ceased. Sir Lin Bai is so strong. You? You ambushed me, yes, you ambushed me while Han Zhuang was unprepared. Han Zhuang struggled to get up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring intently at Lin Bai. You are quite strong, both your speed and strength are at the transcendent level, but I was just careless earlier, Lin Bai replied, seriously nodding at Han Zhuang. You are also very weak, but your physical strength is not bad. You? Arrogant. Upon hearing Lin Bai's praise, Han Zhuang felt a surge of blood rise his hair, standing on end. He did not expect that his intention to bond with Lin Bai as fellow warriors would end in such humiliation. Lin Bai noticed Han Zhuang's anger, and somewhat puzzled said with a hint of innocence, isn't that so? How dare a junior insult me like this? Han Zhuang completely lost his composure and roared, unleashing his chi, without holding back, transforming into a swift shadow, charging at Lin Bai. Very well, then let me accompany you for a few more moves, so you can be convinced, Lin Bai said in a still calm tone, not dodging or avoiding meeting him head-on while delivering a punch. Bang bang bang, after 3 punches the outcome was beyond doubt. Han Zhuang was sent flying again. This time it was far more tragic than before. In midair he spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and the arm he used to confront Lin Bai hung limply twisted and deformed, the bones shattered and bleeding profusely. He collapsed on the ground, struggling a few times, but unable to rise. He could only lift his head and look at Lin Bai with a mix of pain and confusion. How can your body be so resilient? You are merely in the transformation stage, how can you be this strong? Lin Bai shook his head, not responding to such foolishness. Among his attributes, his physical constitution was the strongest, and after forming a contract with the Xuanji a few days ago, it had become even stronger. Han Zhuang had completely lost his combat ability. The force and skill of Lin Bai's moves were enough to render him incapable of fighting for half a year, and without good healing medicine, he would even suffer from lasting repercussions. Lin Bai did not waste time on a tool, but turned to face the owner of this knife. He slowly turned to look at Wang Yan, who was now trembling and pale, and revealed a gentle smile. Young Master Wang Yan, it seems your knife isn't very sharp, he said. By the way, what were you saying earlier about breaking my legs so that I couldn't get out of bed for a month? You? What do you want to do? Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh at Wang Yan's naive words. What do I want? Haven't you ever heard a saying? It goes, treat others with their own methods. Don't do anything reckless. This is the Wang family. Wang Yan wanted to escape, but was paralyzed in place by Lin Bai's aura. The very thing he had wanted to do to Lin Bai now turned upon him. Wang family. Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh even more. The commotion from his earlier confrontation with Han Zhuang was quite loud, yet those patrolling guards seemed collectively blind and deaf, with no one coming to check. This was the core area of the Wang family estate, yet not a single true expert came forward to stop this. Now it was Lin Bai's turn to counterattack. He was keen to see if any shameless old fogies would jump out to bully. Lin Bai's heavy armor had yet to be activated, and the brief power-enhancing methods from the inheritance of the demon Tamer were still numerous. Even if someone at the transcendent level appeared now, Lin Bai would still want to exchange a few moves with him. If a rebirth level individual came, that would be even better. He was eager to see just how far this farce could go. At the very least, Lin Bai still had the void traversal talisman gifted by the solitary guest for strategic retreat, so he was absolutely unafraid. It's about to start, the time is running out, Lin Bai said nonsensically, a statement that served both as a reminder to the terrified Wang Yan and as a message to those hiding in the shadows watching this scene. Having said that, Lin Bai began to slowly approach Wang Yan. His steps were small yet rhythmic, each footfall seemed to tread upon Wang Yan's heart. Wang Yan, terrified by the impending knife that seemed to descend at any moment, began to plead for mercy incessantly, while Han Zhuang, like a dead dog, wanted to help, but could not move. Please spare me. Help! Help! Where is the guard squad? There is a thief trying to hurt me. Seeing that Lin Bai was utterly unafraid of the Wang family's reputation, Wang Yan began to scream for help from his family. Why does your shouting sound like a slaughtered pig? Lin Bai dug at his ear, his footsteps steady as he continued to advance. Lu Ji, feeling conflicted, stepped closer to Lin Bai. Sir Lin Bai, should we wait for Miss Wang Yu to arrive and let her take action for you? Otherwise, I'm afraid. Wait for Wang Yu to come. This little matter doesn't require her presence. Lin Bai understood Lu Ji's intention. She did not oppose him taking action against Wang Yan, but suggested that he let Wang Yu act on his behalf. If Wang Yu took action, even if Wang Yan was crippled, the Wang family would not object. However, if Lin Bai acted in retaliation, the Wang family, being a bloodline clan, would not be reasonable. Lin Bai chose to personally repay Wang Yan for the actions he had taken against him. This grievance had to be settled by himself. Had it been before obtaining the void traversal talisman, Lin Bai might have weighed the pros and cons. But after obtaining it, hesitating would render it worthless. Being afraid that the insurance would be used up, and thus not daring to act would make that insurance meaningless. After explaining, Lin Bai raised his hand to stop Lu Ji's further advice, his gaze once again locking onto Wang Yan. As he approached, he lifted his foot and lightly kicked, sending Wang Yan tumbling to the ground like a rolling gourd. Wang Yan scrambled backward with hands and feet, trying to distance himself from Lin Bai. His previous arrogance vanished. "Spare me. Please spare me. I won't dare again. Where are the elder guards?" Lin Bai shook his head. All these noble scions were worthless. He hadn't even said he would kill him, merely returning the favor for what Wang Yan had attempted to do, and Wang Yan was already this terrified. Such a mindset was rare, even among ordinary people, let alone cultivators. Lin Bai's imposing presence bore down on Wang Yan, rendering him unable to move. "You wanted to break my legs so I couldn't get out of bed for a month." Lin Bai looked down at him calmly, reiterating his earlier words. Though it was a question, his actions did not stop. Crack, crack. The sound of two bones breaking echoed painfully. "Ah, it hurts. Help." Wang Yan's legs were directly broken by Lin Bai's stomp, the flesh at the broken area mangled and nearly torn apart. Lin Bai maintained a gentle smile on his face as he continued, listening to the wailing. "I am a person who values principles. Breaking your legs is not because you wanted to break mine, but because you sought me out for trouble. This is the price you must pay for attempting to break my legs." Then came two more cracking sounds. Wang Yan's arms were treated in the same manner as before by Lin Bai. Lin Bai, being a reasonable person, clearly explained everything to Wang Yan. "It hurts so much. Father, save me." Lin Bai did not merely inflict physical pain, he used methods from the Tao inheritance to amplify the force. "You're so loud, don't shout so much." Lin Bai frowned slightly, seemingly annoyed. Then his foot moved to hover above Wang Yan's head, seemingly wanting to stamp down. "Crazy. You lunatic. How dare you try to kill me? Do you know who my father is?" Wang Yan had been wailing, but upon seeing Lin Bai's foot raised above his head, radiating pure killing intent, he was instantly terrified, his cries becoming even more piercing. "Who your father is not important." Lin Bai's tone remained flat, carrying a sense of hopeless calm. "What matters is why haven't they come to save you?" Lu Ji anxiously waited nearby. "Miss, why haven't you come yet? Sir Lin Bai seems really intent on killing that fool Wang Yan." She was growing impatient. It had been so long, yet Wang Yu had not emerged. Just as Lin Bai's foot was about to descend, a voice rang out. "Young friend, do not strike. These are our own kin, why drag it this far? Do not let outsiders mock us." Three figures appeared. The voice came from an emaciated elder in an apricot robe. Wang Yan turned as if he had found a savior. "Elder Wenhao, father, save me." Lin Bai looked up. The three who had arrived were the yellow-robed elder Wang Wenhao, a pale, clean-shaven, middle-aged man, whose face had gone ashen, and Wang Yu behind them, offering an approving gesture. Lin Bai had long felt someone approach and hide. Since they chose to stand by, he decided to enlarge the performance and see who would lose their composure first. Seeing his beloved son's condition, Wang Mingfeng could not suppress his fury and barked at Lin Bai. "You beast, how dare you be so rude to a scion of the Wang family? Do you not remember your mother comes from the Wang family?" Yen was momentarily muddled. "Yet you inflict such cruelty. Release him and apologize." Lin Bai watched Wang Mingfeng and sighed. As the saying goes, a crooked beam produces crooked pillars, a foolish father raises a foolish son. Suddenly Lin Bai made an unexpected move and slammed his raised foot down heavily. A crater of earth opened beside Wang Yan's head, flying grit scraped his cheek. Wang Yan felt warmth between his legs and, struck with terror, lost control of his bladder. Wang Mingfeng's rebuke died on his lips. His face shifted from pale to flushed to purple, and the finger he had extended trembled violently with rage. Lin Bai's smile remained unchanged, as if the thunderous kick had not been his. "This, great time, you may not know I have never endured fools. When a fool speaks I lose myself, and a fool pointing at me is intolerable. How dare this upstart? How dare he? Do you know this is the Wang family? Believe me, I will keep you within the Wang gates." "Is that so?" Lin Bai arched an eyebrow. "I do not believe you." The kick came with a thud and a cry. The blow landed closer to Wang Yan's head. Lin Bai crushed Wang Yan's ear beneath his boot. Wang Yan was nearly driven mad with fear. The act left Wang Mingfeng utterly cowed. Even his pointing finger retracted, for he realized Lin Bai's demeanor was mad and deadly serious. At that moment Wang Wenhao hurried forward to smooth things over. "We are all family, no quarreling. Mingfeng, hold your tongue." Wang Yu counseled Lin Bai. Wang Yu, who had been lingering at the rear, grinned as she spoke. "Eighth uncle, you stopped me from stepping out to mediate earlier. I could not intervene then." Wang Yu had in fact arrived when Lin Bai had maimed Han Zhuang, but had been held back. "It was my mistake. Eighth uncle did not foresee this result." Seeing Wang Yu nudge outward with her elbow, Wang Wenhao was helpless and addressed Wang Mingfeng. "Then there is nothing I can do. Mingfeng, this time it is your fault. Apologize to Lin Bai." "Eighth uncle, is this how you resolve matters?" Wang Mingfeng cried out. Wang Wenhao waved helplessly. What else? The right and wrong are plain. Are we a bandit den that only shields our own? As a father, apologize on your son's behalf. In sentiment and reason what is wrong with that. Though Wang Wenhao sounded resigned, a glint of satisfaction and schadenfreude flashed in his eyes. He and Wang Yu came from the same branch. Wang Yan's provocation was a slap to their fourth branch, so seeing Wang Yin and Wang Mingfeng humiliated pleased him. More importantly, he saw what Lin Bai wanted, merely an attitude. But if the Wang family yielded face to Lin Bai, the clan would lose dignity, so to preserve the family's honor, they must sacrifice Wang Mingfeng's pride. Aye. Wang Mingfeng's countenance turned sullen. He had stayed back earlier precisely to avoid this scene. Everyone had used his face as a stepping stone. Thus, when Lin Bai had disabled Wang Yin, he had not intervened. He had not expected Lin Bai to be so ruthless to wear an air that threatened Wang Yan's life. Wang Yin was his only son. The higher a cultivator's attainment, the less likely offspring become. In Wang Mingfeng's lifetime, Wang Yin might be his sole child. He dared not bet Lin Bai was bluffing. That unmasked killing intent could not be faked, and Lin Bai's brazen confidence made him shiver. Yet Wang Wenhao still chose to betray him to protect the family's face. Even if it was our fault, must we compound it? Ran through Wang Mingfeng's mind. Hearing Wang Wenhao's suggestion, and seeing Wang Mingfeng's ugly mean Lin Bai's smile, at last grew a touch more genuine. Oh, that's better. I am not unreasonable, but being invited to the Wang household only to suffer such injustice leaves me resentful. Besides, you are all my elders. Lin Bai looked at Wang Mingfeng with a half-smile, curious to see whether the man would sacrifice his face for this farce. He wanted to see which mattered more, the son's life or Mingfeng's pride. Under Lin Bai and Wang Wenhao's duet, Wang Mingfeng was forced forward, his expression worsening. Knowing there would be no good end without an apology, he grit his teeth, closed his eyes, and bowed deeply. It is my failure in guiding my son that caused this. I apologize here on behalf of Wang Yan. Lin Bai's face did not change. His foot hovered still, lightly pressing Wang Yan's face. Wang Mingfeng panted like a man running out of breath, but bowed once more. The point is the trouble caused to young friend Lin Bai. I apologize to him, and am willing to compensate him. Only at this explicit apology aimed at Lin Bai did Lin Bai feign great surprise, and hurriedly respond. Great uncle, is this necessary? Brother Yin made a small mistake. How could I be petty? As he spoke, as if only now noticing Wang Yin beneath his foot, Lin Bai kicked him again. Why is brother Yin under my foot, propping my soul with his head? Seeing Lin Bai profit, then play coy, Wang Mingfeng ground his teeth. He stifled his humiliation and called for the guards to restore order. Guards, quickly take Yin to be healed. The guards who had vanished earlier now rushed forward, lifting the unconscious Wang Yin and the gravely wounded Han Zhuang, and departed at speed. After flinging a name card to Lin Bai, Wang Mingfeng turned and left. He wanted to flee the place that shamed him. Lin Bai examined the card, a bearer savings card from Bisya, Bao Lu, containing roughly 2,000 spirit stones. He muttered, "My son's life is worth 2,000 spirit stones. Who knows if he's even his true blood, his father? What a bargain." Wang Mingfeng, departing, clearly heard Lin Bai and stumbled, nearly falling. He glared back with malice, but could only grit his teeth and go. Lin Bai did not care about that sum. What mattered was that Wang Mingfeng had used his face as a stepping stone. Only then could the matter be closed. Indeed, Lin Bai wanted an attitude. Otherwise, if a stray dog bit him in the street, and he did not kick it hard in return, others would think him weak. And if he did not repay in kind, Lin Bai's mind could not accept it. He held both cards and the moral high ground. If he did not make a scene, he might as well give up cultivation and go home to till the fields. Was the Wang family's reputation his concern? His own face had been trampled. It was for the Wang family to uphold and explain. Would the Wang kin resent him? That depended. Lin Bai could count on relatives like Wang Xiu and Wang Qian. They would say he had it coming. Wang Yu had shown support by her earlier reluctance to cooperate. They were part of the Wang family. How could they not feel affronted? As for the others, they were roadside dogs. Lin Bai did not care. Wang Wenhao then stepped forward, smiling as if the earlier tension had never occurred. Young friend Lin Bai acted decisively. I admire that. The matter is resolved. Do not take it to heart. Lin Bai returned the courtesy, resuming the manners of a junior. Thank you for mediating, elder. I shall not make an issue further. After Wang Mingfeng and Wang Yin departed, the scene flowed back into harmony, as if nothing had happened. That fool Wang Yin, thinking himself clever, had sought trouble with Lin Bai. Oh, it was not merely an affront to Lin Bai's dignity. He had also embarrassed Wang Yu, and even the honor of the Wang family's fourth branch. Since Lin Bai was Wang Yes guest, Wang Wenhao of the fourth branch privately sided with Lin Bai. For Lin Bai, the matter was closed, but tensions remained between the fourth branch and the main branch to which Wang Yin belonged. If the main branch does not cough up blood this time, the matter is not over. Wang Wenhao and Lin Bai chatted while contemplating how to squeeze concessions. Great clans harbor many sordid dealings, yet they unite against outsiders. Lin Bai, however, had an unexpected advantage. His mother Wang Xiao was a member of the Wang family. That explained why the Wang family and Lin Bai had not made the rupture irreparable. Each side offered a face-saving exit and let it pass. As for Wang Yin and Wang Mingfeng, they had become the stepping stones. The consequences were their own doing. After the incident at the heart of the Wang clan grounds, a circle of seasoned elders watched the affair through the water mirror technique. Huh, I bet this lad could do it. Oh, I was right. He knows how to apply pressure step by step and when to stop. Young people today are not simple. An old man in white with white hair leapt and shouted like a fan seeing his idol score. The one-eyed elder in black could not stand it and scolded the white-robed man. You wouldn't block. Are you even a Wang clansman? Did you not see your kin struck by an outsider? Hey, one-eyed dragon, am I not a Wang? If wrong is done, must we not be criticized? Oh, I recall. Wang Yin is of your main branch, is he not? Is this how your main branch raises Wang's science? The disciples your main branch produces have such character. At that broad accusation, many elders of the main branch darkened. The sweeping condemnation had gone too far. And how is Lin Bai an outsider? His mother is recorded in the clan genealogy as a Wang, so he counts as family. Besides, I saw Wang Yu look at him with peculiar eyes. Perhaps one day he will truly be a Wang. You are twisting words. Enough. Seated in the central place, an elder with deep nasolabial lines whose presence compelled obedience without anger slowly opened his eyes. At his opening remark, the quarrelers fell silent. Order issued: command the main branch to rectify household conduct and restrain its disciples. Wang Yin provoked a guest of Wang Yu. His conduct was improper and shall be punished according to clan law. Wang Mingfeng failed in fatherly instructions. Strip him of his current post and transfer him to guard the West Mountain Spirit Fields for 30 years to observe the effect. The elder's voice was calm, yet carried unquestionable authority. Yes, clan chief. The elders answered in unison. The patriarch had set the tone, but the exact measure of punishment and how much the main branch would have to pay to appease the fourth branch would be argued and bargained in the aftermath. On the other side, Wang Wenhao finished a brief chat with Lin Bai and prepared to take his leave. All right, I won't disturb the romantic mood of you two young people, Wang Wenhao said. Just as he left, Wang Yu jumped beside Wang Yes' beautiful eyes darted around, scrutinizing Lin Bai from head to toe, making him feel uneasy under her gaze. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Wang Yu shook her head, a strange light flashing in her eyes. I just felt that your demeanor earlier was too different from usual. Are you scared? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow and replied. What do I have to be scared of? You either beat Wang Yin or you're helping me vent my anger. Besides, you should have hit him harder just now. Oh, as long as you don't kill him, it's not a big deal. Wang Yu thought of Lin Bai's fierce beating of Wang Yin and her subsequent domineering demeanor. Her face flushed. Wang Yu actually had a fondness for such violent scenes. The first time she felt something unusual for Lin Bai was during their private sparring at the martial arts hall, where the gusts of wind from his punches brushed against her face. Wang Yes' reaction left Lin Bai at a loss. Liking violent scenes. This little sister is quite surprising. Looking at Wang Yes' cold iceberg-like face, he felt excited, thinking it was a shame that such beauty and temperament were wasted. Fortunately, Wang Yu quickly regained her composure, cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment, and made an effort to return her voice to calmness. What I mean is that I need to get to know you again. My previous understanding of you was too superficial. Well, actually, I don't know why Wang Yin suddenly came looking for a fight. Lin Bai sighed as he spoke. Wang Yin jumped out like a villain in a drama, but unfortunately Lin Bai wasn't the righteous protagonist. He simply retaliated with an eye for an eye. As for the soul-nourishing spring that Wang Yin was shouting about, he was still in the dark. Oh, you mean that? Let's talk as we walk. Wang Yu explained to Lin Bai why Wang Yin came to trouble him. This was also related to the Wang family's cultivation path, which mostly revolved around the Qi practitioner series. The most important aspect of being a Qi practitioner is the strength of the spirit, and the soul-nourishing spring is a blessed land that can enhance one's spiritual strength. However, the soul-nourishing spring is not like the Chong family's mysterious Yin cave, which can be used on a large scale for an extended period. The Wang family cannot afford the maintenance costs of such a blessed land. The soul-nourishing spring opens only once every 5 years with limited spots each time. As a member of the Wang family's fourth branch, Wang Yu not only has her own chance to enter the spring, but also has 2 additional spots. Wang Yu was prepared to give 1 spot to Lin Bai, but unexpectedly Wang Yin also wanted that spot. After being rejected by Wang Yu, he still did something foolish by coming to trouble Lin Bai. After hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Lin Bai finally understood. He wondered how someone could be so foolishly unique. It turned out that profit blinded them. Although the means were clumsy, the motive was not as inexplicable. So the surprise you mentioned in your letter is this spot for the soul-nourishing spring. Yes, I initially wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Wang Yes' small face puffed up as she spoke. She had hoped to give Lin Bai a surprise, but it was ruined. Then Wang Yu secretly glanced at Lin Bai, her voice instinctively lowering, tinged with a hint of caution. Lin Bai, will you dislike me because of this? Seeing Wang Yu's somewhat uncertain demeanor, Lin Bai waved his hand. Am I that petty? As for grievances, they have a source, and what Wang Yan did could never implicate the Wang family, let alone you. This matter has nothing to do with you. Lin Bai could still distinguish between collective and personal issues, and he was grateful for Wang Yu offering him such an opportunity. A chance to enhance one's spirit is something rarely seen outside. Seeing that, Lin Bai did not blame her. Wang Yu's mood and expression immediately brightened. However, Lin Bai still had a question. Xiao Yu are the spots for the soul-nourishing spring in the Wang family available to outsiders. Although Lin Bai had many ties to the Wang family, his name was not on their family tree, so strictly speaking, he was an outsider. Yes, they are, Wang Yu replied matter-of-factly. This is a privilege granted to the family's disciples, intended for us to make friends or cultivate our own trusted subordinates. It's a form of resource investment. I see. Lin Bai nodded. This explanation made sense. When Lin Bai arrived in front of Wang Yu's courtyard, he was taken aback, for it was not a grand mansion, but rather a simple courtyard in the style of Qing tiles. Simple, perhaps even a bit too plain. What? Are you stunned to see that I don't live in a grand house? Wang Yu teased upon seeing Lin Bai's expression. Aren't you a talented disciple of the Wang family? Why are you living here? Lin Bai didn't think the courtyard was shabby, it just seemed mismatched with Wang Yu's identity and the resources she could mobilize. Wang Yu did not answer immediately, but instead opened the slightly worn wooden door and led Lin Bai inside. It was a courtyard of over 200 square meters with a peach blossom tree planted in the front yard and a small vegetable garden. The layout consisted of a main house, a side house, and 2 side rooms. Next to the vegetable garden were some old farming tools, making the courtyard resemble a place where an ordinary family would live rather than the residence of a talented member of a prominent family. Wang Yu quietly waited for Lin Bai to take in everything before softly explaining. This is where I lived with my grandmother before I awakened my talents and began my cultivation. Wang Yu briefly introduced her background to Lin Bai. Both of her parents were cultivators who disappeared in pursuit of the Tao after she was born, and she was raised by her grandmother. Wang Yu spoke calmly and succinctly, but Lin Bai was still taken aback. Abandoning a newborn to pursue, though it conformed to the values of this world which prioritizes cultivation, it was still against human nature. Didn't he just see why Wang Mingfeng admitted his mistakes and offered compensation? It was precisely because he had to clean up after his son Wang Yan. Cultivation is about cultivating the heart, and it was clear that Wang Yu's parents had lost their humanity in their pursuit. I'm sorry, I didn't know this, Lin Bai said apologetically, causing Wang Yu to smile, instead casually tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Why apologize? I don't feel sad at all. Well, I've always had my grandmother's companionship and love. She also witnessed the manifestation of my talent at the last moment. Moreover, the family took good care of us. Although I wasn't wealthy when I was young, I certainly wasn't impoverished. After Wang Yu finished speaking, Lin Bai understood why she lived here. It wasn't that she particularly liked this courtyard, but rather that it held memories with her grandmother. Wang Yu then spoke to Lin Bai. The soul-nourishing spring opens tomorrow, so it seems you'll have to stay in my little courtyard for the night. Don't dislike it for being shabby. Her words were half joking, half seriously subtle. Then I'll have to take a good look. Can I stay in the master bedroom? Lin Bai pretended to put his hands behind his back, pretending to carefully evaluate the house. He didn't say anything like, I won't dislike it. Instead, he indicated to Wang Yu that he wouldn't mind staying, and he would be moving in right now. To be honest, Wang Yu's worries were completely unnecessary. In his past life, Lin Bai was an orphan and had experienced all sorts of conditions. In this life, he wasn't some pampered young master either. Lin Fu Lin Yi as a soldier had a style of acting that was decisive and resolute. He had to work in the spiritual fields at home. Of course not. The master bedroom is where I stay. Seeing Wang Yu's response and her little expression, Lin Bai wanted to tease her more deliberately, putting on a serious face. Isn't that even better? We can talk late into the night discussing cultivation and the Tao. Although Lin Bai looked serious, Wang Yu wasn't meeting him for the first time and immediately refused. The master bedroom is mine, the side room is for Lufzi. You can only choose from the guest rooms. Wang Yu's small face puffed up again, realizing Lin Bai was teasing her. After a night, Lin Bai followed Wang Yu on the way to the soul-nourishing spring, accompanied by the little maid Lu Ji, as Wang Yu's second spot was reserved for her. Lu Ji is Wang Yu's maid and bodyguard, practicing the path of the guardian warrior with her realm at the peak of transformation. The guardian warrior is a common path for many bodyguards. The guardian swears an oath to the one they protect, binding their lives to that of the protected. Though this path has many restrictions, it possesses its own advantages. If the guardian's talent is inferior to that of the protected, their cultivation speed will significantly increase, and the better the talent of the master, the higher the bonuses received. Naturally, the higher the genius talent, the harder it is to acquire a guardian position. As the master and the bodyguard's fortunes are connected, casually signing a guardian contract can lead to a loss of fortune. Therefore, Wang Yu currently has only Lu Ji as her guardian. While Wang Yu introduced Lu Ji to Lin Bai, he secretly speculated about how much of a talent boost his guardian would receive if he were to have one given his own spiritual talent. Of course, Lin Bai was merely thinking his path was that of the beast Tamer, which comes with its own guardian, his spirit beast. The soul-nourishing spring is located within the Wang family's territory, and soon they arrived. Lin Bai, led by Wang Yu, arrived at the entrance of a cave on the back mountain of the Wang family, but he saw no signs of a hot spring. Seeing this, Wang Yu chuckled and explained, "This soul-nourishing spring isn't a hot spring, but rather a cave. You'll know once you enter." The blessed lands of Yunmeng City are quite interesting, with the Zhong family's Xianin Cave being a mountain and the Wang family's soul-nourishing spring being a cave. The names are completely unrelated to their physical forms. "Miss, there are so many people," Lu Ji exclaimed softly. The cave entrance was not just the three of them. There were other Wang family disciples waiting, almost close to 100 in total. These members of the Wang family were quite young, mostly in their 20s and 30s, and among them were some of Lin Bai's classmates from the martial arts hall, such as Wang Xiao. As Lin Bai walked in, some who were aware of yesterday's events cast curious glances at him, wondering how a transformation realm cultivator could defeat Han Zhuang, who was at the extraordinary realm. So this is Lin Bai. He looks to be about the age of just starting cultivation. I wonder how he defeated Han Zhuang, who isn't a weakling in the extraordinary realm, one remarked. I heard he defeated Han Zhuang in just a few moves. Indeed, the gap between us and geniuses is larger than we can imagine. However, despite their curiosity, the Wang family members parted to allow Wang Yu, a member of the family lineage, to stand at the front. Lin Bai felt a bit odd walking in, as if he were on a red carpet being watched. Look, everyone knows of your reputation. The clan members are quite curious. At this moment, Wang Yu leaned closer to Lin Bai, a smile on her face as she teased him softly. Stop it, stop it. Lin Bai initially thought that after defeating a member of the Wang family they would ostracize him or provoke him, but to his surprise the situation turned out like this. However, this half-praise, half-watching attitude made Lin Bai feel somewhat awkward. This was actually Lin Bai misunderstanding the situation, since Wang Yin could conceive and execute the foolish act of attacking Lin Bai. It showed his style of conduct. Wang Yin was not well regarded in the Wang family, and his cowardly attitude, when facing danger yesterday, further drew scorn from others. Moreover, since Wang Yin was not dead, they considered it a minor issue. At the front of the crowd stood four young figures with extraordinary demeanor, 3 men and 1 woman. They were the geniuses from other branches of the Wang family, each accompanied by 2 followers. Wang Yu walked straight to the reserve position, while Lin Bai mimicked her, standing behind her with Lu Ji on either side. When the others saw Wang Yu's arrival, they did not speak much, but nodded in acknowledgement, frequently glancing at Lin Bai behind her. The gazes directed at him were not of hostility, but of combat intent. As the leading figures of this generation from the Wang family, none were unambitious. However, since they were not familiar with Lin Bai and were about to enter the soul-nourishing spring, they merely gave him a brief appraisal. After about half a stick of incense, 2 spirited elders from the Wang family appeared at the cave entrance, one of whom spoke first. Young ones of the family, once you enter the soul-nourishing spring, put in your utmost effort to absorb, take in as much as you can. This concerns your future spiritual foundation, so you must heed this advice. The soul-nourishing spring is a rare opportunity that should not be missed. After the elders finished speaking, they simultaneously clapped towards the cave entrance, causing the void at the cave's mouth to ripple and reveal many spatial folds, which gradually converged to form a spatial vortex. It turned out that this cave had an outer and inner section, with the soul-nourishing spring hidden within the inner space. Lin Bai gripped the token given to him by Wang Yu. It was the pass for the soul-nourishing spring. In the next moment, the spatial vortex at the cave entrance erupted with a powerful suction, initially pulling in the frontline geniuses and their companions before slowly drawing in the rest. Lin Bai, who was sucked in, found himself in a stone chamber. Beside him were Wang Yu and Lu Ji. This spatial transmission is so dizzying. How do you use the soul-nourishing spring? Lin Bai shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He had never experienced such a dizzying teleportation array before in the martial arts hall. They were in a stone chamber of about 20 square meters with smooth walls devoid of doors or windows, only a few luminous stones embedded in the ceiling emitting a soft glow. Look here, Wang Yu pointed to the stone wall. The energy of the soul-nourishing spring does not come from spring water, but is released as a special mist through these stone walls. Absorbing the mist will nourish your spirit and solidify your potential foundation. Although it was her first time here, she had already learned this from the family elders. As Wang Yu was explaining this to Lin Bai, the wall began to seep strands of white mist resembling smoke. It's starting. Hurry and absorb it. Wang Yu recognized that the opportunity had begun as she looked at the white mist reminded Lin Bai and Lu Ji and then sat down to absorb the mist. Lin Bai and Lu Ji did not dare to be negligent, immediately imitating Wang Yu's method of absorption. The permeating white mist from the stone wall increased, gradually thickening, like dense morning fog. Lin Bai sat cross-legged in the thick mist, absorbing the nourishing white mist through his pores. At first, as he absorbed the nourishing white mist, Lin Bai felt a cool sensation in his mind, and the particles of his spirit in his sea of consciousness increased, even operating faster than usual. He concentrated, and his attribute panel appeared. Mental 23. 5 increasing. Lin Bai checked his condition and confirmed that his mental power was indeed rising, not an illusion. He revealed a faint smile. I wonder what this white mist is, but truly is a good thing. Just a bit of absorption and my mental power starts increasing. I won't hold back. Earlier Lin Bai was cautious about possible adverse reactions, but now that he confirmed this was beneficial, he relaxed. He began to gradually increase the absorption rate, and the mental value on the panel immediately began to joyfully fluctuate. However, he still preserved some strength, and kept a watchful eye, fearing that too much commotion would disturb Wang Yu and Lu Ji. Wang Yu kindly shared this opportunity with Lin Bai, and he could not take it for granted. But soon Lin Bai noticed something unusual. Even as he enhanced his absorption rate, the concentration of white mist in the stone chamber showed no signs of diminishing. Lin Bai carefully observed the stone wall, and then discovered that the rate at which the mist seeped from the wall was also increasing. He tentatively accelerated his absorption rate again, and found that the mist seeping from the wall increased even more. Could it be that the white mist seeping from the wall is not fixed? Is it necessary to maintain a certain concentration of the nourishing white mist in the room? Lin Bai initially thought that the white mist in this room was limited, which was why he was hesitant to absorb freely. But this new discovery overturned that assumption. In that case, Lin Bai's expression gradually became ecstatic. 129,600 spirit talents activated. What Lin Bai did not know was that the soul-nurturing spring of the family sequence was different from that of ordinary clan members. Ordinary clan members have a limited amount of nurturing white mist allocated to them upon entering the soul-nurturing spring. Once absorbed, it is gone. However, the nurturing white mist for the family sequence geniuses is unrestricted. Furthermore, the higher-ups of the Wang family, fearing that the family sequence geniuses might struggle to absorb the white mist, had set a minimum concentration threshold. If the concentration in the room fell below this limit, more nurturing white mist would be released into the room for them to absorb. In other words, for ordinary clan members of the Wang family, the opportunity presented by the soul-nurturing spring is fixed, whereas for the family sequence geniuses, the better their talent, the more they can absorb. Although Lin Bai was unclear about this mechanism, he had observed changes in the stone wall, and had similar He began to gradually increase his absorption rate, as the white mist was drawn towards him, forming a dense cloud that enveloped his body. As Lin Bai's absorption speed greatly increased, the amount of white mist in the room rapidly decreased. Simultaneously, due to the decrease in the quantity of nurturing white mist, the mechanism for maintaining the minimum concentration in the room was triggered. More white mist appeared on the stone wall, not merely seeping, but gushing forth. Lin Bai, witnessing this phenomenon, finally relaxed and unleashed his full absorption speed, wholeheartedly absorbing the nurturing white mist. Meanwhile, outside, the Wang family's patriarch Wang Yonghuai had arrived at the control center of the soul nurture. The two elder members of the Wang family, who had activated the soul nurturing spring, were also present, tossing in various rare, medicinal materials from the outside world, continuously generating nurturing white mist. The most conspicuous feature of this soul nurturing spring control center was the central pool, which measured 100 meters in length and width, filled with a large amount of nurturing white mist. The essence of the soul-nurturing spring lies in this pool, absorbing the spiritual herbs of heaven and earth, then releasing nurturing white mist into the lower space for people to absorb. Is everything all right? Has any problem arisen? Wang Yonghuai inquired. Patriarch, the fixed quota of nurturing mist for the ordinary clan members has been fully distributed, and the nurturing mist for the family sequence has remained stable. That's good. Wang Yonghuai felt relieved upon hearing that everything was normal during this opening of the soul-nurturing spring. The most hopeful and vibrant members of the clan are the youth, and the continuation of the family legacy requires the younger generation. Therefore, every time the soul-nurturing spring is opened, Wang Yonghuai, as the patriarch, comes to check. How is the absorption going for the family sequence? Wang Xiyuan responded. The eldest branch genius Wang Yang is performing quite well. His cultivation chamber is absorbing 30% more nurturing mist than the other sequences. The rest of the sequences are averaging their previous levels. I see. It seems that the quality of this generation's family sequence is quite good. Oh, we need not worry about a lack of successors, haha. Wang Yonghuai felt delighted upon hearing that the average level of the current family sequence was satisfactory, especially considering the situations of the Liu and Li families in Yunmeng City. The Liu family was embroiled in fierce internal strife due to the succession between the main and branch lines. Wang Yonghuai even speculated that if the ghostly Liu family head from the prefecture did not intervene, the Yunmeng Liu family would likely split and perish. Thinking of this, Wang Yonghuai felt fortunate that the system left by the ancestors was relatively equitable. It did not create a system of primary lines degrading and selling the subordinate lines into servitude. As for the Li family, according to the intelligence gathered, there were no noteworthy geniuses, and the news exchanged with the main family indicated that the core fire spirit cauldron of the Li family seemed to have encountered issues. Although the Wang family had not produced any unprecedented geniuses compared to the two old friends, the Wang family was indeed thriving. We must not become complacent. The Zhong family is also rising rapidly, and their momentum is increasing. Who knows, they might gain the title of the Heavenly Path soon. Wang Yonghuai reminded himself. Just as Wang Yonghuai prepared to leave, an unusual situation suddenly arose. The central pool of the soul nurturing spring began to boil. A large amount of nurturing white mist started to vanish, and the medicinal materials in the pool began to dissolve, transforming into white mist. Seeing this situation, the faces of the three present changed dramatically. What on earth is happening? The soul-nurturing spring was not a formation, but a royal-grade artifact discovered unintentionally by the Wang family's ancestors. Since then it had been kept hidden. New outsiders could only speculate that the Wang family's soul-nurturing spring was a formation, never imagining it to be such a treasure. This was also the foundation of the Yunmeng Wang family, the true essence of their strength. Why are the genius disciples of the Wang family stronger in dueling than the offspring of other families of the same level? It was precisely because they had gone to the soul-nurturing spring. Their mental strength was superior, and their spiritual foundation was deeper. Fortunately, Wang Yonghuai observed carefully and found that the core of the soul-nurturing spring was not damaged. It was merely that a sequence room had absorbed an excess of nurturing white mist. Thus, to maintain the white mist concentration in the room, the central pool had maximized its power to generate nurturing white mist. The core is fine, it's just that the consumption of nurturing mist is too great, so the core is using medicinal materials to produce white mist to maintain normal levels. Upon realizing that the central pool of the soul-nurturing spring was unharmed, the three present relaxed. They were most afraid of any issues with the core. If the royal-grade artifact were to be damaged, the Yunmeng Wang family would be powerless to repair it and would not dare to let outsiders know. Moreover, it was likely that as soon as the news of the royal-grade artifact was released by the Yunmeng Wang family, the main family from the prefecture would come to borrow it. However, if the consumption of nurturing white mist were too great, it was a trivial matter. With the financial resources of the Wang family, they could afford this extra consumption of medicinal materials. Furthermore, this phenomenon of large-scale consumption to replenish white mist represented someone madly absorbing the nurturing mist to solidify their foundation. This is a good thing. Wang Yonghuai, realizing this, looked overjoyed and shouted to the other two elders, quickly continue to add medicinal materials. Oh, our Wang family has produced a prodigy. Prompted by Wang Yonghuai, Wang Xiyuan and Wang Xijing also reacted, noticing that the medicinal materials in the central pool were rapidly melting and running low. They quickly tossed in more materials to ensure the continued generation of nurturing white mist. While Wang Xiyuan was adding medicinal materials, he curiously remarked, "Sister, help me see which of our Wang family sequences is hiding so deep. I've never seen such a talent before." Wang Xijing carefully sensed the direction of the mist flow through the transmission array. "It's from the fourth branch's cultivation chamber." "Fourth branch? Is it that little girl Wang Yu? I remember her spiritual talent is only a little over 3,000, and her soul strength is about that of someone just entering the extraordinary realm, right?" Wang Xiyuan was a bit puzzled. As an elder of the Wang family, he had information about the sequence geniuses. Wang Yonghuai was also puzzled by this question. Could it be that Wang Ye's physique happened to have a special absorption ability for nurturing mist, making her naturally suited for absorbing it? "Patriarch, could there be a problem? You should use the Xianshui mirror to see." Wang Sijanji, being the calmest, suggested. "The true core of this soul-nurturing spring is the pool here. The outer stone wall rooms are merely a disguise functioning solely to transmit the white mist and reflect the mist concentration. As the builders of the formation, the Wang family naturally has the right to check the internal situation." Upon hearing Wang Xijing's words, Wang Yonghuai thought it made sense and summoned his treasure to check the situation. A diamond-shaped mirror appeared in Wang Yonghuai's hand, which he tossed into the air, instantly enlarging. "The cultivation chamber of the fourth branch's soul-nurturing spring is right here." The diamond mirror revealed the scene of the room where Lin Bai was located, and the three present focused intently. In this fourth branch's cultivation chamber, a vortex of mist appeared, and all the white mist inside was being pulled by the vortex. To maintain the white mist concentration in the room, the stone wall formation activated at maximum power, continuously supplying white mist from the central pool to keep the concentration here. This even caused the mist seeping from the stone wall to no longer be white mist, but high-concentration soul-nurturing essence. Once these nurturing essences seeped from the stone wall, they instantly transformed into mist being pulled together by the vortex for the central master to absorb. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Xiyuan instinctively relaxed. It seems there is no issue, it's just someone absorbing a large amount of nurturing mist. However, Wang Yonghuai and Wang Xijing furrowed their brows. Brother, take a closer look at who is in the center of the vortex. Who else could it be? It must be little Wang Yu, Wang Xiyuan said nonchalantly, but then carefully scrutinized the people in the room and was taken aback. Who is this kid? Lin Bai. Isn't he a martial artist? Although anyone could absorb the nurturing mist, the practitioners of the Qi condensation series naturally absorbed more, so the three had not considered Lin Bai and Lu Ji as they were on the physical path. Wang Xijing looked at Wang Huayuan and asked, Patriarch, what should we do now? Should we continue to add medicinal materials to supply him with uninterrupted high-concentration, nurturing mist? Wang Yonghuai was quite conflicted at this moment. He closed his eyes and pondered repeatedly, finally gritting his teeth and saying, continue the supply. This kid is also one of the Wang family. Stopping now would inevitably affect Wang Yu, and it's just a bit of medicinal material. Our Wang family can afford it. There's no need to be petty. Although he said this, Wang Yonghui's expression remained grim. Wang Xijing seemed to have anticipated her patriarch's decision and was not surprised, merely maintaining a calm demeanor as she continued to add medicinal materials. Meanwhile, Wang Yonghuai and Wang Xiyuan looked at Lin Bai, who was madly absorbing the nurturing white mist with unusual expressions. How could things have come to this? They could not comprehend how a martial artist could absorb so much nurturing mist. If Lin Bai knew their thoughts, he would undoubtedly say to himself, watch closely, old dang, this is the power of 129,600 spiritual seeds. The soul-nourishing spring continued for 6 hours, during which the three members of the Wang family merely watched as Lin Bai absorbed the soul-nourishing mist for a full 6 hours. In the stone chamber, the first to falter was Lin. It hurts a bit. She let out a soft gasp, awakening from her deep meditative state, instinctively raising her hand to rub her temples. The strength of Li's soul in her sea of consciousness increased significantly, and due to the rapid growth, she experienced some discomfort. Her blissful troubles were all thanks to Lin Bai, who voraciously absorbed the soul-nourishing mist while the stone wall array operated at full capacity to maintain the minimum density of white mist in the chamber. Moreover, a high concentration of soul-nourishing mist was directly injected into the chamber, and the intense white mist almost actively surged into Li and Wang Ye's bodies, making it difficult for them to not overindulge. I wonder how the young lady and Master Lin Bai are doing. Li shook her heavy head, and upon opening her eyes, her mouth fell slightly agape as she stood dazed. The chamber was no longer enveloped in swirling mist, but was instead a vast expanse of white, the mist thick like unyielding milk to the point where one could not see their fingers at arm's length. In the center of that pure white chaos, a massive vortex was slowly spinning, drawing in and devouring all the surrounding white mist. Did Master Lin Bai create this? Even though Li knew that Master Lin Bai was a legendary genius since he defeated Han Zhuang, seeing this scene still left her astonished. Is this really something a human can achieve? Unable to comprehend, Li simply gave up on thinking. She hugged her knees, fixated on the seemingly all-consuming white vortex, curious about how long this spectacle would last. In the last half hour before the soul-nourishing spring closed, Wang Yu completed her final absorption. As her path was that of a Qi practitioner, the benefits she gained were far greater than those of Li. At this moment, her soul in the sea of consciousness had transformed entirely into ethereal flowing mist, just waiting for an opportunity to condense into liquid and step into a new realm. However, when the joy-filled Wang Yu opened her eyes, she was also taken aback by the sight before her. Li, how long has Master Lin Bai been in this state? Li, as if finding a companion to share the shock with, quickly leaned over. Miss, you're awake. Master Lin Bai has maintained this state for quite a while. I saw it as soon as I woke up. Thus, the number of onlookers admiring this magnificent vortex increased from 1 to 2, and Lin Bai at the center of the vortex finally reached the concluding stage. Mental strength, 34. 9. Gazing at the final number displayed on the panel, an indescribable sense of satisfaction filled Lin Bai's heart, as his mental power had surged by more than 10 points this time. Within Lin Bai's sea of consciousness, his mental power had coalesced into tiny droplets of light, suspended and swirling like dewdrops about to fall. Compared to before absorbing the soul-nourishing mist, the depth of his soul had undergone a transformation. He slowly exhaled, realizing he had reached his limit for absorbing the soul-nourishing mist, and that it was time to conclude. The vortex formed by Lin Bai's swallowing of the white mist gradually dissipated, and upon opening his eyes he was surrounded by Wang Yu and Lu Zi, who were examining him. Lu Zi merely took a glance while Wang Yu directly examined Lin Bai by pressing on various parts of his body and inquired, "Are you all right?" Lin Bai felt somewhat bewildered. "Of course I'm fine. I feel better than ever. Why do you ask?" Wang Yu then recounted the earlier scene to him, while Lu Zi nodded vigorously to affirm that what the young lady said was true. Lin Bai was completely immersed in the pleasure of devouring and refining the soul-nourishing mist, forgetting himself and being oblivious to the changes in the outside world. Wang Yu, still somewhat worried, pressed further. "You absorbed so much soul-nourishing mist, don't you feel any discomfort?" "Don't worry. I have a natural talent for absorption." After saying this, Lin Bai made several gestures to prove his words. Seeing him indeed spirited and not forcing himself, Wang Yu finally relaxed her worry and shot him a glare. "You monster." After a while, the three of them were teleported back to their original location. At that moment, other Wang family members were also being teleported back, each wearing excited smiles. Truly worthy of the soul-nourishing spring. I feel like I can summon one more spirit now. Haha, my progress is also considerable. My soul strength has increased by at least a quarter. Wang Miao from the third branch approached the stern-faced Wang Yang, curiously inquiring, "Wang Yang, how much has your soul improved?" Wang Yang, who usually did not smile, could not help but raised the corners of his mouth at this moment, a hint of concealed pride evident as he replied nonchalantly, "By chance I just transitioned from gaseous to liquid form." "What? You have already entered the realm of soul liquefaction?" Wang Miao exclaimed in surprise, her eyes bursting with intense envy. The extraordinary state of the soul is divided into 3 stages: gaseous, liquefied, and oceanic. Once the liquid in the sea of consciousness completely descends and merges into the soul, it signifies reaching the boundary of the extraordinary and transcendent realms. Upon hearing Wang Miao's exclamation, Wang Yang's smile grew even broader, only to suddenly notice an overwhelming soul aura flash by surpassing his own. He cautiously turned to look at Lin Bai, who was standing behind Wang Yu, discovering him lost in thought, seemingly pondering something. "Is it just my illusion?" "It should be." Wang Yang shook his head, attributing this unreasonable sensation to his own state not being fully stabilized. In truth, he had not misperceived Lin Bai, had just attempted to project his mental power externally, but failed. "I still have a long way to go. To make the ethereal mental power interact with the real world is truly difficult. At least I cannot do it now," Lin Bai sighed. At that moment, the 2 Wang family elders who had previously opened the entrance to the soul-nourishing spring reappeared, delivering a lengthy closing speech aimed at explaining the challenges and contributions of the Wang family, urging the younger generation to continue striving. However, Lin Bai always felt that the gazes of these 2 elders seemed to intentionally or unintentionally sweep across him, their complex expressions making him feel a bit uneasy. Wang Xiyuan and Wang Xijing were communicating through their souls. "Sister, this kid absorbed so much soul-nourishing mist, and yet shows no reaction at all. If it weren't for that trace of condensed soul wave he inadvertently emitted earlier, I would suspect that the Wang family's herbs have all gone to waste. What level do you think this kid's soul has reached?" "It should be at the liquefaction stage, and not just a beginner. He's gone extremely far." I have to say, Wang Xijing, as a chi practitioner at the Rebirth realm, has a sharp eye, and quickly guessed Lin Bai's condition quite accurately. The patriarch has already gone to gather detailed information about him. "Do you think this young Yu and he can become a—" "Hard to say, but from what I see of their relationship, the probability seems quite high." Wang Yonghuai determined to seek to ally with Lin Bai, for they had never encountered such a terrifying genius capable of absorbing soul-nourishing mist. They speculated that Lin Bai's spiritual talent was certainly not just 4,000, or at the very least it was doubled. With such a great genius before them, and with such an ambiguous relationship with the Wang family, it would be unacceptable not to court and strive for him. I hope you all can support the Wang family's legacy in the future. It's time to go back and celebrate now. After Wang Xiyuan delivered the final words, he and Wang Xijing's figures blurred and vanished into thin air, while Lin Bai gradually adapted to his surging mental power. He felt that his thought process was now several times faster, and his perception of the world around him had become much more delicate. Since there was no one at home recently, Lin Bai naturally stayed in Wang Ye's courtyard, making it convenient for both of them to exchange insights on their cultivation. A few days after the events of the soul-nourishing spring, Lin Bai and Wang Yu were chatting leisurely under the peach blossom tree with tea. The family has just announced the punishment for Wang Yan, significantly reducing his cultivation resources and transferring his father's position to a place with no benefits. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai paused briefly while holding his teacup, then took a sip and said, This punishment from the Wang family is quite interesting. Wang Yin wanted to seize Lin Bai's place at the soul-nourishing spring, so they reduced his cultivation resources, making it even further from his desires. This punishment was harsh. If it were a physical punishment, it would be nothing to Wang Yin. He could just grit his teeth and endure it until it was over. Lin Bai nodded, indicating he understood, and chose not to care further as he had already released his anger during the earlier conflict. He generally retaliated against those he held grudges against immediately, and never internalized his anger. While Wang Yu and Lin Bai discussed Wang Yin also received the notification of his punishment. Why? On what grounds does the family punish me like this? I haven't gained anything, am not satisfied. Father, come with me to reason with the elders. Learning of his punishment, Wang Yin felt as if the sky had fallen, shouting at Wang Mingfeng. In response, he received a slap filled with rage that sent him staggering back a few steps, half of his face instantly swollen and red. Wang Mingfeng was trembling with anger at this moment, his face pale. The position of the head of the alchemy room was a position of power he had worked hard for most of his life, expending countless efforts to gain, yet now, due to this fool's momentary foolishness, it had turned to nothing. Father, you hit me. Wang Yin had always been cherished by Wang Mingfeng, and this was the first time he received a beating from him. Seeing Wang Yan's foolish expression, Wang Mingfeng was even more enraged and laughed. Hit you? Wang Mingfeng lightly exhaled a formless force, lifting Wang Yin into the air and binding him there. He suddenly held a glossy black special restraining whip used on cultivators, bringing it down mercilessly. Crack! 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 He scolded while beating. How could I have such a foolish son? Dad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It hurts so much. Wang Yin twisted and squirmed, but Wang Mingfeng was completely unmoved. For he understood one principle: if he did not wake Wang Yin up now with his way of acting and thinking, he would inevitably bring about a great disaster in the future. Wang Mingfeng recalled how he had overly pampered Wang Yin when he was young, only to be advised by others, spoiling a child is like killing them. It will surely lead to great disasters in the long run. Now that he thought about it, this statement was truly insightful, and Wang Mingfeng realized it was precisely because he had never disciplined Wang Yin that he had spoiled him to this extent. Now he thought that if he disciplined him more, there might still be hope. From then on, Wang Mingfeng would beat Wang Yin every 3 days or so, and more severely every 5 days. You might say that after this, Wang Yin did indeed become much more obedient, further confirming Wang Mingfeng's educational philosophy, leading him to beat him even more frequently than before. Of course, this was all a matter for the future. Lin Bai and Wang Yu were walking along the road outside Yunmeng City, with 10 days left until they returned to the martial arts hall to continue their studies. What do you think this young Master Jiang is inviting so many students from the martial arts hall for? Is it just to test his own charisma? Lin Bai and Wang Yu each held a golden invitation in their hands, the exquisite patterns on the card shimmering in the light as they turned it between their fingers. For the past few days, Lin Bai had been exploring the culinary delights of Yunmeng City. Until 3 days ago, when someone delivered an invitation to him, he opened it to find that it was sent by Jiang Ziyuan, the son of the county governor. The gist of it was that he was invited to a gathering at the Jinxiu Lake outside Yunmeng City 3 days later. Of course, Lin Bai wasn't the only one invited. Wang Yu and Wang Xiao were also included. Lin Bai guessed that this young Master Jiang had likely invited all the students from the Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing Lin Bai's question, Wang Yu shook her head and said, I can't guess either, but we'll know once we get there. Wang Yes' response made Lin Bai realize that yes, they would find out what Jiang Ziyuan was up to once they arrived. Lin Bai suspected it wasn't anything major, but even if it was, it wouldn't concern him. After all, he had been quietly studying in the martial arts hall without ever clashing with anyone. He thought of it as just going over for a free meal, but he wondered what kind of hospitality Jiang Ziyuan, the son of the county governor, would offer them. Jinxiu Lake is a famous scenic spot in Yunmeng City. Every dawn and dusk, the surface of the lake is dyed in brilliant colors by the rising or setting sun, resembling an endless expanse of brocade, hence the name. The center of the lake is adorned with several small islands, and this gathering was set on one of them. By the time the two arrived at the lakeside, some of their classmates from the martial arts hall had already arrived, chatting in small groups. This young Master Jiang certainly has a lot of influence. All the classmates have been invited by him, one student remarked. Just then an unexpected event occurred. A crystalline ice path swiftly extended from the direction of the island in the center of the lake, reaching the spot where everyone stood, the ice surface gleaming with a chilly light. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow upon seeing this method. He was familiar with it. It was the same technique used by that prominent figure during the Lantern Festival, though it was likely not the same person. He wondered if it was a disciple or a relative who had inherited it. Interesting. It seemed clear that young Master Jiang meant to test them. The path was laid out inviting them to try. A student close to the ice path stepped forward and gently tapped the surface with his toes only to hear a crack as the ice shattered beneath his touch, spiderweb-like fissures spreading out. Seeing this, the crowd immediately erupted in noise. What does Jiang Ziyuan mean? Inviting us here only to humiliate us. Someone's veins popped as they shouted loudly. These students were not guests of the county governor's mansion and could not tolerate Jiang Ziyuan's condescending scrutiny. Jiang Ziyuan clearly intended to test them with this thin ice path, but as fellow students of the martial arts hall, they felt Jiang Ziyuan was unqualified to do so. Who does he think he is to treat us like this? Someone more impatient even cursed loudly. Hey, is this Jiang Ziyuan crazy? No need to say more. Everyone, let's go. I will certainly tell my friends and family about this. Lin Bai was also taken aback. Although Jiang Ziyuan held a high status, he shouldn't treat them this way. He exchanged a glance with Wang Yu, who whispered to Lin Bai, has he been kicked by a donkey? Hard to say. Lin Bai wasn't sure if Jiang Ziyuan's head was really kicked by a donkey. Regardless of young Master Jiang's intentions, Lin Bai and Wang Yu wouldn't stand idly by and be looked down upon. They turned and followed the disgruntled crowd away. Just then, sounds of paddling came from the surface of Jinxiu Lake as several flatboats broke through the clear waves heading toward the shore. On the front boat stood Zhao Rang, who was beside Jiang Ziyuan. Seeing the crowd about to leave, he hurriedly called out, "Everyone, please wait a moment. You've misunderstood my young master's intentions." Some in the crowd recognized Zhao Rang and paused, wanting to see how he would explain. "Oh, misunderstood? What misunderstanding? Haha, Zhao Rang, you're Jiang Ziyuan's dog, but we are not." Zhao Rang maintained a calm expression as if he hadn't heard the sarcasm, cupping his fists and bowing. "Could everyone listen to me for a moment? My young master did not intend to humiliate you. These boats are here to take you to the island." Zhao Rang's words made the crowd stop, and they began to discuss among themselves. Of course, some were skeptical. "Oh, then why set up this ice path?" Zhao Rang bent lower, his tone becoming, "Young Master Jiang has always enjoyed meeting capable individuals. He thinks that all the students of the Yunming Martial Arts Hall are talents, but doesn't know who is first. He set up this ice path to get to know the outstanding individuals of Yunming County." He paused briefly to gauge the crowd's reactions before continuing. "Moreover, young Master Jiang has no intention of testing or humiliating anyone. This ice path is merely for entertainment. The first 5 people to cross will be those whom the young master wishes to meet. He will award them a custom-made 7th-grade weapon, while the others who cross will receive a 5th-grade weapon as a gift." 7th-grade weapon. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The 7th-grade weapon was meant for the transcendent realm, and not all these students came from prestigious families. Some came from ordinary families discovered by the Great Xia dynasty, while others were from small clans who had worked hard to gain admission to the martial arts hall. The significant disparity in backgrounds meant that many students had never even touched a 7th-grade weapon. Upon hearing about the custom-made 7th-grade weapon, many students were immediately intrigued. However, they were all around 20 years old with thin skin, and the previous confrontation made it difficult for most of them to save face. At this moment, a loud laughter broke through. "I said so." It turned out that young Master Jiang was not rude, it was all a misunderstanding. "This ice path can't defeat me, and besides, I've long wanted to meet young Master Jiang. Let me show everyone how it's done." Just as he finished speaking, a young man in blue stepped out from the crowd, his figure soaring as he dashed toward the ice path. Lin Bai was momentarily stunned by this young man's words, silently marveling within. What a talent! Although this talented brother was thick-skinned, his skills were not weak, and he indeed stepped on the thin ice, crossing the vast lake to reach the central island. Their maid had long been waiting, smiling as she guided him to the pavilions on the island. After this person landed on the island first, those who had already been tempted became restless, and in the end, they even began to fight among themselves. "Brother, you say you were leaving just now? Hey, what does it matter to you? You Qianpingyu, as a descendant of the Qian family of Yunming, have come here to join the fun." Many stepped onto the ice surface, but some who couldn't gauge their own strength tried to force their way across. Halfway through, they fell into the water, becoming soaked and embarrassed. In no time, 4 people followed closely behind to land on the central island, claiming the biggest prize, but the commotion did not stop, it only intensified. Because beside them, Zhao Rang had been stoking the flames. "Brother Lu Ming Zhongping from the Zhong family has crossed too. Aren't you going to give it a try?" "Missy, I just saw Miss Zhou Bing cross the ice path. Are you going to fall behind her?" Zhao Rang's instigations weren't particularly sophisticated, but managed to hit the right spots with some people. While he was busy stirring the pot, out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a man and a woman who paid no attention to the commotion by the ice path and the boats, directly boarding a flatboat and signaling the boatman to row toward the island. Zhao Rang focused and recognized them. It was Lin Bai and Wang Yu. He turned his eyes immediately, raising his voice toward them. Lin classmate Wang classmate, why not give the ice path a try? Unfortunately Lin Bai and Wang Yu completely ignored him as if he didn't exist. Yet this dismissive attitude nearly made Zhao Rang's pent-up frustration explode. You look down on me too. A glint of fury flashed in Zhao Rang's eyes as he took a deep breath to suppress his emotions, his face regaining a warm smile. Meanwhile Lin Bai and Wang Yu were on the flatboat, gradually rowing toward the central island. Why were Lin Bai and Wang Yu staying to continue attending this gathering? Needless to say, with such a farce happening even before the gathering officially began, Lin Bai couldn't imagine how many more conflicts would arise. Thus they had to stay and enjoy the spectacle. By the time Lin Bai and Wang Yu arrived, dusk had already settled. As they stepped onto the small boat, only a sliver of warm sunlight remained on the horizon, its gentle glow falling precisely upon Wang Yu's face, gilding her jade-like skin with a soft ethereal radiance. The lake shimmered with interwoven ripples of gold and emerald, and as the water danced beneath the fading light, she sat motionless in the boat, as if all the grace and essence of heaven and earth had converged upon that single tranquil figure. Lin Bai was momentarily entranced, uncertain whether the beauty before him surpassed the landscape, or whether the landscape itself existed only to frame her radiance. Lin Bai, why have you gone so still? Noticing his unwavering gaze, Wang Yu instinctively leaned forward slightly, her eyes alight with playful mischief. Lin Bai snapped back to awareness and smiled faintly, a smile sincere, yet laced with gentle teasing. I simply find you especially beautiful today. Wang Yu's lips pouted ever so slightly. Does that mean I'm not beautiful on ordinary days? Of course you are, but today you've surpassed even your own brilliance. Lin Bai replied without hesitation, his tone smooth and effortless. As for Zhao Rang's voice, Lin Bai claimed not to have heard it at all, only the distant barking of a dog. After all, this little boat carried more than just the two of them. Why must Zhao Rang insist on calling out to them? That indeed was intriguing. They were hardly acquainted with Zhao Rang. Both Lin Bai's intuitive sense and Wang Yu's spiritual insight had already detected ill intent, prompting their deliberate silence. For such people, indifference cuts deeper than contempt. Moreover, Lin Bai had no intention of descending into the arena to perform like a circus acrobat. Not even a grade 7 weapon warranted his personal intervention. They were not the only ones choosing to drift upon the lake. Others too had declined Jiang Xuan's implicit expectations, some defiantly, others wistfully gazing longingly at the ice-covered expanse while lamenting their insufficient cultivation. Boatman, please row more slowly, Lin Bai said to the oarsman ahead. Such scenery deserved to be savored, deliberately, reverently. The boat had already glided at a leisurely pace. Now at his request, its movement slowed further still. The oarsman steered gently toward the central isle, while Lin Bai and Wang Yu sat side by side, watching the sun sink gradually beneath the lake's shimmering surface. Though the isle lay only some 30 li away, even at this languid speed, arrival was inevitable. As the boat touched shore, Lin Bai and Wang Yu leapt ashore with effortless grace, whereupon a waiting maidservant approached, bowed deeply with hands folded at her waist. Esteemed guests, please follow me. The maidservant, clad in azure robes, led them through the isle's heart toward a sprawling complex of palace-style architecture. Indeed, the isle belonged to the imperial administration, and its pavilions, occasionally used by noble officials for brief retreats, were neither unexpected nor extraordinary. Jiang Xuan had hosted the banquet within a vast bronze-hued hall. Without the maidservant's guidance, navigating this labyrinthine compound would have made locating the hall nearly impossible. Before they even crossed the threshold, clamor and commotion spilled forth from within. Lin Bai and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, each instantly reading the same quiet understanding in the other's eyes. Looks like entertainment is about to begin. How fortunate we came. Both shared a fondness for spectacle, though Lin Bai wore his amusement openly, while Wang Yu concealed hers beneath an unflappable calm, visible only to those who knew her well. Hurry, my bloodlust is already boiling. Lin Bai, mind your words. We're here for a gathering merely excited to attend. With a shared knowing smile, they quickened their steps and entered the brilliantly lit bronze hall. Outside, the noise had been indistinct. Inside, clarity struck at once. The great hall held two factions locked in tense, blade-ready confrontation. Guests already filled every seat. Lin Bai and Wang Yu, having lingered outside to admire the view, were among the very last to arrive. Zhongping, you Zhong family overeat yourselves? A young man clad in Lu family robes flushed crimson as he shouted, his voice sharp with indignation. Ha ha! Brother Lu, when one possesses treasures beyond one's capacity to wield them, it is not fortune, it is moral inadequacy. We have kin in the provincial capital. Your Zhong family has no authority to lecture us. Is that so? Zhongping drew out the phrase, his gaze laced with mockery. Then, let us wait and see. Lin Bai and Wang Yu swept their eyes across the hall, and immediately spotted Wang Xiao seated alone nearby, sipping wine, with serene detachment, thoroughly absorbed in the drama unfolding before him. Even more fortuitously, an empty low table stood beside him. As if drawn by an invisible compass, Lin Bai and Wang Yu swiftly slipped into the seats adjacent to Wang Xiao. "Cousin Lin Bai, you've arrived at last." Wang Xiao showed no surprise at their tardiness. Earlier aboard the boat, he'd watched them drifting behind him, slow, intimate, utterly lost in each other's presence. "Cousin, Brother Wang." No sooner had they settled than Lin Bai leaned forward, eagerly gesturing subtly toward the center of the standoff. "What exactly is happening here?" Outwardly, Wang Yu remained reserved and reticent, too modest to inquire outright about such gossip. Yet Lin Bai knew full well how fiercely curious she truly was, and thus naturally bore the burden of asking. True to form, the moment Lin Bai spoke, Wang Yu's clear, luminous eyes brightened perceptibly, and her ears almost imperceptibly pricked up. Seeing the question posed, Wang Xiao took another slow sip of wine before launching into a vivid, animated retelling. Gradually, Lin Bai and Wang Yu pieced together the origins of the conflict now raging within the hall. It was known that the Zhong family, coveting the crippled Lu family's legacy, coveted their ancestral inheritance's sacred artifacts, and even their celestial fortune, and their patience was rapidly wearing thin, their probing maneuvers growing increasingly brazen. Were it not for the looming shadow of the Lu family's main branch, the Inghost Lu clan in the provincial capital, the Zhong family would have already buried the Yunmeng Lu lineage entirely. Though the Zhong family dared not launch a full-scale assault, they possessed both the audacity and the appetite to seize the Lu family's external enterprises, through any means necessary. Under such conditions, the younger generations of both clans had long regarded each other as mortal enemies. So what might occur when such sworn adversaries gathered under one roof? Unsurprisingly, conflict erupted incessantly, and with not one or two but dozens of youths assembled, collective animosity swelled to explosive proportions. The spark ignited when a Lu clan youth first mocked the Zhong family, calling them bandits and brigands, accusing them of clinging stubbornly to their demonic cult roots, obsessed only with plunder. That barb struck deep. Since the completion of the Xianin cavern, no one had dared utter such criticism, yet silence did not signify indifference. To dredge up this dark chapter as public humiliation left the Zhong family no choice but to retaliate. Thus unfolded the tense standoff Lin Bai and Wang Yu witnessed upon entering. Neither favored strong drink, so they summoned a nearby maidservant and ordered an exquisite tray of pastries and a pitcher of tart sweet green plum juice. They settled comfortably into the role of spectators, savoring sweets while observing the escalating tension between the Zhong and Lu youths. "Fight! Fight!" Lin Bai suddenly caught a whisper barely audible drifting from beside him. He turned, only to find Wang Yu's delicate face alight, with rapt anticipatory focus, her lips moving soundlessly in quiet, unconscious incantation. So faint was the murmur that only someone seated directly beside her, like Lin Bai, could possibly hear it. Whether her silent wish bore influence or not, the atmosphere grew increasingly volatile, until battles. "Zhongping, I warn you, even if we burn our Daopath inheritances to ash, shatter every ancestral artifact, we will never surrender a single fragment to your Zhong family." Zhongping sneered coldly, offering no reply. He had already discerned the hollow bravado behind the Yunmeng Lu family now moved like puppets bound by unseen strings. The true adversary Zhongping sought to test was not them, but their powerful provincial elders. Direct force was off the table, but underhanded stratagems. The Zhong family excelled at those. Success required no brute coercion, subtler, more effective methods abounded. After the Lu family's internal collapse, they had forfeited the right to speak with such defiance. The Zhong family possessed both time and cunning. Plenty to play this game slowly, patiently, relentlessly. Yet it was precisely that icy sneer and the contempt it conveyed that detonated the already taut. A Lu clan disciple, face burning crimson, surged forward from the crowd and drew from his robe a white banner barely a foot long. Then he began chanting, "Soul, soul, heed my command. Appear now, aid me, break my foe now." At the final syllable, the white banner blazed with light, and from its surface shrieked a distorted, translucent specter, spiraling upward on a gale of chilling wind straight toward Zhongping in the hall's center. A child's trick, daring to display it before a master. Zhongping snorted, drawing a black bone whip from his waist. "Black bone, pierce the netherway, I command." The whip cracked against the spectral form, striking clean through the shapeless soul, which instantly dissolved into wisps of pale smoke. Its summoner recoiled violently, blood erupting from his mouth as his face drained of color. Ah! Everything unfolded with breathtaking speed, from the Lu family disciple's sudden assault, to Zhongping's whip shattering his technique, to the disciple collapsing, with blood spilling from his mouth, all within a flash of lightning. Not even the onlookers gathered for spectacle could react in time, let alone many within the Zhong and Lu clans themselves. Junbo, how are you? In alarm, the Lu clan members rushed forward to examine their fallen comrade, while glaring fiercely at Zhong Ping, their eyes blazing with fury. He struck first, and Zhong Ping spoke calmly, but it was already too late. Though rife with internal discord, the Lu clan stood united against the Zhong clan, their shared formidable adversary. Without hesitation, the remaining Lu disciples drew their weapons and encircled Zhong Ping, the so-called culprit, while the Zhong clan, far from passive, roared into action to meet the onslaught. The contest swiftly devolved from scholarly debate into brutal combat. In both the Zhong and Lu clans practiced the Yinling Dao, a path steeped in soul arts, and thus their battle became a grim clash of specters and shadow artifacts. Ghostly phantoms swirled across the grand hall as bone-chilling winds shrieked through the air. Pale wraiths collided with pitch-black Sha energy, tearing at one another with ear-splitting shrieks and clashing metallic reverberations, an utter maelstrom of chaos. The commotion grew so violent it spilled outward, forcing bystanders to scramble backward. Lin Bai's brow furrowed slightly, with a silent thought. A faint veil of black mist coalesced around him. Then, channeling latent force, he expanded the mist into a semi-transparent barrier, firmly shielding both himself and Wang Yu beside him. This was Lin Bai's newly devised application of the heavy armor prototype. Having discovered its formless mist-like nature and innate defensive capacity, he had begun experimenting with its versatility. Ever since the conclusion of the Wujing Hall catacomb trials, Lin Bai had been deeply contemplating the prototype's latent functions. He later realized that by intensifying his chi output, he could transform the prototype into a wide-area protective dome, its defense weaker than the perfected form, yet uniquely effective against sustained multi-target assaults. Little did he expect this novel application would prove indispensable, right then and there. Wang Xiao, observing nearby, arched an eyebrow in quiet astonishment. They truly dare draw swords inside this hall. Do they fear no greater consequences? Lin Bai watched the fierce melee unfold, a spark of exhilaration flickering in his gaze. Far more thrilling than any recorded celestial drama. Wang Yu murmured, utterly absorbed, her lips moving instinctively, narrating the fight in real time. Strike him, grab his face, so his battle soul shattered. Just rush in and obliterate him, that's right. Ambush them. Outnumbered yet dominant. Lin Bai's lips twitched. He'd always considered himself indifferent to chaos, but Wang Yu outstripped him in sheer audacity. Fortunately, she lacked any inciting aura. She simply reveled in the spectacle of martial theater. Bloodthirsty spectator. Na phrase surfaced unbidden in Lin Bai's mind. Just then Wang Yu sensed a gaze settle upon her. She turned slightly, only to meet Lin Bai's startled eyes. In an instant her cheeks flushed crimson, the heat spreading all the way to her ears. Lin Bai, and stammering, Wang Yu scrambled to explain herself, to salvage her dignity. What do I do? What do I do? Has Lin Bai overheard me? Will he think me volatile, brutal, my mind is unraveling. Great heaven, grant me another chance. Nas anxiety overwhelmed her. So acute she longed to vanish into the floor. Lin Bai leaned closer, meeting her gaze levelly, his eyes warm with gentle amusement, as he murmured softly. It's perfectly all right. This lively spirited Wang Yu is utterly charming, and I truly enjoy your commentary. And you? Wang Yu felt her cheeks burn hot enough to fry eggs. In truth, after Lin Bai's words, Wang Yu didn't merely blush, she became a veritable steam maiden. Wang Xiao cleared his throat pointedly, reminding Lin Bai and Wang Yu of their surroundings. Over their lives hang in the balance, and here you two whisper like lovers. Jolted by Wang Xiao's reminder, Lin Bai and Wang Yu abruptly straightened, fixing their gazes rigidly upon the battlefield's heart. Yet their attentions diverged. Lin Bai's focus recentered on the unrestricted brawl tournament of the Zhong and Lu clans, while Wang Yu, though her eyes faced forward, kept stealing glances toward Lin Bai from the corner of her eye. At the hall's center, disciples from both clans fought with escalating ferocity. Fewer than 10 warriors, yet the conflict swelled beyond proportion. Spectral horrors, soul-binding malignancies, concealed poisons, techniques rarely deployed in public, now erupted openly onto the stage. Though the Lu clan's elite warriors had suffered heavy losses due to internal strife, their junior disciples remained rigorously trained, surpassing the Zhong clan in both discipline and the inherent advantages granted by their ancestral Dao path. Lu Ming, leading the Lu faction, flashed a ruthless light in his eyes. Swiftly he slashed his wrist with a fingernail. Crimson blood gushed forth, dripping onto the pallid fragment of soul-returning bone clutched in his palm. The bone artifact greedily absorbed the blood, its surface blooming with eerie crimson traceries. Simultaneously, the white-robed, vengeful spirit he commanded swelled in size, wreathed in thick sanguine fog, its aura surging violently. Go! and gritting his teeth Lu Ming pointed. The blood-drenched specter shrieked piercingly, then shot forward as a streak of scarlet slamming into its foes. Two Zhong disciples strained desperately to hold their spell shields. Yet under the crimson impact the barriers shattered like paper. Instantly several crimson ribbons, woven from condensed Insha energy, lashed out from the void binding the two Zhong disciples tightly before hoisting them aloft. Ugh! Entrapped in the red bindings the pair's faces paled visibly, their bodies withering before the eyes, as if their very vitality, spirit, and essence were being forcibly drained. Zhong Ping witnessing this paled dramatically. In soul-draining essence art. Lu Ming, you're mad. Do you intend to ignite open war between the Zhong and Lu clans now? The soul-draining essence art was one of the Lu clan's inherited Dao Path techniques, akin to Lin Bai's heavy armor prototype, a unique ability bestowed by their spiritual lineage. Mad. I'm considering whether to slaughter you all, so the Zhong clan's next generation perishes before it begins. In Lu Ming's expression darkened. As practitioners of the Yinling Dao cultivators often possessed eccentric temperaments, no one doubted his sincerity. The hall's atmosphere plummeted to absolute zero. Murderous intent hung thick and suffocating. At that razor's edge moment, a razor-sharp azure light blade materialized midair, severing the crimson bindings with surgical precision. The two disciples crashed to the floor, weak but finally free from immediate peril. And accompanying the blade came a voice. Oh dear! What began as a refined banquet has devolved into fisticuffs. Naviri, eye in the hall, snapped instantly toward the source. There stood a young man, fair-skinned, powdered-clad in pristine white robes, holding a folding fan. He swayed as he walked, each step languid and theatrical, like a man 3 sheets to the wind. Behind him trailed 2 figures, a middle-aged guard who had launched the azure blade, and Zhao Reng bowing obsequiously at his heels. Jiang Ziyuan, the prefect's young master, and organizer of this gathering, had arrived. This assembly convened under my auspices is now disrupted by open brawling within the hall. What meaning lies behind such conduct? Do you presume to slight me, Jiang Ziyuan, or perhaps seek to deliver a humiliating rebuke? Master Jiang opened with a sweeping accusation, claiming moral high ground without hesitation. I did not strike first. It was their clansmen who attacked. Zhongping stepped forward to defend himself. Even if Junbo acted first, does that justify leaving him grievously wounded? Clearly you provoked this outrage. Into Zhongping's disbelief, Lu Ming brazenly uttered this falsehood, without shame or hesitation. Lin Bai nearly choked. If someone strikes first, retaliation is inevitable, yet the aggressor now blamed the victim for striking back too hard. What truly stunned Lin Bai was Jiang Ziyuan's next remark. I see. Then you Zhongping are at fault. Even if the Lu brothers initiated hostilities, you bear responsibility for preserving decorum and order. Preserving order. Was this not his banquet, hosted by him, Jiang the Great? Yet now he expected others to uphold. Lin Bai suspected, reasonably, that Jiang Ziyuan had been watching idly all along, only stepping in when Lu Ming declared his intent to slaughter the entire Zhong contingent. How dare you twist truth so shamelessly? Before Zhongping could reply, a fiery-tempered young Zhong disciple strode forward, glaring defiantly at Jiang Ziyuan. Disrespect toward the young master warrants punishment. Jiang Ziyuan's guard's eyes hardened. He thrust out a palm, empty-handed, across the distance. Boom. The Zhong disciple crumpled as if struck by a battering ram, hurled backward, crashing onto the stone floor with a sickening thud. His chest caved inward, blood gushed from his mouth. Ha! Zhongping, you ought to discipline your juniors more strictly. When elders speak, children must remain silent. Jiang Ziyuan tapped his palm lightly with his fan, his tone dripping with condescending admonishment. Then his voice chilled, laced unmistakably with threat. Should this continue, I shall withdraw my mediation entirely, and allow Brother Lu Ming to resume his frank dialogue with you. Hearing this, Zhongping drew a slow, deep breath, and bowed low before Jiang Ziyuan. Young Master Jiang, we erred gravely. We should never have disturbed your elegant gathering, interrupting your noble repose. Ni's words ignited a storm of stares, shock, disdain, incredulity. Already capitulating. Where is the Zhong clan's spine? Yet Zhongping remained inwardly ice-calm, wholly unmoved by onlookers' judgment. As one of the Zhong clan's foremost young leaders, he lived by their ancestral maxim: perceive reality clearly, and bend when necessary. He knew not why Jiang Ziyuan targeted the Zhong clan, or favored the Lu, but he understood yielding now was the sole path to de-escalate the crisis and preserve their lives. Zhongping dared not gamble on whether Lu Ming might truly lose all restraint and slaughter them all. Even if elders avenged them later, what good would vengeance be to corpses? Death was final. Carving entire blame upon the enemy onto one's tombstone changed nothing. Yet submission did not erase humiliation. It burned deeper than ever. This grudge he would carry, forever. And simultaneously his resolve to seize the Lu clan's Dao path intensified. Though peers in status he had been bested by Lu Ming, and every ounce of shame stemmed from his own inadequacy. Were he the one dominating Lu Ming, Jiang Ziyuan's bias would mean nothing. Maddening. Our Zhong clan's ancestral Dao path was deliberately destroyed a millennium ago, to sever ties with the Wangxing Hall. Our new lineage is too young, oof, our blessings from the mortal Dao pale beside the Lu's. Is that why Lu Ming alone reigns supreme? In seeing Zhongping's swift compliance, Jiang Zuan's scowl melted into a broad, satisfied smile. He laughed heartily and offered a mock-assisting hand. Huh. Zhongping, acknowledging your error is commendable. Youthful impulsiveness is forgivable. True virtue lies in repentance and reform. In suppressing disgust, Zhongping rose smoothly, then bowed again, his voice low and measured. Young Master Jiang, my kinsmen are injured. I must escort them home for treatment, and respectfully request permission to withdraw from the banquet. No need for such formality. Xian, attend this young man. Let him endure. Even if death looms, he must remain present for my banquet. Yes, young master. And the very guard who'd struck the disciple now administered a healing elixir, halting further deterioration of the wound. Zhongping opened his mouth to protest, only for Jiang Ziyuan to fix him with a sharp warning glare. Or do you harbor resentment toward me, believing I played favorites, thus refusing to attend my banquet? Never. Zhongping's refusal lodged in his throat. He forced a brittle smile instead, and guided his wounded kin back to their seats to tend them. Even Lu Ming's mocking smirk went unacknowledged. Once the disturbance settled, Jiang Ziyuan pivoted gracefully toward the hall's assembled guests, his expression softening into benevolent warmth as he clasped his hands in polite salute. Esteemed peers, I regret my delayed intervention in this unfortunate farce. You were startled, and for that I offer my deepest apologies. Zhao Rang, dispatch servants to refresh the banquet and cleanse this space. It has grown rather unsightly. Nat, once a sycophantic voice chimed in. Young Master Jiang, please don't blame yourself. You're a victim too. Precisely. It was the Zhong clan. Both parties acted inappropriately. How could you bear any fault? Jiang Ziyuan's authoritarian suppression of the Zhong clan had profoundly shaken many Wujing Hall disciples, especially those lacking noble lineage or modest familial standing. They knew full well their highest aspiration might be governing a single county, dwarfed utterly by local powers like the Zhong clan. Yet Jiang Ziyuan wielded effortless authority over Zhong disciples, revealing a stark truth: even within the hallowed Wujing Hall, defiance of true power was impossible, and self-expression itself a luxury they could not afford. Thus they resorted to flattery, hoping to latch onto influence. So waves of obsequious praise began to rise, echoing through the hall. The tumultuous banquet has finally begun. However, Lin Bai was already full. From the icy path incident upon arriving at the Jingxiu Lake, to the martial competition between the Zhong and Lu families after entering the Great Hall, and finally Jiang Ziyuan suppressing the Zhong family, all these events had thoroughly entertained Lin Bai. The subsequent gathering proceeded without further upheaval, but the members of the Zhong family licking their wounds in a corner stood in stark contrast to Jiang Ziyuan, who was spirited and continuously praised by others. After the banquet ended, people gradually dispersed. Lin Bai and Wang Yu did not return with the crowd. Instead, they set out alone on a small boat drifting towards the starry heart of Jingxiu Lake. Xiao, you don't push the boat with too much true energy. If we go too fast, it will capsize. Trust me, nothing will happen, just hold on tight. However, Lin Bai and Wang Yu's leisurely state did not mean others felt the same. Just after the banquet, Jiang Ziyuan ascended the tall building on the central island, with Zhao Rang bowing behind him to report. Young Master, most of the proud students from the lower-ranked martial halls have already been subdued, and some have even contacted me wanting to pledge loyalty to you and serve you. Others are also wavering. Indeed, the next step is to see how the Tian Court's Celestial Patrol and the local forces of Yunmeng County will play their hands. At this moment he appeared calm, and his gaze profound, a stark contrast to the arrogant and domineering young lord from the banquet. The true purpose of his banquet was to win over those students from ordinary backgrounds in the martial halls, whether it was the initial probing with the icy path, or the subsequent suppression of the Zhong family. It was all paving the way for this goal. The Tian Court nurtures children from cold backgrounds to curb the monopolization of local power and resources by aristocratic families. The rise of local noble clans also threatens the status of the higher-tier aristocratic families. These aristocratic families will naturally resist. They won't directly threaten, but will instead use continuous intimidation and temptation to turn the students who should belong to the Tian Court into their own. This is a conflict between the central and local powers, the Tian Court and the aristocracy, and between aristocracy and local gentry, where no one will outright confront each other, but will engage in open and covert struggles, each showcasing their capabilities. As for the opinions of the ancestors of the human race, as long as the human race maintains absolute dominance, the human Tao, the guardians of the human race, and the Fire Cloud Cave will not interfere. As long as they are of the human race, who exactly they are does not matter to them. Jiang Xuan's suppression of the Zhong family was not due to any misunderstanding or hostility towards them. The Zhong family primarily belongs to the local forces of Yunming County, and they are neither too strong nor too weak, making them the most suitable target for establishing authority. Meanwhile, Zhao Rang seemed to recall something, gritted his teeth, and said to Jiang Xuan, "I have also noticed someone named Lin Bai. I have never been able to see through him. I believe his true strength is definitely beyond what he has shown and poses a great threat, and he seems to have no awe for you, young master." Lin Bai. I understand. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, temporarily committing this name to memory. If there is an opportunity, he would use some means to see if he could suppress and subdue this person. Zhao Rang felt a secret delight upon hearing this. He had no deep ties with Lin Bai, and was not clear about his background, but Lin Bai's previous complete disregard for him had lodged like a thorn in his throat. Exactly, it was solely because of this. At this moment elsewhere, the Zhong family. The elders of the Zhong family, seeing Zhong Ping and other outstanding disciples injured, all changed their expressions dramatically and furiously inquired, "What happened here? Who is it? Who dares to bully the members of my Zhong family? Enough noise. Let Xiaoping explain what happened." In the end, it was still the patriarch of the Zhong family who stopped these furious elders, allowing Zhong Ping to clarify the ins and outs of the matter. Surprisingly calm, Zhong Ping narrated the complete story of the banquet to his elders, only adding seriously at the end, "The patriarch must seize the Lu family's Dao inheritance. I fought with a Lu family disciple, Lu Ming, who is at a similar cultivation level as me, and found that after he used his family's unique techniques, I could not contend with him at all. If we wait until this generation of the Lu family grows up, my Zhong family will be in danger." Zhong Yunxing nodded silently after listening, waving his hand to let people take care of the injured disciples. "This is too much. This is too much. How dare they humiliate my Zhong family's disciples like this?" An elder with disheveled hair was furious. Setting aside the matter of seizing the Lu family's inheritance, just the treatment Zhong Ping and these family disciples received this time made the elders of the Zhong family furious. They looked at their family patriarch with angry and shadowed expressions. "We must take revenge, oh we must take revenge. If the patriarch does not retaliate, then consider me Zhong Yuntian dead. I will go out to take revenge for Pinger and the others myself." The patriarch of the Zhong family struck the ground heavily several times with his cane, signaling these old fellows to be quiet. "Have I ever said I wouldn't take revenge?" As the patriarch of the Zhong family, Zhong Yunsheng has a small scar near his left eye, usually closed, but at this moment it slightly opened, revealing a murky and constantly swirling left eye, instantly emanating a terrifying aura that captivated everyone present. He using my Zhong family as a stepping stone. As an old fox, Zhong Yunxing easily saw through the tricks Jiang Xuan was playing. He said to one of the clan elders, "You go and invite those old fellows from the Zhou family, Qian family, and Wu family over. Just clearly tell them what happened today, saying that the noble young master from the state wants to see the means of us Yunming people." Zhong Yunxing knew that only by binding the Zhong family to the war chariot of other local families could he possibly seek justice for his disciples. "Yuntian, you go to the state government and tell Qi Xian Rui Jia and the others about this matter. The Zhong family has been operating for so many years, and there are indeed a few influential figures in Yunta's important institutions who can speak up. If they cannot move Jiang Ziyuan and the Jiang family behind him, can they not move a single Jiang family disciple?" "Yes, Patriarch." The members of the Zhong family complied with Zhong Yunsheng's orders and began to take action. Regardless of the outcome, the Zhong family must take some action, otherwise the morale within the family would dissipate, and their external deterrence would decrease, allowing all kinds of monsters to test the Zhong family. Although Zhong Yunsheng had arranged everything, the pressure in his heart grew heavier. Because he knew that at most Jiang Ziyuan would only privately send someone to apologize, and that would be the end of it, of physical pain and public apologies. Don't even think about it. Does the Zhong family have a way? No. They are too weak. And this world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Just like the Lu family's decline, the Zhong family has been eyeing them, wanting to seize the Lu family's Dao inheritance. Now it was the Zhong family's turn to be humiliated, and at most they could only regain some face. The Hall of Rebirth has caused great harm to my Zhong family. If it weren't for the initial desire to sever ties with the demonic Dao and the Hall of Rebirth, the Zhong family would not have fallen to this state. On Jingxiu Lake, Lin Bai clung tightly to the boat, shouting to Wang Yu in front of him, Xiao Yu, if you don't slow down, I'm going to fly out. Lin Bai noticed that Wang Yu could sometimes become quite wild. At first Lin Bai and Wang Yu were rowing on the lake enjoying the moonlight and starlight, which was quite romantic and pleasant. However, Lin Bai suddenly had a mischievous idea and tried to push the small boat faster, making the boat speed up and the lake breeze more refreshing. After Lin Bai came up with this idea, Wang Yu kept praising him and said she wanted to try it too. Lin Bai didn't think much at the time and handed over the control of the boat to Wang Yu, but he quickly regretted it because he hadn't anticipated that Wang Yu still had a boat racing girl inside her. In early spring there were not many people on Jingxiu Lake, and it was very quiet. The small boat only had Lin Bai a close companion. Wang Yu unleashed her nature driving the small boat recklessly. She even learned extreme drifting and super acceleration without a teacher. It was unclear if she was tired of playing, but the speed gradually slowed down. Lin Bai originally wanted to tease her, but unexpectedly Wang Yu turned around and said this to him. Sitting at the bow of the boat, Wang Yu's hair was tousled by the wind, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. She said to Lin Bai, "Lin Bai, this is so much fun. Will you take me out to play like this again next year at this time?" Seeing her so happy, Lin Bai, who initially wanted to complain, swallowed his words and turned it into a positive response. "Sure, we will come again next year." Seeing Lin Bai agree, Wang Yu hugged him and cheered. "Yage, by the way, what were you saying earlier? I was too into it to listen carefully." After cheering, Wang Yu suddenly remembered that Lin Bai seemed to have wanted to say something earlier. "It's nothing. Let's play again." After the banquet where various old artists took turns showcasing their talents, Lin Bai's life returned to its daily routine. The holiday, like sand slipping through fingers, was nearing its end. Tomorrow he would return to the martial arts hall to continue his studies. "Sister, why are you back so late again today?" Lin Bai asked as he looked at Lin Su, who entered with a tired expression. "Don't mention it." Lin Su rubbed her forehead, her tone laced with exhaustion. "It seems the local families in Yunming City have gone mad, attacking practitioners everywhere. This has caused a surge in the flow of people at the kindness hall, and I have to work overtime refining some pills. Since the banquet ended, the local forces in Yunming City, regardless of size, have taken on the Yulong gang. I've heard that several resource points under young Master Jiang have also been affected and have been smashed." Lin Bai speculated that this should be the Zhong family's retaliation, but he wondered how young Master Jiang would respond. Unfortunately, he would not be able to witness the aftermath as he was set to return to the martial arts hall for his studies the next day. However, these family matters and Jiang Yuan's affairs wouldn't affect Lin Bai or his close ones. At most, it would just mean his sister and aunt would have to work a bit more. Speaking of which, this was still the fault of the kindness hall. After discovering the business opportunity hidden within this storm, they actually seized the chance to launch a big promotional event. Treat 2 seriously injured, get 1 lightly injured for free. Currently 50 spirit stones available. If you're injured, don't panic. Such promotional slogans made it hard for Lin Bai to hold back, and the kindness hall even hired people to go to the places where the two sides were dueling and loudly call for business. As a result, many disciples from various factions who usually wouldn't dare to visit the kindness hall were attracted by this discount. Additionally, the upper echelons of various forces promised to cover the medical expenses this time. Ultimately, this created the current explosive popularity of the kindness hall, making them profusely wealthy. Lin Bai even heard that the elder managing the kindness hall in Yunming City shamelessly sought Master Jin Hua to refine healing potions. Unfortunately, the outcome was not good. The elder was driven out of the alchemy room by Master Jin Hua, where a Shaoling and a Xian. Lin Su suddenly noticed that the 2 little ones who usually rushed to ask for pills upon her return were exceptionally quiet today. Lin Bai walked into the room and brought the 2 little ones out. Shaoling drags a Xian to fly in the sky every day, playing until they are exhausted before coming back. I thought Mo Ling would take Xianji out more often, but it turns out these 2 little ones have learned how to coordinate to have fun instead of learning anything useful. Gaga, Mo Ling and Xianji immediately protested Lin Bai's assessment, questioning how they as spirit beasts could possibly stay in the room all the time. Alright, I never said you couldn't go out to play. After Xianji acknowledged Mo Ling as the leader, Mo Ling took Xianji out to play every day. Fortunately, they both recently broke through the limits of the ordinary and extraordinary, and their abilities had improved, which allowed Lin Bai to rest easy, letting them go outside. At least he didn't have to worry about them being captured by unseeing individuals, as they had a good sense of discretion, only moving around near the marketplace. Even if something happened, Lin Bai could rush there in an instant. "Have you prepared everything you need?" "Don't worry, sister." Lin Bai actually didn't need to bring much, just taking Mo Ling and Xianji would suffice. As for the other things, they were left in the courtyard of the martial arts hall last time. The next morning as dawn broke, it was still the familiar routine of Lin Su, and Wang Qian took time out of their busy schedules to see him off to the carriage. "I will take good care of myself, I'm leaving now. Climbing onto the carriage, the four of them were still present inside, and Lin Bai naturally sat beside Wang Yu. The two of them whispered to each other, while Zhong Yuha and Feng Ming chatted intermittently, leaving Zhao Rang isolated and awkward. Lin Bai and Zhao Rang were not familiar with each other, so he had no interest in initiating conversation to alleviate his awkwardness. Damn it. This time, Zhao Rang didn't blame Lin Bai, but instead harbored resentment towards all four people in the carriage. Mo Ling and Xianji, who were with Wang Yu and Lin Bai, both sensed Zhao Rang's malice. They were ready to teach this little brat a lesson, but in the end Lin Bai managed to calm them down. Alright, don't argue with someone who isn't thinking straight. If every time others have ill thoughts about me you would go and beat them all up. Lin Bai communicated with them through his divine sense. Gaga Mo Ling seemed to ask why not. Wu Xianji agreed without hesitation with Mo Ling's view. Lin Bai was also helpless. Zhao Rang, this fool, was still learning the concealment technique, and his Dao lineage was simply not up to par, allowing the highly perceptive Mo Ling and Xianji to detect him. Zhao Rang dared to harbor malice towards him, which was equivalent to provoking Mo Ling and Xianji, who shared life and death with Lin Bai. Just moments ago, Mo Ling was enjoying Wang Yu's grooming, and Xianji was sleeping soundly on his chest, only to be startled awake by Zhao Rang's foolishness. However, how could the martial arts hall allow students to fight openly? There would be penalties. If it were in the wild, Lin Bai would have long let Mo Ling use its muddy bone cry to groom Zhao Rang's not-so-clear mind. Fortunately, Mo Ling and Xianji were still very obedient to Lin Bai and calmed down after he reassured. Actually, Lin Bai was somewhat curious, after just a few encounters, and hardly speaking a few words, why did the other party harbor such deep-seated malice towards him? He remembered that when he went to the Wang family to enjoy the soul-nourishing spring, Wang Yin, who had wanted to seize an opportunity, merely wished to break Lin Bai's legs. But it was different with Zhao Rang. Lin Bai sensed through his intuition a kind of extreme malice, as if he wished to tear him to shreds. This malice was woven from envy, jealousy, and hatred. This was quite strange, as Lin Bai and Zhao Rang had no conflict of interest at all. Forget it, I won't think about it. If given the chance, I'll bury him. Lin Bai's thought was simple: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. When Wang Yin had boasted about breaking Lin Bai's legs, he had smashed Wang Yin's limbs in return. Now, with Zhao Rang harboring murderous intent, he naturally had to repay him in kind. Moreover, Lin Bai was not the type to wait for others to strike first. He preferred to take the initiative. If others already harbored such extreme malice, would he still wait for them to strike first before retaliating? That would truly be foolish. Next came the same routine of entering the fire cloud cave heaven as before. Since they had spent enough time in the fire cloud cave heaven, there was no need for the Celestial Monitoring Bureau to open the cave passage again. They would arrive at the location and wait for the right time, and the fire cloud cave heaven would automatically guide the students. After getting off the carriage, many classmates whom he hadn't seen for a month greeted him. Brother Qian, how was your holiday? Oh, it's Yu Ping. I had a pretty good time. Lu Ping, you definitely missed out by not staying in Yunmeng City for New Year. Something significant happened at young Master Jiang's gathering. Oh, Zhao, what do you mean by that? Come closer and speak quietly, he'll tell you in detail. As soon as Lin Bai got off the carriage, Wang Yu gently tugged at his sleeve, giving him a look that signified she wanted to talk privately. Lin Bai understood and followed Wang Yu to a less crowded area. He commanded Xianji through his thoughts to activate its mirage power, isolating their conversation from the outside. Although Xianji still seemed quite young, it was more than enough to handle the students from the Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall. Wang Yu mysteriously whispered to him, Lin Bai, be careful of Zhao Rang. My intuition tells me this person is very sinister. Lin Bai initially thought Wang Yu wanted to discuss something serious, but it turned out to be this. Lin Bai had planned to discuss this matter with Wang Yu when they arrived at the martial arts hall, but since she brought it up first, he detailed his intuition and analysis to her. Wang Yu listened to Lin Bai's detailed analysis, her mouth agape in shock. Lin Bai, can you read minds? Why do you say that? How do you know so much about Zhao Rang's various thoughts? This is not mind reading, it all comes from my ability called intuition along with my own analysis, Lin Bai said, helplessly covering his forehead. It was no wonder Wang Yu was surprised, though Lin Bai's analysis was extraordinarily precise and thorough, as if he had opened a window into Zhao Rang's heart and peered into all its dark corners. Lin Bai was completely unaware of how terrifying his intuition was. After all, Wang Yu also had top-notch Dao lineage inheritance, but her intuition could only vaguely sense others' emotional tendencies towards her. Yet Lin Bai could clearly discern the specific degree and type of malice in Zhao Rang's heart. This was the terrifying aspect of his 12960 spiritual traits. Originally, the intuition of the beast Tamer leaned more towards warning perception, like the cicada knows before the leaves fall. But with Lin Bai's terrifying talent enhancing it, this intuition had transformed into a powerful, all-encompassing perception ability, not to mention that Lin Bai's cultivation level was continuously rising. Alright, just be cautious of him, Lin Bai said as he pulled Wang Yu back to the waiting area for teleportation. Although this secret information exchange ended inconclusively, it was still good for Wang Yu to have some mental preparation. However, Lin Bai still had one question in his heart. That was with Zhao Rang now acting like a mad dog complaining about everything and biting everyone, did he also have thoughts about his master Jiang Ziyuan? Would Jiang Ziyuan be unaware? Lin Bai did not believe that Jiang Ziyuan's cultivation lineage would lack corresponding perception techniques. Now that would be very interesting. A smile crept onto his lips. That mad dog might just get killed by its master. After concluding their conversation, Lin Bai and Wang Yu returned to the teleportation node of the Huiyun Divine Realm, watching as a golden gate gradually materialized in the void. From its initial ethereal shimmer, the gate slowly coalesced into solid reality. We're about to depart. Lin Bai recognized the omen at once, the imminent activation of the transmission array, and gave Wang Yu a brief nod. Before Wang Yu could finish speaking, she vanished in a ripple of spatial energy. In the next instant, Lin Bai felt an invisible force envelop his body. The world dissolved, plunging him once more into that familiar expanse of pure, boundless white. After hours of near-temporal stasis, crossing realms as if traversing frozen time, they finally re-emerged. The Wujing Hall's grand teleportation plaza reappeared before them. Ah, we're back again, many murmured, gazing wistfully upon the well-known scenery. Lin Bai and Wang Yu soon stepped onto the familiar winding path passing through the hushed bamboo grove. Their modest courtyard stood quietly ahead, unchanged from when they had left, as though time itself had paused within its bounds. Let's tidy up first. See you shortly. See you shortly. They parted ways. Lin Bai pushed open his bamboo gate. Inside, 2 ancient tea trees still flourished with lush greenery. The stone table gleamed spotless, and not a single fallen leaf or broken twig marred the ground. We're home, Lin Bai whispered softly. Though he'd enjoyed himself thoroughly during the Lunar New Year festivities, returning to the academy brought him a quiet, deep-seated comfort. Time for a proper cleaning. Though the maintenance formation had preserved basic cleanliness, Lin Bai felt that true return demanded ritual purification, a thorough sweeping to dispel the dust of distant realms. He gently placed Xuanji, the tiny tortoise who had been dozing soundly against his chest, onto the stone table. This little creature spent most of its waking day asleep. Lin Bai couldn't tell whether such lethargy was innate to tortoises, or simply Xuanji's own brand of indolence. Still too young to assist meaningfully, Xuanji would play no active role in this grand cleansing. Its responsibilities fell instead to Lin Bai and Mo Ling. With no refuse to clear away, Lin Bai drew fresh water and meticulously wiped down doors, windows, and furniture. Mo Ling, ever obedient, used her talons to pass him cloths, human and bird moving in seamless instinctive harmony. Mission accomplished. An hour later, though the courtyard looked outwardly unchanged, Lin Bai sensed it now breathed with a newfound freshness, crisp, serene, and vividly alive. Well done, Xiaoling. Lin Bai offered sincere praise. Gaga. At his words, Mo Ling let out a joyful cry and circled him several times in delighted flight. By the way, I have a far more important task for you. Lin Bai's expression turned solemn as he addressed Mo Ling, now perched small and alert atop the stone table, gesturing toward Xuanji, who lay sprawled on her back, utterly lost in slumber. Before I return with Wang Yu, you are to supervise Xian, ensuring she consciously deploys the Mirage Field 500 times. His tone brooked no hesitation. This is to hone her ability, so she may one day shield me more effectively. Do you understand? Sensing the gravity of her master's charge, Mo Ling puffed out her tiny chest and nodded with fierce determination. Gaga, leave it to me. Very well, then it's yours. Lin Bai tapped Mo Ling gently on the head and turned to leave. Lin Bai had long suspected something amiss. Xuanji's laziness defied all precedent. Consulting his Dao inheritance records on Earth-hiding tortoises, he found no mention of such chronic somnolence. She was quite simply a profoundly lazy little tortoise. At first, Lin Bai had indulged her. After all, even while sleeping endlessly, her 4 foundational attributes, strength, speed, constitution, and spiritual acuity, continued surging forward at astonishing pace. Sleep, he'd thought, seemed harmless enough. But earlier, when he'd asked her to deploy the Mirage Field, she'd taken several seconds just to comply. The Mirage Field was the Earth-hiding tortoise's signature art, an instinctive reflexive ability. For Xuanji to fumble so clumsily revealed a grave flaw. No matter how swiftly her raw attributes grew, sluggish mastery of core techniques would prove fatal in battle. Thus, Lin Bai entrusted supervision to diligent Mo Ling. After all, in any household, the elder sibling always watches over the younger. Lin Bai knew he might falter in discipline, but Mo Ling, charged by his command, would show no mercy. Before stepping out, he added a quiet, encouraging, "Keep going." On the stone table, Xuanji, still deeply asleep, extended a tiny forelimb to scratch her stubby tail. Instantly, Mo Ling leapt down and landed squarely upon Xuanji's carapace, steadily increasing pressure. The sudden weight jolted Xuanji awake. Dazed and drowsy, she weakly nudged Mo Ling's talon with her own minuscule paw. Whoa, big sis, what are you doing? Awake now, Xuanji blinked up at Mo Ling, curious yet unsurprised. Bound together by the same pact with Lin Bai, they communicated directly mind to mind. Gaga, Master assigned me to oversee your training. Whoa, I don't want to, I want to sleep. Xuanji gazed up pathetically, hoping for leniency, but Mo Ling remained unmoved. Her grip tightened further. Whoa, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it. From a month of shared life, Xuanji knew her elder sister would stop only short of killing her, and never before completing the task. Defiance was unthinkable. Hearing Xuanji's surrender, Mo Ling immediately withdrew. Xuanji dared not delay. She rose at once and began practicing the mirage field. Whoa, when can I rest? Gaga, when Master returns. Woo-woo, when will he return? Gaga, I don't know. Woo. As she deployed the field again and again, Xuanji silently prayed for Lin Bai's swift return, to rescue her from what had become in her eyes a tortoise's living nightmare. And where meanwhile was Lin Bai? Xiaoyu, your green fruit truly is exquisite. He lounged comfortably in a reclining chair, savoring fruit Wang Yu had washed, while discussing the treatise on talismanic scripture with her. While the martial and literary lineages would resume formal instruction tomorrow, students like them, pursuing auxiliary Dao arts, were required first to select a scripture perfectly aligned with their innate resonance before continuing cultivation. They had 7 days to make their choice, beginning tomorrow. Xiaoyu, have you decided which category of scripture suits you best? Wang Yu nodded firmly. My purpose in studying talismans was clear from the start. My Dao path is the paper immortal. Once proficient, I'll inscribe talismans onto my animated paper figures, imbuing them with diverse powers to amplify combat efficacy. Moreover, my paper constructs lean toward Yin and blood attributes, so I shall choose a Yin core talismanic scripture. Having explained her reasoning, Wang Yu turned to Lin Bai with gentle concern. And you, have you considered which scripture might harmonize with your beast-taming warrior path? Wang Yu's situation was ideal. Her Dao path and auxiliary art were intrinsically synergistic. Auxiliary Dao arts served far more than mere resource acquisition. The term itself held profound meanings. With Dao, to support, to augment, to walk beside the primary Dao. Lin Bai hesitated, uncertain. Given his current circumstances, any talismanic scripture appeared equally viable. His beast-taming warrior Dao inheritance contained no references to talismanic synergy, only abundant guidance on beast-taming arts. Were the beast-taming warrior inheritance sentient, it might well sigh in exasperation. Of course, beast-taming means beast-taming. Naturally, practitioners of this path gravitate toward beast-taming arts. Who would have guessed you'd pick talismans? Lin Bai's original motivation had been simple profit resources. Yet as his cultivation deepened and his vision broadened, he grasped the deeper interplay between main and auxiliary paths. Early on he had contemplated beast-taming, but quickly dismissed it. With his cocoon-breaking talent, the returns on mastering beast-taming were negligible. To Lin Bai, however, failing to forge a synergy where 1 + 1 equals more than 2 felt like entering a treasure mountain only to depart empty-handed, leaving him deeply unsettled. Seeing Lin Bai's troubled expression, Wang Yu offered reassurance. Don't worry. Even if you haven't settled on a choice yet, the Wujing Hall will pre-screen all scriptures for us. You can simply select from those vetted options. And your talent for talismans is extraordinary. Even without immediate synergy, you'll surely discover it in time. Her confidence was well-founded. Just 1 month prior, she'd watched Lin Bai master 4 distinct talismans in mere days. Even without perfect alignment, Lin Bai's ascent to Talisman Grandmaster would render him formidable beyond measure. Lin Bai nodded slowly at her words, but his mind continued its quiet, relentless search for the hidden resonance between his Dao path and the talismanic way. The next morning, Lin Bai still couldn't decide on the type of scripture to choose, but he still went to the teleportation altar with Wang Yu. Even if he didn't know what the best choice was, he couldn't avoid looking at how many questions were on the exam paper, could he? Moreover, the martial arts hall had given a full 7 days for the students to carefully select the fundamental inheritance that would affect their future, so he had plenty of time to ponder. At that moment, there were many people around the teleportation altar. Not only the students selecting scriptures in the talisman direction, but also those from the fields of alchemy, artifacts, spirit nurturing, and spiritual plants, all gathered to make their choices. What should we do? Last time we had to refine 3 batches of medicine, and I only succeeded in 1. Will the martial arts hall give me a poor choice of scripture? Don't worry. Even the lowest grade scriptures included by the Fire Cloud Cave are considered exquisite in the outside world. Hearing you say that makes me feel much more at ease. By the way, how did your year-end test go? My spiritual plants have all kept me alive. Wow, a big shot in the field of spiritual plants. The crowd joked with each other, but beneath the playful banter, deep anxiety was palpable. Lin Bai listened to their conversations, sensing that their anxieties were different from his own. While others were mostly worried about obtaining excellent inheritances, Lin Bai was more concerned with how to align the selected scripture with his own path. As for the quality of inheritance, he wasn't worried at all. With his terrifying talent of mastering 4 talismans in 3 days, it would be truly bizarre if the martial arts hall failed to notice that. The teleportation is starting. The teleportation is starting. Someone shouted loudly. The noisy crowd quickly fell silent and lined up neatly in the formation they followed in class. The altar lit up, and the first to be teleported were the elixirs and artifacts. Soon it was Lin Bai's turn for the talismans. During the teleportation, Lin Bai's heart began to race violently, a reaction he only experienced when extremely nervous. Choosing a scripture in the path of assistance was as crucial as a cultivator determining their own path. At this point, Lin Bai could no longer remain calm. We've arrived. He was soon teleported to a location. Lin Bai focused his gaze and found himself standing beneath an endless starry sky, which he felt increasingly familiar with. Isn't this the starry sky outside the classroom? Lin Bai quickly recognized the true nature of this. Previously, after finishing the homework assigned by the lonely instructor, Lin Bai liked to look at the environment outside the classroom, so he was quite familiar with this starry sky. However, standing under it now, he truly felt its vastness and grandeur. What he had seen in class was mere. The stars in this starry sky were nearly infinite, and new stars were constantly forming. Some were as large as the blazing sun and bright moon, dazzling and captivating, while others were as numerous as grains of sand in the Ganges, gathering into brilliant star trails that emitted their own faint light. Just then a stream of information naturally flowed into Lin Bai's mind, revealing the secrets of this place. It turned out that this star sea was called the Ancient Sea of Many Flames, the place of inheritance for the Fire Cloud Cave. Every independent star here, regardless of size or brightness, represented a complete scripture of assistance. The sources of these scriptures included, but were not limited to, lost chapters found in the historical river of humanity, renowned pieces named by human protectors, and texts derived by the Fire Cloud Cave. Every star is a scripture of assistance. That seems a bit exaggerated. Lin Bai swallowed hard, gazing at the nearly endless sea of stars before him, for the first time intuitively understanding what inheritance truly meant. The stars were in motion, meteors were flying by, and the human inheritance was gradually increasing. He couldn't imagine how prosperous humanity would become after 1,000,000 years in a golden age. Enough of these useless thoughts, let's begin filtering the scriptures. Although the Star Sea had many inheritances he couldn't choose at will, the Fire Cloud Cave's intention was merely to let the human descendants appreciate the profound heritage of humanity. Ancient Sea of Many Flames, verify my scripture permissions and filter for talisman assistant scriptures that match my compatibility. As soon as Lin Bai's voice fell, the Ancient Sea began to change. Inheritor Lin Bai, student of Yunmeng County, beginning to check his permissions and match talisman assistant scriptures with a compatibility higher than 80%. A voice echoed from within the Star Sea. Lin Bai wasn't surprised. It would be unreasonable for this place not to have a spatial spirit managing it. The stars, no, they should be called star systems, began to extinguish in clusters. Initially, Lin Bai remained calm because the spatial spirit of the Ancient Sea of Many Flames had already stated it was filtering scriptures for him. After about 10 minutes, Lin Bai began to feel restless. This isn't right. Within those 10 minutes, the Star Sea had extinguished in clusters, and the brightness had decreased several degrees. Hey, can anyone hear me? Is the spatial spirit there? Something's wrong here, come fix it. Unfortunately, Lin Bai's calls did not stop the Star Sea from continuing to extinguish. Whether it was the massive stars, the flying meteors, or the tiny stardust, everything extinguished. No, it can't be all of them extinguished. Not even one is lighting up for me. If his earlier calls carried some doubt about the anomaly at this moment, he was nearly certain that the Ancient Sea of Many Flames was malfunctioning. After all, with so many inheritances, how could it not find one suitable for him? It was like a paternity test in his past life, and not being biologically related was within the realm of understanding. But if the genetic report showed that the two didn't even have a 1% similarity, do you know what that implies? It means that the non-biological relationship is the least of his problems. Lin Bai was facing a similar issue. Either the Ancient Sea of Many Flames was broken, or he himself was broken. One of these two choices. At this point, Lin Bai was no longer anxious. The subsequent developments had exceeded his expectations, and he was curious to see what would happen next. Fortunately, he wasn't a jinx. The situation was about to change. Faint glimmers began to slowly drift out from the extinguished stars. Massive stars could emit dozens of fireflies, while smaller celestial bodies could contribute 1 or 2 specks of light. These light spots varied in color and were only the size of water droplets, yet they shone resiliently, like fireflies awakening in the night. Seeing this scene, Lin Bai's face revealed an expression of as expected. The complete extinguishing of the star meant that no scripture of assistance suited him, which was absurd. Thus Lin Bai was convinced that the ancient sea of many flames was up to something. However, the moment he saw the change, Lin Bai still quietly breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. This little thing is quite mischievous. Hurry and bring my scripture to me. After all the stars extinguished, the ancient sea of many flames had become dim. Yet the appearance of these firefly light spots seemed to ignite the bonfire of hope, illuminating the area where Lin Bai was located with soft glimmers. The light spots closer to Lin Bai began to gather spontaneously in front of him, initially forming a slowly rotating sphere of light. At first, this sphere of light was small and rather empty, but as countless light spots from afar were summoned, they formed 5 massive light beams that poured into the sphere, all being absorbed. What is this? Lin Bai scratched his head, looking at this strange ball that was constantly solidifying and changing before him. Could it be? This sphere is my scripture. It seems this light sphere is still a work in progress. Oh, I wonder when it will take shape. Lin Bai could only sit cross-legged and observe what this large light sphere would eventually become. As time gradually passed, he had no idea how long it had been. Finally nearing the end. Lin Bai saw that the light beam in the distance had reached its end, indicating that the injection of light spots into the sphere was about to conclude. When the last glimmer of light merged into the enormous sphere of light, an unexpected change occurred. The sphere began to spin rapidly, condensing and shrinking, becoming smaller and smaller until it transformed into a white sphere of light the size of a stone, emitting a soft glow. It quietly hovered before Lin Bai, as if it were the only light source in the dark ancient sea, exuding an indescribable allure, calling to its fated one. I waited so long, and in the end there's only one inheritance. Lin Bai stared speechlessly at the white sphere of light. Just yesterday, he was discussing with Wang Yu which category of path scripture to choose to match his own path. He never expected to have no right to choose. After all, there was only one. How could he select? If I remember correctly, my performance in the year-end exam was quite good. Ancient sea of many flames, are you really messing with me? Come on, I'm only half joking and half serious here, he complained, pointing at the void, but unfortunately the spatial spirit of the ancient sea of many flames paid him no mind. It knew that after Lin Bai accepted the inheritance, this little guy's attitude would change in an instant. Forget it, don't be angry, let's first see what kind of scripture of assistance is behind such a big commotion. Lin Bai reassured himself and found a way to step down. Moreover, he was very curious about what kind of scripture could cause such a spectacular inheritance. Logically, it shouldn't be weak. Lin Bai's earlier questioning of the spatial spirit was simply to ask the other party to give him a few more options. Lin Bai casually placed his hand on the white sphere, preparing to check its information. At that moment, his expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This can't be true. Ancient sea of many flames, you must have made a mistake." Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the seemingly ordinary white sphere before him. In the next moment, he shouted loudly into the void, "Spirit of space, get out here quickly, this thing has a huge flaw." Lin Bai usually kept such uncivilized expressions to himself, only losing his composure when pushed to the limit or in a fit of emotion. The moment he placed his hand on it, he understood the basic details of this thing. There was a lot of information, but upon seeing one line, he immediately realized he was in big trouble. Tai Su Jing can retrieve and view all the teachings of the talisman path within the Zhongxin ancient sea. The instant Lin Bai read this line, his first reaction was that he must be hallucinating. Without hesitation, he chose to report a malfunction, instantly throwing this hot potato away. There might be things Lin Bai would dare to take advantage of, but this time it was not an advantage, it was a colossal problem. The Tai Su Jing was equivalent to grasping part of the core permissions of the Zhongxin ancient sea. He even began to suspect whether some powerful figure was setting him up. But there was no need for that. If this object was true, it meant that the architect could even influence the internal teachings of the Fire Cloud Cave, and it would be a piece of cake for him to eliminate Lin Bai, who wanted to take down the little Kalami. Lin Bai considered the possibility that it was a mistake by the Zhongxin ancient sea, or that he was being played by a master, but he never imagined that the Tai Su Jing was genuinely meant for him. After all, this was absurd. If one person could pick up 5,000 spirit stones, he could accept that. But if someone told him he was actually the prince of the Daxia Empire lost among the common people, he would think the other person was joking. Lin Bai felt exactly that, even more intensely. Fortunately, this time the spirit of the Zhongxin ancient sea did not remain silent, but responded to him. Lin Bai, the Zhongxin ancient sea has not made a mistake. The Tai Su Jing was given to you after passing through the scrutiny of the Fire Cloud Cave, the human Dao, human race luck, and the heavenly Dao. Why? Why give it to me? Is my talisman talent exceptionally strong? Or is there something else special? Lin Bai furrowed his brow and inquired, unable to sleep soundly without clarifying this matter. His 4 questions left the Zhongxin ancient sea in silence. This kid seemed a bit unclear about his own talisman talent. Lin Bai often prided himself on his 12960 spirit seeds and his dual talents of breaking the cocoon and traveling together, but he overlooked his other terrifying aspects. He had only studied true talismans for half a month, yet he boldly modified the fireball talisman and succeeded in the end. In any era or place, that was an absolute prodigy in the talisman path. This is a recommendation from the human race guardian, Lord Lone Guest. Fortunately, although the spirit of space paused, it still explained the reason to Lin Bai. A recommendation from Lord Lone Guest. That made sense. Lin Bai's confusion was suddenly unraveled. This was the virtue of Lone Guest which he admired. The Tai Su Jing is essentially one of the highest inheritances of the human race talisman path. Each supreme inheritance grants the heir a unique talisman-related supernatural characteristic. The Tai Su Jing is authorized by both the heavenly Dao and the human Dao. If the heir feels they cannot bear such a responsibility, I can open up other inheritance options for you. With your qualifications, you may choose any of the talismans here. After the spirit of space finished speaking, the originally dim and stagnant stars began to shine and move again. But Lin Bai immediately shook his head vigorously. No, I choose the Tai Su Jing. Lin Bai was not foolish, even aside from the so-called uniqueness of the supreme inheritance, just the access to all the foundational teachings of the Zhongxin ancient sea's talisman path was enough. What responsibility could he bear or not bear? If it was a good thing, he wanted it. The reason Lin Bai reported it earlier was that he was afraid the spirit of space would give him the wrong thing. If the Marshal Hall eliminated him to fix a bug, that would truly be a miscarriage of justice. Now that it was confirmed as a reward from the Fire Cloud Cave, what was there to worry about? He must have it, and it was imperative. Absolutely have to. Hearing Lin Bai's choice, the spirit of space was not surprised that after all, who would be foolish enough to pick up sesame seeds and throw away a watermelon? Its earlier statements contained a hint of teasing towards the younger generation. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, who was unaware of the spirit of space's mischievous nature, he was currently excitedly circling around the white, glowing sphere, examining it from all angles. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Look at this pure, shining white light. Look at how perfectly round this sphere is. There are no patterns on it. Forget it, it doesn't matter, it's just good looking. If 5 minutes ago the white, glowing sphere seemed ordinary to Lin Bai, now it was a sight to behold, delightful beyond words. All of this was because it contained the Tai Su Jing. Before Lin Bai, who was an absolute strength enthusiast, it was the most beautiful thing. Alright, enough admiring, it's time to get down to business. This time Lin Bai's posture for accepting the inheritance was much more serious, as he solemnly and slowly placed his hands on the white sphere. Then he opened his eyes again. Where's the inheritance? Lin Bai had prepared himself to accept the supreme talisman inheritance of the human race, but after waiting for a long time, there was no response. What the heck is this? Use the blood sacrifice. Seeing Lin Bai in this state, the spirit of space could no longer hold back and had to remind him. So it's a blood sacrifice. I thought it would automatically enter my sea of consciousness with just a thought. Lin Bai mumbled, gathering energy in his fingers to make a cut on his palm. He knew about the blood sacrifice method. Even when he was in school, the teacher had said that blood sacrifice could solve 90% of the issues related to recognition. However, Lin Bai thought this inheritance would definitely be advanced, and he never expected it would also use the most primitive method of blood sacrifice for recognition. Pressing his blood-stained palm against the glowing sphere again, this time nothing unexpected happened. His blood began to seep into the white sphere, which was being stained, shrinking continuously, and starting to become ethereal. Finally, what appeared before Lin Bai's eyes was a small sphere the size of a thumb, half solid and half ethereal, radiating a soft red and white glow. This red and white small sphere seemed to sense Lin Bai's presence, paused slightly, and then transformed into a streak of flowing light that shot straight towards his forehead. Lin Bai did not evade. He knew that the Tai Su Jing had completed the recognition, and the next step was to truly accept the inheritance. The illusory small sphere entered Lin Bai's forehead and poured into his sea of consciousness, but instead of the massive influx of information he had imagined, there was only a simple introduction. So that's how it is. The Tai Su Jing is not a true foundational talisman text. It is a key that allows infinite access to the Zhongxin ancient sea. Since it is a key, it naturally cannot brutally stuff all the knowledge of the entire talisman library into him at once. Doing so would only result in Lin Bai's head exploding like a watermelon in a physical sense. The red and white small sphere in the Sea of Consciousness resembled a specific search engine. The Zhongxin Ancient Sea was an integrated library. Lin Bai could request any talisman he needed from the Tai Su Jing, which would select the talismans that met his requirements from the Zhongxin Ancient Sea. Lin Bai stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling. So does this mean my foundational talisman text is equivalent to the entire talisman area of the Zhongxin Ancient Sea? Indeed, it is somewhat like that. However, it also has limitations. Lin Bai currently has only 3 talisman learning quotas. After making a choice, he must first learn the selected talisman before the used quota can be freed. This limitation is mainly to prevent the heir from being overambitious, while also guiding him to think carefully and clarify his direction for talisman development, instead of blindly dabbling. However, this limitation was of no concern to Lin Bai. Since he had already chosen the Tai Su Jing as a supreme inheritance, he must unbox it to see what unique supernatural characteristics belong to him. As Lin Bai fully immersed his attention in the Sea of Consciousness, he discovered that in the spirit diagram the red and blue stars representing his dual talents were extending countless light strands entwined around the red and white small sphere. Seeing this situation, Lin Bai was taken aback. What is this situation? Why is there a combined reaction? Ever since entering the Zhongxin Ancient Sea, everything he encountered had been a roller coaster. Although the outcome was good, his little heart was not able to handle it. A wave of information was transmitted to Lin Bai, this time from the red and blue spirit stars. What the heck? The Tai Su Jing contains the essence of the heavenly Tao. This was a good thing. According to the red and blue stars, the Tai Su Jing contains some faint essence of the heavenly Tao. Now Lin Bai finally understood why each supreme inheritance would grant its owner a supernatural characteristic that matched them. It turned out this element was embedded within. I said, without cultivating or inheriting bloodlines, how could something similar to divine powers emerge? It turns out the heavenly Tao personally authorized it. Lin Bai never expected that the so-called supernatural characteristic would be a talisman-related talent ability created personally by the heavenly Tao. The greatest advantage and characteristic of the human race lay in this spirit diagram. Thus, the Tai Su Jing directly activated the foundation of Lin Bai's spirit diagram, analyzing the characteristics of his spiritual talents. Using this as a blueprint, it utilized that trace of heavenly Tao essence to tailor the most fitting talisman-related supernatural characteristic for him. Hey Tai Su Jing, breaking the cocoon and traveling together, can you hear me? I'm repeating myself, release my heavenly Tao essence. Don't waste it to create some talisman-related supernatural characteristic. Damn it, you 3 bastards, stop it. Quickly release my heavenly Tao essence. Lin Bai shouted angrily at the 3 entities in his Sea of Consciousness that were utilizing the heavenly Tao essence. He looked at the threads on the red and white small sphere and wished he could sever them. The talisman-related supernatural characteristic was indeed a good thing, but it also depended on who it was compared to. That was the essence of the heavenly Tao. If too much of this element accumulated, one could even attain the status of a venerable in a day. It's the same type of thing as human merit, but completely incomparable. Even if it couldn't be used to enhance his luck, it could still be used to create a strong combat-oriented divine. If it were used to create a supporting characteristic related to the talisman, for someone like Lin Bai who valued strength and numerical prowess, that would be utterly wasteful of his heavenly Tao essence. Ultimately, Lin Bai could only watch in agony as his own heavenly Tao essence was used by the 3 entities Tai Su Jing, breaking the cocoon, traveling together to nurture the corresponding supernatural characteristics. The red and white small sphere which appeared within the Tai Su Jing had created a seed. This was the embryonic form of the talisman-related supernatural characteristic. At this point, further resistance was useless and Lin Bai could only comfort himself. My purpose in coming here was to obtain the foundational talisman text, and now I have received it. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? As for the heavenly Tao essence, it is just an unexpected joy and in very limited quantity. He was afraid that if he didn't comfort himself, he would start to feel anxious again. Zhongxin Ancient Sea, send me back. Why, I have completed my inheritance. Lin Bai collected his emotions and said aloud. At this moment, an ancient scroll appeared in front of Lin Bai, and he looked at the terms written on it with confusion. Is this a confidentiality agreement? Do I have to sign it? Yes, every heir who receives a supreme inheritance must sign it. The power contained in this can ensure that others cannot calculate the true foundational text you have obtained. Lin Bai glanced at the terms and found them reasonable. In one word, it was confidential. He signed his name on the ancient scroll and pressed his handprint. Remember, if others ask, the foundational inheritance you received is the Wanhua Jin, not the Tai Su Jing. Just before he was teleported away, the spirit of space's final warning deeply imprinted in his Sea of Consciousness. This power was so strong that if someone were to hypnotize and interrogate his soul in the future, the answer would only be Wanhua Jin. As Lin Bai left this space, the environment transitioned from dim to bright. The stars began to spin again, meteors continued to fly, and the stardust blended harmoniously. A transcendent voice echoed. Why bestow him such great authority? I acknowledge that he is indeed an extraordinary talent in the talisman path, but it shouldn't be to this extent. This was the spirit of the Zhongxin ancient sea questioning the fire cloud cave. Although the former was a component of the latter, they each possessed independent consciousness. Only after Lin Bai completed the inheritance did the spirit of the Zhongxin ancient sea realize that the fire cloud cave had granted Lin Bai nearly complete access to the highest permissions of the talisman area. In the past, those exceptionally talented geniuses had only obtained limited access to the foundational texts of specific directions or sects. But what Lin Bai received was almost unrestricted highest authority. I have the same question as you. I inquired about the human race luck and received a reply. It was approved from above. The spirit of the Zhongxin ancient sea was initially puzzled. Human race luck is a higher level, isn't that the heavenly Tao, earth Tao, and human Tao, the three sources of the world? Could it be that Lin Bai is the one to break the limits of the Tao ancestor in our world? The spirit of the Zhongxin ancient sea's tone showed intense fluctuations for the first time. I do not know the exact answer, but I speculate that he should be one of the seeds. The fire cloud cave responded to the spirit of the Zhongxin ancient sea's speculation. At this moment outside the realm, Wang Lin, have you chosen your scripture yet? No rush, there are still 4 days left. As Lin Bai stepped out of the transmission altar, he overheard the conversations among the surrounding students, feeling somewhat dazed. So I've been inside for 3 days. Each student has a different duration for receiving the talisman inheritance. He had already agreed with Wang Yu that after exiting they wouldn't wait for each other and would handle their own matters first. The most pressing concern for Lin Bai at the moment was to return to his small courtyard and think carefully about which talismans to learn next. At the beginning of the Tai Su canon, one could choose to learn 3 talismans, and such decisions could only be made by oneself. Asking others would be of no use. As soon as Lin Bai stepped into the courtyard, he caught sight of Xuanji's pitiful little eyes. Ever since this little creature had undergone special training under Mo Ling, every time Lin Bai passed by it would look at him with that expression. Unfortunately, this special training was something Lin Bai had personally arranged, so he naturally couldn't go soft. Little Ling, you've done a great job on the task. Keep supervising a Xian. Thus Lin Bai not only did not relent, but also added a word of affirmation. Upon hearing this, Mo Ling's motivation surged while Xuanji felt as if darkness engulfed him, his life dimming. Lin Bai sensed Xuanji's emotions and picked it up, saying, Xian, don't be so downcast. If you had half of Mo Ling's diligence, I wouldn't have issued this command. Wu sniffle. Xuanji made a final struggle attempting to change his command through a display of cuteness. Lin Bai thought for a moment. Indeed, the training enthusiasm needed to be stimulated. Relying solely on force was not a solution. How about this? If little Ling informs me later that you've been training diligently, you can rest 1 day every 6 days. Wu, that's too little. Can we have more? No negotiation, this is the bottom line. Lin Bai smiled as he placed it back down. Alright, I need to go take care of my things. You and Mo Ling train well together. After saying this, he turned and entered the quiet room. Xuanji watched Lin Bai's receding figure, knowing that this was already the bottom line. It had no choice but to continue training hard according to Lin Bai's requirements. However, Xuanji was much more active and earnest in training this time. Wu, sister, make sure to tell the master that I am training seriously. Ga, as long as you diligently unleash your abilities, I will say so. Wu, I am putting in effort. While training, Xuanji prayed that Mo Ling would definitely mention its efforts in training, while Mo Ling continued to coldly and ruthlessly supervise it. Inside the quiet room, Lin Bai was furrowing his brows, pondering which talisman to choose. I originally chose to learn the way of assisting for the sake of earning resources in the future. Although Lin Bai didn't have to worry about cultivation resources at the moment, this was because the Martial Arts Academy was providing them for free, sparing him from concern. But in 2 years, once he left the Martial Arts Academy, he wouldn't have such favorable conditions anymore. Furthermore, by then Lin Bai might have advanced to the extraordinary realm, and the resources he would need would increase. If he didn't earn enough resources, he would really have to rely on Wang Yu's support. Wang Yu frequently emphasized to Lin Bai what kind of support one could receive if they became a partner in the Wang family. Well, upon careful thought, it seemed that relying on someone else wasn't a bad idea after all. Lin Bai quickly shook his head, dismissing his own hesitation. No, how can I resort to backup plans just because of minor issues? The second influencing factor was that the choice of talismans needed to align with one's own path. Last time when he chatted with Wang Yu, he learned that one's path and scripture could complement each other. Wang Yu's path was the paper Taoist, and she chose to inscribe talismans on her paper figures to enhance their combat power, which inspired Lin Bai. His Path Beast Tamer warrior has one of its core abilities being heavy armor. This armor inherently contains divine talismans. If he could layer other talismans on top to further enhance defense or attack, wouldn't that allow him to maximize his strengths? This parallels Wang Ye's approach. Her combat power mainly lies in her paper figures, while his is focused on his physical body. Thus they both sought to reinforce their strongest aspects to gain greater benefits. Of course, just because Lin Bai had an idea, it didn't mean he could inscribe talismans on his heavy armor. Ideas are one thing, methods are another. But having a direction is certainly better than groping in the dark. To earn money at the beginning, I should choose mid-level common talismans, and my path is that of a warrior. These two are highly compatible and do not conflict. As one of the most common paths, there will always be a market for talismans that enhance a warrior's combat power. Simply put, the core attributes of a warrior are strength, agility, and constitution. The mental attribute is more crucial for chi refiners and sorcerers. Taisu Cannon, please help me search for 3 types of talismans that meet my criteria within the vast sea of ancient resources. After clarifying his thoughts, Lin Bai communicated with the Taisu Cannon in his sea of consciousness. Although it was currently nurturing its extraordinary characteristics, its basic functions remained intact. In an instant, a dense list of talismans appeared in his mind, dazzling to behold. Stop, automatically filter, and prioritize the ones that best fit my criteria. Lin Bai looked at the overwhelming sea of talismans and quickly added new requirements. Enhanced strength, swift speed, golden armor. Lin Bai gazed at the top 3 talismans, which were the ones most aligned with his requirements as filtered by the Taisu Cannon. The enhanced strength talisman can double the user's strength, while the swift speed talisman increases the user's speed by 1 level, not agility, and does not include neural response. The golden armor talisman can envelop the user's surface with a layer of protective armor, which can stack up to 3 layers. The amplification limits of these talismans depend on the talisman master's skill level. At Lin Bai's current level, he could at most draw talismans effective for those at the Transcendence realm, but if a talisman master were to draw them, they would be useful even for Rebirth and Sovereign realms. Lin Bai scrolled down to look at other types of talismans, but found none that could compare to these 3 selected by the Taisu Cannon. Either they were difficult to learn, or the materials were expensive, or their power was inferior to the first 3. Then it's decided, he'll start learning from these 3 talismans. Lin Bai no longer hesitated, and promptly confirmed the talismans he would initially study, using up his quota. The Taisu Cannon trembled lightly, and spat out 3 beams of light, which were the inheritance schematics of the 3 talismans. Lin Bai's spirit touched them. Boom! A massive flow of information surged into his sea of consciousness in an instant. 3 distinctive diagrams of talisman structures were implanted in his mind, which were different from the 4 basic talismans learned during the year-end tests. The talismans learned during the year-end tests were merely exquisite, 3-dimensional models, whereas the talismans rooted in his mind at this moment were dynamic. From this moment on, the talismans Lin Bai would learn would be the true talismans rather than the simplified versions provided by the predecessors of the human race for the younger generation. The diagrams of true talismans are not only 3-dimensional, but also in constant motion. As a talisman master, one must design the motion trajectories of the talismans in advance to prevent conflicts. Take the strength-boosting talisman as an example. Its structured diagram depicts a black-furred cow constantly striving towards the zenith. This black-furred cow was lifelike, with its robust muscles, trembling fur, and furious expression, all of which Lin Bai needed to construct using the most basic 36 runes. Building the abstract into the concrete is the difficulty of talisman study. Many talisman structures are far from being completed by simple assembly, thus it is common for a talisman master to spend months or even years learning a new talisman. This is merely a low-level talisman. When it comes to advanced realms, those talismans resembling celestial scripts are even more challenging to learn. Lin Bai looked at these diagrams and felt slightly overwhelmed. "Sigh, this is a bit difficult," he thought, pulling out a piece of yellow talisman paper to test his skills, starting with the strength-boosting talisman. After a long time, Lin Bai opened his eyes, looking at the yellow paper in his hand, devoid of spiritual energy, and sighed helplessly. "I failed." The cow he had just constructed was emaciated and lacked any imposing presence, trembling as it collapsed upon completion. As expected, my talent for talismans is still limited. If the likes of Zhongxin Guhai or the Lonely Traveler heard Lin Bai's words, they would surely be speechless. This was his first attempt at crafting an abstract, complete talisman structure, and he had managed to depict the rough structure, which was quite astonishing. Unfortunately, Lin Bai was entirely unaware of this achievement. He shook his head, casting aside the slight disappointment, and his gaze regained its determination. "I refuse to believe that such a small strength-boosting talisman is difficult." Lin Bai's urgency stemmed from a reason. In the outside world, a talisman master was assessed based on mastering 10 complete talismans to be recognized as a junior talisman master. During the year-end tests, he had learned 4 talismans regardless of whether the versions were simplified or the difficulty basic. He had indeed learned 4 talismans. If he could learn these 3 talismans now, he could then apply to learn 3 more, thus assembling the 10 talismans needed to easily attain the title of Junior Talisman Master. With this, Lin Bai would gain direct access to the Talisman Master Association in the county city, achieving his most basic goal of entering the martial arts hall. On another side, Wang Yu, having finished selecting her own scriptures, thought of checking on Lin Bai in his courtyard. Because Lin Bai and Wang Yu had mutually granted each other access to their courtyards, Wang Yu could directly enter Lin Bai's courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Yu first saw Mo Ling Xuanji practicing under the ancient tea tree, who also noticed Wang Yu. Wang Yu asked them, "Where is your master, you 2 little fellows?" Knowing Wang Yu was a good friend of her master, Mo Ling pointed with her wings towards the room. Xuanji, seizing the opportunity to slack off, also stopped practicing and pointed her paw towards the house. Inside the room, Wang Yu frowned slightly. Lin Bai hadn't come out after she entered. Was he too focused on his training to be distracted? Just as Wang Yu was contemplating whether to leave first and return when Lin Bai was free, a voice exclaimed, "I did it! I finally succeeded. The little strength-boosting talisman is within my grasp." An excited laugh filled with exhaustion, yet barely concealed joy, rang out from inside the room. Immediately after, the door creaked open, revealing Lin Bai's figure at the entrance. Wang Yu looked up and was startled. Lin Bai appeared with hair that resembled a bird's nest, bloodshot eyes, a haggard face, yet an unusually excited spirit, as if he were in a bizarre state of being physically drained while his soul burned bright. "Lin Bai, what happened to you?" "Oh, it's you, Xiao Yu." Lin Bai finally noticed her, casually waving his hand. "It's nothing, just stayed up for 3 days to draw a talisman." Lin Bai had been at odds with the strength-boosting talisman for 3 days, sleepless and unfed, focusing entirely on crafting the talisman. He had just succeeded. Although he had barely reached the passing mark and was not yet proficient, success was still success. The next step was to become familiar with it. "You succeeded in crafting a complete talisman. It's only been a few days. Sit down, let me give you something to eat." Wang Yu finally understood what had happened upon hearing Lin Bai's explanation. She quickly urged Lin Bai to sit down, seamlessly pulling out 2 glistening black pills from a small storage gourd at her waist. "Here, this is the Wang family's special spirit-nourishing pill, which can restore one's excessively depleted spirit." Lin Bai, still high on excitement, hadn't felt any fatigue until now, but as he sat down, the thrill subsided, and he suddenly felt a splitting headache. "Ouch, it hurts." Lin Bai held his forehead, took the small pill from Wang Yu, and swallowed it in one gulp. The 2 spirit-nourishing pills dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. A refreshing sensation surged into Lin Bai's sea of consciousness, repairing his mind and alleviating the pain in his head. "Ouch, thanks, Xiao Yu, came just in time." Lin Bai sighed in relief, feeling as if he had come back to life. Wang Yu sat down opposite Lin Bai, looking at his still haggard face with concern. "Are you feeling better? If you keep exhausting yourself like this, I may not always be around to help you." Lin Bai chuckled lightly, casually replying, "That won't be the case, but if you're not around, I'll just come find you." Seeing that Lin Bai no longer looked as pained, Wang Yu then asked him earnestly, "Did you just say you crafted a complete talisman?" Lin Bai nodded while rubbing his temples. Sigh, this time it was Wang Yu who gasped. What Lin Bai said sounded terrifying to her. This was no seed of a talisman master. He was clearly a talisman grandmaster. Who else could complete a talisman within 3 days while still in the beginner stage? It just happened that inspiration struck, and the success rate isn't high either. Lin Bai could tell from Wang Yu's expression what she was thinking, so he offered her an explanation. "In cultivation matters, what does it mean to just happen? Lin Bai, have you considered switching to the path of talisman cultivation? If you want, I can report it to my family immediately. The materials and costs for your transition will be covered by the Wang family," Wang Yu said earnestly. In her view, it would be a waste for Lin Bai to become a warrior with his talent. She couldn't even imagine how monstrous his talent would be if he pursued the path of talismans. No, I still really like the current path of Beast Tamer warrior." "Alright then." Wang Yu felt a bit disappointed upon hearing Lin Bai's response, but did not insist on him making a different choice. Seeing her expression, Lin Bai found it somewhat amusing. If Wang Yu knew his true strength now, she probably wouldn't think choosing the warrior path was a waste. Wang Yu's understanding of his strength still lingered at the impression of battling the turtle demon in the disaster cave, but his strength had been changing rapidly. Realizing that Lin Bai had made up his mind, Wang Yu no longer pressed the matter, and instead reminded him, "Do not let your talent for talismans leak out. I've mentioned this before, so I won't repeat it." She paused, recalling something. "This year's martial arts academy classes have officially begun. Hurry up, this is our first class." Wang Yu pulled Lin Bai quickly towards the teleportation altar. No rush, no rush. Arriving early just means waiting around," Lin Bai said helplessly as he was dragged by Wang Yu. As expected, by the time they arrived, many students who chose the path of assistance were already present, but the teleportation altar remained silent, indicating it would not activate for some time. Lin Bai and Wang Yu could only find a place to sit down, waiting for the teleportation altar to open while eavesdropping on others' conversations. Wait, this can't be called eavesdropping. They were simply speaking near Lin Bai, and Wang Yu and Lin Bai happened. Brother Qian, what type of refining diagram did you choose? Haha, can't say. Zhao Cheng, if I didn't know your background was clean, I would think you were trying to test me. I was being rude, Brother Qian, please don't take offense. Besides this friendly banter, Lin Bai also heard others discussing. I wonder if we can learn the other 7 types of spiritual plant techniques within these 2 years. No need to worry, even if we don't fully master the other techniques, other factions will still recruit us. As for alchemy and weapon refining, that's uncertain, as some may have to stay home for a year or 2. True, especially for those learning talismans. I wonder if they'll become junior talisman masters in 2 years. Hearing this, Lin Bai felt indignant and wanted to go argue with them. What's wrong with the path of talismans? For us talisman masters, waking up early every day to pray to deities and seek blessings for our talisman structures to be accurate is not easy at all. Just as Lin Bai felt indignant, the teleportation altar opened. Wang Yu also heard the others talking and noticed Lin Bai's indignation. Although Wang Yu didn't understand Lin Bai's thought process, she was familiar with his character and knew he was being childish. She couldn't help but smile, tugging at Lin Bai's sleeve. It's time to go. Reminded by Wang Yu, Lin Bai stopped caring about the trivial matters and returned to the gathering place for talismans with her. Entering the teleportation array, they arrived at the Starry Sky Academy. Lin Bai sat down, gazing at the starry sky outside, knowing this time it was a manifestation of the ancient sea of many flames. Once everyone settled down in silence, the figure of the lonely guest appeared on the podium. Dear students, you have all chosen your foundational scriptures and taken the second step in learning talismans. I would like to congratulate you all. His voice was calm, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Furthermore, the format of the classes at the Martial Arts Academy will change. We will no longer use traditional teaching methods, but instead employ a question-and-answer format. Each of you has different foundational scriptures, so you will have varying amounts of question privileges each day. You can check your specific quotas by concentrating on the martial arts token. After saying this, he paused, waiting for the students' discussion. Daily question quotas? What the heck, why do I only get 2 question privileges? You're still doing better than me. Ooh, I only have 1. That's rough, brother. Lin Bai nudged Wang Yu in front of him to turn around and discuss. Xiao Yu, how many question privileges do you have? 4, and you? I have 5. Hearing Lin Bai's number, Wang Yu understood and roughly guessed the criteria for the privileges. Seeing that they had finished discussing, the lonely guest clapped his hands to signal everyone to quiet down. These question quotas are based on your performance in the annual assessment, and they are not fixed. If you perform well in the future, I will increase the quotas for the outstanding students. As expected, Wang Yu's guess was confirmed by the lonely guest's words, which indicated that the quotas were determined by their performance in the annual assessment. For every talisman engraving completed, a question quota can be earned. Lin Bai performed exceptionally well, thus earning an additional quota. I can increase my quota. Many students who had performed poorly last time saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They still had a chance. From now on, I must work even harder to increase my quota. Lin Bai, however, was fine, as he already had the most question privileges. 5 question privileges a day, and he might not even use them all. However, he could see the shifting dynamics at the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy was indeed an excellent training ground, but there was one prerequisite: you had to be a genius. The more of a genius you were, the more resources the Academy would invest in you. If you weren't a genius, the treatment would be drastically different. For example, Lin Bai received 5 question privileges a day, while some had only 1. Moreover, Lin Bai was certain that the various activities initiated by the Martial Arts Academy would completely adopt a mode of selecting geniuses. The capable ascend, while the weak descend. This is the harsh reality. Of course, the most basic cultivation resources would be guaranteed by the Martial Arts Academy, but apart from Lin Bai, who came from a wealthy background, who else cared about such resources? Their families did not lack for such things at all. The children from big families came to the Martial Arts Academy to learn genuine skills, not to receive welfare. They were even more afraid of ruining their family's reputation and disappointing those who held high hopes for them. However, Lin Bai was not afraid. Rather, he was excited because he was a genius, and it was his time to thrive. After all, his initial goal was merely to enter the Martial Arts Academy to learn the path of assistance, and by the way, let the Academy provide cultivation resources. As long as the goal is set low enough, any path taken will lead upwards. Alright, next you can use your mind to input any questions regarding talismans into the martial arts token. Of course, you first need to engrave the talisman you have questions about, so that I know where your confusion lies. After reminding them, the lonely guest quietly awaited everyone's questions. While others were still pondering what questions to ask Lin Bai had already begun engraving the strengthening talisman. This time he was quite lucky as he succeeded on his first attempt in class. However, Lin Bai frowned observing his structure diagram. The large cow he was engraving was muscular and full of energy, but why did it look so strange? He held the martial arts token and began to ask questions in his mind. Lonely guessed the structure diagram of the strengthening talisman I engraved has succeeded, but it is not harmonious. What is the reason for this? On the podium, the lonely guest felt a slight movement in his mind as he received a message, and he was somewhat puzzled. So soon someone has a question. Let me see who it is. Initially he was a bit puzzled, but upon seeing it was Lin Bai asking, his confusion vanished. He was certain that a genius like him must be unique. However, when he noticed that Lin Bai had transmitted a complete and successfully structured strengthening talisman, even his seasoned mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is too genius. Calm down, calm down. The lonely guest secretly steadied his emotions. It had been a long time since he had felt such emotional upheaval, because of a junior since he attained the Tao Ancestor realm. If Lin Bai's talisman were to break through the Tao Ancestor boundary, as a cultivator who attained the Tao through talismans, he could derive his own path, based on Lin Bai's talisman. I must inform my true self to prioritize this kid's seed sequence. Also, why is this kid not enlightened? Learning the path of warriors is fine, but the path of talismans is equally good. The lonely guest's first thought aligned remarkably with Wang Yes. They both felt regret that Lin Bai chose the path of a warrior. Regretful as it was at their level, they naturally understood concepts like fate and destiny. Since Lin Bai had made his choice, it must be the best for him. Despite his thoughts, the lonely guest answered Lin Bai's question. The structure diagram of the strengthening talisman, the muscles represent vitality. Your arrangement of wood attribute runes is incorrect. The base of the structure diagram must be grounded with earth-based wood runes above it. These instructions were directly transmitted through the token to Lin Bai. Receiving the guidance, Lin Bai's mind was suddenly cleared. Upon re-examining his structure diagram, he immediately spotted the several discordant nodes. Lin Bai then modified the structure and continued to ask questions while the lonely guest continued to carefully answer his queries. Approximately 4 hours later, the first class on the path of assistance at the Martial Arts Academy concluded. Upon returning to the teleportation altar, the crowd began to vent their frustrations. My goodness, this is so difficult. I only had 2 question quotas and didn't dare to ask randomly. As a result, I lost track of time and missed the class. What a waste. However, many others quietly turned to leave, going back to digest what they had learned today. As for Lin Bai and Wang Yu, they left right away as they still had to test for palace positions. This is so difficult, Lin Bai. I don't even know when I'll be able to draw a complete version of the talisman. Take your time. Your 4 question quotas aren't even enough for your questions. Not nearly enough. After finishing this, I find problems in other places. At this point, Lin Bai also had no choice. The 2 of them were studying different foundational scriptures for talismans, and he was just a novice in learning, unable to grasp everything. In the following months, Lin Bai's life became almost regimented. During the day, he shuttled between the Starry Sky Academy and the testing palace, eagerly absorbing knowledge about talismans and honing his skills. In his leisure time, he spent time with Wang Yu, Mo Ling, and the ever-lazy Xianji, which made him feel far from lonely. After finishing his studies one day, Lin Bai returned to the quiet room. He skillfully assumed a stance, his body resembling a crouching tiger on a hill, and then swallowed a tiger bone pill. As the medicinal power spread within him, a low, deep tiger roar echoed from his joints. If someone were to close their eyes and stand in the room at that moment, they might mistakenly think a fierce tiger demon was coiling before them. After a long while, Lin Bai opened his eyes and exhaled a puff of white air. The tiger bone stage is complete. Next is the dragon muscle stage. In fact, he had sensed that he had reached the limit of bone refinement days ago, but without breaking through to the 5 organs divine realm, he couldn't dare to make any definitive claims. Now, upon repeated confirmation, his bone strength had reached its peak. If he could observe his own condition, he would find that all his bones had transformed into the remarkably resilient golden tiger bone. Lin Bai executed a sudden leap, propelling himself straight up from the ground. It's time. Today is the day to break through to the dragon muscle stage. Ever since he embarked on the path of martial cultivation, Lin Bai had grown taller and more imposing. Coupled with just finishing his tiger bone training, he walked with an imposing presence. He went to the corner of the quiet room and picked up a jar of medicine. Upon opening it, he found it contained a lump of white golden ointment. This was the resource for training in the dragon muscle stage which Lin Bai had requested from the martial arts hall a few days ago. This smell is still so unbearable. He grimaced as the ointment exuded a fishy odor. This substance was called dragon glue. Bear heart powder contains bear heart, and the 3-turn tiger bone pill also contains tiger bone. However, this dragon glue contains not a trace of actual dragon material. It's merely a training aid for the transcendence realm. How could it possibly require something as grand as dragon? The main ingredient of this dragon glue is a type of dragon fish that possesses extremely faint dragon blood in the ocean. It is named after a dragon merely to ride the wave of prestige and display grandeur. If he were outside, it would be difficult for Lin Bai, who resided in the inland Yun prefecture, to acquire such a thing. However, with the martial arts hall's sponsorship for cultivation, he no longer had to worry about these resources. A little stinky is nothing new. For the sake of cultivation, this bit of discomfort is trivial. Lin Bai pinched the medicine jar and returned to the center of the quiet room, beginning to apply the dragon glue onto his body. He didn't apply it all over, but carefully rubbed it onto various meridians to allow the medicinal power to seep in. These meridians are commonly referred to as big veins, chi paths, and blue veins. These meridians are distributed throughout the body, including the limbs, torso, and head. Lin Bai rubbed and kneaded, ensuring that enough medicinal power permeated his body. Next, he began to assume various high-difficulty postures, which were complementary movements in the path's inheritance. His hands and feet often intertwined or appeared in other bizarre positions. These movements were called the Dragon Dance 72 forms. The Dragon Dance 72 forms were somewhat akin to yoga from his previous life, belonging to the category of dynamic skills. If it weren't for Lin Bai's now inhuman flexibility, merely performing the initial few dragon dance postures would have rendered him incapacitated. As Lin Bai began to twist, the medicinal power he had just applied started to take effect. Waves of burning sensations emanated from the meridian roots, transforming what were once easy movements into increasingly arduous tasks. Lin Bai's meridians tightened and constricted under the stimulation of the medicinal power, as if every joint and tendon in his body had rusted and locked up. Each movement brought forth tearing pain and resistance. It's a bit fiery. Cultivation at the Transcendence realm has always had nothing to do with comfort. The bearskin stage is akin to being scalded by boiling water. The tiger bone stage requires shaking the marrow, while the dragon muscle stage primarily focuses on pulling tendons and meridians. Each stage offers different sensations, all of which are unpleasant. Lin Bai gritted his teeth, persisting through his first opening of the dragon muscle. His entire body was riddled with bulging veins resembling a coiling dragon, appearing quite fearsome. Continue. The first set of the Dragon Dance 72 forms had been completed, but Lin Bai felt that his meridians had not fully opened, so he did not pause and repeated the process. Sweat dripped from all over his body while blood surged from the ruptured veins. Sweat and blood formed a painting beneath him. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Bai's body tore, some blood-red muscle tissue mixed with white burst forth. These were parts of his meridians. Lin Bai's terrifying recovery ability was now fully displayed as the damaged areas began to wriggle and heal almost instantaneously. Thus, tearing and repairing occurred within him, creating a cruel tug-of-war and cycle. Eventually, Lin Bai's expression became somewhat numb, even suppressing his groans. Was it painful? Was it fiery? Of course, but a more stubborn belief sustained him, forbidding him from giving up. He didn't know how long had passed, but his somewhat hollow gaze refocused, radiating astonishing brilliance. Dragon Dance 72 forms. Fish leaps over the dragon gate. Lin Bai placed his hands behind his head, extending them straight, while his legs bent and stretched backward. This posture resembled a fish leaping from the surface of the water in a tightly drawn bow. After completing this movement, Lin Bai relaxed his entire body. He had finally accomplished a complete opening of the dragon muscle, now entering the dragon muscle stage. Bang! Lin Bai did not continue to maintain the posture, but instead fell heavily onto the floor. Finally, it's over. He lay there gasping for breath, relieved. It was not easy. Although it lacked the thrill of breaking through the tiger bone stage, it was indeed very taxing, purely testing one's mental resilience. The initial opening of the dragon muscle can actually be done gradually, allowing the body and mind to adapt before performing a complete run-through to pass. However, Lin Bai's character tended to be quite stubborn and persistent when facing certain things. It was either to not do it at all, or to push to the extreme in one go. After resting and catching his breath for a while, Lin Bai straightened his arms to prop himself up. He began to try moving his body, twisting and stretching his legs, taking steps, bending at the waist, throwing punches and kicking. The movements gradually quickened. At that moment, Lin Bai resembled a child who had just received a fascinating new toy, eagerly experimenting with the various changes in his body. Interesting, truly interesting. After opening the dragon muscle and stretching the meridians, Lin Bai felt that his body seemed somewhat unfamiliar to him, as if he had just gotten to know it. It wasn't that Lin Bai's control over his body had diminished. On the contrary, his control had greatly increased. It was precisely because of the enhanced control that he experienced this novel feeling. Lin Bai arrived at the martial arts training ground in the backyard, leaping effortlessly across dozens of meters, and with a single push he quickly returned. He clenched his fists, feeling the increasingly inhuman strength of his body. I have become stronger. I am even stronger. My skin, flesh, tendons, and blood, I have refined them all. There was no other reason, it was simply joy at becoming stronger. Lin Bai's current cultivation had already refined the physical aspects beyond the 5 organs. His previous lightning-fast speed was thanks to the unblocked meridians perfectly integrating the strength of all the previously honed body parts into a single force, resulting in a greater effectiveness. The greatest improvement from training the muscles is speed. A poem bears witness to this. The meridians undergo rebirth the body like lightning with mere shadows of movement, startling the swans. In an instant one can traverse 100 zhang before the wind rises, the person has already returned. Moreover, the unblocking of the meridians not only enhanced physical speed, but also significantly improved neural reaction speed. Lin Bai struck the air a few times to express his excitement, then cast a detection spell on him. Name: Lin Bai. Strength 46. 7. Agility 30. 415. 6. 46. 0. Physique 47. 54. 251. 7. Spirit 34. 9. Level Transcendence, Dragon Muscle Stage. Skills: Knife Technique minor success, Archery minor success, Yin Prefecture, North Mountain Army Scout, Breathing Technique major success, Tai, Su Classic Monster Tamer. Talent: Breaking the Cocoon, Traveling Together. Evaluation: Future is promising, a potential dragon hidden in the abyss. Strength and physique correspond to the Tiger Bone stage and Bearskin stage respectively. Since Lin Bai has completed both, his strength and physique have both broken through the significant threshold of 45. Agility and spirit correspond to the ongoing dragon muscle stage, and the final 5 organs. Lin Bai speculated that the 4-dimensional limit of the Transcendence realm would be 50 points, and he was confident that after completing the last stage of the 5 organs divine realm, he could reach, or even exceed 50 points. In fact, due to the enhancement of the traveling together talent, his physique had already surpassed 50 points. After contemplating his current situation, Lin Bai hummed a little folk tune taught by Wang Xiu in his childhood, as he returned to the quiet room, starting to clean up the mess of sweat and blood. Finally cleaned up, Lin Bai wiped away the non-existent sweat, looking at the refreshed quiet room. As he exited the room, he saw Mo Ling, who was still diligently honing her skills, and Xian Ji, who was sound asleep due to the holiday. He also remembered that Wang Yu had invited him to explore the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven and enjoy a picnic the next day. Everything is developing in a good direction, he thought with a slight smile. The day after Lin Bai broke through the dragon muscle pass, the sky was clear and bright, marking the day he had promised to go out with Wang Yu. You broke through. This was the first thing Wang Yu said upon seeing Lin Bai, though her tone was rather flat. Since witnessing Lin Bai's talent in talisman crafting, Wang Yu had grown accustomed to his realm breakthroughs. Moreover, being a possessor of exceptional talent, rapid breakthroughs were hardly surprising. It's been quite a while, isn't it normal for me to have broken through? Let's hurry to school and make the most of today's questioning quota. Even though Lin Bai and Wang Yu had planned a picnic today, classes still needed to be attended. After all, the daily questioning quota was fixed, and failing to use it would be a waste. In class, Lin Bai posed the questions he encountered to the solitary instructor, who diligently answered his query. However, Lin Bai had already completed the set of talismans he had chosen last time, including strengthening speed and golden armor. The new talismans were explosive thunder, roar, and water avoidance, focusing on elemental attributes. Once he mastered these 3, Lin Bai would be considered a novice talisman master. Lin Bai had a plan. After mastering these 3 talismans, he would not rush to learn more, but would instead focus on refining the ones he had already learned, shifting from quantity to quality. After finishing his studies for the day, Lin Bai met up with Wang Yu, who was holding the prepared materials, which were generously sponsored by the martial arts hall. Lin Bai had inquired about the martial arts token, which allowed them to hunt any animal except for the immortal cranes. Thus the frogs and fish nearby had fallen victim to Wang Yu's poisonous hands yesterday. Hurry, Lin Bai, let's go. Wang Yu, carrying the materials, was quite excited. This was her first time having a picnic, and especially with Lin Bai it was double the happiness. No rush, just follow me. Lin Bai had already found a spot by a riverbank. The martial arts hall in Yunming County was situated in the Thousand Peaks Cloud Sea of the Fire Cloud Cave, with rivers cascading down from the mountains. Lin Bai had once tried to find the highest point of the mountain beneath his feet, but after walking for a long time without success, he found himself quickly returning to where he started instead. This made him realize there were formations restricting the students' movements to specific areas. However, while wandering around, Lin Bai discovered a place with stunning scenery. Splash, splash, splash. After traversing several forests and rivers, Lin Bai finally reached their destination, pushing aside the branches that obscured their view, revealing the scene before Wang Yu. A slowly flowing clear stream filled with large stones that created a splashing sound as the water flowed over them, while the banks were lined with fine yellow and white sand. The riverbank did not have trees growing, but rather a thick layer of white and yellow river sand, and the banks of this river were a flat expanse. The river water illuminated by the sun was crystal clear, resembling flowing crystal, while the white and yellow sand particles soaked by the water appeared particularly delicate. What do you think? Beautiful, right? Lin Bai noticed Wang Yu was momentarily dazed and couldn't help but say proudly, believing she was captivated by the scenery. It is beautiful, isn't it? Before Lin Bai could bask in his glory, Wang Yu questioned him, pinching his arm. But where are we going to sleep tonight? Since we still have time, let's quickly find another place. Wang Yu was almost brought to tears by Lin Bai's foolishness. Although the scenery was lovely, being close to the river made the ground damp, and they couldn't set up a tent, there would be no place for her and Lin Bai to sleep at night. Upon realizing what was bothering Wang Yu, Lin Bai took out the Xuanji from his arms. Xian, stop sleeping, it's time to exert your strength. Lin Bai brought Mo Ling and Xuanji along for the outing, but Mo Ling was currently soaring in the sky, while Xuanji the lazy turtle was sleeping in his arms. Even though Xuanji was lazy, it just so happened that one of its abilities could be put to use. Woo, what are you doing, master? I was sleeping. Xuanji climbed relentlessly on Lin Bai's clothes with its little claws, trying to find a more comfortable place to continue sleeping. Stop sleeping, get me a dry spot. Lin Bai pointed to a patch of empty land by the riverbank. Hearing Lin Bai's command, Xuanji, although still very sleepy, obeyed his instruction and activated its ability, Earth Flow Manipulation. Before long, a white sand wetland of about 100 square meters began to shift, the sands solidifying as the water seeped downward, and soon a dry and solid white sandy ground appeared. Woo, is this okay, master? Not bad, well done, you can go back to sleep now. Lin Bai placed Xuanji down and turned to Wang Yu. See, isn't this good? Wang Yu ignored Lin Bai and looked at Xuanji on his shoulder. Is this Xuanji's? Not bad, right? Don't be fooled by Xuanji's laziness. It is quite useful. Wang Yu nodded, noticing that Xuanji appeared to be in its juvenile form, having not yet entered its growth period, yet it could manipulate the sand and mud over a large area. Its bloodline must be very strong, and it must practice its abilities diligently. If Lin Bai had heard Wang Yu's thoughts, he would certainly shake his head. He agreed with the first half of her statement, but the latter half was incorrect. A Xuanji the lazy turtle would not practice seriously without Mo Ling's supervision. Next, Wang Yu set up the grill while Lin Bai was mainly responsible for pitching the tent. All these items were borrowed from the martial arts hall, which was generally accommodating as long as the requests weren't too excessive. Lin Bai, come a bit closer, it's crooked. Like this. Not enough, ooh, come a bit more. Wang Yu stood in front of the tent to check its alignment while Lin Bai carefully adjusted it. This tent was not like the outdoor tents from his past life. Instead, it resembled a woolen tent and was quite troublesome to set up. After much difficulty, it was almost blown down by a sudden gust of wind. Shall you hold this rope? Ooh, I'll find something heavy to weigh it down. Lin Bai had figured out where the problem lay, mainly due to a lack of items to anchor the ropes in corners. Hurry back, I'm simmering soup on the stove. I'll just lower the fire a bit, don't worry about burning it. While Wang Yu pulled the rope, she anxiously watched the fish soup she was cooking while Lin Bai waved his hand, signaling her not to worry. Lin Bai walked to the riverbed to look for some larger stones. The stones in this riverbed had all been smoothed by the flowing water. This one looks good. He tapped the stone he liked, as if tapping a watermelon. Just then Lin Bai suddenly sensed a disturbance in the nearby waters. Looking up, he saw a large river crab charging towards him. This river crab was about 1 meter long, its might almost rivaling that of some ordinary transformation realm beasts. The crab's shell was dark and shiny as if forged from iron. It seemed to regard Lin Bai as food, raising its large pincers and advancing aggressively. Ordinary people would avoid such a river crab, as a single pinch could cause serious injury. But was Lin Bai an ordinary person? Upon seeing this giant crab, his eyes lit up. While I can gather ingredients here too, it seems today is truly my lucky day. In Lin Bai's eyes, the river crab was a top-notch delicacy. Its pincers and crab roe were all delicious. He dropped the stone and focused intently on the approaching river crab. Crack, 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 the giant crab swung its pincers to clamp down. You think you can pinch me? You should weigh your own strength first. Lin Bai moved like lightning, seizing the crab's pincers before it could close. He deliberately controlled his strength, fearing he might crush the most succulent part. Xiaoling, help me hold this. He called out to Mo Ling in the air and effortlessly tossed the river crab into the sky. A dark red figure darted past, its claws like hooks accurately capturing the prey. The shadow was Mo Ling, who after entering its growth phase, changed almost every half-month. Now its wings had expanded to 7 or 8 meters wide, its form strikingly majestic. Gaga, haha, well done, Xiaoling. Take this back to the camp. Watching Mo Ling clutch the river crab and return to the camp, Lin Bai quickly found a few good heavy stones and hurried back. When he arrived at the camp, he saw Mo Ling pinning the large river crab down which was too intimidated by Mo Ling's aura to move. Although Wang Yu was still holding the tent ropes, her eyes were eagerly fixed on the large crab, seemingly already thinking about the dish. She was even more excited upon seeing Lin Bai return. Lin Bai, you're back. Quickly hold down these ropes, but I want to see the big crab. Right away, right away. By the way, I just remembered that we don't have a pot this big. It's fine, even if we grill it, I'll make sure it's cooked. While Lin Bai secured the ropes and poles, Wang Yu rushed over to the large crab, poking it here and there. Then with Mo Ling's help, Wang Yu began to disassemble the river crab into 8 pieces. After Lin Bai set up the tent, he saw her picking and choosing, examining where the meat was plentiful. Lin Bai, it seems this big crab doesn't have much meat, only the pincers have some meat. Lin Bai smiled at Wang Yu, who looked disappointed. No worries, we can eat the pincers. Alright then. However, before long Wang Yu's disappointment vanished, and she quickly shouted as she rushed towards the stove. My soup. It's okay, it's not burned yet. Wang Yu took a sip and seriously told Lin Bai. Next, Wang Yu took charge as the chef while Lin Bai assisted, together processing the remaining ingredients, with Mo Ling and Xuanji eagerly waiting nearby. Lin Bai also smiled and nodded at Xuanji. You little guy, so unmotivated in everything, but so eager when it's time to eat. It's time to eat. Wang Yu placed 2 steaming roasted chickens in the middle, announcing the official start of the picnic. Wang Yu's eating posture was elegant while Lin Bai had already begun to compete with Mo Ling and Xuanji. Woo, I want to eat this. You want to eat everything, you little lazybones, even want chicken legs. Although Lin Bai's tone was disdainful, he still tore off a chicken leg for Xuanji. The focus remained on the large river crab. Although it appeared large, there was not much meat to be found. They were too lazy to bother with the crab roe, and simply roasted most of the crab meat to eat. Lin Bai and Wang Yu's cooking skills weren't that great, certainly not comparable to the chefs in Yunming's Xianglu, but they both found the meal to be quite satisfying. After the meal, Lin Bai and Wang Yu rolled up their sleeves and stepped into the water to play. Wang Yu scooped up a handful of clear water and splashed it at Lin Bai. Come chase me. Stop and don't run. Oh. The last was exclaimed by Wang Yu as Lin Bai caught up to her and was wildly splashing water at her, soaking a large part of her clothes. Wang Yu didn't avoid it either as she retaliated. Spare me, heroine. Not a chance unless you stop first. I want you stop first. In the end, neither of them stopped, and they both ended up soaked. After the water fight, the two sat on the beach watching the gradually setting sun. The clear stream was tinted orange by the sunset, while Lin Bai and Wang Yu sat there wet and enjoying the evening breeze with their eyes closed. Lin Bai felt a tickle on his nose and opened his eyes to find Wang Yu's hair being blown by the wind, gently brushing against his face. He turned his head to see Wang Yu facing the breeze, her hair lightly swaying, her clothes fluttering. The afterglow of the sunset cast a soft glow over her fair profile, and for a moment Lin Bai felt as if Wang Yu was subtly glowing. After this picnic, Lin Bai's life returned to the intense pace of study. Months passed by unknowingly, and their time in the martial hall had already reached the halfway point. Lin Bai was contemplating whether to request a leave of absence from the martial hall to contract his third life. Indeed, it is possible to request leave from the martial hall, but generally no one does so, as the questioning quota is quite precious. Experts like the lonely guest who are specialized in assisting pathfinding come to answer your questions. Even though the ones in the martial hall are merely avatars, they are equivalent to masters of their respective fields. For many students, the pathfinding masters are the most significant figures they will encounter in their lives, not to mention the precious questioning quota available at least once a day. If this were to be measured in monetary terms, it would be invaluable. The crucial point is that no one else has a platform like the martial hall. Of course, if a relative at home is a pathfinding master, then forget what I said. However, Lin Bai's life contract beast is also very important. It is one of the crucial wings in his future plans and cannot be overlooked. I can return in a few months at most, and my mental strength is already quite formidable in the extraordinary realm. Contracting 2 life beasts consecutively should not be a problem, he thought decisively, quickly arriving at a conclusion. Lin Bai shared this matter with Wang Yu, but to his surprise Wang Yu shook her head and said, "You can't go out right now. Oh, according to the timeline, the martial hall is about to start new activities." What activities? The disaster cavern. Lin Bai frowned and pressed for more details. I don't know either. The specific information about the fire cloud cavern is classified outside. Didn't you forget? Lin Bai slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about this matter, but he was still unwilling and took out the martial hall jade token to inquire. Token, can I request leave to exit the fire cloud cavern now? Sorry, student Lin Bai, the fire cloud cavern does not allow exits during this time period. Why not? No comment. If students wish to exit, please wait until the opening time. I will notify you when the specific opening time arrives. This conversation infuriated Lin Bai, who the token's responses felt like a round of meaningless chatter. It's probably for the best that I can't go out. What if the activity offers rewards as rich as those from the disaster cavern? Wouldn't you miss out? Wang Yu gently patted Lin Bai's back to comfort him. Lin Bai reconsidered and realized she was right. During his last journey to the disaster cavern, aside from accumulating a substantial number of merit points, he also obtained powerful forbidden techniques, like the 5 Absolute Laws seal, and the soul-calming jade pendant, returning with a bounty. Just as Lin Bai regained his composure, he heard the Riddler token emit a sound. The two exchanged glances, both expressing surprise as if saying, could it really be this coincidental? Upon examining the token, he read, Dear students, the study period at the Martial Hall has passed halfway. We now open the 2 towers and 1 hall. These 3 buildings will be regularly accessible from now on. While life is indeed full of coincidences. Just then the token added, Student Lin Bai, the passage between the Fire Cloud Cavern and the present world has been opened. Do you wish to request leave to exit? Of course not, I won't be going out now. Damn it, sometimes this thing acts as if it's mentally challenged. Lin Bai complained to Wang Yu, noting that the event had already begun, making it impossible for him to leave. Wang Yu carefully browsed the introduction about the 2 towers and 1 hall on the token and softly read, the 2 towers refer to the Martial Tower and the Skill Tower, while the hall refers to the Exchange Hall. The Martial Tower is specifically for testing students' compatibilities, and the Skill Tower tests the skills learned by the students. Those who pass can earn a certain amount of merit points. The Exchange Hall allows for the exchange of all items in the Fire Cloud Cavern using merit points as currency. Hearing the name Martial Tower, Lin Bai's pupils contracted. He recognized it. Recalling that he had entered the Martial Hall as a novice and had passed the test in the palace, he realized that it was indeed the Martial Tower. At that time he had passed the first level, but due to insufficient speed during the second level, he had been toyed with by 2 twin assassins in the dense forest. Xiao Yu, does the token have detailed information about the Martial Tower? Upon Lin Bai's inquiry, Wang Yu began to search carefully. Yes. The Martial Tower is divided into 7 levels, with 3 levels corresponding to the realms of transformation and extraordinary, and only 1 level for the superior tier. What about the Martial Tower? Seeing Lin Bai deep in thought, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask, as their relationship had become very close, making it easy for him to share these small details. Are you saying that during the initial test in the palace you already passed the first level of the Martial Tower? Wang Yu was shocked to learn this information and was immediately filled with joy. Then you should quickly try to see if you can reveal the specific information inside to me, so I can prepare. Lin Bai also realized this and hurriedly tried to share the information inside with Wang Yu. However, the Fire Cloud Cavern did not restrict him. No way is it really that strong. But after Lin Bai described the strength of the first and second levels of the Martial Tower, Wang Yu felt utterly hopeless. I would need to exert all my strength just to pass the second level. No, even if I use my fleeting brilliance, I might not catch those 2 twin assassins within the time limit. Fleeting brilliance is a reward Wang Yu obtained in the Disaster Cavern, a secret technique that allows one to accumulate spiritual energy over time and release it at a critical moment. You don't have to take my information too seriously, just use it as a reference, he said. Even if the challenges differ, the intensity is still quite similar. Plus, I have noticed something. What problem? Lin Bai was somewhat surprised. What could Wang Yu analyze from the few words he had shared? In the first level of the Martial Tower, you encountered a path cultivator who relied heavily on wood-based techniques, and in the second level you faced fast assassins. Moreover, the environments of both levels were advantageous to your opponents. So, Wang Yu continued, and Lin Bai was still a bit confused. Are you an idiot? Didn't you notice that the guardians sent by the Martial Tower are all types you are not good at dealing with? If it were my Martial Tower guardians, they would likely be strong assassins or warriors with high mobility. Wang Yu grew increasingly despondent. It was already difficult, but now that she analyzed it, it seemed even harder, and her confidence was dwindling. Seeing Wang Yu sink back into a low-pressure, Lin Bai picked up the token and carefully examined the instructions. After a while, a faint smile appeared on his face. He reached out and ruffled Wang Yu's hair, instantly causing her to explode in indignation. Hey, what are you doing? You've messed up my hair, then going to bite you. You called me an idiot, but you haven't even looked closely at the information. You missed the most important details. The originally annoyed Wang Yu immediately leaned closer upon hearing this, staring at the token in his hand. What? I remember reading all the information on it. Look, the Fire Cloud Cavern states that these 3 buildings are regularly open, and it doesn't specify that higher realms cannot challenge the levels corresponding to the transformation realm. How long until you reach the extraordinary realm now? Wang Yu instantly understood Lin Bai's meaning. Right? The rules don't state that those in the extraordinary realm can't challenge the first 3 levels corresponding to the transformation realm. Wang Yu was so excited that she almost jumped up. Having been trapped in a mindset, she realized the insight with Lin Bai's prompt. She realized. For the Martial Tower, whether a genius with exceptional combat power or a prodigy who advances quickly through realms can pass the levels. Hearing Wang Yu's summary, Lin Bai nodded, But at this moment his attention had already shifted from the Martial Tower to the Exchange Hall. Finally it's here. It's finally here. The place for exchanges in the Fire Cloud Cavern has materials for the evolution of Xiaoling and Xian. For Lin, by seeing the Martial Tower, felt like meeting an old friend, but upon realizing the significance of the Exchange Hall his excitement was nearly uncontrollable. On the first day of entering the Martial Hall this token had started to tease Lin Bai. Now, he finally caught a whiff of the big reward. After such a long time, he almost thought the merit points were merely commemorative coins from the Martial Hall. Something to look at, but ultimately useless. Now finally they held value. Shall you let's go see what these 2 towers and 1 hall are all about. Which one should we go to first? Before Wang Yu could hesitate, Lin Bai decisively made the call. Lin Bai and Wang Yu looked at the map route on the martial arts jade tablet searching for this event location. After crossing several hills, Lin Bai finally spotted the architectural landmark of 2 towers and 1 hall indicated on the jade tablet. A square grand hall with a towering round tower on each side. We found it at last. Let's hurry, more and more people are gathering. Wang Yu, seeing that students were continuously converging around, hurriedly pulled Lin Bai towards the central hall. As Lin Bai was being dragged along, he carefully examined the 3 buildings. The central hall was a deep starry blue made of a material resembling bronze or steel with countless lifelike depictions of treasures etched onto its surface. Elixirs, artifacts, talismans, formation plates. A dazzling display resembling a map of cultivation treasures. The round towers on the left and right were respectively black and white, constructed from some strange stone material upon which were engraved images of individuals. The black tower on the left was covered with various battle postures, warriors punching towards the sky, chi practitioners and sorcerers performing diverse spells, the elusive movements of assassins, and the valiant charges of knights, with many images covering the tower. The reliefs on the white tower to the right were divided into 3 main themes. One part depicted generals drenched in blood on the battlefield, another part showed chancellors in the court, and the last part illustrated practitioners of various paths, tending to corresponding matters such as alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman making, and nurturing spiritual beings. There was no need to ask. It was clear what the 2 towers represented. The black tower was the martial tower for testing martial strength, while the white tower was the skill tower for evaluating techniques. Although Lin Bai and Wang Yu had spotted the towers, there was still a considerable distance to cover. At their pace and speed, it would take them a while longer. Fortunately, there's no one here, so we don't have to queue, Wang Yu said, patting her chest in relief, noting that everyone seemed to have rushed to the more eye-catching martial tower, leaving this area relatively empty. In front of the hall stood 12 pillars with the main door wide open but obscuring the interior scene. Glancing inside revealed only streams of white light swirling within. Let's go. Lin Bai pulled Wang Yu into the hall. As soon as they entered, Lin Bai realized Wang Yu had vanished from beside him, leaving him alone in an unrendered pure white space. As expected, everyone is in different spaces making their selections. Lin Bai was not surprised by this. The tests at the martial arts hall had always been this way, and he began to survey his surroundings. The interior environment was an unrendered silver-white space. Not far ahead of him, a pure white light sphere was continuously rotating. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow and stepped forward toward the light sphere, just as he heard a voice emanating from it. Exchanger Lin Bai, please state the items you wish to exchange. The light sphere displayed a line of numbers, 5,175, indicating his current merit points. That's quite direct. The style of this exchange hall was as simple and blunt as the environment, directly asking Lin Bai what he needed. Without hesitation, he began to inquire about the items he wanted. 1 breath of Jisoo Beast Aura, and 1 extraordinary realm Een aspect Fox Soul Pearl, along with a complete dust settling stone, and an exceptional realm Spirit Magnetic Beast Core. How much do each cost? The large light sphere immediately provided the exchange prices for these items. A breath of Jisoo Beast Aura requires 1,500 merit points. A complete dust settling stone needs 1,200 merit points. Each the Een aspect Fox Soul Pearl and Spirit Magnetic Beast Core of the exceptional realm requires 1,000 merit points each. In total, these 4 materials require 4,700 merit points. Exchanger Lin Bai, you have sufficient merit points. Would you like to exchange? No, not yet. Lin Bai decided to first check out what the martial tower and skill tower looked like. Once he had seen everything, he would return to make the exchange. After all, the exchange hall was always open and the items wouldn't disappear. However, looking at the prices of these materials made him wince. They were quite expensive, and he still had more of his own beasts to consider. Yet these prices were quite reasonable. Not to mention the Jisoo Beast and Dust Settling Stone, which were rare and valuable, just considering the corresponding exceptional realm beast cores. Exceptional realm figures could serve as elders in the prominent families of Yunmeng City, and joining the government through verification was akin to holding a county magistrate's position. Thus one could say that the martial arts hall's prices for these exceptional materials were even on the cheaper side. It was just that Lin Bai couldn't accept it all at once. Is this the cost of nurturing beasts? It truly is terrifying. Lin Bai at that moment recalled a wise saying from the beast tamer's path. The path of cultivation is long accompanied by hardship. When the superficiality fades, only then does the truth emerge. Raising beasts can be so costly, can it not be hardship? As for whether he could see the truth, Lin Bai was uncertain, but he knew that the superficiality indeed had to fade away. The merit points he had painstakingly accumulated were nearly all spent on the evolution of Mo Ling and Xianji. Lin Bai decided that if he were to establish a lineage in the future, he too would want to inscribe his own wise sayings to warn his successors. In the way of beast taming, wealth is the foundation. Without spirit stones like the sea, it is difficult to nurture spiritual beasts with aspirations to devour the heavens. This is the path of devouring gold and jade. Those not born into wealth should know their limitations. Lin Bai recognized that the wisdom of predecessors was indeed abundant on the path of cultivation. The wise sayings from Beast Tamer's path were accompanied by various survival strategies. For instance, how long can a beast tamer survive on dirt? Following this method is undoubtedly correct. The 10 methodologies for beast tamers to conduct robbery. A guide to renting oneself as a beast tamer and avoiding pitfalls. All kinds of methods were available, and Lin Bai had not understood them before, but at this moment, he realized these were the paths to success left by his predecessors. Currently, Lin Bai was still in a supported state by the Huayun Cave Heaven, but he couldn't bear to think about where all the expensive evolution materials would come from after he graduated. I can't think about it anymore. If I do, I'll have nightmares tonight. Lin Bai suddenly shook his head, casting these thoughts out of his mind. Just thinking about it was frightening. Although the expenditure was painful, Lin Bai's heart was actually filled with joy. As a beast tamer, nothing excited him more than the evolution of his own beasts. Not to mention that his very foundation was tied to beast taming, such as the beast tamer's path, and his dual talents of breaking the cocoon and walking together, both closely related to his beasts. Moreover, merit points were merely tokens, if not spent. I've finished looking at the exchange hall. Please take me outside, he said. As you command, came the response. In the next moment, Lin Bai found himself outside the exchange hall, while Wang Yu, unlike Lin Bai who had a clear objective, was still in the selection process. Lin Bai waited for her outside for half an hour until Wang Yu finally appeared at the entrance of the exchange hall. So did you find anything you want to exchange for? Lin Bai asked. Yes, I've searched for some techniques and treasures similar to my path, but I haven't decided which ones to exchange yet. I want to think it over a bit more. What about you? Wang Yu excitedly told Lin Bai that many items in the exchange hall were not available in the Wang family, but were extremely useful to her. Mine is also decent. I'm planning to exchange for materials to evolve Mo Ling and Xianji. Hearing Lin Bai's choice, Wang Yu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, she then complained to Lin Bai. The things inside are so expensive. My 2,000 merit points are simply insufficient. I hope the Martial Tower and Skill Tower can provide more merit points after this. Then why don't we go take a look right now? Lin Bai suggested, and the two made their way toward the Skill Tower. As for why they weren't heading to the Martial Tower, don't you understand the climax? As practitioners deeply immersed in battle, Lin Bai and Wang Yu subconsciously maintained a fundamental and pure respect for combat. Although the Skill Tower and the Exchange Hall are in the same location, they are not adjacent. It only takes a couple of steps to reach. Lin Bai and Wang Yu arrived beneath the solemn and sacred towering white tower, where a small sign next to it explained its purpose. A few students were gathered around the sign, just finishing reading it and starting to discuss. One group's voice gradually grew louder, and even Lin Bai, who had just approached, could hear them clearly. We can only rely on the Skill Tower now. What do you mean by that, brotherly? I just went to the Martial Tower and saw that Lu Ming from the Lu family failed to challenge the third floor of the Martial Tower. Their conversation obviously affected others, and the morale of nearby unrelated students began to wane. No, that can't be true. Lu Ming may be a bit arrogant, but he has the corresponding strength. Hearing the rebuttal, the student, surnamed Li, curled the corner of his mouth into a barely noticeable smile, then immediately countered. How could it not be? Although the Martial Tower doesn't disclose specific challenge information, Lu Ming came out with a pale face, and even proclaimed that no one in the transformation realm of Yunmeng County could pass the third floor of the Martial Tower. Isn't that evidence? I can prove that brotherly is right. What should we do now? Upon hearing this, the other members of this small group immediately joined in, beginning to sigh and speak pessimistically. However, the newcomers Lin Bai and Wang Yu obviously were not swayed by this. Lin Bai stepped forward directly and unapologetically pushed through the crowd. Excuse me, everyone, after you finish reading the announcement, please discuss elsewhere and don't block the way. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable meaning. The students who had been sighing turned to see not only Lin Bai, but also several other students glaring at them. These little brats not only block the way, but also pour out negative emotions in front of everyone. Should we teach them a lesson? The student who had been pushed by Lin Bai and had a sour expression suddenly put on a smile upon seeing the other students. Sorry fellow students, it was our fault, we will step aside now. These few had intended to draw attention to themselves, but unexpectedly attracted hostility instead. In the end they had to leave in disgrace. Those who left did not disturb Lin Bai's mood, as it was he who initiated the confrontation, allowing him and Wang Yu to secure spots in the front row. Lin Bai stood in front of the announcement, carefully reading the notice. The endless path of the skill tower, the battlefield of martial arts, the court of civil affairs, assisting the Tao for 1,000 years. The announcement began with this cryptic phrase, leaving one perplexed. Fortunately, the following text clearly explained that the skill tower is different from the martial tower and has no limit on levels being infinite. The next 3 sentences outlined the assessment standards based on the knowledge the students learned at the martial lecture hall. After reading the notice, the two stepped away from the crowd to discuss. So should we try the skill tower now, or should we first check out the martial tower? Wang Yu asked Lin Bai for his opinion, but Lin Bai was also a bit indecisive. This left Lin Bai, who had a slight tendency towards indecision, in a bit of a dilemma. However, just as Lin Bai was caught in his thoughts, Wang Yu made a direct decision. This left Lin Bai, who had a slight tendency towards indecision, in a bit of a dilemma. However, just as Lin Bai was caught in his thoughts, Wang Yu made a direct decision. She took Lin Bai's hand and walked towards the skill tower while speaking. Since you can't decide, then follow my lead. Let's check out the skill tower first, and then go to the martial tower. Ever since their relationship became closer, it was as if they shared a single mind. Most of the time they relied on Lin Bai's judgment, but now that his processor was overheating and malfunctioning, it naturally called for Wang Yu's backup brain to kick in. Upon hearing Wang Yu's choice, Lin Bai's inner scale tipped instantly, and he chose to abandon his own thoughts. They'll go with you. They stepped through the door of the skill tower and entered the tower hall. Where are the stairs? Where is the teleportation array? The scene inside the tower was vastly different from what Lin Bai had imagined. There were no spiral staircases or shimmering teleportation arrays, only a spacious circular hall, almost stark in its simplicity. Countless flowing murals were carved on the stone walls. With each step taken, the murals shifted, intertwining light and shadow vividly coming to life. The dynamic version of the stone carvings outside the tower. The characters in the murals displayed vivid expressions, some in contemplation, some spirited, and others focused, as if encompassing the grand narratives of the battlefield of martial arts, the court of civil affairs, and assisting the Tao for 1,000 years. There were no people in the tower, indicating that Lin Bai and Wang Yu were the first visitors. Others either remained outside to read the announcement or were challenging at the martial tower. At this moment, it seemed the hall sensed someone entering, and a white pillar of light suddenly appeared in the center. The spirit of the skill tower's space also spoke. Testers, please step forward and touch the teleportation light pillar. Oh, the teleportation array has actually changed its mode. Lin Bai raised his eyebrows, surprised that the skill tower even had an energy-saving mode, turning off the teleportation array when no one was present. Xiaoyu, we don't know how long we'll be in for the skill tower trial, so let's not wait for each other if our times differ. Got it. After their communication, the two pressed their hands against the light pillar, and with a flash of light their figures disappeared. After them, the hall gradually became lively as other students began to enter one after another. After a dizzying spin, Lin Bai was transported to a stone table, which held a stack of the most common yellow willow talismans. There was really only one stone table, the rest of the area was a stark white devoid of any rendering. It seems the spirit of the skill tower is committed to frugality. Before Lin Bai could finish his complaint, a line of black ink information appeared before him. Tester Lin Bai, the skill you are practicing is Tao Assistance, Talismans. Is this information correct? Seeing that the exam information was being confirmed, he immediately responded. Absolutely correct. Following this, the spirit of the skill tower began to explain the assessment and reward rules. Tester, please note that the skill you chose is Tao Assistance, Talismans. You will carve your modified talismans, and I will evaluate them and provide corresponding merit points. Upon hearing this mode, Lin Bai felt a sense of familiarity. Oh, he remembered that the fake person stage in the 3rd level of the Disaster Cave had a similar assessment method. Only one was on strategy while the other was on talismans. Of course, they appeared superficially similar, but their core was vastly different. The assessment of the skill tower focuses on innovation and accumulation over time. Lin Bai understood the essence of the skill tower. It does not require immediate modification of talismans on the spot, but rather evaluates your prior innovation and accumulation of talismans. Fortunately, it's not like those stories where they give an unfamiliar talisman and demand immediate enlightenment and modification. After formally studying talismans, Lin Bai realized how outrageous it was for protagonists in those storybooks to learn and modify talismans in a short time at a low level. Surely these were not characters like Dao Assistance Masters or Grandmasters being reborn. No wonder the antagonists in those plays were so terrified. They knew they were about to die. Previously, Lin Bai always thought those storylines were cliched and the characters stereotyped. Now he realized he was at the first level, while the playwrights had long since stood above the atmospheric layers. He had spent 3 days without sleep or rest, and was lucky to have learned a relatively simple strengthening talisman, but modifying talismans took even longer. Suddenly Lin Bai thought of a question. The skill tower and martial tower only open now. Could it be because we were too weak before? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it became. Just half a year ago they had just begun choosing the Dao Assistant Scriptures, let alone any accumulation regarding talisman modifications. But while Lin Bai, who had been pondering deeply, gradually cracked a barely discernible smile. Comparing the modifications of talismans. Just in time, I have completed modifications for the 10 talismans I have learned recently. It's truly better to be lucky than early. Lin Bai's smile grew wider, soon morphing into a sinister laugh. Finally, it's my turn to turn the tides. My fortune has finally arrived. He laughed maniacally, filled with an unusual excitement. Since Lin Bai emerged from the exchange hall, he had been afflicted with a disease known as poverty. His merit points seemed more than sufficient at first glance, yet they were just barely enough for his current expenditures. The thought of having at least 2 more contract beasts to raise weighed heavily on Lin Bai's heart. If it weren't for the merit points being bound to him personally and non-transferable, Lin Bai truly couldn't guarantee that his tiny conscience could suppress some dangerous thoughts. Tester, will you begin the assessment? A cold voice startled Lin Bai, causing him to choke on his own laughter, realizing there was still a person here, and he needed to restrain himself. Start. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. He rubbed his hands together, ready to dive into action. Please sign the contract before proceeding with the assessment. A golden parchment appeared out of thin air, landing on the stone table ahead, exuding a mysterious aura. Lin Bai picked up the golden paper to examine it. It was a contract stating that the tester must ensure all talismans were personally modified, and any false reporting would bear consequences. An integrity pledge for the exam. Why does the martial arts hall have this too? Though he grumbled, Lin Bai swiftly wrote his name and pressed his handprint. In the next moment, the signed golden parchment vanished into thin air, and the testing at the skill tower officially commenced. Please declare your modified talismans. Without hesitation, Lin Bai promptly recited the 10 types of talismans he had learned, as if he were listing dishes. He then calmed his mind and began to draw them one by one. Among them, the fireball and strengthening talismans were the ones Lin Bai was most familiar with, so their modifications were perfect, while the later learned ones like water avoidance and thunderboom had more average modifications. Suddenly Lin Bai's mind halted as he realized he had a crucial question. He paused his drawing and inquired of the spirit of the skill tower. Skill tower, if I gain merit points from a talisman now and later I innovate on that same talisman, can I still gain merit points? Yes, as long as the innovation is approved by my judgment, merit points will be awarded. The tester need not worry about this. With a positive response, Lin Bai felt a weight lift from his heart and refocused on drawing the talismans. Lin Bai's speed in drawing talismans far surpassed that of ordinary talismancers, and soon 3 complete talismans of different colors appeared on the table. After nearly 2 hours, Lin Bai exhaled, and the yellow willow talisman paper in his hand transformed into a blue crystalline form. The final talisman, the water avoidance talisman, is also complete. Submitting results to the skill tower, beginning inspection and assessment. Lin Bai stretched lazily, casually submitting his completed work. The talismans on the table floated into the air, disintegrating into their most basic particles. In the next moment, the spirit of the skill tower began to announce Lin Bai's results. Fireball talisman overall power increased by 50% compared to the original with innovation points, can earn 150 merit points. Strengthening talisman increased by another 10% compared to the original with innovation points, can earn 130 merit points. Water avoidance talisman with an additional half an hour of avoidance time compared to the original without innovation points, can earn 75 merit points. Tester Lin Bai challenged 10 types of talismans, earning a total of 975 merit points. You now have 6,150 merit points. Hearing the skill tower's judgment, Lin Bai stroked his chin in contemplation. I earned over 900 merit points in total. That's pretty good, but what is this innovation point? All these talismans were meticulously modified by me. How could there be talismans without innovation points? The skill tower compares your modified talismans with the existing talisman structures in the ancient sea of collective efforts. If there are unique aspects in your modified talisman structure, it will enhance the evaluation of that talisman, leading to more merit points. The spirit of the skill tower answered Lin Bai's question, and he suddenly understood. So that's how it is, there's even a duplicate checking reward mechanism. In the assessment skill tower, please send me out. Clearing his doubts, Lin Bai instructed the skill tower to send him out as he still needed to participate in the martial tower trial. His stockpile of modified talismans had already been exhausted, and it would be a long wait before he could pick up money again. To be fair, Lin Bai's performance this time was remarkable. He achieved what most students earn in 3 years at the skill tower within this single assessment, which was an impressive achievement. As Lin Bai was teleported away, the frugal spirit of the skill tower ceased to embellish the environment, and the space returned to its pure white appearance. How is his skill now? A voice inquired, revealing itself to be the spirit of the ancient sea of collective efforts. In half a year, he mastered 7 new talismans and completed preliminary modifications on 10 talismans. With the potential of a talisman master, why are you so concerned about this student? He is very important. He may be one of the seeds. The spirit of the ancient sea of collective efforts replied simply. As the consciousness of the fire cloud cave, they would never betray the human race, so there was no need for concealment between them. Seed. What kind of seed? The spirit of the skill tower had been sleeping, maintaining its body as the most reclusive spirit in the fire cloud cave. It rarely communicated with the outside world. The seed that can break through the current limits of the world. Him. Although his talent for talismans is indeed outstanding, that doesn't seem enough, does it? Though the spirit of the skill tower's voice remained unchanged, a profound sense of doubt could be detected. Uncertain, but the heavenly Tao and the human Tao have granted him access to all the scriptures of the ancient sea of collective efforts with almost no restrictions. I see. Then let's observe how this student Lin Bai performs in the martial tower. Upon hearing the intentions of their superiors, the spirit of the skill tower chose not to press further, as even the spirit of the ancient sea of collective efforts might not know. After all, the heavenly Tao is unpredictable, and the human Tao is hard to measure. Even as consciousnesses, they found it difficult to fully grasp the true intentions of the world's origin. However, the spirit of the skill tower grew curious about Lin Bai and planned to observe how this young human's combat strength fared. I hope he isn't too weak. He must match his own talent in the path of talismans. The skill tower hoped Lin Bai's combat power would be as strong as possible, for the stronger he was, the more likely he was to shatter the current limits of the world. After all, assisting is merely a side branch of the path. The creation of world miracles often requires a peerless figure to cut open the path ahead with an unreasonable strike. Though the spirit of the skill tower did not know whether Lin Bai was truly one of the seeds chosen by the world, it hoped he was, for only more seeds sprouting and growing could yield the fruits of hope. So why do these spatial spirits so desperately hope Lin Bai can become a seed of the world? The reason is simple: because the protagonists of this world are the human race, and the better the world becomes, the more benefits the human race will gain. As consciousnesses created by the human Tao, they naturally wished for the world to continue ascending. After all, who wouldn't want their homeland to become better? So what is Lin Bai, who just came out of the skills tower, doing at this moment? He is on his way home. Lin Bai thought of one thing: he would definitely participate in the trials at the martial tower. What are the trials at the martial tower? Combat. Purest combat. So what is the connection between these two things? Because Lin Bai's path is that of a beast tamer. He still remembers the last time he participated in the martial tower trials, where he was overwhelmed by a group despite being a beast master. Now Lin Bai needs to go back and bring Xianji along to participate in the trials, giving the guardians of the martial tower a little shock as a beast master. Why fight unknown when you can gang up? Back at his small courtyard, Lin Bai immediately spotted the lazy Xianji and the hard-working Mo Ling. Ga master, you're back. Mo Ling saw Lin Bai and immediately flapped its wings to fly onto his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against him. Haha, I'm back. Little Ling, we are going to fight together again today. Ga really, master? Mo Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. It hadn't fought alongside Lin Bai since the last disaster. Mo Ling worked hard day after day, not just to help Lin Bai, but now that there is an opportunity, it was surely thrilled and excited. Of course it's true. Lin Bai teased Mo Ling while going to the table to pick up Xianji. Woo, master, what are you doing? Isn't today a holiday? Xianji woke up after being picked up, its short little legs scrambling as it looked at Lin Bai with its big cute eyes, hoping he would put it down to let it sleep. Xin, you can't continue sleeping in today. Oh, I have things for you to help with. Woo, master has things for me to help with. Alright then. Although Xianji really wanted to sleep, the master's orders were paramount. Okay, even if today's holiday is moved to later, is that alright? Fortunately, Lin Bai kept his word and promised that after the tasks were done, Xianji would get its holiday back. Woo, really, master? Then let's hurry and set off. Xianji's mood instantly lifted, already thinking about resolving the matter quickly so they could return and continue their holiday and sleep in. Haha, then let's go. Lin Bai carrying his heavy knife, with Xianji in his arms, and Mo Ling on his shoulder officially set off for the martial tower. Returning once again to the location of the two towers and one hall, he walked towards the black tower on the left. While there are really a lot of people, even from a distance Lin Bai could see a crowd gathering in front of the martial tower. Compared to the few people at the exchange hall and skills tower, this side was bustling. It truly lives up to its name of martial, naturally attracting a large number of people. Although the martial tower itself is grand and massive, its entrance and the nearby notice board are no different in size from ordinary buildings. Brothers, make way, let me in to take a look. Lin Bai didn't expect to be stuck outside before he could even enter, intending to display his skills, but found he couldn't even enter the door. He patted the shoulder of a student in front of him and politely asked, "Excuse me, what's going on ahead? Is there a limit to the number of entrants at the martial tower? Do we need to queue?" The student Lin Bai asked was quite enthusiastic and turned around to explain to him. "Oh brother, that's not the case. The martial tower hasn't said anything about limiting challenges or entry numbers. It seems like there's someone confronting each other ahead, and it looks like they're about to fight." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai instantly understood why there was a blockage, as watching the excitement in martial arts in Yunzhou is equally important. "So that's how it is. Thank you for the clarification, big brother." "No problem." After thanking the student, Lin Bai began, "What on earth am I supposed to do to get in? Damn, it's bad to fight there, and yet they are blocking my way here." Just as Lin Bai was lost in thought, outside the situation suddenly erupted, and the noise already loud grew even more chaotic. "Oh wow, they're fighting. What's going on, brothers? What are they fighting about?" This time Lin Bai didn't need to ask. The nearby newcomers were also curious. "I can't see too clearly either, but I heard it's the children of the literary pulse families looking down on the martial students from humble backgrounds, and then both sides started arguing and got into a fight." Lin Bai was puzzled and wondered if there were really people who dared to fight in a place that wasn't their own courtyard. He thought it was just a verbal spat. How dare they? The tokens clearly stated that when we first entered the Fire Cloud Cave, fighting outside the courtyard's arena is prohibited. Didn't they hear it? Who knows, maybe they've lost their minds. These few lines perfectly expressed Lin Bai's current thoughts, and at that moment Xianji poked its little head out. "Woo-woo, master, should I take action?" Xianji was really bored, waiting. It wanted to get home and sleep quickly. Seeing Xianji's appearance, Lin Bai finally realized, oh yes, he had a beast companion. "Xian, activate the Mirage Force Field to conceal us." Upon hearing her master agree with her idea, Xianji instantly activated the Mirage Force Field to cover the three of them. In the next moment, under the protection of the Mirage Force Field, Lin Bai gently operated his energy and began to squeeze into the depths of the crowd like a swimming fish. Is someone pushing me? Hey, is it you next to me pushing me? Strange, I also felt a push, but I can't remember what the person who pushed me looked like. Xianji's Mirage Force Field has both active and passive effects capable of emitting interference sensations and creating confusing illusions. Moreover, since Xianji had just entered its growth phase and upgraded to an extraordinary realm, its Mirage Force Field made it a breeze to deal with the small Karami from the Yunming County Martial Arts Academy. Even those with keen senses could at most vaguely sense that someone had passed by, but would find it hard to pinpoint. The few finally made it in. "I want to see what these idiots are causing trouble for at the front." Along the way, Lin Bai twisted and turned, looking for weak spots in the crowd, in places where students were relatively weaker, and finally managed to reach the front without being discovered. In front of the martial tower there were indeed two groups confronting each other, and judging by their clothing and demeanor, they were part of the literary and martial pulse students. Strictly speaking, this was no longer a confrontation, as both sides had already engaged in a brawl. However, these people still had some sense, and did not use true energy or Dao abilities. They were merely limited to a hand-to-hand brawl. Although the cultivation levels of the literary and martial pulse students were similar, how could the literary pulse cooperate in combat compared to the martial pulse? Even if the numbers were close, the martial pulse would still dominate. Especially noticeable was a literary pulse student being surrounded and beaten by three martial pulse students. 3 people were ganging up on one, and that was quite the blessing. "Li Wenxiang, today, I'm going to teach you what it means to bring trouble upon yourself. Liang Xing, just you wait. When my clan brother comes out, I'll make you pay." Although Li Wenxiang was defenseless, lying on the ground protecting his head, the words he spat out were still quite tough. "Hey brothers, keep kicking. I want to see how tough this kid's mouth is. Those who don't know would think we martial pulse start. Li Wenxiang, you insulted us humble students first, and you were the one who threw the first punch. How come now you're acting like the victim? Is this the spirit of your literary pulse?" These martial pulse students not only had the upper hand physically, but also firmly occupied the moral high ground with their words. Their tactics were quite skillful. However, Lin Bai's mind was not at all concerned with judging who was right or wrong. He just wanted to get through the tightly blocked gate created by these fools. As for who was right or wrong among them, that had nothing to do with Lin Bai. He just wanted to earn merit points. By the way, what about the Martial Arts Academy? Do they just let them make a ruckus like this? Although it won't lead to a serious issue, just a loss of face, don't they care? Lin Bai even contemplated whether if the martial arts academy did nothing he could go up and slap each of these little bastards to make them scram, so they wouldn't delay the important matter of him earning money. Of course this was just a fleeting thought. Lin Bai wasn't foolish enough to openly oppose the martial arts academy. Just then an unexpected turn of events occurred. A brilliant golden light shot down from the void, precisely enveloping the dozen or so people fighting in front of the gate, transforming into golden light ropes that bound them all. You lot are fighting freely within the fire cloud cave, blocking other students from entering the martial tower's trial entrance, and shall be punished. A majestic voice echoed around. We did nothing wrong, it was the other side who started it. You're talking nonsense, you provoked us first, you're despicable and shameless. They pushed the blame back and forth, but the martial arts academy was not there to determine right or wrong. It was there to resolve issues. Put you all into the punishment division for 15 days as a warning. After announcing the punishment, the golden light ropes suddenly tightened, lifting these people into the air, and in an instant they vanished. Well, you see, the problem was solved. Is that it? Isn't it a bit hasty? Of course, these people openly violated the rules of the martial arts academy. This is already considered a slow handling. They're doomed. The martial arts academy will definitely make an example out of them. The punishment division is not a good place. As the surrounding students discussed, Lin Bai had already taken a step forward, crossing the ancient threshold of the martial tower. Under normal circumstances, he might have watched this excitement with great interest. But now is the best time to earn. Though the martial tower is usually open, every second delay in earning merit points makes Lin Bai feel restless, knowing that receiving a reward and actually getting it are two different matters. In short, Lin Bai is currently solely focused on making money merit points. Finally, I am in. In fact, Lin Bai did not wait long. It was merely about 10 minutes. It was just that he was too anxious, leading to this sense of time distortion. I wonder how this matter will conclude. Lin Bai speculated that those who had just fought in front of the tower gates would not behave themselves, even if they came out. This incident might even ignite disputes between the Cold families and the aristocrats in Yunmeng County's martial arts hall. There is no need to provoke, as the atmosphere between the two sides was already tense. This incident is both a consequence and a catalyst. It is the result of previous conflicts between both sides and a trigger for the escalation of future conflicts. However, it has little to do with him. He can be said to be reclusive in the martial arts hall, spending each day in a cycle of studying, practicing martial arts, and accompanying Wang Yu and Mo Lingzuanji. What Lin Bai has been unable to comprehend is how exactly the distinction between the Cold families and the aristocrats is drawn. In the martial arts hall, there are classmates whose origins are from petty beggars, yet due to their good talents they were discovered by the Daxia Celestial Patrol and turned their fate around. For this classmate, not to mention someone like Lin Bai from a wealthy family, even students with intact parents would probably be classified as aristocrats in his eyes. This is actually where Lin Bai's experience is lacking. A person's stance and interests are inseparable, and the classification of families is a study in itself. Forget it, I won't think about such trivial matters. Earning merit points is the most important thing now. Lin Bai cleared his mind of unnecessary thoughts and prepared for the upcoming battle in the martial tower. He walked through the great hall of the martial tower. Unlike the skill tower, which is spacious, the martial tower is more long, with many long corridors inside. Lin Bai casually chose a corridor to proceed. As he delved deeper, he found many display stands on both sides of the path. Crimson armor, sharp weapons, and ominous military flags all showcased the uniqueness of this place. The aura emanating from these items made Lin Bai feel as if he were in a battlefield. Of course, this was merely the characteristic of the items in the first half of his journey. The latter part was filled with various combat weapons of individual cultivators, each unique and imbued with spirit. I've arrived. The corridor finally reached its end, where a massive mural was carved into the wall. This was the first mural he saw after entering the martial tower. To call it a mural is not entirely accurate, as there was no painting, only a single character. A large Dao character. The moment Lin Bai saw the character, it felt as if his mind was struck by lightning, instantly unraveling many martial doubts that had lingered in his mind. His body remained still, but his soul attained enlightenment. So this is how the sword technique works. After an unknown period, the dazed Lin Bai refocused his gaze and let out a sigh. He deeply bowed and paid his respects to this character. Thank you, senior, for granting this opportunity. Lin Bai did not know who left this character in the martial tower, but after gaining that insight, he received a comprehension of the sword path and a promise. This comprehension of the sword path allowed him, who had been stuck at the minor success bottleneck, to break through directly to great success. Grateful for the kindness received. The promise was the last two sentences left by a valiant woman. The sword is a weapon of the conqueror. One who wields the sword must possess the heart of a conqueror. When you reach the perfection of swordsmanship, you may return here to receive a new inheritance. The latter part of this statement indicated that the opportunity he received was not a one-time gift, but that there would be a follow-up. However, to receive this inheritance, one must first reach the perfection of swordsmanship. However, regarding the perfection of swordsmanship, he was still far from it. Even if he were to encounter another opportunity for enlightenment, it would not suffice. Lin Bai's recent breakthrough was due to his continuous training in the palace accumulating enough nourishment. After Lin Bai's enlightenment was completed, the spirit of the martial tower, which had been silent until now, the trial taker places their hand upon the character, and then they are teleported to begin the challenge. Lin Bai admired the spirit of the space. It was quite perceptive, recognizing that he had fallen into enlightenment without disturbing him, but waiting until he finished before continuing with the trial. He placed his hand on the wall, inscribed with the character Dao, and in the next moment, he was absorbed into the stone wall, disappearing from sight. Lin Bai would never have imagined that at that moment the gaze of the martial tower's spirit was already fixed upon him. Is someone comprehending the character of the sages on the first day the martial tower opens? His name is Lin Bai. Yes, he is the seed mentioned by the skill tower and the ancient sea of burning wood. His comprehension is truly monstrous. I wonder how he fares in other aspects. Forget it, let's notify the skill tower and the ancient sea of burning wood to come and take a look together. The way the martial tower's spirit spoke was not calm and indifferent like that of other spatial spirits. Rather, it was akin to a normal person filled with varying emotions. The spirit of the martial tower was now very interested in Lin Bai. Previously, another spatial spirit had informed it of this student's uniqueness, which had already piqued its interest. Little did it expect that Lin Bai would surprise it immediately upon arrival. Lin Bai, upon encountering the character of the sages for the first time, ignited the legacy within, signifying that Lin Bai's comprehension was indeed astonishing. Although there was only the character Dao on this wall, this character was not written by a single person, but was a spectacle formed by the insights of countless sages. The character of the sages. This character contains numerous profound techniques, and the martial tower placed it here as a teleportation array to provide students with an opportunity. Although the vast majority of students do not meet the conditions to obtain further transmission techniques, the preceding technique comprehension can be considered a small surprise gifted by the martial arts hall. However, being able to obtain it does not mean it is an easy task. Ordinary students, even if they come to observe daily, must do so for at least a year to have a chance at triggering the preconditions for inheritance. Students with decent comprehension need at least a few months. The time gap here reflects the difference in comprehension, which is why the spirit of the martial tower was shocked that Lin Bai comprehended it upon his first encounter with the character of the sages. It should be known that the martial arts hall was established around the time of the Golden Era, approximately 100,000 years ago. Moreover, the students who can enter the martial arts hall are all rare talents, often regarded as prodigies. Even so, since the martial tower's inception, only 9 students with comprehension like Lin Bai's have existed, and that includes Lin Bai himself. However, the spirit of the martial tower was curious about one question. I wonder which sage's insight this student Lin Bai is inheriting. What he receives is the most suitable for him, so why worry? The legacies within the character of the sages are countless, and the first inheritance received will directly determine which sage's subsequent techniques one can obtain. For instance, Lin Bai gained insights into the sword techniques from that valiant woman sage, indicating that Lin Bai will only accept her legacy techniques in the future. Have you been teleported? Let me see how strong your combat ability is. The spirit of the martial tower quickly ceased pondering which inheritance Lin Bai had received, as Lin Bai had already been teleported into the interior of the martial tower, ready to begin the trial challenge. At this moment, on the other side, as the light and shadows shifted before him, Lin Bai found himself in a pure white space, yet to be rendered. Tester Lin Bai, having passed the first challenge of the martial tower, the second challenge will commence directly. Please be prepared. As the voice of the spirit of the martial tower faded, the surrounding pure white began to rapidly render, and in the blink of an eye a dense and eerie forest materialized. Finally here. It seems to be the dark forest from last time. Lin Bai looked around. Thick white mist swirling through the trees, twisted monstrous trees clawing at the air, and the sky was completely obscured by thick dark clouds, shrouding everything in a deathly silence. The dark clouds hung low, creating a suffocating atmosphere, and combined with the surrounding white mist forest, it appeared quite terrifying. Most people would be terrified upon suddenly arriving here, but Lin Bai was clearly not among them. He looked left and right, seemingly searching for something. Damn it! Where are those twins? Last time they bullied me when I had just begun my journey on the path of cultivation, nearly turning me into roast duck in the second challenge. Thinking of this made Lin Bai angry. During his first entry into the second challenge of the martial tower, due to speed, reaction, terrain, and other factors, he was played with by the dark forest's guardian twin assassins. Today he intended to reclaim his honor, making them understand what it means to face retribution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly arrows rained down on Lin Bai like raindrops, each arrow imbued with the enemy's special energy. Boom, boom, boom. These arrows would explode violently upon contact, turning the ground near Lin Bai upside down, and the surrounding trees fared no better, shattering and igniting. Yet the true target of the arrow rain, Lin Bai, remained unscathed. Even the ground beneath his feet was intact. A thin layer of black mist surrounded Lin Bai, who he had just activated the prototype of heavy armor and blocked these attacks. Hey, too weak. Lin Bai sighed, a deep sense of disappointment in his tone. These arrows looked intimidating, but even without activating the black mist protection, they couldn't harm him. It felt like returning to the beginner village after reaching maximum level, only to find that the boss he struggled with back then was nothing special. Boring. He waved his hand dismissively to Mo Ling on his shoulder. Xiao Ling, go take care of them. Since it was boring, he decided to settle things quickly. Earning merit points was the Receiving the command, Mo Ling instantly took to the skies, rapidly expanding into a three-zhong giant bird. Its wings spread wide as it charged like a black lightning bolt towards the incoming arrows. As a cultivator of the beast Tamer, how could he handle everything personally? It was certainly his contract beast job, but previously his contract beasts were too weak. Lin Bai had always remembered being outnumbered during his first entry into the martial tower. Now that Mo Ling and Xianji had grown, he wanted the enemies to experience what a just group beating was. What? You have already defeated my contract beast. Congratulations, lucky child, you now have a chance to check. Let's see how Xiao Ling is doing. The dense trees obscured his view, but this was not a problem. Lin Bai was connected to Mo Ling's spirit, allowing him to share Mo Ling's perspective within a certain range. At this moment, Mo Ling soared above the treetops, its crimson pupils searching for the target. Caw, this is the task given by the master, it cannot fail. Mo Ling did not want to disappoint its master. Every day it trained hard to perfectly execute Lin Bai's commands. Usually Lin Bai did not engage in many battles, and Mo Ling had few opportunities to display its skills, so it cherished every chance to assist Lin Bai. The guardians of the second challenge of the martial tower were a pair of twins practicing the path of shadow assassins. This path specializes in stealth, with extremely fast speed and reaction, making them particularly troublesome in complex environments. However, Mo Ling was not afraid at all. Its initial form, the Dark Crow, was accustomed to living in this dark forest, and after evolving it thrived even more in such dark environments. Good at hiding. Mo Ling possessed a skill called shadow perception, making it impossible for the enemy to conceal themselves in this dark forest. Extremely fast. Mo Ling had the characteristic of speed with agility as its highest attribute. Thus, this pair of assassin twins was fundamentally countered by Mo Ling, not to mention that Mo Ling was at an extraordinary level, while the others were merely at the ordinary level, representing a crushing defeat. Thus, this pair of assassin twins was fundamentally countered by Mo Ling, not to mention that Mo Ling was at an extraordinary level, while the others were merely at the ordinary level. The moment Mo Ling flew towards them, the two guardians realized that their location had been exposed. They did not hesitate either and immediately jumped and dodged, but since they had already been discovered by Mo Ling, how could they escape its shadow perception? Through the shared perspective, Lin Bai saw the pair of siblings decisively change their strategy upon realizing they could not escape, suddenly splitting up and fleeing in two different directions. Mo Ling flew straight towards the sister of the twins. Her stealth ability was relatively stronger, so she would be dealt with first. Target locked. Mo Ling accelerated again, diving even faster. Everything in its path, whether thick tree trunks or tangled vines, was shattered by its powerful physique. Whoosh! Mo Ling's claws were like knives waving casually. The figure of the sister, desperately trying to evade, was instantly torn apart into several pieces, without even a chance for proper resistance. Mo Ling did not linger, flapping its wings vigorously and tracing a beautiful arc in the air, chasing after the fleeing brother of the twins at an astonishing speed. The last survivor was like a turtle in a jar. Even if he pushed the shadow assassin's stealth abilities to the limit, even burning his vitality for speed, he could not increase the distance from Mo Ling, but was instead rapidly closing in. Less than 10 breaths after the sister of the twins died, Mo Ling had already closed in on the last survivor brother. Just as it prepared to repeat its previous actions with its claws, Mo Ling seemed to sense something, and suddenly came to a halt, then rapidly ascended. Boom! In the next moment, a loud noise echoed, audible even to Lin Bai outside, without relying on Mo Ling's perspective. The brother of the twins self-destructed, literally self-destructed. He attempted to inflict some damage on Mo Ling at the cost of becoming a human bomb. However, in Mo Ling's eyes, being at a higher level, these petty actions were completely transparent and ineffective. In fact, even if the explosion's force hit Mo Ling directly, it would not break its defenses, but Mo Ling did not want to get splattered with blood, so it chose to dodge. Mission accomplished. Mo Ling immediately returned to report. The duration of this battle was less than 5 minutes, and within those 5 minutes 3 of them were spent on Mo Ling searching for hidden enemies. If the twins had thoughts, they would surely feel extremely frustrated. The shadow assassin's stealth and speed had not been able to manifest at all. Completely restrained by Mo Ling, the final human bomb was utterly useless. Finally over. Looking at the death of the Guardian twins, Lin Bai sighed softly. Ever since he was turned into roast duck by that pair of siblings during his first visit here, this small obsession had lingered in his heart. It wasn't that Lin Bai harbored feelings of hatred. After all, the Guardians were merely a set of data simulated by the Martial Tower. His inner emotions were closer to a sense of unwillingness. Lin Bai wanted to win, not to lose. Unfortunately, the previous Martial Tower had not been open. Even though Lin Bai continuously broke through later on with Mo Ling and Xianji growing, he could not fulfill his wishes. Fortunately, this thought did not develop into an obsession, merely a small unwillingness, as Lin Bai believed he would eventually have his revenge, so it was not something he constantly dwelled on. Of course, none of this mattered anymore. From the moment he easily blocked that wave of arrows, the regret in Lin Bai's heart had completely dissipated. The reason he felt it was boring was that after waiting so long for this revenge battle, he found that due to his increased strength, the previous enemies were now weak in his eyes. Mo Ling flew back, shrinking in size, and gracefully landed once more on Lin Bai's shoulder. Master, the task has been completed. How did I do this time? Very good, very impressive. Lin Bai praised Mo Ling enthusiastically. He never hesitated to praise his child when it was time to commend them. Next time I will do even better. Hearing the praise, Mo Ling immediately promised, its eyes sparkling with the glow of recognition. Tester Lin Bai, congratulations on passing the second challenge of the Martial Tower, earning a reward of 1,500 merit points. Would you like to proceed to the next challenge? 1,500 points. Not bad. He was quite satisfied with the rewards of the second challenge. After confirming the important number of merit points, he responded immediately. Yes, continue the challenge. Lin Bai came to the Martial Tower today to earn as many merit points as possible. How could he stop now? Begin the teleportation. In the next moment, Lin Bai's figure disappeared from the dark forest. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bai found himself teleported to the third trial of the Martial Tower. The scene for this trial had already been rendered a desolate expanse of yellow earth, deeply fissured and treacherously rugged. A man clad in white robes, broad-browed and clear-eyed, stood high above, gazing down upon Lin Bai as he materialized. In the next instant, the man moved. He leapt downward like a falling star, hurtling toward Lin Bai with terrifying momentum. Lin Bai naturally had already taken note of the broad-browed warrior. Is this guardian a cultivator of the martial path? Rather fierce, he attacks the moment I arrive. Lin Bai, of course, would not fall behind. Come forth, my Pixia. Xuanji. With a ceremonial cry, Lin Bai drew forth the dazed little turtle from his chest and tossed it high into the air. Woo, master, what are you doing? Isn't Mo Ling already here? Xuanji waved its tiny claws midair. Mo Ling has already done her part. Now it's your turn. Fail to impress, and your upcoming holiday vanishes. Holiday revoked. No, I refuse. At Lin Bai's threat, Xuanji's combat instinct surged instantly, flung aloft. It swelled rapidly in size. In a flash, a colossal tortoise landed with a thunderous impact. Over 10 meters long, its ancient carapace radiating solemn, overwhelming authority. Its sheer size even surpassed Mo Ling's fully matured form. Where Mo Ling's matured form embodied celestial grace, Xuanji's exuded regal majesty. Ru. Xuanji let out a deep, resonant roar, not aimed at the onrushing man himself, but at the earth beneath his feet. Earth flow manipulation activated. The firm yellow soil beneath the man's feet instantly turned viscous and swamp-like, locking his ankles in place. Worse still, the controlled earth seemed alive, slithering upward like serpentine mud coiling swiftly around his calves. The man strained to break free, yet the more force he exerted, the faster he sank. It was futile. Even though the Martial Tower's manifested guardians were prodigious cultivators, Xuanji and Mo Ling were no untamed beasts. They bore profound origins. Clearly, the guardians' combat prowess fell short of overcoming the superior. The outcome held no surprise. Lin Bai hadn't even identified the man's specific martial discipline before Xuanji submerged him deep into the earth, into eternal slumber. Truly, martial cultivators slept soundly. Once wrapped in their earthen blanket, they lay utterly still. Trialist Lin Bai passed the third trial of the Martial Tower. Awarded 2,000 merit points. Proceed to the next trial. Woo, master, is this enough now? Having shrunk back to its small form, Xuanji blinked its large eyes seeking praise. Well done. You've refined your earth flow manipulation further. Lin Bai gently cupped the miniature Xuanji and prepared for the next teleportation. 2,000 merit points from just the third trial. What awaited beyond left him breathless. As for the battle between Xuanji and the Guardian, Lin Bai remained perfectly calm throughout. With his current cultivation array, conquering the early trials of the martial tower was little more than child's play. Meanwhile, 3 spatial spirits observed Lin Bai's trial in silent vigil. The artistry tower spirit spoke first. His completion time is astonishingly swift, and every trial thus far has been cleared through beast taming. His true personal combat strength remains veiled. His 4th and 5th trials will pit him against a swordsman and a musician respectively. As for the 6th and 7th trials, all trialists face identical challenges regardless of individual aptitude. The Zhongxin ancient sea spirit remained characteristically laconic. He has reached the 4th trial. Let us continue watching. The 4th trial begins. The Guardian's strength has been elevated to the transcendent tier. I hope he offers some genuine surprise. Lin Bai materialized within the 4th trial, a vast open training hall. A man in flowing robes stood with his back turned. Hearing the resonance of teleportation, he spoke slowly, his voice steeped in timeless weariness. You have arrived. He paused and added softly. You should not have come. Lin Bai stared blankly. What on earth was this fellow babbling about? Wait, hold on. This thing speaks. Lin Bai suddenly realized a crucial detail. The guardians of the first 3 floors had been mute and hollow, mere puppets. Yet this 4th floor guardian not only spoke, but did so with rich inflection and a faint aura of self-aggrandizing grandeur. It appeared the martial tower calibrated each guardian's attributes, speech, personality, presence, according to the trial's difficulty. Enough. This one's clearly addled. Moling Xuanji, engage him. Lin Bai dismissed the matter of speech entirely and commanded his bonded beasts to begin the trial. Moling struck first, vanishing midair and surging straight toward the robed man's back. Xuanji followed without hesitation, causing the training ground's earth to tremble and ripple. Ah, mortals, you are ever impatient. The man sighed, a plain iron sword appearing unbidden in his hand. Without turning, he flicked it backward, a razor-sharp pure blade of chi slashing toward Moling. GAA. The sword light moved too swiftly. Though Moling strained every sinew, it was still struck Hedon and sent reeling backward, feathers scattering, a clean searing gash scoring its wing. Next, the man tapped his foot lightly upon the floor. Countless fine sword threads erupted from beneath him, severing Xuanji's connection to the earth in an instant. Those threads coalesced midair into a single massive blade of light, striking Xuanji's shell with brutal force, hurling its massive frame backward. Though its shell's defense held firm, the impact left it stunned and disheveled. With merely 2 moves, the Guardian effortlessly suppressed and repelled both Moling and Xuanji. Return, Moling, Xuanji. Lin Bai had intended for them to hone their skills in real combat, but the chasm in power rendered such practice meaningless. Humanity is a wondrous race, the dull among them rival stray dogs, while the gifted surpass even phoenixes of the 9 heavens. Indeed, the gulf between one human and another may eclipse even that between human and hound. These martial tower guardians belonged squarely to humanity's elite. Moreover, this 4th trial guardian followed the swordsman path, a discipline renowned for peerless combat prowess among cultivators. At equal cultivation levels, Moling's and Xuanji's defeat was inevitable. Yet once their bloodlines evolved further, such outcomes would shift irrevocably. Gaga, master, I failed. Moling drooped crestfallen. Woo-woo, master, he hurt me terribly. Avenge me. Xuanji whimpered, plaintively accusing. There, it's all right. Victory and defeat are the way of war. After soothing the 2, Lin Bai carefully examined Moling's wound. A precise sword scar ran across its left wing, still thrumming with residual sword energy. Though the martial tower would heal all injuries upon trial's end, Lin Bai nonetheless channeled his inner force with meticulous care, dispelling the lingering sword energy to spare Moling discomfort. Trialist, you may withdraw. You stand at the mortal refinement stage. You cannot prevail against me. Return when stronger. The man remained motionless, his back still turned, his tone serene and detached. Lin Bai frowned. As a sword cultivator, this guardian should possess a sword heart or similar intuitive perception. Yet he judged Lin Bai solely by cultivation realm. Scratching his head, Lin Bai ventured cautiously, do you possess consciousness? To his surprise, the guardian gave no sign of having heard. His mouth kept moving, continuing his lecture. Your spirit beasts have fallen. Must you persist in futile resistance? The words baffled Lin Bai. Yet in that moment he understood, though this 4th trial guardian possessed more personality than its predecessors, reciting pretentious lines and projecting arrogance, it remained at its core simulated data governed by rigid pre-programmed logic. In short, it could not comprehend human speech. But none of that mattered now. Lin Bai's expression hardened, and he addressed the unmoving back with grave sincerity. Do you know what act most grievously offends a beast tamer? To wound his bonded beast in front of him. Before the guardian could reply, Lin Bai swept his arm forward. The light heavy blade cleaved forth in a horizontal arc devoid of flourish, embodying raw power and blinding speed alone. A terrifying gale of blade wind solidified into palpable pressure, a wall of invisible force bearing down upon the robed figure. You struck my soul-bound beast. Think you can simply walk away? Not so easily. Sensing peril, the man swung his iron sword backward once more, blinding sword light flashing forth to intercept. Crack! Yet the moment sword light met wind pressure, it shattered, fragment by fragment. His blade could not withstand Lin Bai's blade. His body lifted, hurled backward by the crushing force, slamming into the distant wall, embedding itself deep within the stone, leaving only a stark human-shaped indentation. So fond of facing away. Then remain that way, forever. Just as the Guardian had effortlessly bested Moling and Xuanji, he too belonged to a tier Lin Bai transcended. Trialist Lin Bai, you have passed the 4th trial of the Martial Tower. Awarded 3,000 merit points. Proceed to the next trial. Yes, continue. As the teleportation light flared, Moling's wound healed completely. The 5th trial unfolded over a vast mist-shrouded lake upon which 2 pavilions floated. Lin Bai materialized inside one of them. Wind chimes and talisman-inscribed scrolls hung from the eaves. Lake breezes stirred them, filling the air with delicate chimes and the faint soothing scent of sandalwood. How intriguing. Facing the gentle lake wind, Lin Bai saw 4 women appear in the opposite pavilion. Faces like peach blossoms, figures as supple as willow branches. At his gaze they bowed in unison, their poise exquisite. Each held a classical instrument, zither, jade, flute, pipa, and kongho, and with graceful fingers they coaxed forth melodies as fluid and luminous as water. Zither strings sang flute notes soared, each tone piercing the senses. Tell me, dear sir, whence do you come and whither do you go? I bear 7 colored threads of shared devotion. May they bind your heart to sun and moon. Their song was no courtly aria but a rustic folk melody, yet hauntingly beautiful. The singing was enchanting, the maidens radiant. Yet Lin Bai's focus lay elsewhere. He had one paramount objective, earning merit points. Anyone, or anything, standing between him and that goal was now his enemy. Beauty and melody held no sway. Lin Bai listened to the melodious singing, his brow furrowing tighter. He carefully sensed his surroundings, but could not discern any clues. Strange. Never mind, it's not important. He'll just cut first and ask questions later. Lin Bai couldn't understand it, so he chose to use a brute force solution. The 2 pavilions were not far apart, merely a few hundred meters. Lin Bai drew his heavy blade and delivered a vertical chop towards the opposite pavilion. The fierce wind pressure tore through the lake's surface, creating a deep trench that surged towards the other pavilion. However, a layer of white light shield suddenly appeared around the pavilion, steadily blocking this strike. Oh, there's a protective shield. Lin Bai was invigorated. I want to see how many hits your turtle shell can withstand. He then launched 7 or 8 consecutive cuts, each ruthless, until the shield finally could not bear the assault and shattered with a resounding crash, the residual wind pressure penetrating the figures of the 4 women. Yet these women remained unscathed. Lin Bai ceased his attack and began to observe closely, finally grasping some clues. These women. Their flesh appeared translucent, seemingly real, but not truly in contact with reality. Is this a ghostly path? The enemies encountered on the 5th level of the Martial Tower were of extraordinary caliber. Extraordinary beings, each with different paths and methods, displayed their might. In this realm, cultivators' paths began to exhibit genuinely distinct abilities, among which practitioners of the ghostly path would possess a spiritual body that significantly reduced physical damage. Of course, gaining something means losing something. The cost of having greatly reduced physical damage is that once transformed into a spiritual body, one becomes incredibly vulnerable to non-physical attacks. Young Master, why? These women continued to sing sweetly. Although their voices had no effect on Lin Bai, the nearby Mo Ling Xianji began to feel somewhat drowsy. These songs are a mental attack, taking advantage of the fact that I haven't reached the 5 organs spirit realm yet, and cannot condense my own martial momentum right. Since the ghostly path has spiritual bodies, other paths naturally have methods to counter them. Among them, the warrior's method is to condense martial momentum to pressure their spirit. Unfortunately, Lin Bai, as a demon tamer warrior, must wait until the last stage of the transformation realm, which is 5 organs spirit, to refine his martial momentum. Do you think I have no way to deal with this? Mo Ling, let's go take care of them. Lin Bai couldn't destroy the spiritual body now, but Mo Ling could. Muddy Bone Scream is both a sound wave attack and a mental attack. Gaka, alright. Master, can you hold on? Lin Bai asked, noticing Mo Ling's drowsy appearance. Gaka, no problem, Master, trust me. Although Mo Ling felt somewhat drowsy from the singing, she could still hold on. She felt guilty for not helping Lin Bai in the previous challenge. Now it was her chance to prove herself again. Then let's go. Lin Bai leaped out of the pavilion, with Mo Ling following closely behind. In less than a few seconds they had crossed the lake and reached the pavilion on the opposite side. Gak gak. Without hesitation, Mo Ling unleashed Muddybone's scream, a piercing sound that drowned out the women's singing. The bodies of the four women rippled like water, their brows furrowed in pain as their forms began to shift from ethereal to solid. Waiting aside, Lin Bai condensed his energy and slapped down hard, causing the Guardian's song to pause for a moment, turning into a more mournful tone. Young master, so heartless. Now the women were caught in a bind, their spiritual body being continuously depleted by Mo Ling's Muddybone scream, while Lin Bai was watching them like a hawk. Having no choice, they could only maintain their singing, hoping to kill Mo Ling first. Thus both sides were locked in a stalemate, competing to see who could endure longer. Would it be Mo Ling who fell unconscious first, or the women who shattered? In the end it was Lin Bai's side that won. Mo Ling held on against the drowsy song, while the Guardian's spiritual body was on the verge of shattering. The women's singing ceased, its mournful tone returning to its initial clear melody, leaving behind their last lyric before disappearing. Young master, goodbye. Tester Lin Bai has passed the 5th level of the Martial Tower test and gained 4,000 merit points. Would you like to continue to the next level? Continue the trial, finally finishing this level. Was the Guardian of this level significantly stronger than the swordsman from the previous level? Not at all. It was just that Lin Bai lacked direct means to counter their spiritual bodies, otherwise it would have been the same quick kill. Lin Bai was transported to the space of the 6th level of the Martial Tower, which was also the penultimate layer. The environment of the 6th level was a plain. On the plain, wolf smoke and beacon fires burned the ground, showing a blood-red hue, the sky overcast and drizzling lightly. What kind of guardian will this level have? Lin Bai stood in the center of the blood-red plain, not spreading his energy, but allowing the drizzling rain to fall upon him. Suddenly the ground began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Kill, kill, kill. A black torrent surged from the horizon, the sounds of footsteps and shouts growing closer, deafening. Is this an army? It can't be. This is just an extraordinary level trial. The military's power over those not yet in the rebirth stage was terrifying. Although Lin Bai spoke of it being exaggerated, the fighting spirit within him had already ignited, as the previous challenges in the Martial Tower had not put enough pressure on him. Now finally a worthy opponent had appeared, and since these soldiers were here, it meant they belonged to the level of extraordinary combat strength. What is there to fear? As a warrior, everyone has fantasized about charging into an army alone, and now in the Martial Tower it could be realized. How could it not stir his blood? The soldiers ahead began to change. They no longer maintained a neat formation, but started to run. In the overcast sky, a massive blood swallow appeared, its cold gaze fixed on Lin Bai, poised to strike. Tsk tisk, the military spirit has appeared. Too bad, I don't have a suitable longbow, otherwise I would shoot it down. Lin Bai currently had only a heavy blade in hand, and an ordinary quality crossbow could not withstand his current strength. The reason armies are terrifying is that they possess military spirit, military might, and military formations. This blood swallow is the military spirit of this troop, already possessing sentience, specializing in aggression. Ning, the blood swallow let out a sharp screech and charged at Lin Bai. Come on. Little Ling, Xian, you two retreat to the side. I'll handle this thing. Gaka, master, be careful. Woo, go for it, master, Lin Bai shouted excitedly, urging Mo Ling to take Xianji to a safe area while he charged towards the blood swallow. Heavy armor activate. As he moved, a streamlined layer of keratin armor covered Lin Bai's body, his speed soaring once more. Since he was going to fight, he would give it his all. The blood swallow also enveloped in a black flame mist, accelerating into a red-black torrent. The heavy blade in Lin Bai's hand was wrapped in surging energy, becoming even heavier. The blade began to crystallize due to the excessive concentration of energy, its weight adjusted to the maximum. Lin Bai leaped and swung his blade. Kong! The blade clashed violently with the blood swallow, sending the crimson torrent flying. Boom! Lin Bai then landed, releasing force and creating a deep pit. He jumped out of the pit, looking at the blood swallow in the air, which was crying blood, and smiled broadly. You seem not so tough after all show and no substance. As long as the battle power of the 6th level of the Martial Tower remained at the extraordinary level, it couldn't possibly defeat him. This wasn't just self-encouragement, but an evident fact. Lin Bai jumped out of the deep pit again and charged at the blood swallow, the two frequently colliding and exchanging blows for dozens of rounds. Numerous scratches appeared on Lin Bai's heavy armor, and a strange black-red fire burned. The blood swallow opposite was also battered, its right wing nearly severed. At this rate, in less than 10 strikes it wouldn't be a wing, but its head that would be severed. Suddenly a pressure descended upon Lin Bai, causing his speed to slow as the blood swallow seized the opportunity, and sent him flying. Papa, have you actually activated your military might? Let's see how long you can maintain it. The three great treasures of the army: military spirit, for offense; military might, for restraint; military formation, for defense. Had it not been for the blood swallow's spiritual power being higher than his, Lin Bai would have already marked it with a forbidden seal. Even now, being pressured by the military might, Lin Bai's overall strength still surpassed that of the blood swallow military spirit. Moreover, the longer it dragged on, the weaker these military formations and might would become, as activating them required enormous consumption. With only about 500 soldiers on the opposite side, they couldn't hold out for long. Without hesitation, Lin Bai rose again and charged at the blood swallow. He grew bolder as he fought while the opponent's power began to decline. In the 72nd strike, the blood swallow finally couldn't hold on, letting out a mournful cry before. Among the black-armored soldiers behind, many fell to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. Lin Bai pressed the advantage and charged into the military formation. Without the blood swallow military spirit, their military formation was utterly insignificant in Lin Bai's eyes, and naturally, it could not protect these black-armored soldiers. In less than 5 minutes, only Lin Bai remained standing on this plain, surrounded by fallen black-armored soldiers. Tester Lin Bai has passed the 6th level challenge of the Martial Tower, gaining 5,000 merit points. Would you like to continue the challenge? What a thrill, truly exhilarating. This battle had thrilled Lin Bai. Mo Ling, carrying Xian Ji, flew back to Lin Bai's side. Gaka, Master is amazing. I want to become strong and protect Master too. Woo, Master won, and soon we can go home to sleep. Haha, little Ling's wish will soon come true, and Xian can also go home to sleep soon. Lin Bai, having passed another level, appeared very happy, knowing that the Martial Tower only had 7 layers left, and he had only 1 more to go. I wonder who will appear in the last layer. Hee, will I complete all the trials on the first day, the Martial Tower? How should I spend so many merit points? Lin Bai fantasized about lavishly spending the merit points after completing all the trials, while also setting a flag for himself. Continue the challenge in the Martial Tower, opening the final level. Lin Bai confidently initiated the final test of the Martial Tower. In the Martial Tower, is that copycat still guarding the last level? The spirit of the skill tower. Yes, after achieving the Dao Ancestor, this individual returned to request to guard the Martial Tower's final level to give future classmates a little surprise. In the end, I don't know why they agreed to her unreasonable request. The spirit of the Martial Tower said, at this age, those who break through to the extraordinary realm are already few and far between. Since this individual has been stationed at the 7th level of the Martial Tower, no one has been able to pass the 7th level since. I wonder how long this Lin Bai student can hold out. I hope he can last longer in his first challenge. The spirit of the ancient sea remained silent until now before speaking. Lin Bai is still in the transformation realm, yet he can pass the 6th level of the Martial Tower, indicating that his combat power has reached or even surpassed the extraordinary limits. Regardless of whether he is a seed, his permissions can be reported for enhancement. The spirit of the ancient sea found it difficult to stop talking after such a long time. On the 7th level of the Martial Tower, the destination is found. Lin Bai was teleported and landed in a magnificent martial arts hall surrounded by racks of weapons with the cold gleam of swords and spears flashing around. In the center of the vast martial arts platform, a woman in black with her sleeves rolled up was quietly awaiting his arrival. Finally, a newcomer has arrived. But why does this aura only signify a transformation realm? However, since he can make it here, it shows his abilities. Bai Qingyan pondered, looking at her fellow disciple, and then spoke, Challenger, why aren't you coming up yet? Bai Qingyan tilted her head to look at Lin Bai, inviting him to come up. Lin Bai was also assessing the final guardian, feeling a strange familiarity with this woman, even though he seemed to have never met her before. Sister, are you the guardian of the final level of this Martial Tower? Yes, I am the guardian of the final level of the Martial Tower. Lin Bai felt that this woman was not just a simulation from the Martial Tower's data, but a living person. Well, I've arrived. Although Lin Bai had breezed through the previous levels, he did not let his guard down, especially now that he had reached the final level, which belonged to the realm of transcendence. He stepped onto the martial arts platform, carefully scrutinizing the woman, and his instinct did not signal any danger. Instead, it left him in a state of indecision. Bai Qingyan asked Lin Bai with a tilt of her head, aren't you going to make a move? Then let me take the first move. After saying this, she moved. In an instant, Lin Bai's instinct, spiritual awareness, soul, and intuition all frantically transmitted a message to him. It's going to be bad, quickly dodge. I can't dodge. Lin Bai wanted to follow his instincts to evade, but found himself firmly pinned in place by an invisible, overwhelming aura. This was the woman's martial power. I have to give it my all. Lin Bai did not expect the guardian of this level to be so powerful, but he was not one to sit idly by. He immediately activated his heavy armor in an attempt to block the attack. Crash. The woman's delicate fist collided with the heavy armor, shattering it like glass. Immediately afterward, Lin Bai's body followed suit, dissolving into specks of light. With the master dead, the nearby Mo Ling was also teleported out of the martial tower. Interesting, just now, when he activated his armor, his physical qualities reached the transcendence level. I hope he can surprise me in the future. Bai Qingyan looked at the spot where Lin Bai had vanished, her heart bubbling with joy like a child encountering a beloved toy. You must be joking. Her base, 4-dimensional values. Definitely close to 300. Lin Bai was teleported out of the martial tower, stunned in place. The casual punch from the opponent had reduced him and the heavy armor to powder. This was purely a result of a significant gap in strength. How this is normal. As the guardian of the final level of the martial tower, how could she lack power? How could a mere practitioner at the transformation realm, not yet perfected, compete against someone at the transcendence level? However, Lin Bai's initial shock transformed into fighting spirit. He certainly did not like to lose. Of course, despite his determination, he did not foolishly charge in to continue the challenge, though entering now would still mean being unable to withstand a single blow from her, which would be useless. It would be a waste of effort. He took a deep look at the word Dao in front of him, turned, and left with no lingering attachment or frustration. Only leaving behind a line, "I will definitely come back." Mo Ling flew over to comfort him. "Kaka master, are you okay?" Mo Ling had spent the longest time with Lin Bai and knew that her master was actually an extremely proud person, though this pride was usually buried deep within, unseen. "Woo, it's okay master, we can win back next time." Even the usually carefree Xian Ji came over to comfort him. Lin Bai chuckled softly, smiling as he spoke. "You two really underestimate me. Your master is not someone with a fragile heart, don't worry." Through the connection of their souls, Mo Ling and Xian Ji sensed that Lin Bai's mood had indeed returned to normal, and they felt relieved. "Woo, so are we going home to sleep now?" Xian Ji asked with great anticipation. "Of course not. We earned so many merit points today, we are definitely going shopping." Lin Bai unceremoniously rejected Xian Ji's suggestion. Lin Bai thought it over once he advanced to the Transcendence realm and gathered 4 contract beasts to stack attributes. He was confident he could defeat that woman in black. Therefore, the next step was to purchase evolution items for Mo Ling and Xian Ji, and then go out to find contract beasts to complete his offensive and mental capabilities. Returning to the exchange hall. Now Lin Bai had a total of 21650 merit points, and his finances suddenly felt more comfortable. Looking at the number 21,650 on the exchange light orb, Lin Bai felt quite pleased and immediately began shopping. Purchase a strand of Jishu Beast Chi, an extraordinary realm Een-faced Fox Soul Pearl, a complete dust-covered stone, and a Transcendence Realm Spirit Magnet Beast Core. Following the instructions, student Lin Bai, your merit points are sufficient for exchange. Remaining merit points 16,950. As the light orb spoke, 4 ancient boxes appeared in front of Lin Bai containing the materials he needed. Just as he checked everything and prepared to head home to arrange the evolution of the 2 small ones, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Exchange hall, can you exchange for demon beast cubs? That's right, Lin Bai thought about whether he could obtain contract beasts at the exchange hall. The exchange hall has the added function of selection with scouting techniques, so it should be able to find good cubs. Unfortunately, the next moment, the words from the exchange light orb shattered Lin Bai's fantasy. Sorry, the exchange hall does not provide cubs or roots of intelligent beings. I see. Lin Bai felt a bit disappointed, but could accept it. Worst case, he would wait for Mo Ling and Xian Ji to complete their evolution before going out to find some. However, the next line from the exchange hall gave Lin Bai another glimmer of hope. Although the exchange hall does not provide demon beast cubs, it can exchange for relevant information for you to go out and search. It can actually provide information for searching. This works too. Lin Bai had originally planned to gather information about demon beasts slowly after leaving the Fire Cloud Cave, filtering through one by one. Unexpectedly, there was a ray of hope, and he could achieve it in one step at the exchange hall. How many merit points will that require? Lin Bai knew that asking for information would surely cost a considerable amount of merit points. It depends on the specific information, the price varies. The response from the exchange hall made Lin Bai understand, and he began to consider his options. List the strongest demon beast cubs in terms of power and the cubs with the strongest soul. Let me see these 2 major categories first. To meet this requirement, 450 merit points are needed. Would you like to exchange? Yes, exchange the list. Lin Bai felt a bit pained, although he had already guessed that the pre-exchange information would require merit points. He did not expect it to be so much. This was almost half the price of a material at the Transcendence level, but there was no choice. He had to make the exchange. After the exchange was successful, a long list appeared on the light orb filled with names of demon beasts that Lin Bai had never heard of. He began to carefully select, and after a long while Lin Bai picked out the spirit beast that best matched his requirement. Power flying bear mountain moving ape slaying demon tiger spirit illusory snow butterfly harmonious heart dragonfly omniscient bug. He had selected 3 from both power and spirit categories, and now he just needed to choose one from each. Let's choose the slaying demon tiger for the power contract beast. It has the most outstanding strength, and other aspects are not lacking. As for the spirit contract beast, let's choose. In the realm of spirits, illusion, snow, butterfly, heart, link, dragonfly, myriad, phenomena, bug. As Lin Bai was about to decide on his spirit beast, the exchange list refreshed, once more revealing a new type of spirit beast at the top. This spirit beast immediately captured Lin Bai's attention, not for any particular reason, but because of its exorbitant information exchange price. Expensive. Extremely expensive. Ridiculously so. Dream floating. This information requires 5,000 merit points to exchange. The information on the slaughtering calamity tiger only costs 1,000 merit points. How can there be such a vast difference? Unfortunately, the exchange hall did not answer Lin Bai's question, displaying a take it or leave it attitude. After a brief moment of shock and consideration, Lin Bai ultimately decided to exchange. He wanted to see what exactly could be worth 5,000 merit points. Exchange hall exchanged the information on the slaughtering calamity tiger and dream floating. Following your command, your merit points are sufficient for the exchange. After the exchange, you will have 10,500 merit points remaining. 2 beams of light flashed, and 2 ancient bronze compasses appeared before Lin Bai. These compasses could sense the location of the corresponding spirit beasts at close range, inscribed with information about dream floating and the slaughtering calamity tiger. Only 10,500 merit points left. Money really flows like water. Lin Bai mumbled as he reached for the compass representing dream floating. In an instant, a stream of information surged into his mind. After a moment of digestion, Lin Bai played with the compass, his brow slightly furrowed. Is this for real, eh? If it is true, then this information is indeed worth purchasing, and it's even quite a bargain. The information within this compass was not extensive, detailing a single ability of dream floating. Dream floating, named for its meaning of great dream floating. This beast can infinitely self-split and reassemble, and with each cycle of splitting and merging, the strength of its spirit will significantly increase. This characteristic was precisely what Lin Bai was looking for. Why did he seek spirit beasts with high spirit strength? Wasn't it to utilize the talent of coexistence to stack attributes and enhance combat power? The ability of dream floating matched Lin Bai's expectations perfectly. At that moment, he had no more hesitation. This was it. He quickly received the information from the other compass regarding the slaughtering calamity tiger and carefully stored the evolution materials for Xuanji and Moling. Just as the teleportation light was about to shine, Lin Bai suddenly seemed to remember something and turned his head to ask the empty exchange hall. Exchange hall, is your information database updated in real time? Before his words faded, the teleportation had already begun, and he received no answer as his figure vanished from the hall. Why did Lin Bai ask this question? Because it seemed like too much of a coincidence. Given his personality, he found it hard to believe in coincidences. But why ask just as he was about to be teleported? Because the reason is unimportant. Yes, it is unimportant. Whether it was a coincidence or not, it didn't matter that much. Dream floating, he had made up his mind. Since he had already made a decision, the other factors became trivial. After being teleported, the previously silent spirit of the exchange hall began to communicate with the vast consciousness of the Firecloud Cave. Firecloud Cave, why did you suddenly feed me this information? The information database of the exchange hall is updated in real time, but the information about dream floating was just given to it by the consciousness of Firecloud Cave. This information was sent to me by the Wen Wang. The consciousness of Firecloud Cave did not play riddles, but explained the reason to the exchange hall. Wen Wang, didn't he already reach his end? The spirit of the exchange hall felt astonished. The only person who could be referred to as Wen Wang by Firecloud Cave was one individual, yet that existence had perished countless ages ago. This information was stored before his end, and only now has it been triggered and sent to me. It seems that this student Lin Bai truly is a seed. The calculation ability of Wen Wang is indeed terrifying, as he could still predict events of today across millions of years. After the consciousness of Firecloud Cave explained, the spirit of the exchange hall's confusion dissipated. The calculation ability of Wen Wang is said to be on the same level as the heavenly Tao, able to foresee certain nodes in the future, which is not entirely unbelievable. However, the spirit of the exchange hall developed a new curiosity. What exactly did Wen Wang leave for Lin Bai? On the other hand, the carefree Lin Bai had long cast aside any vague doubts. The most important thing now is to immediately proceed with the evolution of Moling and Xuanji. Gaga, master, what are these things? Moling looked at the materials Lin Bai took out, asking curiously. Little Lin will be evolving again soon. Gaga, oh, is it the same as last time? Moling's eyes lit. That's right, Lin Bai confirmed Moling's guess. Woo-woo, Master Big Sister, what are you talking about? Compared to Moling, who had already experienced evolution, Xuanji was a bit confused. It was certain it hadn't dozed off and had been listening intently to the conversation, yet it suddenly found itself unable to keep up with the rhythm of Lin Bai and Moling. Haha, little Lin, tell Xuanji about it. After being educated by Moling, Xuanji immediately expressed shock. Woo-woo, quick master, let's hurry back. Knowing it could evolve its own bloodline, Xuanji no longer thought about sleeping in and became excited. Evolving one's own bloodline is one of the greatest pursuits of spirit beasts, and Xuanji is no exception. Why the rush? The materials are already in hand, they won't run away. Although he said this, Lin Bai's pace was obviously getting faster, and his mood was not any calmer than Xuanji and Moling. Wu Master is also clearly very excited. Due to the connection between their spirits, the contracted beast could roughly sense the emotions of its master, and Xuanji did not believe Lin Bai's words. However, as a clever little turtle, Xuanji chose not to spoil Lin Bai's excitement. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Bai placed the evolution materials for this time on the table. As the amount of materials this time was not large, the processing was relatively simple, mainly focusing on precise combinations and activations. He first opened one of the boxes and took out the Een-faced fox soul pearl, carefully placing it into a glass bottle filled with the aura of the Jishu beast. The originally pitch-black and murky soul pearl began to release wisps of black mist upon contact with the mysterious aura of the Jishu beast, and the phantom of the Een-faced fox gradually faded away. All that was needed was to wait for the Een-faced fox soul pearl to fully merge with the Jishu beast's aura, and the preliminary work for Moling's evolution would be complete. Next, Lin Bai began to handle Xuanji's materials. The dust stone looked just like ordinary yellow earth, plain and unadorned. Lin Bai gathered his strength to crush it into fine powder, and then evenly sprinkled it on the surface of the spirit magnetic beast core, covered with natural cracks. When the two came into contact, a transformation occurred. The dust stone powder began to float and move around the spirit magnetic beast core, slowly filling in the natural patterns of the core. Moling's evolution materials were completed first. Within the soul pearl, the originally sinister Een-faced fox spirit had completely transformed into a snow-white unicorn-headed, remarkably graceful phantom resembling a dog spirit beast. It worked! Lin Bai exclaimed joyously as the white dog replaced the black fox. Little Lin, swallow it. Moling had absolute trust in Lin Bai and did not hesitate to open its mouth and swallow the transformed soul pearl. In the next moment, a surge of dark energy and pure ghostly energy erupted from its body, instantly enveloping it, and ultimately transforming into a deep black cocoon. Gaga, master, I'm so sleepy. Moling's voice came from within the cocoon, heavy with drowsiness. Sleep will take a good rest, and when you wake up you'll be stronger. Lin Bai gently reassured, as this was the Een-faced fox origin of a higher tier and the Jishu beast aura that would transform Moling's bloodline. Not long after Moling succumbed to the sleep of evolution, Xuanji's evolution materials also completed simultaneously. The powder of the dust stone filled the spirit magnetic beast core, resembling a yellow brick. Xuanji's evolution was slightly more complicated than Moling's. It required a small linking talisman. Lin Bai crushed several spirit stones into powder, mixing it into water to create a simple spirit water. Then, using his finger as a pen, he dipped it in the spirit water and carefully inscribed profound runes on the yellow brick and Xuanji's carapace. These runes would ultimately combine to form a miniature linking talisman array. Xian, hold this brick tightly. Xuanji obediently wrapped its limbs around the yellow brick. Woo-woo, is it like this? Yes, very good. After Xuanji held the brick, Lin Bai linked the talismans between. The moment the talisman array was activated, it began to operate immediately. The yellow brick suddenly emitted a gentle yellow light. Its texture rapidly softened and began to expand, flowing like living mud, enveloping Xuanji entirely, and ultimately forming a solid yellow clay ball. Woo-woo, master, I'm getting sleepy too. Sleep well, little one. At this moment before Lin Bai, there were only two distinctly styled eggs, a shimmering black cocoon, and a hefty rustic yellow clay ball. This evolution ceremony was completed quickly, requiring no days or nights of preparation. Next was to wait for Moling and Xuanji's rebirth, which would take about a month. However, in the meantime, Lin Bai had one more thing to do. That is, the martial arts gate. This matter had been on Lin Bai's mind ever since the test at the martial hall ended. Primarily, it was the final merit of humanity that was too enticing. However, Lin Bai's martial skills had not reached the level required to pass the trial before, but today his swordsmanship broke through to a great mastery, giving him the confidence to pass the martial arts gate. Without hesitation, Lin Bai set up two eggs and then set off toward the testing palace. Since everyone was engaged in the newly opened 2 towers and a hall trial, there was no one queuing in front of the testing palace, allowing Lin Bai to march straight in. Upon entering the testing palace, Lin Bai did not waste any words. Spirit of Space began the test. Select sword techniques. A standard Yinling sword appeared out of thin air, landing in Lin Bai's hand, and the surrounding environment rapidly manifested into an empty ancient city. A woman in white also materialized in the distance, her weapon identical to Lin Bai's. Lin Bai launched the first attack, dashing forward swiftly with the sword positioned at his waist, gathering power as he ran. Creak, clang, clang. A powerful strike cleaved towards the woman in white. She remained calm and collected, drawing her sword to parry skillfully, using her strength to push Lin Bai back. Missing the strike, Lin Bai took advantage of his retreat to suddenly bend down, delivering a fierce side kick aimed at the woman's waist. However, she reacted with astonishing speed, sidestepping just in time, causing his tricky kick to miss. Lin Bai's initial assault did not yield any advantage, as the woman still stood her ground, waiting for him to attack. Undeterred, Lin Bai leaped onto the roof of a nearby tile house, using the height to change angles, repeatedly diving down like a hawk. The blade glinted like a silken ribbon, slicing towards the woman from various strange angles. Clang, clang, clang. The two Yinling swords clashed continuously, but for some reason the woman remained stationary, simply changing her sword's position to block Lin Bai's attacks. 50th strike. Lin Bai panted slightly. Within the martial arts gate, both parties were limited to the peak physical condition of ordinary people. Executing such a high-frequency full-force strike was quite a burden on his stamina. Of course, the woman was also expending energy. After the 50th strike, the woman in white finally made her move. She began to charge at Lin Bai, slightly lowering her body as she held her sword with a reverse grip. As she approached, her blade lashed out like a whip. From Lin Bai's perspective, a chilling silver light rushed towards his neck. Not so easy. Lin Bai was no longer the same person he was before, even as the offensive and defensive positions shifted. The instinct of a swordsman made Lin Bai raise his hand to block the incoming strike with his sword. Seeing that her initial attack did not achieve the desired effect, the woman crouched and kicked away to distance herself from Lin Bai. However, Lin Bai would not simply stand there like the woman in white had. He shifted his sword from defense to offense, slicing at the retreating woman. Clang. Unfortunately, it was still blocked by the woman, but she stumbled slightly as she landed, taking 7 or 8 steps back before stabilizing her stance. Without a moment's pause, the two seemed to share a telepathic connection, charging towards each other once more. The blades collided, a standoff with neither willing to concede an inch, sparks flying in the empty street. Clang, creak. The two steel blades clashed frequently, the harsh sounds echoing throughout the empty city. 78th move. 85th move. 90 moves. 99th move. After the 99th move, both parties stopped, panting heavily. Lin Bai looked at the woman in white standing atop the tile house, a smile of mixed exhaustion and excitement gracing his lips. Just one move left until the 100th move. Do you have any other tricks? He still could not see the woman's face clearly, but he could distinctly sense that within her data-formed body a pure and intense battle intent was burning fiercely. The woman in white held her sword upright and took a confident stride toward Lin Bai. With a bent waist and a reverse grip, she exerted force to deliver a frontal slash. Calm. 100 moves. The evaluation of the blazing sun. The blades of the two crossed in front of Lin Bai's face, revealing the smile at the corner of his mouth. The battle was not over. The two blades once again clashed fiercely. However, after withstanding 100 moves, the power of the woman's strikes increased once more, her swordsmanship becoming more erratic and unpredictable, at times domineering and fierce, at other times sly and devious, making it gradually difficult for Lin Bai to defend. Although the physical conditions granted to both parties by the martial arts gate were at the peak level of ordinary people, the difference in skills meant the power they could unleash varied greatly. The higher the skill, the more one can unleash their full physical potential. Clearly, after 100 moves, the swordsmanship level of the guard woman had also unlocked a higher tier. In the 137th move, Lin Bai was deceived by a clever feint, his counterattack a half beat slow. The flash of the blade passed, and his consciousness was instantly drawn away. Challenger Lin Bai, having withstood over 100 moves in the martial arts gate, received the blazing sun evaluation. Phew, I passed. Lin Bai twisted his waist as he exited the testing palace, feeling a strange sensation. How to put it, there was simply a feeling of emptiness, a sensation he had also experienced when he realized the strength of the guard in the second trial of the martial tower. A bit too sentimental, Lin Bai self-deprecatingly remarked as he hurried back to his courtyard. Although he couldn't match the woman in white, evenly the conditions for receiving the reward had been fulfilled. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Bai saw a small box placed on the table. Finally got it, the 10 pounds of humanitarian merit from the martial arts gate. This yellowish mass of humanitarian merit was absorbed into Lin Bai's own protective fortune, giving him a total of 30 pounds of humanitarian merit, though he wondered if that amount was considered much or little. In fact, Lin Bai had always harbored a small doubt: why do the ancestors and sages use the unit pound? He had also contemplated other units, such as meters, cubic units, mu, and strands. Eventually, he found that pound was the most straightforward and intuitive unit of measurement. Merit also has weight. At this stage, Lin Bai had completed all the tasks he could manage at the martial hall, just waiting for Mo Ling and Xianji to finish their evolutions, so he could take leave to find his last two destined beasts. A day later, Wang Yu completed the trials of the Skill Tower and the Martial Tower, and came to find Lin Bai. Lin Bai, I passed the second trial of the Martial Tower, am only a little short of the third trial. Once I accumulate some soul power, I will definitely pass, using momentary blossoms. Compared to the slightly disheartened Wang Yu before entering, she appeared much more confident now as she shared her results with Lin Bai, then curiously asked, "What about you? You're so impressive, you must have passed the fourth trial of the Martial Tower, right?" Seeing Wang Yu's question, Lin Bai did not hide anything and replied candidly, "The sixth trial, still short of the final trial. You passed both the Transcendence and the Extraordinary trials." Although Wang Yu was often amazed by Lin Bai, this time what he had done still left her unable to hold back. Lin Bai was merely at the Transcendence realm, and the guard opposite him was no pushover, yet he had somehow passed the sixth trial, which was extraordinary. Even after entering the Extraordinary realm, Wang Yu didn't dare guarantee that she could pass the sixth trial. However, having been repeatedly amazed by Lin Bai, she had developed a certain resilience, and quickly regained her composure. But afterward, while chatting with Lin Bai, Wang Yu seemed a bit absent-minded. They hadn't talked for long when she bid farewell. Back in her room, Wang Yu tried to calm her emotions through cultivation. She did not want to be left too far behind by Lin Bai, but her heart was in turmoil, and her breath was difficult to gather. Wang Yu's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, and as she pondered, she recalled a little story she had read before about two close individuals whose relationship inevitably drifted apart when their cultivation levels differed too greatly. Wang Yu did not want to distance herself from Lin Bai, but the gap between them was indeed widening, reminding her of the experience of being abandoned by her parents at birth. A familiar fear of being abandoned quietly spread. The more she thought, the more uncomfortable she felt, tears gradually welling up in her eyes. I don't want this. I don't want to be alone again." The year Lin Bai spent with Wang Yu was the happiest time for her since her grandmother passed away, though she did not want to lose Lin Bai. Right about the Dao character in the Martial Tower, Wang Yu wiped away the tears that had yet to fall. After being shocked by Lin Bai, she had been restless and had not had the chance to share her other gains from the Martial Tower. When she entered the Martial Tower, she had also observed the inscriptions and paintings of the sages, and fortunately caught a glimpse of a thread of fate that belonged to her. Unlike Lin Bai, who possessed extraordinary comprehension to trigger the inheritance in a single observation, she could vaguely sense that the opportunity for her inheritance had already planted its seeds. As long as I go every day, within 2 months at most, I can fully activate this opportunity. Wang Yu estimated the time, ended her restless cultivation, and prepared to visualize the Dao character right away. Just as she pushed open her door, a familiar figure was already standing in her courtyard. "You? What are you? I missed the fruit in your courtyard, so I came to snag a few." He spoke casually, as if indeed coming for that. This was a lie. Lin Bai was not really ignorant of human nature. Seeing Wang Yu hastily bid farewell, he knew she had something on her mind. "He'll wash some for you to eat." Wang Yu turned to pick fruit for Lin Bai, but he suddenly leaned closer to her face. "Why are your eyes so red?" "It's nothing." Wang Yu spun around like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instinctively covering her face with her hand. No, Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you?" Lin Bai knew Wang Yu was unhappy, but he didn't know why, so he decided to ask. "I'm fine," her voice muffled through her fingers. Hearing Wang Yu's response, Lin Bai felt a toothache. It didn't look like she was fine at all. If it were anyone else, Lin Bai would have already respected others' fate and let go of his desire to help. But the problem was he had feelings for Wang Yu. But since Wang Yu wouldn't speak, he had no way to force her. That would only backfire and make things worse. "Here are the fruits for you." Wang Yu did not remain silent for long. She quickly adjusted her emotions and handed the washed fruits to Lin Bai, still not daring to meet his gaze. "Xiao Yu." Lin Bai took the fruit, his expression serious. "No matter what happens, you can tell me. I will definitely help you." I will." Wang Yu nodded, glancing at Lin Bai's profile, but her expression, compared to her usual lively self, seemed a bit dazed. This is tricky. Lin Bai completely could not figure out what was troubling Wang Yu. Ever since he revealed his achievements in the Martial Tower, Wang Yu had changed like this. The next day, when Lin Bai saw Wang Yu again, Wang Yu had returned to the lively and spirited figure he remembered. "Lin Bai, let's go. You woke up late today. Is everything really okay?" "What are you talking about yesterday?" "Yesterday was because I was practicing a certain technique." "I see, that's good. Let's hurry to class." Lin Bai appeared to understand, but deep down he didn't believe it entirely. The excuse was not particularly clever, but he knew it was not the right time to expose it, so he could only suppress his worries. Forget it, take it slow. It will be fine eventually. Lin Bai couldn't sleep at all after returning home yesterday. He pondered all night and thought, could it be that his pressure from the levels of passing was affecting Wang Yu? This conclusion only guessed at the surface reason, as Wang Yu was not particularly competitive. The reason for her low spirits was that she cared about Lin Bai and didn't want to be too far from him. That was the fundamental reason. However, Lin Bai was completely unaware of this, or even if he became aware, he couldn't change anything. This was Wang Yu's heartache, and only she could resolve it. Nonetheless, Lin Bai still cared about Wang Yu increasing the time he spent with her to prevent any sudden issues. Time gradually passed, and about a month later Mo Ling was the first to break free from her cocoon. Crack! Crack crack! The sound of fine cracking echoed as cracks spread across the cocoon. In the next moment, a magnificent bird broke free, raising its head to emit a clear and melodious cry. The newly evolved Mo Ling's appearance underwent some changes. Although her overall color remained a mix of red and black, the feathers on her neck were etched with divine patterns representing yin and water. The previously incomplete symbols in her pupils were now complete, and an additional symbol representing water appeared. Her tail feathers became longer, the skin beneath her feathers was covered with a layer of fine and tough scales, and her size had increased significantly, looking exceptionally graceful. Ga, master. Upon completing her evolution, Mo Ling was very excited. After shrinking with a technique, she playfully flew around him, constantly rubbing against his cheek. Lin Bai happily teased the evolved Mo Ling. Haha, my little Ling has become even more beautiful. Ga, I have become stronger and can protect my master even better now. Is that so? Then I look forward to it. Mo Ling's evolution significantly enhanced her physical attributes and abilities, boosting her combat power. Lin Bai cast a probing technique at her. Name: Mo Ling. Growth stage: species mystical crow. Power 24. 8. Agility 35. 5. Constitution 25. 1. Spirit 28. 9. Level extraordinary traits: ruler of the underworld, stealth, speed, water affinity. Skills: Een world, black water mystic, Een soul scent, nether mist, illusion, soul lock, cry. Evaluation: what are you waiting for? All in is a form of wisdom. First, regarding the four-dimensional attributes, Mo Ling's evolution brought a slight enhancement to her physical attributes, with her highest agility surpassing that of an ordinary extraordinary level. Lin Bai estimated that when Mo Ling reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary stage, her agility attribute could break through the 40-point barrier. Then there were the traits and skills. Among the traits, shadow affinity transformed into ruler of the underworld, and she gained an additional water affinity. The skills underwent a significant update, all having evolved. The most noteworthy was the nether mist illusion, while the others were evolutions of previous skills, but this one was newly added. The appearance of nether mist illusion was due to the completion of the incomplete symbols in Mo Ling's pupils. Skill effect: when Mo Ling gazes at a specific area, to activate this skill, enemies within the area are plunged into a deep illusion constructed from their own regrets and painful memories. This skill is reminiscent of Xianji's Mirage Field, but the core is different. Mirage Field focuses on deceiving the external environment, making things invisible. In contrast, Nether Mist Illusion directly targets emotional weaknesses, making people unable to cope. Of course, the skill panel only displays these 4 skills, but that does not mean Mo Ling only knows these. For instance, the Een Poison skill is still present, just not shown, due to its lack of potency. Mo Ling had gained many aspects of the water attribute, and Lin Bai speculated that it was related to the aura of the knowledge beast, which is the ruler of the water domain. Ga, master, when will Xianji wake up? Mo Ling noticed her little sister was still in a deep sleep during her evolution and asked Lin Bai. She will be waking up soon, probably within a few days. Now that Mo Ling had completed her evolution, Xianji, who evolved at the same time, would definitely not be far behind. Once Xianji completed her evolution, Lin Bai would need to take a leave to go out and find his last 2 fated beasts. A few days later, Xianji's yellow shell gradually cracked, entering the final stages of her evolution. Woo woo. Master, I'm out. Xianji appeared before Lin Bai after sleeping for over a month, looking full of vitality. Her body remained yellow with more intricate patterns on her shell, forming a landscape map. Her limbs and neck were covered in thick diamond-shaped armor, and her tail had some patterns appearing on its small hammer. Her head had lost its childishness and gained a bit of majesty, and the black pupils in her eyes had become increasingly brilliant. My goodness, Xian, how did you get so big? Little Ling only grew a little after her evolution. Lin Bai marveled at Xianji, who had at least doubled in size compared to before. If he hadn't used the shrinking technique in time, Xianji might have crushed part of the courtyard. However, thinking about it, an explosive growth in size is usually a good thing in the beast world, as the principle of bigger is better stronger is rarely wrong. Lin Bai quickly cast aside his shock at Xianji's growth and turned to ask her other questions. How do you feel after completing your evolution? Woo feelings. I slept very comfortably. Master, when can we evolve again? Xianji reminisced about the feeling of deep sleep filled with anticipation. That will take a while. Lin Bai used a probing technique on Xianji to see what changes she had after completing this evolution. Name Xianji growth stage, species Mirage, turtle power 25. 7. Agility 23. For constitution 34. 8 spirit 27. 5 level extraordinary traits, thick shell spirit wisdom, earth affinity. Skills Mirage heaven prison causal cocoon earth flow control gravity deep well insight into heaven's mechanism. Evaluation, nothing much to say all in. Xianji's four-dimensional attributes also saw a slight increase, gaining an additional earth affinity among her traits. Skills also underwent updates. For example, the previous return to the fold was a passive skill that could only be used by Xianji herself. Now the causal cocoon has both passive and active effects. By using causal cocoon, Xianji can cover both Lin Bai and Mo Ling from the Heaven Secrets. She also gained a domain skill gravity deep well and a deduction skill insight into Heaven's mechanism. Turtle shell divination and deduction of heavenly secrets, quite reasonable. Overall, this evolution yielded significant gains. Ga you reawake. Then we will train together tomorrow. Upon seeing Xianji had completed her evolution, Mo Ling kindly reminded her. Ever since Lin Bai assigned the task of training Xianji to Mo Ling, she had taken it very seriously. Woo, I want to rest. When Xianji tried to play lazy, Mo Ling immediately released her aura to pressure her. In the next moment, Xianji felt Mo Ling's aura and instantly shrunk back. Woo, I was wrong, big sister. I'll continue training tomorrow. Lin Bai watched the friendly interaction between the two little ones with a slight smile. He secretly compared the combat power of Mo Ling and Xianji after their evolutions, and found that Mo Ling was indeed slightly stronger. Although their attributes were quite similar, Xianji had one more skill than Mo Ling. However, Xianji's skills were either domain skills or support skills, while Mo Ling's skills were mostly solid attack skills. Not to mention the ruler of the underworld trait in Mo Ling's characteristics. The title ruler is not something that can be easily associated with. This trait grants Mo Ling immense potential and power in the Yin attribute. So after Xianji challenged Mo Ling's authority, Mo Ling only needed to slightly reveal her aura, and Xianji, possessing the insight into Heaven's mechanism skill, immediately shrank back. Can't win, absolutely can't win. Just as Mo Ling made Xianji recognize her position, Lin Bai shared his upcoming plans with them. Little Ling, Xian, your training schedule might be delayed because we will be going out soon to find your last two companions. Ga, I see no problem, master. Mo Ling expressed her understanding. Woo, hooray. Xianji cheered joyfully. The two little ones had different reactions, but Lin Bai's next sentence flipped Xianji's emotions. However, because Xianji has just completed her evolution, I will give her 10 days to adapt and master her new abilities. Little Ling remembered to supervise her. Ga, understood, master. Woo, no, master. Xianji was nearly in tears, just wanting to plead with Lin Bai, but Mo Ling, having grown larger, grabbed her and flew away. Because now both Mo Ling and Xianji were too large, Lin Bai's small courtyard could not accommodate them, so he found a secluded place as their training ground. Now that everything was arranged, they just had to wait 10 days before setting off. By the way, there's one more thing. Lin Bai took out the token and inputted the command. Token, I would like to take a leave of absence for about 2 months. This was somewhat abstract. Lin Bai had arranged everything, but almost forgot to ask for leave. Fortunately, after the 2 towers and 1 hall opened, the token reminded Lin Bai that he could request leave. Request received. Lin Bai, your request has been approved. As your student privileges are sufficient, remote answering mode will be enabled for you. The token reacted rapidly, almost providing the result the next moment. Remote answering mode. Lin Bai was not surprised that his application was approved, but he had truly never heard of this remote answering mode. After understanding it clearly, he realized that this remote answering mode allows Lin Bai to ask questions to the solitary instructor through the token while he is out. Is this an online class? And when did my privileges upgrade? I don't remember this. Lin Bai understood at a glance. This was just an online course. The reason he had hesitated about whether to request leave was precisely due to this question limit. Yet he didn't quite comprehend when his privileges had been upgraded and why. Previously, he didn't have this option when he wanted to ask for leave. Forget it, doesn't matter. This is a good thing. Lin Bai considered it a good thing and decided not to overthink it. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed and Lin Bai was already prepared to venture out in search of his destined beast. On this day, Wang Yu came to send him off. Standing at the teleportation square, Lin Bai waved goodbye to Wang Yu. I'm leaving now, take care of yourself, I will be back soon. I will. I wish you a smooth journey. Wang Yu stood to the side of the teleportation square, smiling gently, as she waved to Lin Bai. In the next moment, a beam of golden light enveloped Lin Bai, and the teleportation began. After Lin Bai was sent away, Wang Yu gradually lost her smile, staring blankly at the ground now empty, because of Lin Bai's departure. He's going to grow stronger again, and the gap between us will widen even more. Wang Yu felt a complex mix of emotions knowing that Lin Bai's journey was to seek his destined beast, which meant his strength would surge once more. She was genuinely happy for Lin Bai, but deep inside a sense of panic and unease quietly grew, like creeping vines suffocating her. Lin Bai had become stronger again, but what about her? What did she have? Was it merely the identity of the Wang family from Yunming City? This might still be useful to Lin Bai now, but what would happen when he broke through to a higher realm? Having spent so much time together with Lin Bai, Wang Yu understood better than anyone how terrifying his talent was. Wang Yu was confident that within 10 years Lin Bai would surely break through to the extraordinary realm, and in 30 years even the Rebirth realm was not out of reach. As for herself, it seemed like reaching the Rebirth realm was already a probable peak for her. Even with good fortune, a lucky touch to the King's realm would probably just be a starting point for Lin Bai at that time. Thinking about these things left Wang Yu feeling lost. By the way, I haven't gone to the Marshal Tower today. Wang Yu turned away from the teleportation square with a dejected expression. Her current state could hardly be described as mere knowledge barrier teetering on the edge of inner demon manifestation. During the more than a month waiting for Mo Ling Xianji to evolve, Lin Bai often came to find her. To avoid worrying him, Wang Yu disguised herself as being normal and unaffected. And Lin Bai truly believed that she was just under some pressure from cultivation and did not think deeper. Wang Yu once again arrived at the Marshal Tower, standing before the paintings of the sages, beginning her insights for the day. Since the Marshal Tower opened over a month ago, she had not missed a single day. Every day she felt the allure of the legacy within the character Dao growing closer, yet she sensed an invisible barrier obstructing her. But today was different. Lin Bai's departure sent Wang Yu's emotions soaring to a peak, breaking through this barrier and completely triggering the legacy of the sage paintings. A legacy was projected into Wang Yu's sea of consciousness. 7-colored spirit calming technique to soothe the mind and mend the soul's deficiencies. The legacy Wang Yu received was a technique different from Lin Bai's swordsmanship insights, but rather a spell. How could it be the spirit calming technique? Disappointed by receiving this pre-existing spell, Wang Yu thought of her own paper Taoist path that had a similar effect. The spirit calming technique was practically one of the essential foundational spells for the soul's side path. This 7-colored spirit calming technique merely added a function to mend soul deficiencies, but it offered little help to Wang Yu as her soul was not damaged. I must be going crazy. The character Dao is placed at the teleportation site by the Marshal Tower, yet I still fantasize about changing my fate. Thank you for the opportunity, I will take my leave now. Wang Yu sighed ruefully, then she solemnly bowed to the stone wall and prepared to leave. Although her gains were not ideal, she was not prepared to give up. If this place wouldn't work, she would find another way. Compared to the small setback in front of her, the despair of drifting further away from Lin Bai was even harder for her to accept, so she would never give up. Just then the preordained opportunity set by the sages designed to trigger later finally appeared. What is this? The sage's message appeared in the form of a recorded image, and a scene unfolded in front. In the image, a gentle-looking woman sat in her boudoir, while a maid was reporting to her in a whisper. Miss, the young master has broken through to the extraordinary realm. Miss, the young master's path of artifacts broke through to intermediate artifact smith yesterday. Miss, a month ago the young master was summoned by the imperial court and became the county magistrate of Yuqing City. The woman listened to her maid recounting her beloved's achievements, her expression filled with joy. However, as time passed, the status of her beloved rose higher and higher in the messages received, and the woman's heart gradually filled with panic and unease, for the reason was akin to Wang Yu's. The woman was unwilling. She was neither willing to be a mere decoration, unable to help her beloved, nor to see the distance between herself and her beloved grow ever wider. She wanted to cultivate. But after beginning her cultivation, the woman realized just how vast the talent gap between her and her beloved was, akin to a chasm. Her path of cultivation accumulated at a painfully slow rate. Yet this woman had her own extraordinary qualities. Lacking in innate talent, she compensated with her intelligence. She actually found a different path and created a shocking secret technique. Finding cultivators rely heavily on soul cultivation. Since I cannot do it alone, let me gather the strength of thousands. It must be said a woman fighting for love is terrifying. She directly created a forbidden method. Inner demon transformation cultivation method. As a Kyre-finding cultivator, she should have been afraid of inner demons, but this woman chose an unconventional path, believing that inner demons were also oneself. Since they are all part of oneself, why not use them to aid in cultivation? She succeeded. Ultimately, this spell was indeed created by the woman, allowing countless inner demon bodies to cultivate for her, resulting in a qualitative leap in her cultivation speed. But she also went mad. The cost of straying from the conventional path was that the consequences of cultivation were completely unpredictable. Her mind could not bear so many inner demons, and she eventually became delirious. In the final moments of the recording, a handsome young man dressed in the official robes of the Great Xia rushed back in a panic, trembling as he embraced the woman, weeping uncontrollably. Yeah, how could this happen? How could this happen? Sensing the presence of her beloved, the woman seemed to regain some rationality. Lu Jun, take me. 2. The Fire Cloud Cave. The woman's cultivation had already reached the king's realm, and she felt the call of the sage paintings in the Fire Cloud Cave. Apart from her inability to let go of her beloved, what she was most unwilling to accept was that the method she had poured her heart into would be lost. She wanted to leave her own legacy within the sage paintings of the Fire Cloud Cave. Unwilling to be forgotten in the mortal realm, she aimed to leave behind her own mark. After leaving her legacy in the sage paintings of the Martial Tower, the woman sat on the steps, her smile as mischievous as when she first met the man. Lu Jun, do you remember how we first met? She tilted her head, looking at the man beside her who was crying profusely. I remember. Back then I passed by your house and got hit on the head by a ball you threw. We had quite the argument. Yes, later I saw you again at a clan gathering and gradually got to know you better. The woman's voice grew weaker, and once again a look of madness and confusion appeared on her face. I might completely lose consciousness. I don't know if I will be able to make you peach blossom cakes again. You must take care of yourself. Don't leave me. The man sobbed as he held the woman. The image abruptly came to an end, shattering into fragments. Wang Yu snapped back to reality, tears streaming down her face. So that's how it is. She finally understood why she could trigger this legacy in just 2 short months. It was because of her complex feelings for Lin Bai resonating across time with the predecessor who left this legacy. This predecessor's insight and talent are truly admirable. Although the woman lacked innate talent, her intelligence perfectly compensated for it. Even when faced with the extremely flawed inner demon transformation cultivation method, the woman, in her last moments of clarity, found a solution. The essence of the inner demon transformation cultivation method is to tear apart one's own soul, creating inner demon personas, and subsequently maintaining these inner demon bodies requires immense mental effort. The effect of the 7-colored spirit calming technique is to soothe the mind and mend soul deficiencies. It can perfectly solve the soul damage and mental burden caused by cultivating the inner demon transformation cultivation method. It's a pity that this predecessor created the 7-colored spirit calming technique too late. By then her soul was already shattered and her mind was close to collapse. Just as Wang Yu deeply lamented the predecessor's fate, the voice of the spirit of the Martial Tower sounded again, carrying a rare solemnity. Wang Yu, after successfully cultivating the 7-colored spirit calming technique, return here to accept the subsequent legacy. As a reminder, the creators of the 7-colored spirit calming technique and the inner demon transformation cultivation method never truly cultivated these 2 techniques together, so I cannot guarantee that the 7-colored spirit calming technique will suppress the side effects of the inner demon transformation cultivation method. Furthermore, the creators' descendants have attempted to cultivate these 2 techniques, and the results have often been far from ideal, with many becoming deranged. Do you still wish to accept the legacy of this technique? When the woman created the 7-colored spirit calming technique, it was already the last moments of her awareness, leaving no time to cultivate and verify. However, aside from leaving a legacy in the sage paintings, the woman also left the same legacy for her family, but the later cultivators almost all experienced mental breakdowns. If Wang Yu accepts this legacy, should she fail to effectively suppress her inner demons, her fate would likely be no different from those cautionary tales. Everything is uncertain. Cultivating these 2 techniques is a gamble, and the odds are slim. Wang Yu closed her eyes, her mind flashing with various key points and dangers of cultivating the 7-colored spirit calming technique. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze as firm as iron, and clearly responded to the empty hall of the Martial Tower. Yes, I confirm my acceptance. Wang Yu could not possibly back down. The inner demon transformation cultivation method was her hope of catching up to Lin Bai, and she would never give up. The inner demon transformation cultivation method and I are mutually attractive, the most compatible. My chances of success in cultivating it are much higher than others. Wang Yu was not blindly charging ahead, but had thought carefully. Please, Wang Yu signed the contract with the golden foil. A piece of golden foil appeared before Wang Yu. Since the family of the woman who created these two techniques still existed, only Wang Yu could cultivate them personally, and they must not leak the legacy. After Wang Yu signed this contract, the seven-colored spirit calming technique in her sea of consciousness was officially unsealed. Wang Yu, please remember the name of the creator of these two techniques, Li Luya. The martial tower finally told Wang Yu the name of the creator of the two techniques, so she would know who she owed her gratitude to. The name of the sage should not be buried by the passage of time. Li Luya? I remember her, I will not forget. Wang Yu answered loudly, shaking off the despondency and loss of the past few days in that moment. In her bright eyes the lively and determined flame reignited. She understood the dangers ahead, but had found her direction. As Wang Yu received the ancestral legacy, Lin Bai had just returned to Yunmeng City. Is this even Yunmeng City? Where in the world have I ended up? All along his path, Lin Bai witnessed at least a dozen large-scale brawls, so many that he half expected to find himself inside a martial training ground. Where is the city's yamen? Doesn't anyone intervene? Are these merely ordinary gangs? Or something far more entrenched? Why no decisive crackdown? In truth, Lin Bai observed that nearly all brawlers belonged to one of Yunmeng City's three great gangs. Just as Lin Bai approached the city gate, he encountered an even more surreal spectacle. A crowd fought violently beside the gate, blood already spilled, yet nearby gate guards stood idle, indifferent. Passers-by did not flee, instead they gathered in rings, cheering loudly and critiquing every move. Bravo! He stabbed your belly. Stab back. Damn it! Why are we always stuck watching mortals and transcendent mortals? Can't the three great gangs send at least one cultivation transcending elder for us to admire? Now you're being picky. Be grateful there's anything to watch at all. Besides, would a true transcendent elder deign to brawl like some street thug just for our amusement? Fair point. These were bloodthirsty spectators indeed. The very embodiment of Yunzhou Province's rustic charm. Lin Bai was a native son of Yunzhou, born with the same innate hunger for spectacle, but today duty called, and he had no time to savor this citygate grand martial spectacle. The moment he stepped inside the city walls, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chaos and clamor dissolved into serene order. Shops lined both sides of the street. Merchants' cries rose and fell in rhythmic cadence, a portrait of tranquil prosperity. Could it be that the Yamen, finding regulation too cumbersome, has tacitly designated this outer zone as a sanctioned arena, where the three great gangs settle their private grudges? Lin Bai found this theory highly plausible. As he pondered it, he entered the bustling market and made straight for the Grand Xia Treasure Pavilion. He strode directly to the northwestern counter bearing a sign marked Access, and addressed the attendant. How much does passage from Yunmeng City to Hanmei Pass in the northern wastelands cost? When does the earliest departure occur? Esteemed sir, please wait a moment. I shall check for you. The attendant deftly manipulated a radiant, shimmering data slate. Streams of information scrolled swiftly across its surface. Sir, two options exist for travel to the northern wastelands Hanmei Pass. First, aerial transport via celestial treasure vessel, 300 spirit stones. Second, overland caravan, 50 spirit stones. Aerial transit takes approximately 12 days. The caravan may require over a month. The attendant of the Grand Xia Treasure Pavilion explained while Lin Bai continued his inquiries. I'll take the celestial treasure vessel. What is the earliest available departure? Esteemed sir, a Grand Xia Treasure vessel departs precisely 5 hours from now. Would you like to board this one? If you still have matters to attend to, the next vessel departs in 7 days. No need. I'll take the one departing in 5 hours. Hearing that departure was imminent, Lin Bai paid without hesitation and began selecting his cabin package. The spirit stones in Lin Bai's possession came from a gift, given 1 year prior by a grateful parent whose child Lin Bai had disciplined, on their behalf, an anonymous savings card issued by the Grand Xia Treasure Pavilion. The card held 2,000 spirit stones, more than sufficient for Lin Bai's everyday needs. Sir, your registration is complete. However, please arrive early to await boarding. Would you like the Grand Xia Treasure Pavilion to arrange your transport to the embarkation site? No need. The attendant returned Lin Bai's savings card and handed him an additional jade token, his boarding credential equivalent to a flight pass. Having finalized his arrangements, Lin Bai left the Grand Xia Treasure Pavilion and headed straight for the city outskirts. The celestial treasure vessel's embarkation point lay a short distance beyond the city walls, but with his cultivation-enhanced speed, reaching it within 5 hours posed no difficulty. In truth, Lin Bai could easily traverse the entire distance to the northern wastelands under his own power, and his strength rendered bandits or demonic beasts along the way utterly irrelevant. So why choose to spend spirit stones on a celestial treasure vessel instead? Because Lin Bai had no idea where he was going. If he set out alone, the only certainty would be losing himself somewhere entirely unknown. Better than to pay a modest fee and let professionals deliver him, like a carefully tracked parcel, to the vicinity of his destination. What about the beast tracking compass acquired from the Martial Instruction Hall? That artifact only resonated when near its target beast. Yet between Yunming City and Lin Bai's destination stretched distances measured not in miles, but in tens of thousands of li. To expect resonance across such a gulf would be sheer folly. Roughly half an hour later, Lin Bai arrived before a flat-topped mountain. Its base teemed with people, a broad stone path wound upward toward the summit. Lin Bai joined the queue at the checkpoint where soldiers in formal armor stood guard. "Esteemed sir, please present your credentials." Lin Bai handed over his jade token. "Thank you, sir. May your journey be smooth and swift." After verification, the soldier promptly returned the token and stepped aside to inspect the next traveler. The crowd was considerable. Typically, each prefecture hosted only one embarkation point for Grand Xia treasure vessels, so all who wished to board in Yunming Prefecture converged here. At the mountain's summit, Lin Bai discovered an entire town. Taverns, inns, and restaurants dotted its lanes, its inhabitants bustling and vibrant, nearly all cultivators. Is this a celestial rest stop? Under normal circumstances, Lin Bai's nature would have drawn him inside to explore, but his vessel departed in mere hours. Boarding took precedence. Following the steady flow of travelers and clear directional markers, Lin Bai advanced toward the vessel's mooring site. "Father, where are we heading next?" "I wanted to stay in Yunming City for a few more days." "We're visiting grandmother's home. Aren't you excited, Hua Hua?" "I wonder how Brother Zhao's condition fares. I hope I arrive in time to lend aid. This delegation to Liangzhou must uphold the prestige of Yunzhou cultivators. No disgrace shall stain our name." A microcosm of mortal life condensed into a single ascent. Step by step, Lin Bai followed the tide of humanity until he reached his destination. At the mountain's rear summit stood an open expanse. 3 Grand Xia treasure vessels docked there, while distant ripples across the horizon heralded the imminent arrival of another. These vessels were not colossal, merely a dozen li in length and width, several li in height. Frost Heaven 13. Where is it? Lin Bai consulted his jade token, scanning the docked vessels to locate the Frost Heaven 13, his assigned vessel for this journey. Ah, there it is. The vessel's insignia was an exquisitely carved 5-point snowflake flanked by the bold, vigorous characters, Frost Heaven 13. "My cabin is Sector 7, Room 192. Entering through Gate 7 will be most convenient." Lin Bai began boarding. There was nothing extraordinary about it, merely a staircase leading to the vessel's entrance. A translucent azure membrane spanned the threshold, an identification barrier. Detecting Lin Bai's jade token, it yielded instantly. Yet when it sensed Mo Ling perched upon his shoulder, it emitted a soft, sharp beep. Mo Ling remained openly visible atop Lin Bai's shoulder. Bystanders glanced once, then looked away unimpressed. This detection formation senses Mo Ling, but not Xianji. Lin Bai gained a visceral appreciation for Xianji's newly evolved causal cocoon ability, the ultimate concealment. Even this Grand Xia treasure vessel's refined formation could perceive Mo Ling, yet Xianji slipped through undetected. "Excuse me, how do I reach Sector 7, Room 192? Once aboard, Lin Bai asked the stewardess. "Sir, proceed straight down this corridor, then turn right at the 3rd junction." "Thank you." With a polite bow, Lin Bai strode purposefully toward his cabin. He located the door marked 192, placed his jade token against the sensor, and with a soft click it swung open. Beep. "Welcome aboard Frost Heaven 13. May your voyage be pleasant and fulfilling." A recorded welcome chimed automatically as he entered. Yet Lin Bai was no novice cultivator. Such marvels no longer stirred awe. The cabin was modest, some 40 square meters, featuring a standard bed and share a small bathing chamber, a tray of snacks, and a flat luminous data slate upon the desk. No sooner had he closed the door than Xianji emerged from his sleeve, her tiny head swiveling curiously in all directions. "Wine master, I'm hungry. Feed me." "Truly you're impossible. Mo Ling, try some too." He offered snacks first to Xianji, then passed others to Mo Ling. Both Xianji and Mo Ling delighted in these treats. Lin Bai reclined onto the bed, 2 milkstick candies in hand, the data slate resting comfortably on his chest. The slate functioned like a tablet from his past life, though restricted exclusively to use aboard the Grand Xia treasure vessel operating within a localized network. Thanks to prior experience with the Martial Instruction Hall's access tokens, Lin Bai navigated its interface effortlessly. Let's see what functions it offers. Oh, quite the repertoire. Within moments, he mastered its operation. The slate served as the master control panel for his cabin. First, a simulated sunbath. His fingertip tapped the screen. The wall before him turned transparent, bathing the room in gentle golden light. Warm and lifelike, though entirely conjured by the vessel's intricate formation array. Ah, blissful. What else can it do? Meal ordering. in theatrical performances, or music. The vessel provided unlimited meals and snacks around the clock. Basics were complimentary, though premium-grade fare required payment. The entertainment module held particular intrigue. Within the cultivation world's myriad Tao paths, certain sects, such as the theater cultivators, spirit invokers, and enchantress demons, relied fundamentally on faith energy or votive power for advancement. In ancient times, practitioners of such paths accumulated votive power slowly and arduously, gathering disciples one by one. A decade's labor might yield insufficient power to advance even a single minor realm. Votive path cultivators were once dismissed as the gutter of the gutter, worthy only of fleeting amusement for the elite. Not even dogs would bother practicing such a path. Yet everything changed after a genius cultivator employed crystal memory stones to produce the legend of Yu the Great slaying the dragon, a landmark work that revolutionized votive path cultivation forever. Though each viewer contributed less votive power than a devoted disciple, the audience exploded exponentially. Small contributions coalesced into immense, unprecedented reservoirs. Thus the votive path cultivators rose from obscurity, proof that a single visionary can elevate an entire lineage of Tao. Embroidered rivers and mountains, His Highness the Crown Prince lives forever, Jade Liang, and Fair Lady Jiao. Ugh, truly dreadful productions. After prolonged searching, Lin Bai sighed and turned to classics. The Battle of Longshan, a critically acclaimed vintage recording. This one then. Lying back, milk stick in mouth, slate in hand, bathed in warm artificial sunlight, Lin Bai began his journey. They frost heaven 13 would carry him across the heavens, 12 days hence, to his destination, the vast, enigmatic expanse of the northern wastelands. In the days leading up to his journey, Lin Bai had remained in his room, binge-watching the latest recorded dramas from recent years. Unfortunately, finding a good piece was a rarity, though 8 out of 10 were nothing but poor imitations, and he had already seen all the classic recordings. So boring. He tossed aside the light board and stretched lazily. Forget it, I'll go outside for some fresh air. Xiaoling and a Xian. J. I'm coming, master. The black-winged bird immediately flew back and landed on Lin Bai's shoulder. Woo-woo. I don't want to go, master. You and the black-winged bird can go. I want to sleep here. Compared to the equally bored black-winged bird, Xianji had been enjoying herself these days, not needing to cultivate, and just eating and sleeping every day. No way you are coming with me. Woo-woo. No, master, please don't. Lin Bai was not indulgent with this little lazy one, directly grabbing her and tucking her away before striding out the door. The structure of the Xia treasure ship was clearly defined. The outer layer was the passenger living area, while the core was the control room. To find some fun, one had to go to the top level's deck area. Taking the convenient cloud ladder, Lin Bai ascended slowly, and before long, he stepped onto the top deck of the frost sky. The frost sky soared high above, and looking up, the 3 suns in the sky appeared even larger and more dazzling. A transparent energy shield enveloped the entire deck, ensuring safety without obstructing the view. The top deck was vast and divided into several distinct functional areas, each bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Beach area, money arena, dream cavern. Lin Bai read the names on the sign with surprise. The business of the money arena and dream cavern has reached the skies. Which branch is behind this, taking such wild approaches? Compared to the fresh and leisurely beach area, the latter 2 regions were indeed far richer in substance. The money arena, as the name suggests, was a place for gambling and betting, while the dream cavern offered a gentle refuge for those wishing to sink into slumber. Since the lucrative industries in the open were controlled by titans like the Kindness Hall, the Artisan Hall, and the Talisman Masters Association, those operating in the gray areas naturally gave rise to their own aggregations. The money arena and dream cavern were among the best of these. However, these shadowy industries did not form strict organizations like the Kindness Hall. Instead, they resembled loose alliances with numerous internal branches engaging in open and covert conflicts. Of course, both Xia and Qian imposed heavy taxes on these shadowy industries, and any that dared to evade taxes would face the ruthless iron grip of the demon-subduing guards. Lin Bai first walked to the edge of the ship, leaning on the railing and gazing out. I can't see anything, just white clouds. Hey, there's a city over there. The frost sky flew at an astonishing altitude, with only a vast sea of clouds below, occasionally catching glimpses of human settlements, which vanished in an instant, tiny as dust. Woo! See, master, there's nothing down there, let's go back. Xianji nudged in his pocket, making a justified master, let's go somewhere else. The black-winged bird was eager to explore. Then let's go. Woo! Master, Xianji was still making her final struggles. Okay, I'm afraid of you now, but you can rest here. Lin Bai elegantly ignored Xianji's suggestion, but thoughtfully settled her in a more comfortable inner pocket, ensuring this little lazy one was a bit more secure. Let's go, Xiaoling, let's first check out what the money arena is all about. Okay, master. The black-winged bird flitted around Lin Bai, appearing excited. After all, its temperament was different from Xianjia's and was more active. Having been cooped up in a small room for days, it was certainly uncomfortable. Now that they were on the deck with more space, the black-winged bird was definitely happy. Let's go see what the money arena looks like. I've never seen a real casino before. I'll follow you, Master. Lin Bai had come onto the gangway, seeking fun, and compared to the leisurely beach area, the money arena and dream cavern were undoubtedly more interesting. Speaking of which, Lin Bai's last encounter with gambling was when he was 7 years old during the New Year in Ning County playing dice, and he was caught by his father Lin Yi right after starting. After returning, Lin Bai received a thorough education from Lin Yi, and neither Wang Xiu nor Lin Su had come to plead for him. Since then, Lin Bai had always avoided places like casinos. However, now that Lin Bai had grown up, he was curious to see what the inside of a casino was like. Lin Bai eagerly arrived at the money arena area, which from the outside resembled an inverted giant bowl shimmering with dazzling lights. Lin Bai stepped forward, only to be politely stopped at the entrance by the staff. What do you mean I can't enter the money arena because I'm underage? Just as he was about to step into the money arena, a nearby machine beeped, and a staff member immediately approached, politely explaining. Sorry, sir, according to the latest decree from the Xia Imperial Court, the minimum age to enter a public casino like the money arena is 20 years old, and you are still underage. This made Lin Bai unable to hold back. He thought, good grief, one could serve in the army and kill at 16, yet he couldn't enter a casino. Wasn't there something wrong with the Imperial Court's decree? Fortunately, Lin Bai had outside strategy. He stepped back and woke Xianji from his pocket. Woo-woo, master, what's wrong? A Xian wrapped me in the cocoon of karma. Woo-woo. Got it, master. Lin Bai felt an invisible layer of gauze wrap around him, and with confidence he walked back. As a joke, the cocoon of karma could bypass even the detection formations of the Xia treasure ship, let alone the entrance security of the money arena. The staff member who had just seen Lin Bai leave was about to remind him again, but noticed that the nearby checking machine had not gone off. Since it didn't go off, it meant Lin Bai met the age requirement and could pass. Sir, please come in. Lin Bai exchanged glances with the checking personnel, both finding it hard to maintain their composure. Lin Bai believed that this so-called Green Arrow decree must have been thought up by some minister of the Imperial Court on a whim. It was fine for parents to manage their children, but why issue a decree about it? This was the cultivation world after all. However, after entering the Frost Sky Money Arena, out of curiosity, Lin Bai soon walked out with a face of disappointment. This is not very exciting at all. He scratched his head, feeling let down. Although the interior was lavishly decorated with a variety of gambling devices, it just felt lacking in the thrill he had imagined. Next, let's go see what fun things the Dream Cavern has. This Dream Cavern was a place for sleeping in the truest. Its most famous building, called the Ascending Immortal Pavilion, was said to allow one to customize exclusive dreams, experiencing boundless abilities, and freely releasing inner desires within those dreams. The Dream Cavern was right next to the money arena, and Lin Bai took just 2 steps to arrive. The overall shape of the Dream Cavern resembled twin towers of red and white. The red one was the Red Sleeve Tower, and the white one was the Ascending Immortal Pavilion. The Red Sleeve Tower focused on physical pleasure and the dual cultivation of yin and yang, while the Ascending Immortal Pavilion specialized in weaving dreams. Lin Bai had little interest in the former, his goal was the latter. The Dream Cavern also fell under the Green Arrow decree, but under the protection of the cocoon of karma, Lin Bai once again slipped through unnoticed and successfully infiltrated. He strolled through the first-floor hall of the Ascending Immortal Pavilion, which was adorned with many small glowing orbs emitting soft light, each accompanied by an explanation plaque. Gifted Talent Ball, County-Level Golden List Ball, Breakthrough Extraordinary Ball, Successor Official Ball. Lin Bai carefully read the introductions beside each, learning that these were experience version dream orbs that could be tried before buying, allowing one to feel the effects. This is interesting. Let me see what this Gifted Talent Ball is about. There were many Gifted Talent Balls, and Lin Bai found one that was unused and placed his hand on it. A faint wave of thought power emanated from the orb, attempting to envelop Lin Bai. So it's based on illusionary principles, but this illusionary magnetism is so weak, it seems it can't pull me into a dream. Well, of course, an experience version placed in the hall wouldn't have anything good. Lin Bai quickly understood how the dream orb operated, but due to his strong spirit and mind, it was difficult for the orb to hypnotize him. With no other choice to satisfy his curiosity, Lin Bai had to actively cooperate and subdue his mind, engaging in a mutual endeavor with the dream orb. After some effort, his consciousness was finally drawn into the illusion constructed by the orb, but not long after, Lin Bai woke up by himself. This isn't really enjoyable at all. He scratched his head, feeling greatly disappointed. While in the illusion of the dream orb, he remained fully aware that all of it was an illusion, and that he could wake up at any time. Of course, none of this mattered. The The most important thing about entering the dream orb was to seek pleasure, but the problem was Lin Bai couldn't feel where the pleasurable point was. The illusion of the gifted talent ball was meant to let him experience awakening his spiritual talent. In the dream, he awakened 5,000 spiritual nodes along with a decent beast-taming growth talent. Lin Bai completely failed to understand where the pleasurable point was. He thought he was having a nightmare. Forget it, he'll try another experience orb, and then leave. Since he understood that the essence of the dream orb was an illusion, Lin Bai couldn't truly allow himself to be deeply hypnotized at most just experiencing this kind of lucid dream. Just as he pondered which dream orb to try next, a commotion interrupted his thoughts. Let go of me, let go. I still have spirit stones. Let me continue experiencing the dream. I don't want to face this real world. A man was agitated, being dragged out by two burly attendants, one on each side, tears streaming down his face as he desperately struggled and pleaded. Sorry, sir, you have already experienced the deepest hypnosis and the most realistic dream for 30 days. According to the Imperial Court's Green Arrow Decree, you must wait 5 days before you can enter this level of dream again to avoid confusing reality with illusion, the attendant said expressionlessly, enforcing the regulation. Let go of me. My Xiao Ying and I are about to get engaged. Please, just let me back in. However, the two strong men remained unmoved, straightforwardly dragging him toward the neighboring Red Sleeve Tower, evidently to force him to rest. Is it really that addictive? Lin Bai was taken aback, wondering how good this dream orb was. He had to retract his earlier evaluation of the Imperial Court's Green Arrow Decree. The person who drafted this decree must have done thorough research and seen many similar cases. Little brother, seeing your puzzled face, are you wondering why that man is like this? Yeah. A warm-hearted older brother, noticing Lin Bai's expression, took the initiative to speak. Yes, big brother, is the allure of this dream really that strong? Haha, ordinary dream. Orbs feel like just taking a nap. Oh, once you wake up you forget it. But those high-level dream orbs can almost construct a world that blurs the line between reality and illusion. For some people, what is wrong with living in a dream? He paused, then patted Lin Bai's shoulder earnestly. But little brother, you seem young and have a bright future ahead. Oh, do not become addicted to this path. I won't thank you for the advice, big brother. Lin Bai quickly expressed his gratitude. That warm-hearted older brother turned to continue experiencing the free dream orb, while Lin Bai unhesitatingly chose nourishment. This is too terrifying. I should just return to the beach area to sunbathe and drink juice. After a long roundabout, Lin Bai ultimately returned to the most normal scene, the beach area. Nearly half of the Frost Sky's deck had been transformed into this artificial beach, with fine white sand, simulated waves, comfortable lounge chairs, and umbrellas creating a pleasant vacation atmosphere. Lin Bai found a lounge chair and comfortably lay down, while Xianji crawled out of his pocket and nestled contentedly on his chest, lazily basking in the simulated sunlight together. The black-winged bird not far away leisurely soared at the speed of ordinary birds, occasionally flying back to affectionately nuzzle Lin Bai. From then on, everything was uneventful. Lin Bai would daily engage in remote consultations, seeking clarification from the solitary instructor regarding his talisman path. While watching the poorly made films of recent years, he occasionally stepped out onto the deck for some fresh air. Finally, we're almost there. Lin Bai stood on the deck, spotting a magnificent sight up ahead. An endless expanse of desert stood in close proximity to a grand fortress with rolling yellow sands and boundless black earth, firmly enclosed by a towering wall resembling a yellow dragon nailed to the horizon. The northern desert, he mused. There are 3 wonders in the world: the desert, the abyss, and the Isle of Amor. There is a saying, heavenly materials and earthly treasures do not appear out of thin air. However, this notion does not hold true in these 3 locations, as various treasures genuinely manifest from nothing. Who creates these? The 3 fundamental Tao of the world: the Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth, and the Tao of man. The desert is crafted by the hand of the Tao of heaven, the Isle of Immortals is forged by the Tao of earth, while the abyss is a masterpiece of the Tao of man. Naturally, the sacred primordial Tao of the world wouldn't engage in futile endeavors. Each of these wonders serves its purpose. Lin Bai's destination is the desert, so he is well aware of its significance. The northern desert is a place where the Tao of heaven reduces the slaughter and calamity chi. The Tao of heaven has placed almost all foundational spiritual materials within the desert alongside many mid to high-level materials. One must not underestimate these foundational spiritual materials, for they are the bedrock of the cultivation world. 90% of the conflicts in the world arise from interests. Appropriate conflicts foster innovation, but overly frequent struggles can undermine the world's essence, especially when amplified by the effects of martial cultivation. That creates significant problems. To address this, the Tao of heaven created the desert, placing nearly all foundational spiritual materials within it. This includes the raw ores for crafting spirit stones, the spiritual soil for cultivating spiritual plants, and the spiritual sand for refining artifacts, among others. Most basic cultivation materials only appear in the desert. Whether in the 9 provinces of the Great Xia or the 13 paths of the Great Qin, none of these materials exist locally. One must venture into the desert to transport them back to their respective regions. Every major power places its armies in the desert to compete for resources, much like the abundant spiritual energy within Yun province, most of which is sustained by the North Mountain Army, transporting it back from the desert. This tactic successfully confines most conflicts within the desert. One must admit the Tao of Heaven in this world truly works hard. Compared to some Tao of Heaven Lin Bai heard about in his past life, this Tao of Heaven in the Tianyuan continent is practically a model worker worrying tirelessly for the development of the world, serving like an ox or a horse. Just as he was recalling information about the northern desert, the small jade token in his arms vibrated gently, conveying a message. Esteemed traveler Lin Bai, your journey has concluded. The Frost Sky No. 13 will dock at the Hanmei Pass for 3 days. The Great Xia treasure ship wishes you a pleasant journey and looks forward to meeting again. After conveying this message, the jade token lost its spirit and transformed into an ordinary piece of jade. Finally arrived. With such abundant resources in the desert, the 2 giants Great Xia and Great Qian would undoubtedly not neglect it. The 2 imperial courts sealed off the entire desert using Supreme means, leaving only a few checkpoints for passage, with the checkpoint connecting to Yun province being the Hanmei Pass. The Hanmei Pass, though termed a checkpoint, resembles more of a city featuring southern and northern gates, with the southern gate leading to Yun province and the northern gate directly to the desert. Why does Lin Bai consistently add the term northern before the desert? Because he is from Great Xia? Had Lin Bai been from Great Qian, it would be referred to as the extreme southern desert. Sir, the entry fee for the city is 5 spirit stones, the gate guard respectfully stated. Lin Bai handed over 5 spirit stones to the guard and casually inquired. Excuse me, whose camp is stationed outside the Hanmei Pass? Sir, this is the camp of our North Mountain Army from Yun province. They have just returned victorious. Upon mentioning the North Mountain Army, the guard's tone was immediately filled with admiration, even tinged with a hint of fervor. So it's the North Mountain Army. Lin Bai nodded, signaling that he would no longer inquire further, and stepped aside to enter the city so as not to block those behind him. Earlier, while rushing from the treasure ship to the Hanmei Pass, he had seen that imposing military camp from afar, banners fluttering, exuding a fierce aura of battle. Now that he asked, he learned it was indeed the North Mountain Army of his own Yun province, the same unit his father had. The northern desert is divided into several regions. Some are accessible to everyone, while others require specific qualifications for entry. The most basic spiritual mines and veins are predominantly concentrated in a special area, allowing only ordinary people or cultivators of the military path to enter. The North Mountain Army is the stationed force competing for the desert's spiritual veins and mines against other powers, so it is no wonder the city guard's tone was so respectful. One must know that the spiritual energy in Yun province ranks among the top in the Great Xia's 9 provinces and the Great Qian's 13 paths. This is largely due to the formidable strength of the North Mountain Army, which has consistently triumphed in battles representing Yun province, securing a vast amount of spiritual veins and mines. If the area you are in is deficient in spiritual energy, do not doubt it is because your province has suffered losses in the desert battles. Hence, the North Mountain Army is also known as the barrier of Yun province. What Yun province child hasn't dreamed of joining the North Mountain Army at some point? The guard's tone of reverence is perfectly normal. Once I complete my task, I'll come back and have some fun. But for now, I must leave the pass. Lin Bai did not hesitate any longer and headed straight for the northern gate of the Hanmei Pass, as his primary goal on this trip was to complete his power and spirit's destined beast, with leisure time set aside for later. Once I complete my task, I'll come back and have some fun. But for now, I must leave the pass. Lin Bai did not hesitate any longer and headed straight for the northern gate of the Hanmei Pass, as his primary goal on this trip was to complete his power and spirit's destined beast, with leisure time set aside for later. The roads of the Hanmei Pass were very orderly, branching out in all directions. With Lin Bai's pace, he quickly arrived at the northern gate. Sir, the fee for entering the northern desert is 50 spirit stones. 50 spirit stones. The entry fee to the northern desert is indeed quite high, but there's no way around it. Why did the imperial courts seal the passes? It's primarily to collect fees, and these fees are mandatory. However, the problem now is that Lin Bai does not have that many spirit stones on him. He does have a Great Xia treasure house savings card with over 1,000 spirit stones. Lin Bai asked the inspector where he could find a Great Xia treasure house, intending to withdraw some spirit stones first. Sir, there's no need to go through such trouble. You can use the Great Xia treasure house savings card here directly. By the way, sir, would you like to purchase a map of the desert? It's also 50 spirit stones, the guard explained with a smile, then eagerly began to promote it. Is it really that convenient? What is this desert map? The Great Xia Treasure House is indeed an asset of the Imperial Court, and its savings card can naturally be used in most of the Imperial Court's properties. However, Lin Bai was unclear about what the desert map entailed. Sir, this desert map records our Great Xia Imperial Court strongholds on the surface, as well as the various areas within the desert to prevent you from going astray. I see, then I'll take one, Lin Bai readily agreed. Although the map isn't cheap, this is not a cost that can be spared. Arriving here for the first time, one cannot afford to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. Even if the guard hadn't promoted it, he would have asked about it later. Alright sir, please take this. The guard skillfully swiped the card and handed Lin Bai a thin spiritual talisman along with a rolled-up parchment map. The northern gate of the Hanmei Pass remained wide open, but a faint blue light curtain stretched across the entrance, and the spiritual talisman in his hand served as a pass. Lin Bai quickly scanned the parchment, confirming there were no blank spots before taking a deep breath and stepping toward the blue light curtain. As his figure passed through the light curtain, it rippled gently. He officially stepped into the northern desert. Though dubbed the Northern Wastelands, this region is not a true desert. Most of its terrain consists of barren Blacketh hills with only scattered patches of pale yellow sand. As Lin Bai stepped across the northern gate of Hanmei Pass, passing through a shimmering azure barrier that rippled like water, he officially entered this extraordinary realm meticulously ordained by the heavenly Tao. Xiaoling, northeast. Lin Bai called softly to the ink-feathered raptor perched silently upon his shoulder. Instantly it understood. It spread its wings and soared upward, its form swelling midair as it reclaimed its majestic 10-meter-long true body. With effortless grace, Lin Bai leapt onto its broad back. As a beast-taming martial cultivator, Lin Bai would never foolishly trudge forward on foot. Why walk when one could ride the wind atop a flying companion? Cross-referencing the sheepskin map in his hand with the intelligence compass purchased from the martial lecture hall, Lin Bai had already roughly pinpointed the location of his first objective. First, seek the Mengfuyu, then hunt the Zhan Yehu. In truth, according to the map, the Zhan Yehu lay closer to his current position, while the Mengfuyu was farther away. Yet he had paid 5,000 merit points for intelligence. What if it were outdated? Lin Bai half-joked that he might have to find a sturdy roof beam and test the sensation of swinging like a pendulum. Seated cross-legged atop Xiaoling's back, Lin Bai felt the gale lash against him, a torrent born of sheer velocity. Such ferocious winds posed no threat to his indomitable physique. They merely whipped his robes and hair backward in a wild, billowing dance, lending him an air of untamed elegance. At this pace, and accounting for rest intervals, we should arrive in roughly 10 days. Lin Bai gathered his wind-tousled hair into a neat knot, relaxed his frame, and gazed downward at the landscape rushing past beneath him. Before him stretched endless expanses of black soil, ochre sand, and chalky white dust, an arid, desolate vista, punctuated only occasionally by tenacious streaks of green defiantly clinging to life. Sandwiched between the imperial courts of Xia and Qian, this wasteland teemed with abundant resources, naturally becoming a contested arena where both powers vied for dominance. Gazing across this vast mist-shrouded expanse, and inhaling the dry, dusty air, Lin Bai sensed an ineffable emotion. Not despair, but something deeper, a profound, almost self-annihilating clarity, piercing straight to the marrow of his being. Xiaoling, how are you holding up? Lin Bai patted the raptor beneath him. Gaga, so blissful, master. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Xiaoling's reply brimmed with unrestrained delight. Since hatching, this was the first time Xiaoling had soared freely across such boundless skies. Previously, it had either accompanied Lin Bai to lectures at the Martial Lecture Hall or remained confined within Yunming City. The Huiyun Cave Heaven space felt illusory. Yunming City imposed countless restrictions. Only here, above the northern wastelands, did true, unshackled flight begin. So that's how it is. Lin Bai, infected by its joy, grinned. Then unleash your full speed. Fly without restraint. GAA. At Lin Bai's words, Xiaoling let out a piercing cry, its wings beating furiously, its velocity surging once more beyond its prior peak. Though still slower than Lin Bai's own movement, this sensation, riding the wind, treading the void, offered a wholly distinct, transcendent pleasure. Even Xuanji, typically prone to napping wherever she could recline, and whose motto was, "If I can lie down, I won't stand, if I can sleep, I won't wake," had emerged from her pouch perched beside Lin Bai, curiously observing the legendary marvels unfolding below. Of course, Xiaoling could not sustain maximum speed indefinitely. Every half-day or so they would descend to a suitable spot, allowing the raptor time to rest and replenish its strength. On the 7th night, the lone cultivator and his 2 companions found shelter atop a favorable dune, successfully evading the swirling sandstorms. The campfire blazed fiercely, casting golden light across Lin Bai's face. Woo-woo, master, when will it be ready? I'm starving. Xuanji stared longingly at the flames, her mouth watering visibly. Almost there. No need to rush. Lin Bai chuckled, skewering several thick slabs of meat onto a freshly sharpened twig. The meat sizzled under the flames, dripping fat that ignited bursts of brighter fire, filling the air with the rich, mouth-watering aroma of roasted flesh. For days Lin Bai and his companions had sustained themselves solely on pills. But today, while searching for a resting place, they'd stumbled upon a herd of wild yak beasts, eliciting Lin Bai's elation. Was this not the wasteland's own generous gift? Thus an impromptu, primal-style barbecue unfolded on the spot, not due to lack of culinary ambition, but simply because refined techniques demand refined tools, and those were unavailable. After all, spatial storage artifacts were far beyond Lin Bai's means. Even the cheapest such item cost no less than 1,000 spirit stones, a sum he could scarcely justify spending. There, you've earned this, Xiaoling. The moment the meat finished roasting, Lin Bai offered the largest portion to his most tireless companion. Gaga. Delicious, master. Xiaoling delicately took the slab, swallowed it in 2 bites, and flapped its wings joyfully. See, these yaks are semi-spirit beasts. Their meat is naturally exquisite, even unadorned. As Lin Bai spoke, he continued feeding Xiaoling, prompting Xuanji, who had been hovering nearby with mounting impatience, to grow restless. Woo-woo, master, I want some too. Yes, I know. Xiaoling bore the brunt of the journey, so he eats first. Smiling, Lin Bai selected a medium-sized piece and extended it toward the eager Xuanji. Plop, plop, clatter, crunch, crunch, crunch. Just as Lin Bai fed his companions, the sound of hooves and creaking wheels reached his ears. People, and their path, they're heading straight for me. Lin Bai paused feeding, cocking his ear to trace the direction of the sound, yet felt no fear whatsoever. The northern wastelands were divided into numerous zones, some restricted, others resource-poor. The zone Lin Bai occupied lay along the barren periphery of the wastelands, unrestricted, yet scarce in resources and low in cultivation or density. Most cultivators active here were at the mortal transcendence or beyond mortal stages. Still, maps were static, reality dynamic. Lin Bai dared not claim absolute certainty that no eccentric elder cultivator might happen to pass through. Yet uncertainty remained uncertainty, and Lin Bai held in reserve a life-saving talisman gifted by the reclusive instructor Ku, the Void Traversal Talisman. With it, calm settled deep within his heart. The hoofbeats and wheel rumbles drew steadily nearer, until Lin Bai glimpsed the approaching figures, blurred but discernible. A troop of 30-odd cavalry clad in yellow armor, dust-streaked and weary, trailed by a large cart piled high with unknown cargo. Still some distance off, Lin Bai had time to observe them closely. Desert bandits. 30-plus individuals. 2 beyond mortal cultivators, the rest ordinary mortals or mortal transcendence adepts. Lin Bai assessed instantly. Encountering bandits here was hardly surprising. This was the northern wastelands, the Heavenly Dao's designated public resource zone and chaos arena, where treasure hunters, wandering travelers, and desert bandits spawned as naturally as breath. Strictly speaking, Lin Bai himself qualified as a treasure hunter. Their approach suggests no friendly intent. He mused, studying the bandits' charging formation. Nothing about it resembled a casual greeting. Meanwhile, among the bandit ranks, Gusu, a man bearing a jagged scar across his face, rode close to the leader and murmured quietly, "Second brother, shall we halt? Today's haul is already sufficient. Why invite unnecessary trouble?" Upon hearing this, Li Lan's, the second brother, scoffed dismissively. "Third brother, your courage shrinks with age. Have you forgotten my Dao path? I am a mystery explorer." He tapped his temple proudly, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "My spiritual intuition tells me that youth ahead is no higher than mortal transcendence. To kindle fire openly at this level. Clearly a fledgling just arrived in the wastelands. How could we not seize him?" "That may be true, but..." Gusu conceded the logic, yet an inexplicable unease lingered, refusing to dissipate. "No buts, we're nearly there." Li Lan's cut him off impatiently, digging his heels hard into his steed's flanks. The massive black-horned horse surged forward, accelerating further. Taking the lead, Li Lan's wheeled around and bellowed raucously to his men, "Brothers, once we've plundered this fledgling, we feast in celebration." He pointed his whip toward Lin Bai's silhouette beside the fire, his voice carrying across the night wind. "Let that bonfire mark our boundary. Tonight, whoever claims the greatest spoils earns an extra reward from me." "Oh!" A chorus of feral wolf-like howls erupted behind him, faces twisted with greed and bloodlust, as if Lin Bai and his 2 companions were already theirs to claim. Li Lan's grin, amplified by those shrieks, grew ever more grotesque. "Ha ha!" The crisp sound of a slap echoed loudly through the silent, desolate hill. Li Lun's was slapped by Lin Bai and spun around feeling dizzy while the 30-odd bandits he had brought lay lifeless on the ground. With a hardened mouth, Lin Bai commanded, "Xiao Ling, apply a bit more intensity." Mo Ling's eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and Li Lun's let out a more chilling scream, as if he were experiencing an extreme fear. Li Lun's, tears streaming down his face, cried, "Grandpa, it's really all over." The previous bravado had vanished. Lin Bai crossed his arms, watching the bandit leader who had just charged at him. Time rewound 10 minutes. Lin Bai saw that the group of bandits was almost upon him, their speed showing no sign of slowing down, and he sensed that their intentions were not good. "Xian, those are the ones disturbing your meal, restrain them." Woo! Understood. Master Xuanji had been happily fed by Lin Bai, but now a group of troublemakers had unexpectedly appeared. Angry and motivated by Lin Bai's command, it activated its ability Gravity Well. The Gravity Well is a domain technique that can increase gravity within a certain range. Although not a dedicated attack skill, when used by the extraordinary Xuanji, it was powerful against these bandits. In an instant, the gravity within a certain area surged. The bandits at the forefront, along with their horses, were as if slammed down by an invisible giant hand, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds and terrified wails. "Second in command, we've hit a tough spot," one bandit shouted with difficulty. The moment he spoke, Lin Bai's previous concern about inadvertently harming friendly forces was dispelled, and he immediately instructed Xuanji. Xian, increased the gravity further. Woo-woo. Alright, a flash of excitement crossed Xuanji's eyes. It had been holding back its full strength due to Lin Bai's previous command, but now it was free to unleash it. The bandits who had been wailing were now completely silent. The bandits below the extraordinary realm were utterly dead, and the two remaining bandit leaders were not much better off, their internal organs and bones mostly shattered, sustained only by the vitality of their extraordinary realm. "Second brother, you got us killed. It seems we brothers are going to stay here today," Gu Su said with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, forcing a bitter smile at Li Lun's, though his tone held no regret. Gu Su in a daze recalled the spiritedness he had when he awakened his talent at 15, diving headfirst into this man-eating desert over 70 years ago. "What a pity I wanted to wait until the end of the year to go home." Gu Su spat out another mouthful of blood, giving Li Lun's a smile that was hard to decipher before shattering his heart vein and dying. Dead. Lin Bai could have stopped his suicide, but deemed it unnecessary, as there was still one left. "Why aren't you killing yourself?" He curiously looked at Li Lun's. "My lord, I deserve to die for offending you. Please give me a chance for atonement." Lin Bai sighed at the sight of the obsequious bandit leader before him. "I knew it, those willing to end their own lives are few, especially among bandits." There was nothing more to say as they entered the enjoyable interrogation phase. Then the scene unfolded as it began, although Li Lun's had already spilled everything he knew like a bamboo tube pouring beans. However, Lin Bai expressed his disbelief. What if this bandit leader was lying and attempting to harm him? Thus, he directly activated Mo Ling's Misty Fog illusion interrogation technique. After a while looking at the tearful and nearly broken-spirited bandit leader, Lin Bai finally confirmed that he had indeed not deceived him and quickly granted him a swift end. As Li Lun's life ended under Mo Ling's soul-locking cry, he did not think about his impending death, but rather the smile Gu Su had given him at the moment of his death. "That old man is cunning, knowing he would be interrogated. He left me behind as a cushion. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. That old fellow still has a chance to meet Goddess Yunxi. What about Yuan Jun Xuanxue? Will she come to guide this person from Liangzhou? If I had known, I would have burned more incense." Compared to the sentimental farewell of these old bandits, Lin Bai was also in a state of sentimentality. "Damn it, why did these bandits come at such a bad time right when I was eating? I haven't even had a few bites." Yes, Lin Bai lamented for his meal, such a good meal, yet he hadn't been able to eat much. As for killing, sorry, this is the Northern Desert. Don't say they wanted to kill Lin Bai and ended up getting killed themselves. Even if Lin Bai was in a bad mood and slaughtered them on the spot, it would be perfectly normal. This is the Northern Desert, where only the victors live and the defeated die. Life and death bear no grievances. Just like the two bandit leaders who accepted their fate calmly as they died, of course they had no choice, as Lin Bai still had to kill them. If it weren't for Lin Bai having the Void Traversal Talisman, he wouldn't dare come to such a lawless area. The bandits and horses were crushed to death under Xuanji's gravity. Lin Bai walked over to the cart brought by the bandits and opened the lid. Indeed, the trope of finding treasures easily in dramas is a lie. The cart contained several boxes, one filled with gold and silver treasures, another with spirit stones, and the last box held something rather peculiar. Is this organs? Some human and some beast. What is this? Organ trafficking. Lin Bai was not completely ignorant. In the past, his father often spoke of his life in the Beishan army and the Northern Desert to his two siblings. Thus, upon seeing this, Lin Bai immediately thought of organ trafficking. Of course the organs referred to here are those of cultivators. Ordinary people's organs are worthless. Just like if Lin Bai were to achieve the transcendence of the 5 organs, his heart would be worth much more, along with the skulls of qi refiners, the eyes of qi seekers, and so on. All of these hold value. However, organ trafficking is a restricted industry in the Great Xia and Great Qian, making it difficult to obtain supplies, but the northern desert is different, with a large supply of walking goods. Alright, let's just burn it all down. Lin Bai took the spirit stones as his spoils of war, leaving the remaining gold and silver treasures behind, while tossing 2 fireball talismans at the organs in the boxes. Let's go, Xiao Ling A Xian. After killing Lin Bai had no desire to eat, so they resumed their journey. Woo-woo, master, aren't we eating? Xuanji looked reluctantly at the meat on the grill. No more eating, it's time to set off. By the way, A Xian handled the scene with soul flow control. After killing one, must destroy the corpses to be at ease. Although the secrets of the northern desert are quite chaotic, deducing matters in the desert is dozens of times more challenging than outside. However, Lin Bai was quite cautious. Once they entered the desert, he and the 2 beasts were always enveloped by Xuanji's causal cocoon for increased concealment, appearing to the outside world as merely an ordinary cultivator. Still, he felt uneasy, sensing that there were traitors trying to harm him, so he could only proceed with physical destruction of the corpses. Upon hearing Lin Bai's command, Xuanji immediately employed soil flow control to manipulate the nearby. In no time, all traces disappeared. The corpse's cart and campfire were buried under the sand, and the desolate hill returned to its state before Lin Bai's arrival. However, predictably, there would definitely be more vegetation growing here next year. Thinking about contributing to the greening of the desert, Lin Bai couldn't help but hum a tune. Meanwhile, in Li Lun's and Ge Zu's bandit hideout, Wolf Tiger Village, the big boss Jiao Lang was troubled in his room. Madam, what should we do? In a few days those people will come for the goods, and our Wolf Tiger Village doesn't have that many organs to give them. Beside him, the village chief's wife and strategist Hu Rong also frowned, but comforted Jiao Lang. Don't panic, didn't the second brother take the brothers out to hunt? Maybe they'll have some gains. Just as she spoke, a trusted subordinate rushed in a flurry. Madam Big Boss, it's bad. The soul lamps of the second and third brothers have gone out. What? Upon hearing this news, Jiao Lang stood up, glaring at the subordinate with wide eyes, his gaze fierce enough to seem like he wanted to eat him alive. Hu Rong, however, remained calm. The lamps are out. I understand now, you may leave. No one is allowed to enter until I give the command. Yes, yes. The bandit, seeing Jiao Lang's demeanor, dared not linger and quickly exited the room. But he did not see Jiao Lang's expression change instantly after he left. Quick, madam, we must leave. This is a calamity. The second and third brothers have no idea who has harmed them. If we delay, it will affect us. Hu Rong had already begun to act quickly, packing their valuables. You think I don't know? I created these lamps for the second and third brothers, hoping for an early warning. Jiao Lang and Hu Rong, being seasoned bandits, had a keen sense of danger. Moreover, seeking revenge for comrades is not the style of bandits. As a dark force, their approach is invade like fire, retreat like the wind. Thus Jiao Lang and Hu Rong had no thoughts of revenge, instead they wanted to find a place to hide for a few days. Although it was shameful, it was a much better option than losing their lives. Jiao Lang was very clear about his position, which was that of a hyena scavenging for scraps in the desert. To avoid being kicked to death, he had to stay aware of the situation. No way. Where is everyone? Lin Bai stood in the silent Wolf Tiger Village, staring blankly at the empty settlement before him. The gates of the Wolf Tiger Village stood wide open, banners hung askew, and several tattered garments lay scattered on the ground, blown about by the wind. The windows and doors of the houses were wide open, the interiors utterly vacant, not a ghost in sight, only a few remnants of extinguished campfires still wafting faint wisps of smoke. After torturing the bandit leader to obtain the location of their hideout, Lin Bai compared it with the map and found it perfectly aligned with his route. He had intended to play the role of a hero ridding the world of evil, but unexpectedly all he found was an empty village. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh. That bandit leader was a loyal man. After enduring the interrogation by Mo Ling's illusionary fog, he still managed to act convincingly and trick me completely. He retracted his previous assessment of the cowardice of the bandit leader, named Li Lun's. He was indeed a man of substance. Though he appeared to beg for mercy, he was actually covering for his hideout, feeding Lin by false information. Ga. Master, I'm sorry. Mo Ling felt ashamed, believing it was its inadequate abilities that caused Lin Bai to make a wasted trip. Hey, how can I blame you? I didn't expect there would be such loyal people among the bandits, and besides, these are trivial matters. If they can be eliminated, then so be it. If not, it won't matter much. Lin Bai came to the Wolf Tiger Village merely as a matter of convenience. If it hadn't been on his route, he wouldn't have sought it out specifically. Let's go, don't dwell on such trivial matters. Lin Bai comforted Mo Ling by patting its wings and then he along with Mo Ling and Xian Ji continued on their journey. The timeline shifts back one day. After Zhao Lang and Hu Rong fled the Wolf Tiger village, Hu Rong's confidant Zhao Er once again approached their door cautiously knocking. Big Chief Madam, the brothers in the village have heard that the second and third chiefs are in trouble. Now everyone is in a state of panic waiting for both of you to make a decision. Zhao Er knocked for a long time, but there was no response from inside and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Big Chief Madam, are you there? Zhao Er swallowed hard, mustering his courage to push open a crack in the door only to find the room completely empty, and his heart sank with a bad feeling. He suppressed his panic, took a deep breath, and forced his face to return to its usual intimidating demeanor before turning to leave the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, a large group of anxious bandits had gathered, and upon seeing him emerge they immediately surrounded him. Little brother Zhao, what did the big chief and madam say? What else could they say? Zhao Er, though tense inside, maintained a proud expression as he raised his head, and of course it's preparations for battle. The big chief has already contacted our benefactor, and when the time comes, anyone who stands in our way will perish. You all stay calm, follow your patrols and drills as usual. Hearing Zhao Er's words, the bandits began to relax significantly. They had previously heard vague rumors of the big chief having powerful backing, which was why they had survived in the vast northern desert for so long, and now this was confirmed. Alright, we're heading back now. The bandits turned to leave, and only then did Zhao Er slowly exhale. Finally, I managed to bluff my way through. Otherwise these people would have torn me apart. However, just as Zhao Er felt relief, his heart sank again. Among the crowd that had just dispersed, a dozen or so figures returned, all seasoned bandits of the Wolf Tiger village. These old rogues surrounded Zhao Er in a concealed spot, watching him with knowing smirks. The big chief and madam must have run away, right? Though phrased as a question, the tone was very certain. Zhao Er wanted to refute and continue the deception, but upon meeting the gazes of these veteran bandits, he instantly wilted. Feeling as if his spirit had been drained, he weakly replied, "Yes, by the time I arrived they had already vanished without a trace." Upon hearing Zhao Er's words, an old bandit spat. "Pa, I knew it. There's no loyalty among those who roam the desert, and all this talk of relying on support is nonsense." "Alright Shunzi, it's not your first day in the desert. Oh, what's so strange about it?" A seemingly respected elder among the bandits interrupted his companion's complaints. The leading bandit named Chao Jun crouched slightly to bring himself to eye level with Zhao Er. Little brother Zhao, the big chief, and madam must have taken the most valuable items with them. However, they surely couldn't take everything, so what do you think? Military brother, why waste your breath on this turtle? If we make a move, he'll surely spill everything. One of the bandits was much more aggressive, already showing signs of wanting to take action. You heard him, little brother Zhao. My brothers are not easy to deal with. We're all in the same boat now, and those naive fools outside will react soon. If we wait too long, more people will be dividing the spoils. Zhao Er looked at the conflicting expressions of the veteran bandits, his face turning grim. He had originally planned to keep most of the treasures from the Wolf Tiger village for himself, but now it seemed impossible. Follow me. Seeing Zhao Er relent, the old bandits laughed slyly and stopped pressing him. That's more like it, little brother Zhao. What followed was an unspoken distribution meeting. They quickly opened the storeroom, dividing the low-grade spirit stones, ordinary weapons, food, and other valuables that had been left behind, moving swiftly and silently. Once finished at the back door of the village, they bid farewell to one another. Parting well is good, parting well is good. The rivers and lakes are long until we meet again. Zhao Er and Chao Jun exchanged farewells without any violent confrontations, and after distributing the money, they went their separate ways. Now fleeing with their shares was the priority. If they waited until the remaining bandits realized what was happening, it would be too late. About half an hour later, the remaining bandits in the Wolf Tiger village finally sensed something was off. Damn it, where's everyone? The remaining bandits gathered wide-eyed, realizing that some of their companions were missing, including Zhao Er, who managed the treasury and armory. Let's go. Brothers, it seems the Wolf Tiger village has gotten into trouble. The bandits who remained had only recently entered the desert. Though they had not grasped their life-saving skills, they were certainly not foolish. Putting together the news of the two leaders' deaths, they guessed what had transpired. There was nothing more to say. They quickly looted the remaining scraps and split into several small groups to escape. From that day on, several old bandit factions emerged in the northern desert. What followed was Lin Bai's arrival a day later. When he arrived, he was bewildered. Although there was still a semblance of life in the village, he couldn't find a single person. Little did he know the bandits here were so cautious that not even a glimpse of the enemy could be seen. Just based on the news of their two leaders' demise, they had executed a full-scale evacuation. Yet they indeed made the right gamble. If he had come just a day later, Lin Bai would have arrived to act chivalrously. We're nearly there, Mingyue City. Lin Bai sat on Mo Ling's back, spotting his destination. In the northern desert, there are many people, including cultivators, and such a large population naturally gives rise to corresponding service facilities. Minghua City is one of them, directly managed by the Great Xia Empire. As for the specific location of Mengfuyo, Lin Bai inferred from the compass and map that it was near Minghua City. Once we reach Minghua City, we'll be close to Mengfuyo. I hope that the treasure worth 5,000 merit points brings me some surprises. Lin Bai did not need to enter Minghua City. He came to find Mengfuyo, but Mengfuyo was not inside Minghua City. He arrived at this place merely to use the city as a prominent landmark to calibrate his direction. At this moment, it was finally time for the costly information compass obtained from the Marshall Hall to make its appearance. Lin Bai took out the compass and infused it with a trace of energy. He saw a light point representing himself flicker slightly on the compass face, followed by the formation of a blue pointer that slowly coalesced, stubbornly pointing towards the west. Riding on Mo Ling was a bit too conspicuous at this moment, so Mo Ling shrank down and landed back on Lin Bai's shoulder. Lin Bai shot westward at high speed with Minghua City as the center. Along the way, it was evident that this place was not devoid of human presence. He encountered a variety of travelers, weary lone wanderers, heavily guarded small merchant caravans, and treasure seekers with vigilant eyes. They all tacitly maintained a safe distance from each other, and the air was filled with the cautiousness unique to the desert. There are quite a few people, Lin Bai thought to himself, but his footsteps did not falter. About an hour later, following the compass guidance, he arrived at a region of undulating black hills where the light point at the center of the compass was flashing violently. His target was right here. This must be the place. Mengfuyo should be hidden within these black mountains. Lin Bai's spirits lifted. However, the sight before him caused him to furrow his brows slightly. The desolate wilderness he had envisioned was now bustling with activity, simple construction, sheds, mining carts bustling about, the clanging sounds of excavation, and supervisors and guards visible everywhere. A mining site. The intelligence only provided a general area where Mengfuyo might appear, but did not indicate that this area had already been developed into a mining site by some force. It was clearly unwise to forcefully barge in, especially when he was unaware of the opponent's background. I'll wait until midnight to sneak in, hopefully there won't be any unexpected incidents. Thanks to Xuanji's Mirage ability, Lin Bai could move stealthily with ease, but it was still noon, and with everyone gathered, he couldn't just charge in. He quietly withdrew, hiding in a wind-sheltered hollow away from the mining site, patiently awaiting the night. Time passed slowly. The three suns in the sky sank below the horizon, and the night descended like a vast black velvet blanket covering the entire desert. Tonight was favorable. Even the moon was hidden behind thick clouds, leaving the surroundings in complete darkness. With the moon obscured and the winds high, it's a perfect time to act, Lin Bai chuckled softly, and then quietly instructed. Xian, operate the web of causality at full capacity and simultaneously emit mirage magnetic force to cover us. Woo-woo. Understood, Master. Xuanji complied, wrapping Lin Bai and the two beasts in an even thicker layer of invisible gauze. At this moment, even if someone approached, their vision would be distorted and misled, making it difficult to perceive their presence. Combined with the disorienting mirage magnetic force, it was a dual-layered protection. Lin Bai moved like a night owl, swiftly heading towards the brightly lit mining site. The mining site had not fallen completely silent due to the night. Some people were resting, while others were still busy inside and outside the mine, with guards patrolling the perimeter wielding weapons. It seems this mining site operates on a shift basis continuously without rest. However, these ordinary guards were rendered ineffective under the dual cover of the web of causality and mirage, allowing Lin Bai to navigate, as if in an unguarded realm, easily avoiding all visible and hidden watchmen as he quietly approached the area where the miners congregated. He slipped into the shadow of a tool storage area and overheard two miners in a hushed conversation. These were two middle-aged men. The people of this world did not appear old, but long-term heavy physical labor had etched a weariness on their faces far beyond their peers. Hey Lao Yang, this mine is almost finished. Oh, what are you planning to do? Continue to wander the desert or return to your hometown in the southern part of Deqian? Me? I should still work for a few more years. If I save enough, I can buy the path I want. By then I can return in glory and bring honor to my parents. Hey, you're still thinking about the path? Even ordinary cultivation methods are decent enough. Why don't you take your money to the money venue to try your luck, or visit the Desire Dream Cave to enjoy life? You live like a monk, what's the point? The worker named Lao Yang merely chuckled without refuting, and the nearby supervisor, seeing that the two had been resting long enough, called out. Lao Sun, Lao Yang, and that kid at the back, stop slacking and hurry in to continue mining, or if you don't complete today's quota, it will count as absenteeism. Please, Mr. Qian will be right there. The two miners, caught in their brief respite, immediately jumped up, shouldering their spirit mining picks as they entered the mine. That kid at the back. I remember it was just me and Lao Sun who came here to rest. Where did this extra person come from? Yang Chuan turned around, and indeed saw a young miner head slightly bowed obscuring his features, silently following behind them with a pick in hand. I must be mistaken. Maybe he arrived first. Some vague impression surfaced in Yang Chuan's mind, but it seemed this young colleague had always been there. He shook his head and thought no more of it, quickening his pace. This young miner was naturally Lin Bai, who could not barge into the mine ostentatiously, as that would be too conspicuous. However, being with others made it less noticeable. Lin Bai equipped himself with fitting clothes and tools, following along with the two who had just spoken. This was a black mine with many tunnels leading deep into the mountain, and there were inspectors by the entrances to prevent anyone from stealing or... I'm in no surprises. Lin Bai found the tunnel closest to his target and entered directly with the people beside him, failing to notice anything amiss. Once inside the tunnel, the light grew dimmer with only a few clusters of ghostly flames flickering by the passages to illuminate the way. There were even more branching tunnels within the mine. Clang, clang, clang. In the dim light, only the sounds of excavation echoed. Next to Lin Bai were some fellow workers, most of whom traveled in pairs, making Lin Bai seem somewhat out of place. However, with Xuanji's ability providing cover, no one paid attention. However, to play the part, while he quietly blended into a group for cover and continued to eavesdrop for info. Xiaolong, let's make sure to occupy the No. 13 mine today, the black gold, where there is large and pure. Second brother, what if those guys from Black Hawk occupy it first? Who's afraid of them? The man called second brother puffed out his chest full of confidence. Big brother has also broken through to the mid-stage of transformation and is now at the peak of the half-step great perfection. Does Black Hawk dare to show their teeth? Upon hearing his second brother's words, the younger brother, named Xiaolong, immediately began to swell with confidence, stepping forward with a fierce demeanor. Second brother was quite pleased with this and lowered his voice to remind him. By the way, Xiaolong, you're new here. Do you remember what we talked about a few days ago? Upon hearing his leader's inquiry, Wang Long frowned in thought, and then cautiously replied. Don't go to the No. 7 mine. Exactly, there aren't many taboos in this Black Mountain, but you'd best avoid the No. 7 mine. Why is that, second brother? Wang Long asked curiously. Not only him, but Lin Bai, who quietly followed behind, also became interested. I don't know, but all the previous miners who entered there were cursed and nearly went mad. The subsequent mine owner personally checked it, and the result was the same. The mine owner entered No. 7 mine, and only said one thing upon exiting: there's something strange. Thus he ordered the closure of No. 7 mine. You must know the mine owner is a transcendent cultivator. I swear I won't go there. Hearing his second brother's words, Wang Long was so frightened that he repeatedly assured, satisfying second brother's inclination to teach. Something strange. Lin Bai, upon hearing this story, was not afraid, but rather curious about what could instill fear in a transcendent being. Evil spirits, strange phenomena, taboos, maybe. That shouldn't be the case. Transcendent beings have extremely firm mentalities. Never mind, these are trivial matters. Finding Meng Fuyo is the main concern. Lin Bai quickly cast aside this folktale and left the small group, heading towards the direction indicated by the compass. However, this path was one Lin Bai walked alone, and he did not mind it too much. The end of the road led directly to the mine. Each road connected to only one mine. I'm here. This road was not long, and Lin Bai reached its end in just 2 steps, but at this moment his expression was not too pleasant. For the sign beside him boldly read, No. 7 mine, forbidden entry. Something strange. The light point in the center of the compass was now facing the pitch-black entrance of the mine pit, flickering like a frantic heartbeat. It seems trouble is brewing. The No. 7 mine pit ahead appeared quite old, and the sign behind it read, No entry, there are spirits. It was clearly added later. Lin Bai truly did not expect that the intelligence he had obtained, valued at 5,000 merit points, would end up in such a feng shui treasure spot. Now he was genuinely worried. The mine pit was a large cavern with no obstructions. Lin Bai stood at the entrance, peering inside. With the faint blue light reflected from a distant ghost firestone, he could see the general layout of the hall inside. There were no piles of bones as he had imagined, nor were there the chilling winds and ghostly wails. Only dozens of rusty pickaxes were haphazardly strewn across the ground, and several piles of partially mined black gold, or were carelessly stacked, covered in a thick layer of dust. It was not strange at all, just a bit quiet, as the distance and walls blocked the sounds of mining from the outside. Now there was only the sound of Lin Bai's breathing and heartbeat. It's quite amusing to think that although Lin Bai had killed quite a few, he still felt a bit uneasy about things like ghosts. It wasn't fear, just a lack of habit. I hope nothing like evil spirits appears. If they do, I hope they aren't too ugly or disgusting. Despite being startled by this little surprise, Lin Bai chose to step into the No. 7 mine pit. The moment his body entered the mine pit, his muscles tensed slightly, and his intuition was on full alert, ready to respond to any potential emergencies. There was no dizzying spin, no shadows rushing towards him, and even the temperature remained unchanged. The Hall of the No. 7 Mine Pit was vast and unobstructed. Other than the dust, there were only waste materials, and his intuition was as calm as a still pond, offering no warnings. This shouldn't be. There must be some basis to the rumors, right? Lin Bai dared not be careless and became increasingly cautious. He took out the compass and began to move slowly along the edge of the hall, trying to locate the precise position of the Mengfuyo. What exactly does Mengfuyo look like, and why is it here? The information provided by the Mengfuyo compass was extremely sparse, serving only as a directional coordinate. Mengfuyo, is it a bug? If so, where would it hide? At that moment, Lin Bai's appearance, if seen by outsiders, would resemble a clumsy feng shui master wandering back and forth in the uneven mine cave with a strange instrument. The light point on the compass remained bright, firmly pointing deep into the mine pit. No matter how intensely he stared, almost willing to peel the surface off every inch of the rock wall, he could find no signs of any bugs. This is strange. Lin Bai began to pause and ponder if he had overlooked something. Just as he focused on his thoughts, an unexpected change occurred. Threads of milky white mist appeared without warning from every corner of the mine pit. Cracks in the rock wall, shadows on the ground, and even seeping from the air. Initially, the white mist was faint like delicate gauze, but it spread rapidly, quickly filling the entire mine space. What is this? Lin Bai immediately noticed the white mist. The moment it touched his skin, a strange sensation of coolness, yet not dampness, washed over him. Immediately after, his mind buzzed as fragments of vague images were forcibly shoved into his consciousness, flashing uncontrollably. Very blurry, yet so real. Without a second thought, Lin Bai exerted force, with his feet leaping back and instantly returning to the passageway outside the mine pit. Looking back, it seemed that the white mist began to dissipate due to Lin Bai's departure, and the mine pit quickly returned to its desolate, empty state. Is this the anomaly of the No. 7 Mine Pit? Does it require the presence of living beings to trigger? Lin Bai stood at the edge of the No. 7 Mine Pit, observing carefully to understand how this white mist appeared. Let's try again. Lin Bai began to leap back and forth on both sides, probing this strange No. 7 Mine Pit. After about an hour, Lin Bai frowned as he watched the peculiar white mist dissipate outside the mine pit. From the recent experiment, Lin Bai derived two uncertain conclusions. First, the strange white mist in the No. 7 Mine Pit only triggers when a living person stays inside for a sufficient amount of time. It must be a human, as nothing else works. Neither Mo Ling nor Xianji triggered the white mist. Moreover, even if Lin Bai triggered the white mist, Mo Ling and Xianji wouldn't be able to touch it. Second, it seemed that this white mist was some kind of carrier for recording information. Whenever someone touched it, fragments of information would be instilled. Lin Bai recalled what the miners had said about previous entrants becoming faint and insane. He began to piece together the situation. If the amount of information is too great and too chaotic, exceeding the processing limits of an ordinary person, or even low-tier cultivators, it could indeed lead to an overload, triggering protective fainting or cognitive confusion. But the uncertainty arose because even high-tier cultivators entering the mine pit would also be affected, which was truly illogical. Furthermore, what does their spirits mean? Lin Bai was also unsure if the casual conversation he overheard was accurate, but this white mist obstructed his goal. Mengfuyo is hidden within the No. 7 Mine Pit, but I don't know its exact location. The moment I enter the mine pit, the white mist triggers. I can't withstand it for too long. Lin Bai summarized the difficulties he was currently facing. He had considered letting Mo Ling and Xianji enter the No. 7 Mine Pit to assist in the search, but he couldn't find a way. Lin Bai was quite suspicious that Mengfuyo was related to this white mist. He looked at the flashing compass in his hand, and then at the deep mine cave, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot. He'll take the gamble. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child, and you can't catch a bug without taking a risk. In any case, he would not let his 5,000 merit points go to waste. Of course, Lin Bai was not a hot-headed fool. He quickly formulated an emergency plan. Little Ling and Xian, if I faint or lose my mind after entering, you must come in and get me out. He left them outside as emergency measures, ensuring that the mist wouldn't affect Mo Ling and Xianji. Moreover, based on the previous conversations he had overheard, whether it was an ordinary person or a high-tier cultivator, prolonged exposure to the white mist seemed to pose no threat, at most leading to short-term fainting or insanity. Caw, Master, it's too dangerous for you to go in like this. Wu, the boss, is right. Master, why don't we think of a better plan? Both little ones were worried about Lin Bai going in like this, urging him to consider other methods. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Oh, just follow my instructions. Lin Bai waved his hand, indicating his decision was made. After saying that, he stepped back into the No. 7 Mine Pit. There was no choice. Mo Ling and Xianji could only observe his condition from outside, through spiritual sensing ready to respond at any moment. Lin Bai held the compass in his hand, but did not search again. Instead, he quietly awaited the appearance of the strange white mist. The intelligence of Meng Fuyo was worth 5,000 merit points, and considering the white mist within the No. 7 Mind Pit, he did not believe that the two were unrelated. He just didn't know whether it was the white mist hiding the Fuyo, or the Fuyo creating the white mist. But it didn't matter now. It was time for Lin Bai to confront what exactly this white mist was. About 10 minutes later, some white mist appeared in the void, spreading towards Lin Bai. He did not dodge or evade, allowing the mist to touch him. As the white mist made contact, strange images began to emerge in Lin Bai's mind, and as time passed his vision became double and exceedingly blurry. What the hell are these images? I can't see clearly. These double images were directly imprinted in Lin Bai's mind through his spiritual sense, but for some reason, he could not see the specifics. Strange. According to my second hypothesis, this white mist is a carrier of some sort of recorded information. Does that count as the record being damaged? In fact, Lin Bai did not care much for the white mist. What he truly cared about was Meng Fuyo. It was all because the information provided by the Meng Fuyo compass was too vague, otherwise he wouldn't have to put himself at risk like a test subject. As Lin Bai encountered more of the white mist, the double vision in his eyes became heavier, and the already unclear images became increasingly blurry, almost transforming from original damaged quality into a snowflake pattern. No, this won't do. At most I can last another 7 or 8 minutes. I will definitely faint. Lin Bai felt his thoughts becoming sluggish like rusted gears. Just as his consciousness was being dragged toward a dark abyss ready to signal retreat, the swirling, dizzying fragments of images in his mind suddenly receded like a tide, and the annoying snowflake noise before his eyes instantly became clear and stable. However, the clarity did not bring comfort, but rather deeper bewilderment. Where am I? Lin Bai looked around, his heart trembling. He confirmed that he was no longer in that dark No. 7 mine. The surroundings were bright and soft, resembling the interior of an ordinary household. What was even stranger was that he could not feel his own body. Without hands or feet, he was unable to move, his perspective fixed at an odd low position, as if he were embedded somewhere. Xiaoling a Xian. Lin Bai tried to communicate with Mo Ling and Xianji, but realized that he could sense them, yet could not communicate. At that moment outside the No. 7 mine, Mo Ling was pacing anxiously on the ground, sharp eyes fixed on the deepening white mist within the mine, where Lin Bai's figure had completely disappeared. Ga, the master's spiritual connection has become so weak and strange. Let's go in and bring him out. It flapped its wings, eagerly ready to rush in. Woo, boss, the master is not in a coma, yet he still has consciousness. Let's wait a bit more. Mo Ling saw that Lin Bai's spiritual connection had turned strange, and wanted to go in to fetch him, but was stopped by Xianji. Xianji thought more deeply, that knew that Lin Bai had actively contacted the white mist, possibly unraveling its mysteries. Disturbing him now could very well ruin everything. Ga, but I'm still very worried. Mo Ling remained anxious. Woo, let's set a time limit. If after 1 hour the master's spiritual connection is still strange, or becomes weaker, we will rush in immediately regardless of the consequences, and bring him out first. Xianji was also afraid something might happen to Lin Bai, so it set a time limit. Ga, okay, I will follow your lead. The two little ones immersed all their minds into the weak but persistent spiritual link, capturing every subtle change in Lin Bai's consciousness. Lin Bai was utterly confused about his current state. This did not feel like a dream, for dreams often allow one to perceive their complete form, but this felt different from a mere separation of spirit. My consciousness is attached to this shell. What am I supposed to do with it? Since Lin Bai fell into this scene, his perspective had been on a string of shells. As his body continued to absorb the information carrying white mist, a change finally occurred when the absorption reached a certain critical point. In front of his vision, two figures appeared, one old and one young. An elderly woman with gray hair and a kind expression was handing a string of smooth, warm-colored shells strung together with silk thread to a boy of about 15 or 16, whose eyes shone brightly. Xiao Dan, tomorrow you will officially go to the tribe's learning hut to follow Master Zhu and learn the way of divination. This is a gift from Grandma for you. The boy took the shells, his eyes brightening, rubbing them fondly, though he soon appeared somewhat puzzled. Is this a divination tool? Grandma, how do you have this? The old woman squinted her eyes in a smile, her wrinkles radiating affection. Haha, silly child, I have been preparing this for you since the day you were born. Each shell has been illuminated by the stars in the sky and has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. Setting aside the scene, this gift was the very shell Lin Bai had been attached to, yet he had no objections. Is the plot about to begin? Sure enough, the plot commenced, and the surrounding scenes began to switch rapidly in a montage-like manner. Lin Bai's shell perspective was always worn by Ji Dan, allowing him to witness some important moments in the book. Lin Bai saw the boy's daily life of schooling, cultivation, and divination. The scenes rushed by like flipping through an accelerated comic with details unclear, but the general outline visible. The era in which this boy lived was not the same as Lin Bai's, it was an ancient time. Lin Bai also learned the boy's name, Ji Dan. Ji Dan's talent was evidently outstanding. Based on Lin Bai's vague perception of the outside world and the admiration of others in the scene, it seemed that this youth had entered the extraordinary realm in just 3 years. In the Shi tribe where he lived, he was considered a prodigy. However, things took a turn. Although the medieval era was not one of savagery, it was certainly not a safe time either. Puff! The scene suddenly became clear and slow, and Lin Bai saw Ji Dan violently spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper. Disaster of weapons and armor. Bloodshed fills the sky. Ji Dan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with horror. Ji Dan's divination ability was excellent. Sometimes, even the higher-ranked diviners in the tribe could not match his accuracy. Just now he had foreseen that his tribe would suffer from a disaster of weapons and armor. He could not care about the backlash from his divination or his divination tools. He turned and rushed towards the Grand Diviner's residence in the center of the tribe. Hey, I haven't boarded the vehicle yet. Lin Bai's perspective was on the shell, so he was left behind. But soon after, Ji Dan returned looking dejected. Why must it be like this? Why don't people treat each other as humans? Ji Dan could not understand. After all, everyone was human. Why were some people not treating others as humans? Just now, Ji Dan had urgently reported his terrifying prediction to his teacher, the Grand Diviner of the tribe, requesting immediate defense or relocation for the tribe. Then he received the gaze from a dark corner of this world. Grandmaster, I have foreseen some bad things. So we need to prepare quickly. However, that Grand Diviner with a gaunt face and unfathomable eyes remained unusually calm after hearing this, even showing a deep weariness and numbness. He spoke in a calm tone, delivering words that nearly drove Ji Dan to madness. Ji Dan, your talent may be the best in our Shi tribe, but there are some things you should already know. He told Ji Dan that it was not an invasion from external enemies causing the disaster of weapons and armor, but rather the nobles of the incredibly powerful Nine Fiends tribe, who periodically went on hunting expeditions each year. This year's hunting ground happened to be near the Shi tribe. When the Grand Diviner reached this point, Ji Dan was still quite confused. Grandmaster, there aren't many demon beasts around our Shi tribe, right? The Grand Diviner looked at Ji Dan, his gaze seeming to see many years ago, and slowly said, yes, there aren't many demon beasts. But there are many common folks like us, aren't there? This sentence struck like the coldest arrow, piercing through all of the boy's cognitions and fantasies. Ji Dan stood there struck by lightning. The Grand Diviner's subsequent cold, realistic words about the hunting ground has been sealed. There's no way to escape, and sacrifice a portion to save the whole tribe were already lost on Ji Dan. All he knew was that the home he had grown up in along with his grandmother and all his kin were merely prey to be hunted at will in the eyes of certain nobles. He returned home in a daze. Xiao Dan, what happened to you? Upon hearing his grandmother's concerned inquiry, Ji Dan forced out an ugly smile and reassured her. I'm fine, Grandma. Afterwards, Ji Dan locked himself in his room, nervously talking to his divination tools, venting his emotions. His words contained anger, fear, confusion, and deep helplessness. What he said was disordered and unclear, but Lin Bai still pieced together the useful information, figuring out the ins and outs of the situation. Time sped up again, the scenes began to whirl and blur, and when Lin Bai's vision became clear again, the sight before him shook him to his core. Still in that simple home, Ji Dan knelt on the ground. Before him lay a simple wooden bed upon which rested the kind, old woman, Ji Dan's grandmother. However, at this moment, there was a shocking blood hole in the old woman's chest, and Lin Bai could tell at a glance that it was caused by an arrowhead. Ji Dan lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, but he made no sound. A kind of dead silence, almost frozen sadness permeated the air. The Grand Diviner silently appeared behind him, pausing for a moment before speaking in a dry voice. Ji Dan, do not blame me for knocking you out and locking you up that day. If you rushed out, it would have only been meaningless besides accompanying your grandmother in death. Grandmaster. Ji Dan opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Why? Grandma. She just wanted to go water the vegetable garden behind the house like usual. She was just an old lady. Oh, why would those people want to shoot her? Ji Dan still did not turn his head, his bent back appearing fragile. He did not cry, or rather he had cried out all he could. The Grand Diviner's expression seemed even more numb in the dim light, like a stone eroded by wind and rain for thousands of years. I don't know, perhaps. They simply desire it. In this world, whatever the strong do is right. We are merely weeds. You must get used to this filthy world. The Grand Diviner's words offered no comfort, only the brutal wisdom of experience. He had seen too many similar tragedies, his own parents, his early deceased daughter. But the sun would still rise tomorrow, and life must go on. He believed that time would make this wise young man understand and accept all of this. Because we are not strong enough, right? Yes. The Grand Diviner answered without hesitation. The Nine Fiends tribe has king-level cultivators stationed, while our Shi tribe's strongest is merely at the extraordinary rank. Let me repeat this once more, whatever the strong do is right. Do you understand? After saying this, the Grand Diviner turned and left. The tribe suffered heavy casualties in this sudden disaster, and many survivors needed comfort. There were many trivial matters he needed to handle. Whatever the strong do is right. Jidan knelt in place, repeatedly chewing on this sentence, his voice low, yet sharp, like a blade scraping against stone. In the days that followed, he did not seek death nor wail in despair. Jidan silently and meticulously buried his grandmother, keeping the grave tidy and clean. Then one clear morning he changed into a clean coarse cloth outfit, bowed 3 times before his grandmother's grave, and turned to vanish into the mountains and forests outside the tribe. Jidan left quietly, taking nothing with him, not even the divination shells that his grandmother had originally. Lin Bai was left behind once again, his perspective still attached to the shell, but the shell was solemnly placed into a box by Jidan. Thus he fell back into darkness. In this enveloping darkness, Lin Bai did not panic. Instead, he entered a peculiar state of contemplation. Why had he come here? For the dream float. So where was his dream float now? This core question resurfaced once more. Lin Bai witnessed Jidan's tragic childhood and his resolute departure, but how did this relate to the white mist and dream float? Could it be that my conjecture is wrong? Is the dream float really related to the white mist? Surely 5,000 merit points cannot simply be wasted. Lin Bai was now a bit shaken, but since it had come to this, he continued to observe. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye Lin Bai saw the light again as the wooden box was opened, and a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar hand retrieved the shell. 70 years have passed, came a light sigh laden with indescribable weariness, yet strangely retaining the clarity of a youthful voice. Has it really been 70 years? Due to the speed of time in this scene, Lin Bai could hardly feel how much time had actually passed for him. It was like watching a recorded image, more real in some sense. Lin Bai looked at Jidan before him. His appearance was almost unchanged from 70 years ago when he left, still youthful, but the bright and painful essence of his youth had been replaced by a deep, quiet introspection. What startled Lin Bai even more was the invisible, yet profound aura surrounding Jidan, capable of distorting the light around him, vast as an abyss and unfathomable. This aura is at least that of a king, perhaps even higher. Lin Bai assessed in silence. Following this, Jidan tightened his grip on the shell, and the space shimmered with a barely perceptible ripple. In the next moment, they found themselves in a vast, bustling place far grander than the Western tribe, the Nine Fiends tribe. Jidan was there to kill and to dig graves. He had come for revenge with the shell left by his grandmother. The victims were both men and women of noble status and remarkable presence. Some were astonished, others cursed, some pleaded for mercy, but all voices and resistances were effortlessly crushed before Jidan's overwhelming power. He acted decisively, even with a chilling sense of ritual. Those nobles who participated in the hunt back then, and their direct descendants, were all left with no chance of survival. Even the dead were exhumed from their graves, their bones crushed to dust. Still too kind, only killing the guilty ones. Lin Bai watched Jidan kill with great interest, then sighed that Jidan was still too kind. Who dares to invade my Nine Fiends' ancestral land? A thunderous roar erupted as a figure was enveloped in a pressure that changed the very heavens and earth, the ancestor of the Nine Fiends tribe. Jidan didn't even raise his eyes, merely shifting his thoughts slightly. An overwhelming force of divine consciousness instantly shaped into a semi-transparent giant hand that blotted out the sky, gently squeezing with an irresistible will. The once mighty king, along with his roar and protective treasures, was effortlessly crushed like an egg. No extra words were spoken, no victor's declaration. He acted solely to kill, to take revenge for his grandmother. Once the last name on the revenge list was crossed out, Jidan quietly left with the shell, returning to the lonely grave of the Western tribe. It was only at this moment, back beside his grandmother, that the decisive and unfathomable strongman Jidan knelt before the grave like a child lost for many years, finally returning home, his shoulders shaking violently before bursting into tears, completely devoid of the strongman's image. Grandma, I avenged you. I killed them all. Not a single one was left. I miss you so much. I was out there. They bullied me. Wanted to take my things. All wanted to kill me. It hurt so much. I was so tired. But I have become stronger. Grandma, I created a powerful technique. No one can bully me anymore. Ji Dan spoke incoherently, crying, his words jumbled, alternating between childhood memories and the hardships he faced outside, as well as his achievements. He cried and laughed and cried. After this, time began to accelerate again. Lin Bai watched as Ji Dan returned to the Western tribe to take over as the patriarch. Thus this once silent boy who left home began his journey that would sweep across heaven and earth. He annexed surrounding tribes, integrating various resources, and his cultivation surged forward, bolstered by both conquest and the momentum of power. A century passed in the blink of an eye. The once small Western tribe had swollen into a vast power, occupying nearly 3 states, while Ji Dan had already reached the realm of kings, commanding awe throughout the lands. Inside a grand new palace, Ji Dan donned a solemn black ceremonial robe embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, sitting high upon his throne, while below stood his most trusted advisors and generals. An elegantly featured middle-aged minister excitedly proposed, "Your Highness, the territory has been established, and the people are devoted. It is time to officially announce to the world and establish a nation. However, we await your decision on the name of the nation." Ji Dan gazed past over the faces of his ministers, some eager, some hopeful, and he momentarily lost his focus. After breaking the 9 fiends, defeating Chong Ming, and battling Dong Gui, after a century of warfare, he had indeed come to this point. He remained silent for a moment, absently rubbing the warm shell that he had always kept by his side, then slowly spoke, his voice soft yet clear enough to reach every corner of the hall. "Let it be named Zhou." Zhou. The officials did not understand why this character was chosen. Yes, named Zhou to establish the pinnacle of humanity. In ancient times, the character Zhou was pictographic, resembling a person with an umbrella above, shielding them from the wind and rain. Upon hearing this character, Lin Bai's consciousness jolted. Zhou. Could it be the great Zhou? Is Ji Dan the one? Wang? As an excellent graduate of Mingda Academy in Anning County, Lin Bai certainly knew the historical timeline of dynasties in the Tianyuan continent, which is why he was shocked. Establishing a nation was not the end, but the prelude to a grander chapter. The war chariot of the great Zhou did not stop. Instead, it charged forth with even more fervor, engulfing and devouring the lands of the non-Zhou. Ji Dan seemed like a tireless war god, driving the great Zhou army to expand continuously. No one knew what this once humble ruler sought to achieve. Some called him a madman of war, recklessly trampling on lives. "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Dynasty and the Divine Domain have sent notices demanding that we cease our assaults on the 9 Nether Kingdom and return the territories we have seized, otherwise they will join forces to attack Great Zhou. Your Majesty, should we temporarily halt our expansion and observe the subsequent actions of the 3 major powers?" An advisor proposed. "Stop the assaults. No. Continue the war and dominate the world." Ji Dan maintained his resolute stance. At that time, the 3 most powerful behemoth forces on the continent, the Heavenly Dynasty, Divine Domain, and 9 Nether Kingdom, harbored deep apprehension toward Great Zhou. Finally, they joined forces to issue a final ultimatum to this rapidly expanding new empire, forming a coalition intent on crushing Great Zhou. But it was futile. For some reason, the mid to low-tier cultivators of Great Zhou were far stronger than those of other forces. Even when facing 3 opponents, the Great Zhou army still held the advantage. However, everyone understood that the fate of the empire would not be decided on the battlefield of mid to low-tier cultivators, but rather in the supreme confrontation above the clouds. At that time, the pinnacle of cultivation was the realm of kings. The combined number of kings from the Heavenly Dynasty, Divine Domain, and 9 Nether Kingdom exceeded 10, while Great Zhou had but 3. They were the ruler of Great Zhou Ji Dan, the Grand General Xianyuan Xiong, and the Chancellor Jiang Qi. The other 2 are familiar faces, Lin Bai observed, seeing people he recognized like watching a recorded image. Why must this be mentioned? There are currently 2 imperial courts in the world, namely the Great Xia and Great Qian, whose founding ancestors were these 2. However, let's set this aside for now, as the most exciting segment of this recording is about to come. As the war progressed, the 3 major forces suffered heavy losses on conventional battlefields. Finally, all the kings from the 3 major forces emerged, their 16 figures shining like blazing suns spanning across the sky above Great Zhou's capital. Their goal was clear and singular: at all costs eliminate Ji Dan. Xianyuan Xiong and Jiang Qi shouted in fury, each unleashing astonishing combat power, respectively confronting 2 enemy kings, battling until the heavens and earth shook. But the remaining 12 kings, including the ruler of the Heavenly Dynasty, Zhuang Lu, the ruler of the Divine Domain, Gu Shi, and the lord of the 9 Nether Kingdom, Gong, who the most elite figures, all directed their gazes toward the star observation platform, standing in the center of the capital. Atop the star observation platform, Ji Dan remained quietly seated on his throne, as if the impending battle that would determine the fate of the empire had nothing to do with him. Dan. The ruler of the heavenly dynasty Zhuang Lu called out like a thunderclap, carrying the final admonition and an unmistakable fear. Retreat now, hold the northwest, and Great Zhou will still be one of the most powerful forces of this era. Why must we fight to the death? They truly did not wish to engage Dan in a life-and-death struggle. Dan's combat strength was too formidable, at least capable of trading 1 for 3, which was not worth it. These royal-level powers had waited for a long time, but still saw no response from Dan. This madman is headstrong, no need to say more, let's go. The ruler of the divine domain Gu, she snorted coldly. The 12 kings representing the pinnacle of cultivation in this world simultaneously unleashed a devastating aura, making the laws of heaven and earth weep, as if the star observation platform would crumble to dust at any moment. Just when everyone thought Dan was facing certain death and Great Zhou was about to be destroyed. Lin Bai, watching Dan seated firmly on the star observation platform, was very excited. Something big is about to happen. The live version of Wen Wang breaking through the realm, suppressing the world recorded in books. As a person from a later generation, Lin Bai naturally knew that Dan would ultimately triumph, but witnessing such a famous scene with his own eyes still thrilled him. At the moment when the attacks of the 12 great kings were about to land, Dan, on the star observation platform, finally moved. He merely raised his right hand slightly and gently waved it toward the void ahead. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling brilliance. A hand composed purely of the most condensed and nearly transparent divine consciousness appeared out of thin air. Dan, how arrogant you are. Daring to use such a low-level technique, the empty clear hand, to humiliate. As the ruler of the divine domain Gu, she had not finished speaking, the giant hand descended and gripped Gu. She know it gripped all enemy kings present, including those still battling Xianyuan Xiong and Jiangqi on the periphery. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone was stunned. Not only the enemies like Zhuang Lu and Gu Shi, but even allies like Xianyuan Xiong and Jiangqi were frozen in place. A deathly silence enveloped the battlefield, shrouding the capital, as if it also enveloped the entire continent. You have opened a new realm. The ruler of the heavenly dynasty Zhuang Lu sensed Dan's unfathomable divine power and could not help but exclaim in shock. On the star observation platform, Dan slowly stood up, his gaze calmly sweeping over the imprisoned multitude, over his own territory, and finally glancing at the shell that had always accompanied him on the table. He slightly nodded. I suppose so, observing your great paths, contemplating the deficiencies of heaven and earth, and gaining occasional insights. Upon hearing that Dan had indeed opened a new realm, Zhuang Lu, Gu Shi, and the others had complex expressions. Good news, the limits of cultivation in the world had been broken, and there was still a path to climb. Bad news, the one who opened it was their enemy. Dan's gaze swept over the opposing enemies as he declared to the entire world. When I was young, an elder told me, whatever a strong person does is right. Now I am the strongest in this world. He paused, his gaze becoming as deep as the starry sky. Therefore, what I say is law, what I do is the standard, and the rules I set are the new correctness of this world. This was not a question, it was a declaration, the end of past rules, and the foundation of future order. Having broken through to a new realm, Dan easily subdued the kings. He directly imprisoned all 16 of them. Facing Dan, who had stepped into an unprecedented realm, all resistance lost meaning. The 3 major forces crumbled, the resistors were suppressed, and the wise surrendered. Dan, the Lord of Great Zhou, truly dominated the Tianyuan continent, instituting the Zhou Li 1200, which appeared exceedingly harsh and complex in later generations. At the same time, he named the realm above kings as Zunjia, and Dan was the first Zunjia born in this world. Witnessing Dan ascend to the realm of the revered, commanding the 8 regions, and establishing the rights of Zhou, Lin Bai's consciousness involuntarily recalled a text he had recited in his childhood. Wen Wang, once there was Wen Wang, who rose from humble beginnings. In his youth, after witnessing his grandmother perish during a noble's hunting game, he made a grand vow, I shall make the heavens and earth acknowledge the value of human life. Later he traveled through the 8 regions, witnessing the common people treated like livestock, and swore to the heavens, I must establish laws and etiquette for humanity. For several decades the king returned, first vanquishing his enemies, then unifying the Northwest, declaring at the founding of the nation, Zhou signifies safety and movement, and we must establish the utmost for humanity. At that time 3 dynasties were encircling, with 16 sovereigns pressing at the borders. Wen Wang sat alone at the stargazing platform, suddenly breaking through to a realm never before reached. With a wave of his hand he captured the ruler of Tian Chao Zhuang Lu at the Mingdi Terrace, and confined the master of the divine realm Gu Shi at the Zheng Xian Pavilion, subduing the ruler of the 9 Nether Gong, who at the Jiming Lodge. The remaining 12 sovereigns were forbidden from teaching and transforming. Thus he established 1,200 rites of Zhou, the first of which stated one must be a human. From then on, the rites of Zhou became the guiding principle, ensuring humanity would not perish, and respect was sustained on Zhou soil. Though the text was simple with some embellishments from later generations, the resolve and power that transcended time and space resonated with Lin Bai's first-hand experiences, leaving him unsettled. As Ji Dan reached the pinnacle of finality, seemed to descend upon this memory. Lin Bai's perspective was once again swept into the torrent of time, and the scenes began to whirl rapidly. Ji Dan rule was not without its challenges. The Tianyuan continent was vast with diverse civilizations, leading to frictions in borderlands, remnants of old powers simmering with discontent or new challengers emerging unaware of their limitations. However, overall these were merely minor inconveniences. In the face of Ji Dan absolute power and the increasingly mature governing system, these troubles were akin to mere splashes of water as the imperial vessel advanced. In later years, occasionally exceptionally talented individuals would break through to the revered realm and come forth with overwhelming momentum to challenge, ultimately leaving behind scant records in history. In a certain year and month, a revered one offended Zhou, and when Wang subdued him at a certain location. Time flowed swiftly, and the great Zhou Empire had operated for 30,000 years. Just when everyone believed that the great Zhou would last for eternity and that its ruler Ji Dan would enjoy boundless longevity, a shocking decision emanated from the imperial court of Zhou, instantly sweeping across the entire continent. The ruler of the great Zhou, Ji Dan, declared his abdication. He would dismantle the supreme authority of the king and transfer it to a diverse cabinet composed of numerous ministers and sages, leading to a dramatic change in the imperial system. Your Majesty, what is the reason for this? At the stargazing platform of the great Zhou imperial court, the Prime Minister Jiang Qi looked at Ji Dan in confusion, unable to comprehend why Ji Dan would suddenly abdicate when the great Zhou was operating so smoothly. Moreover, the great Zhou had been able to sustain itself for so many years precisely because of Ji Dan's rule. Without him, the great Zhou would soon face division. There is no reason. Everyone must die, and I am no exception. Power is also subject to the cycles of heaven. Ji Dan had shed the black and gold ceremonial robe, symbolizing supreme authority, donning a set of simple coarse clothing reminiscent of the attire from the West E tribe of years past. He was leisurely organizing a few scrolls when he looked up at his old friend, smiling calmly, as if discussing the weather for the next day. Jiang Qi, in this world, is there any dynasty that lasts forever? His tone was relaxed, imbued with a detached understanding of worldly matters. All beings face death, I cannot be an exception. The rise and fall of powers, the changing of dynasties, is as natural as the rotation of the sun and moon and the shifting of the seasons. It is a law of the heavens. But, in the realm of the revered one's lifespan is but a mere 100,000 years. Ji Dan interrupted him, gazing out at the boundless sky, then turning back to the splendor of the capital of the great Zhou. I wish to observe as a bystander whether the rules I established can continue to operate without my presence, and to see how deeply they have taken root among the people. He patted Jiang Qi's shoulder, his gaze clear and resolute. The great Zhou cannot forever be merely Ji Dan Great Zhou. It is time for it to walk its own path. Several days later, the Zhou master Ji Dan announced to the world from the stargazing platform, then mysteriously departed, leaving no trace behind, while countless people attempted to find him, but to no avail. However, from Lin Bai's perspective, he saw that in the newly established West E city, which had been remodeled from the original site of the West E tribe, there was an additional priest. This newly arrived priest blessed newborns, exorcised evils from the sick, resolved confusion for the lost, and occasionally taught children in the city's school to read and write, explaining some ancient principles. Time continued to flow, and the great Zhou, now without the supreme ruler at its helm, began to reveal the accumulated internal contradictions and the ambitions of various factions. The diverse cabinet fell into endless debates and compromises, its efficiency greatly diminished, and its authority waned. 5,000 years after Ji Dan abdication, the Zhou calendar marked 35,999 years. Once commanding the world with an iron fist, the central court of the great Zhou, after yet another round of intense internal strife, finally issued its last decree announcing the cabinet system is abolished. The great Zhou ceases to operate. This symbolic decree was akin to an obituary, officially declaring the end of the nearly 40,000-year-long destiny of the great Zhou, along with the abolition of the 1,200 rites of Zhou that had once regulated everything. When the news reached the remote West E city, it was afternoon. Master Priest, what has happened to you? In a school in West E city, the students noticed that the priest who had been teaching them knowledge since the last decree of the great Zhou seemed a bit distracted. The priest, hearing the voice, came back to his senses and smiled at the dozens of children below. Children, today's lesson ends here. Class is dismissed. By the way, remember to complete the exercises I assigned. Goodbye, Master Priest. These were merely children in their teens, and upon hearing that class was dismissed, they immediately disregarded everything else, bidding farewell to the teacher and rushing out of the classroom. Soon laughter and joy filled the small alley outside, but gradually faded away, leaving only one person in the classroom. The priest slowly walked to the window, gazing at the backs of the children running away. The gentle expression he had maintained for a long time receded like the tide, transforming into a complex tranquility with a hint of indescribable solitude. Is it over? Is it over? The former was the priest Ji-don's lament, while the latter was Lin Bai's sigh. Although time flowed quickly and often jumped through segments, Lin Bai could be considered a witness to the establishment and operation of the Great Zhou. Now as he looked at the once fluttering Zhou flag that had been raised across the continent, now quietly descending, he could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of the historical currents and a faint regret. But had it really come to an end? The Great Zhou established by Ji-dan was by no means a perfect utopia. Its system was cumbersome, and it operated with inefficiency and rigidity. The 1,200 rites of Zhou that he personally formulated appeared cumbersome and harsh in the eyes of later generations, with many details seeming obsolete. Did the end of the Great Zhou's operation and the abolition of the rites signify Ji-dan failure? In Lin Bai's view, it did not. Remember the first rule of the rites. The first rule of the rites: one must be a human. Ji-dan's wish from beginning to end was singular. That is, to make humanity truly human. This might sound like a ridiculous statement. Humans, how could they possibly not be human? Yet in Ji-dan's era, it truly wasn't the case. Without even mentioning the nobles who took pleasure in extinguishing lives, let's consider the three major powers that Ji-dan ultimately defeated. The Tian Shao, the divine realm, the Nine Nether. All their citizens did not view themselves as part of the human race, but rather as celestial beings, divine races, essentially not human. Those who did not belong to my race must have different hearts. Thus, how would they treat the non-national human races? This need not be elaborated, for the cruelty and indifference of their methods were enough to chill the bones of anyone with a shred of compassion. The nearly 40,000 years of existence and operation of the Great Zhou through iron and blood, law and etiquette, countless suppressions and persuasions, aim to instill a common sense that today seems self-evident among all human races on this continent. That is, to treat humans as humans. Ji-dan was acutely aware. He did not utter grandiose words like all men are created equal, but instead promoted principles that aligned with the actual circumstances of the Tianyuan continent. Might makes right is a sentiment deeply ingrained in the bones of all people on the Tianyuan continent. Cultivators are indeed more noble than ordinary people, and this is indisputable. Is this statement correct? Yes, very much so. Absolutely correct. Ji-dan wholeheartedly agreed with this notion and executed it with 200% conviction. He was the first revered of the human race, as well as the strongest force in the world at that time. From the notion that what the strong do is always right, it follows that whatever the ruler of the Great Zhou Ji-dan did was correct. Therefore the rites of Zhou he promulgated were undoubtedly correct. What? You do not agree with the rites of Zhou? Especially the first rule: one must be a human. The star officials and wind inspectors of the Great Zhou would say, here is a villain who does not recognize the supreme ideology of His Majesty the Great Zhou. Hurry and arrest him. I have serious doubts that this villain has accepted 500 spirit stones from the enemy to sabotage our Great Zhou's construction. In the 30,000 years of operation of the Great Zhou, Ji-dan employed countless means and policies to ingrain the concept of one must be a human into the hearts of the people of this world. People can become superior individuals, but they cannot cease to be humans. Every individual, regardless of strength or status, possesses their fundamental existence and dignity as humans, which must not be utterly trampled upon or denied. You may be wicked, you may be evil, you may vie for power and profit, but at the very least you must acknowledge the human attributes of your victims. Your malevolence is directed at humans and cannot be treated as thoughtlessly as crushing ants or hunting beasts. Lin Bai believed Ji-dan was a success. He successfully fulfilled his desire. Humans have already become humans. Yes, the world continues to exist with injustice, oppression, and darkness. But the greatest change lies in the fact that even those who perpetrate these dark deeds are aware that what they are doing is wrong, filthy, and needs to be concealed. Darkness has begun to learn to hide in the shadows, no longer daring to bask in the light of day as a matter of course. The most direct manifestation of the teachings of the rites of Zhou can be seen in the changes in customs across various regions. Now, when people curse others, they do so like this: are you still even human? You worthless beast. You are unworthy of being human. They immediately expel their opponents from humanity, which precisely demonstrates that both sides regard one another as human. At this moment, the priest Ji-dan, who had retreated to West E City, was merely reflecting on the end of the dynasty he had personally forged. Yet he had no regrets about his abdication. The end of Zhou is merely the rule of the operation of the Zhou heavens. Time flowed once more as Lin Bai watched Master Ji-dan occasionally venture out to uphold justice, teaching some people how to write the character for Zhou from the Book of Zhou. Of course, this frequency was slowly diminishing as the principle of humans should act like humans had deeply ingrained itself in people's hearts. There was no need for Ji-dan to intervene, as the people's innate sense of morality would spontaneously address those who did not conform. The world seemed to be moving steadily, yet slowly, in the direction Ji-dan hoped for. Eventually, Ji-dan no longer left Shi City and ceased to interfere in any external conflicts. In the mornings, he swept the fallen leaves in the courtyard, taught children to read in the afternoon, and in the evenings, he would divine fortunes for the neighbors, occasionally sitting quietly by his grandmother's grave. He appeared to be nothing more than a kind, learned, and slightly mysterious master, the legendary aura of Ji-dan having been polished to near transparency by the passage of time. Ji-dan's last appearance as the sovereign of the Great Zhou was at the Elder Conference held 50,000 years after the Great Zhou's operations ceased. That Elder Conference was considered one of the most important meetings in human history, where all the elders gathered together to explore the Tao. With the collective wisdom of the elders and Ji-dan calculations, a brand new vaster realm was successfully unveiled on the path of cultivation. The attending elders defined this realm as Tao Ancestor. This Elder Conference was also the last time Ji-dan appeared in public. So what comes next? Lin Bai's mind was highly focused, for he knew that the next significant event recorded in history books was about to arrive, Wen Wang's fall. There was no reason, no location, no process, only these four stark words. Why would such a supreme being who dominated the era and established the realm of Tao Ancestor fall? Who could bring about his fall? This had been one of the greatest mysteries of his student days. It couldn't have been caused by anyone else, as Ji-dan combat prowess in the Tao Ancestor realm was second to none, leaving only his own reasons. But the books did not clarify this, or perhaps history itself did not know the specific reasons. Now this real-time glimpse could very well reveal the true reason behind Wen Wang's fall to Lin Bai. After Ji-dan concluded the Elder Conference and broke through to the Tao Ancestor realm, he returned to Shi City, where life became even simpler. Every day Ji-dan strolled through the old streets of Shi City, nodding to the elderly tea seller he had known for over 100 years, divining romantic fortunes for young lovers, and occasionally returning to converse with his grandmother. To be honest, Lin Bai could not perceive any signs that Ji-dan was about to fall. Until one ordinary afternoon when the sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting its glow on the meticulously tidied courtyard. Ji-dan sat in an old wicker chair, gently caressing the warm shell that had accompanied him throughout his life, witnessing everything. Suddenly he raised the shell to his eyes, and his gaze seemed to penetrate through the shell itself, transcending the barriers of endless years, a gentle and profound smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, as he softly spoke, "Hello, little friends from the future." The question marks above Lin Bai's head accidentally fell down. There were still many question marks floating above him. After Wen Wang finished speaking, Lin Bai's hair stood on end. Who was Ji-dan speaking to? Was it himself? You all seem surprised. You shouldn't be. You've been watching for so long, you should know my abilities. Foreseeing the future is not difficult for me, is it? Ji-dan's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had seen something amusing. Hearing Ji-dan mention this, Lin Bai gradually returned from his astonishment. Indeed, foreseeing the future is challenging, but for Ji-dan it seemed not impossible. As we all know, the primary means of foreseeing the future is through divining the heavenly secrets. However, there are other methods, such as the exhaustive method that Ji-dan employed. A simple example can illustrate this. For instance, if one wishes to know the answer to 7-3, using the method of divining heavenly secrets, the universe would directly inform you that it equals 10, whereas Ji-dan's exhaustive method would proceed as follows. He would begin calculating one by one, asking, is the answer 1? No. Is it 2? No. Until all the correct answers were revealed. Although it seems cumbersome, Ji-dan's divine spirit is so powerful that for him this method enables the exclusion of the fog of heavenly secrets, yielding a more precise and stable answer. So a Tao Ancestor level master of divination, utilizing some unfathomable secret method, conversing across the long river of time with audiences from a future point, sounds quite reasonable, right? Reasonable, very reasonable, extremely reasonable. Lin Bai tried to convince himself, but the next moment his consciousness began to violently fluctuate. Reasonable? How can this be reasonable? Lin Bai could not convince himself. Ji-dan was separated from his era by millions of years. Whether through the method of divining heavenly secrets or the exhaustive method, it is exceedingly difficult to predict events from such a distant future. The method of divining heavenly secrets becomes increasingly inaccurate over longer periods due to the vast changes in the world. Millions of years later, who knows what the world will become? If even 1 in 100 predictions turns out to be correct, that would count as a master of divination. As for the exhaustive method, it is even more far-fetched. While its accuracy is indeed high, the issue lies in the difficulty. To put it simply, whether Lin Bai stepped out with his left foot or right foot in the morning, the angle at which he raised his leg would trigger updates in world information. Each choice would give rise to countless outcomes, and every outcome would require a vast amount of divine spirit power to calculate. This is just for Lin Bai alone. The choices of countless beings and objects in the world would also drive updates in world information, and the divine spirit power required is beyond estimation. Thus, it is virtually impossible to predict events 100 million years in the future. I understand. Lin Bai suddenly had a flash of insight. It must be that I've inhaled too much mist, causing a hallucination. I've hurt my brain. This is all something my mind has concocted before I fell unconscious. Just as Lin Bai attempted to rationalize this to himself, Ji Dan spoke again. Are your expressions all one of disbelief? That is actually correct. I truly cannot be considered. He paused as if organizing his thoughts, contemplating how to explain this extraordinary ability to the. It's just that a portion of your causal lines are intertwined with mine, allowing me to calculate all the probable choices you will make within the next 10 minutes and create corresponding contingency plans, thus achieving the effect of conversing with you. Ji Dan's tone was gentle, and the content of his words allayed Lin Bai's suspicions. A cross-temporal conversation within 10 minutes. While still exaggerated, it seems somewhat acceptable. But when did I create a causal connection with Wen Wang? Though Lin Bai was still puzzled, his emotions had stabilized considerably. However, the next moment Ji Dan's words pulled his emotions back into turmoil. I am about to die. Ji Dan's declaration was as casual as if he were discussing breakfast, showing no concern whatsoever. Is it for any particular reason? It's not really for anything. Eternal rest or eternal slumber has long ceased to make a difference for me. It's like gazing at an unchanging landscape for too long. Whether one continues to look or closes their eyes to rest, both are acceptable endings. His gaze seemed to drift toward the endless future, his voice carrying a hint of strange anticipation. However, my calculations tell me that my eternal slumber may nurture a sprout of hope. Since there exists a better possibility, why shouldn't I choose it? So what do you mean? Lin Bai could not help but vocalize his realization. Indeed, Ji Dan's smile was warm and profound, as if containing the birth and death of stars. Are the seeds I painstakingly fished out from the endless chaos of causality most likely to inherit certain philosophies of mine and provide crucial support for humanity and this world in the future? Since I've chosen you as a senior, I ought to leave some gifts for our meeting. In that moment, many of Lin Bai's important mysteries were suddenly clarified. Whether it was the surprise when obtaining information about dream floating from the Marshall Hall's exchange hall, the confusion of arriving at the destination indicated by the information compass only to find dream floating absent, or the strange records of the white mist, and the truth of Wen Wang's fall. All these mysteries received answers after Ji Dan spoke. Everything pointed to the same source, a master strategist who had been laying his plans for millions of years, Ji Dan. Just as Lin Bai came to this realization, Ji Dan raised his left hand lightly and gently grasped the void. A fruit appeared in the air, dazzling and resplendent, seemingly the most beautiful symbol in the world. It represented the ultimate manifestation of Ji Dan's lifelong cultivation, understanding, and practice, his Tao fruit. This item is of no use to me anymore. For you it may protect the Tao or enlighten your spiritual light. Ji Dan gazed at this fruit, which symbolized his lifelong path of Tao, with neither sorrow nor joy. He flicked his finger, causing the Tao fruit's brilliance to tremble slightly, before quietly splitting into 4 luminous parts. Then with a wave of his hand, Ji Dan made the 4 parts of the Tao fruit's brilliance disappear. Lin Bai's perspective split into 2, watching one part of the Tao fruit brilliance land where the Black Mountain mine had been millions of years ago, when it was not yet a mountain, but a lake. The condensed brilliance of the Tao fruit gracefully fell into the heart of the lake, quietly merging with a nearly transparent group of tiny floating organisms that happened to be passing through the lake water. The floating group, having fused with the Tao fruit fragment, underwent an incredibly mysterious new birth, and was subsequently naturally sealed by the amber of time, sinking to the lakebed mud, concealing all traces and radiance, awaiting to be awakened by specific causal moments millions of years later. This was the gift that Wen Wang bestowed upon Lin Bai, dream floating. Is Meng Fuyu a fragment of the Tao fruit? Or is it from the King Wen? This is a fragment of the Tao fruit, the ultimate manifestation of a world-renowned practitioner Tao and principle. However, knowing the weight of this thing left him dazed, he truly felt as if he had been struck by a pie falling from the sky. No, it wasn't a pie, but rather a golden cake. Now the relationship between Lin Bai and King Wen Jidan is roughly as follows. An existence nearing the pinnacle of the world on the eve of eternal slumber looked at the present from the other side of the river of time and found Lin Bai to be, well, pleasing to the eye like a young man who could contribute to the world. Thus the old man waved his brush and established a will, sending a part of his Tao and principle condensed into a Tao fruit into Lin Bai's embrace, as if delivering a package across millions of years. Is this plot absurd? Absurd enough for the absurd to open the door. It's absurd to the extreme. If told on the streets of the Great Xia, listeners would throw rotten eggs at the storyteller, cursing him for concocting a story so ridiculous, as if fooling the dim-witted. Yet this ludicrous and nonsensical plot unfolded in reality for Lin Bai. Jidan, having severed the Tao fruit, began to fade away, and he started to speak. That was an end transcending death, a tranquil, eternal slumber, where existence itself returned to the Tao of heaven and earth. Jidan saw his condition as quite ordinary, and spoke to the shell. Little friends from the future, I have little time left. You may each ask me one question about yourselves, starting with you in this order. This string of shells consisted of white shells combined with 4 differently colored ones, and Lin Bai's perspective was precisely atop a red shell. According to Lin Bai's conjecture, each color of the shell represented a chosen successor by King, when including himself, totaling 4. At this moment Jidan pointed to the farthest blue shell from Lin Bai, so, according to the order, Lin Bai would be the last to ask. Your ideals are great yet arduous, and can only be measured by your own feet to find the endpoint. I cannot assert whether that path ends in light or shadow. I can only give you a divination: the jade lion spits the ball, a bloody calamity. Quickly avoid it, or you shall meet the end. The successor of the blue shell seemed to have already begun questioning, and based on Jidan's answer, Lin Bai couldn't specifically deduce what was asked, probably something like ideals. Next was the second purple shell, shrouded in mist. The poison you bear is not without a remedy. The flying immortal sect of Jian Nandao has Qing Su Lu, the medicine valley of a Nandao hides by Chao Xian Pu, and the immaculate golden spring of the Diamond Temple can also work. For you, the flying immortal sect's opportunity is closest, while the medicine valley has the lightest cost, and the Diamond Temple offers the most fundamental solution, yet it is also the most difficult. Jidan, like a knowledgeable physician, provided an accurate prescription. Lin Bai speculated that the successor of the purple shell bore a strange poison. It was now the turn of the third bright yellow shell. Do not let the flames of hatred consume your sight. Your true enemies are not those who attract your gaze on the surface. The entanglements behind your hatred run deep as the ocean. Even those in extraordinary realms cannot peel back a corner of the curtain. Even upon reaching the rebirth realm, you can only resolve the causalities laid before you. If you wish to touch the core, the road ahead is still long. The successor of the yellow shell evidently bore deep-seated blood feuds. The questions from the other 3 successors had already been asked, leaving only the last red shell, representing the successor, yet to ask, which was Lin Bai. However, Lin Bai felt somewhat lost now, as he didn't know what to ask. Compared to the previous 3 who either held grand ambitions, found themselves in desperate situations, or bore blood debts, Lin Bai felt like an ordinary youth who had mistakenly stumbled into a gathering of giants. Lin Bai had walked a relatively smooth path, so facing such an opportunity to spoil his own fate, he was at a loss for what to ask. Little friend, I have only 5 minutes left. Have you thought about what you want to ask? Jidan's figure had already turned transparent, and in 5 minutes he would fall into eternal slumber. Lin Bai remained silent for several breaths, yet in this consciousness space it felt like several hours had passed. Finally, he slowly spoke with a hint of testing and defiance. Lord Wenwang, can I not ask a question about myself? I want to ask a question about you. Lin Bai had no particular question in mind, but he was curious about King Wen, so he would use this question to satisfy his curiosity. Yes, he was that defiant. The spoilers of the world were no match for the curiosity in his heart. That is indeed possible. Jidan, through his calculations, clearly predicted every possible question Lin Bai might ask, so he showed no surprise. So what do you want to ask? Jidan could predict all possible choices Lin Bai could make and prepare accordingly, but as long as Lin Bai did not vocalize his question, it remained uncertain. Why? Why did you do this? With Jidan's consent, Lin Bai had many questions he initially wanted to ask, yet in the end, he could only utter the simple word why. So this is what confuses you. My choices were made for no reason. No reason. Lin Bai repeated Jidan's answer, still filled with confusion. Yes, no reason. Jidan's voice was calm, yet resolute. In this world, there are those who shine as beacons for others, and there are those who indulge in their own desire. As for me, I have no interest in being the tyrant who brings chaos to the world. I choose to be a neutral person doing what I believe a person should do. Is that not reasonable? Dan understood that Lin Bai's question encompassed not only his choice to cultivate the Tao, but also the earlier establishment of the Zhou dynasty, the creation of Zhou rituals, and his abdication to live in seclusion. He paused, his figure becoming even more transparent, yet his tone grew gentler. Moreover, I love this world, and I love the people who struggle, fight, laugh, and cry within it, the human race. To contribute a little of what I can for the things I love to make it a bit better, is that not reasonable? Love. Lin Bai had always believed that Dan's choice to establish the Zhou dynasty and its rituals was due to the trauma from his grandmother's death in his youth, intending to change the wretched world of his time. Lin Bai had never considered that Dan's motivation was love. He loved this world, and even more so the human race, which is why he chose to effect some change in the world. Dan's body had become nearly transparent, the cultivation of the Tao was coming to an end, and he was to fall into eternal slumber. Goodbye, future generations. I am a bit tired now. I must rest. Just as Dan was about to vanish, Lin Bai felt a sudden tightening in his heart, an indescribable impulse that made him shout out the last question without a second thought. Lord Wenwang, do you have any wishes? Wishes? Upon hearing Lin Bai's question, Dan slightly turned his head, glancing at the vendors outside still shouting to sell their wares, and then at the shell in his hand. I wish that the Zhou can continue to shelter people from the wind and rain, and may the human race thrive for eternity. His body transformed into points of light, dispersing into the heavens and earth. As the points of light dissipated, only echoes remained. The human race's king, when Dan had fallen. He was the first venerable being born in the world, and also the first Tao ancestor to eternally slumber. There was no collapse of heaven and earth, no lament of all beings. Only an indistinct gray mist began to envelop every corner of the sky above the Tianyuan continent. Softly falling with threads as fine as cow hair, clear raindrops descended silently, soaking the mountains and trees. These fine rains seemed to bid farewell to Dan's demise, and also seemed to play a lullaby for the eternal slumber of the King One. Dan brought many things to the human race and the world, yet when he left he took with him only a string of ordinary shells. The scene shattered, mist dissipated, consciousness returned. The weight and vastness spanning millions of years instantaneously withdrew, and Lin Bai trembled abruptly, opening his eyes wide. He was still seated in the No. 7 Mind Pit. Oh no, his body had remained here all along, but his consciousness had engaged in a transcendent exchange with a predecessor from millions of years ago. The person has passed, yet the thoughts linger. Lin Bai did not immediately rise. His feelings were quite complex, as this time-space crossing had profoundly impacted him. The life scroll of a great man unfolded, and then closed before his eyes that weighed enough to leave any fortunate observer tongue-tied. Ga Master, are you alright? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Woo Master, you're awake. Did you encounter any danger? Just as the mist cleared, Mo Ling and Xian Ji rushed over and clung to him. However, the arrival of the two little ones diluted some of Lin Bai's melancholic emotions, bringing him back. The deceased has passed, the living continues. The story of King Wen Dan had reached its conclusion, transforming into history and legend, while Lin Bai's journey was still beneath his feet and needed to continue forward. Lin Bai gathered himself and patted the two little ones, saying, I am fine, there is no danger. It's just that I encountered a very, very great person and witnessed a very long play. Dan was indeed a great man. His establishment of the Zhou and its rituals integrated and transformed the values and worldviews of the human race. He left many treasures for the human race. The likes of Tsangtian Jiufeng and Yuang, all well-known sages who made significant contributions to the human race, grew up after the era of King Wen. Currently, the supreme law of the human race's fixed principles, is fundamentally based on and spiritually rooted in the intricate Zhou Li. This is only on the material level. His impact on the thoughts, customs, and practices of the human race continues to resonate deep within. People should be human, uphold humanity without damage, live with respect, and establish the utmost of humanity. These customs influence generation after generation of the human race, and most of the people in each generation spontaneously uphold these good customs. A person can shape the character of a group, and Dan shaped the ethos of the entire human race. Thus, Dan is undoubtedly a great person. This is not just Lin Bai's realization, but also the long-standing evaluation of him by future generations. King Wen. The deceased are gone, yet the living persist. Lin Bai quickly regained his composure. The fact that the king of culture chose him as his successor was not meant for him to wallow in sorrow, but to inherit his beliefs. He steadied himself, looking at the two little ones beside him, anxiously guarding him. Shaoling, Xian, how long have I been in this deep slumber? Wu Master, it has been about half an hour. Half an hour. It seems to be an issue of time flow. Although time reflections often accelerated skipped frames and traversed timelines, it couldn't have been completed in just half an hour. From Lin Bai's perception, at least 6 or 7 days had passed. However, since Xianji told him it had only been half an hour, it could only be a matter of time flow. Oh, and there was another possibility: Lin Bai's consciousness was moving faster. Lin Bai took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. His gaze sharpened with anticipation, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoling, Xian, get ready to welcome your new companion. His fundamental purpose for coming here was to find Meng Fuyo. Now that he understood that Meng Fuyo was actually a fragment of the King of Culture's Dao fruit, his sense of anticipation swelled to its peak. Quack quack, where's the companion? Mo Ling instantly perked up, standing tall and looking around, as if ready to assume the role of the leader for the new arrival. Woo, big brother, look over there. Xianji was still keen. It noticed that as Lin Bai awakened, the strange white mist that permeated the mine had not completely dissipated. The remaining portion was silently gathering in a corner deep within the mine. Lin Bai rose and hurriedly approached the corner near the mist. There, amidst the swirling white fog, a round amber about the size of an outstretched hand was quietly floating and slowly rotating. This amber was indistinguishable from what Lin Bai had seen in time reflections, preserved and untouched. Meng Fuyo. Lin Bai murmured this name, extending his hand to solemnly grasp the amber in his palm. At the moment of contact, a cool, yet warm sensation coursed through him, and a concise stream of information flooded into his mind, instructing him on how to use the amber. Lin Bai placed the amber aside and took out the weighted knife he had been carrying. The blade flashed coldly as he made a decisive cut across his palm. A shallow bloodstain appeared on his palm, and crimson droplets quickly seeped out. Immediately he steadied his bloodied hand and firmly grasped the amber, the remnants of blood seeping into it, making contact with the life form sealed within. Then Lin Bai released his grip, taking a half step back and holding his breath, focusing intently. The amber began to dissolve, revealing something buried within for millions of years, finally seeing the light of day. The path to take flight is right before me. Lin Bai murmured to himself, his eyes shining brightly, a mix of intense anticipation and a hint of nervousness illuminating his expression. Mo Ling and Xianji also drew close, their little heads almost touching, filled with pure curiosity. They watched as the originally opaque amber dissolved, revealing a white egg. A small egg, smaller than the original amber, smooth and rounded, appearing as if carved from the finest mutton fat jade. How could it be an egg? Lin Bai's anticipation froze for a moment. He cautiously picked up the warm white egg, turning it over in his hands, examining it closely, but saw no signs of the fused Dao fruit of the King of Culture. Crack! A faint yet clear cracking sound came from the eggshell. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Bai's spirit jolted, his gaze locked tight. Crack! Crack! Fine cracks spread across the white eggshell like a spider's web. Could it be? Lin Bai watched the cracks appear on the eggshell, hope reigniting on his face. Crack! The white egg suddenly shattered, revealing the treasure within. A pile of colorful tiny beads appeared, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, radiating a dreamlike luster. These beads were not solid entities, but existed between the real and the imaginary, like colorfully miniature stars, shrunk down 1,000,000 times, floating atop Lin Bai's outstretched palm. Lin Bai held this pile of tiny beads, his expression one of bewilderment. Where is my Meng Fuyo? Could it really be this pile of beads? By the way, wasn't I supposed to get information about young beast cubs from the martial arts hall? Moreover, wasn't the Dao fruit of the King of Culture supposed to combine with a floating entity? How could it end up being beads? How do I even contract these? Lin Bai was filled with numerous big questions just as he prepared to carefully investigate what these beads were all about. An unexpected change occurred. The originally scattered, floating, colorful beads in his palm seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually and slowly gathering toward the center. They drew closer, touched, and fused. The colors became softer as they mingled, and finally all the beads completely merged into one. What appeared in Lin Bai's palm was a fist-sized, fluffy white ball. It was covered in a layer of soft white fluff, its overall form still existing between the illusory and the real, floating lightly and emanating a hazy glow. Lin Bai attempted to touch it. When he exerted a gentle force, he could make contact, and it felt soft and squishy. However, if he applied any force, his hand would pass right through, as if this white ball was merely a projection. Aha, this characteristic of transitioning between the real and the illusory, merging and changing, aligns perfectly with the description of Meng Fuyo recorded in the information compass. Lin Bai was certain in his heart that this white, glutinous rice ball was undoubtedly the ultimate goal of his journey. The question was how to contract it. The path of Beast Tamer did not record any information on Meng Fuyo, let alone methods of contracting. As for the contracting methods for ordinary aquatic floating entities, Lin Bai dared not use them recklessly. After all, this thing was produced from the Tao fruit of the King of Culture. Just as he was in distress, a voice rang out. Master! Master! I understand, I'll talk later, I'm thinking about something, wait. Lin Bai initially thought it was Mo Ling or Xianji calling him, so he told them to wait a moment. Then he realized the voice sounded different. Could it be? He leaned closer to the white ball, and sure enough he heard a tender voice calling Master. This thing can actually speak human language. Typically beast entities could only speak after reaching the reincarnation realm, but this white glutinous rice ball in front of him seemed to have only reached the extraordinary realm. He listened carefully to what the white ball wanted to say. Master. Blood. Contract. Is it a blood contract? Yes. 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 The intent conveyed from the white ball was affirming, even allowing him to sense its slight tremor as it tried to express itself. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai did not hesitate, once again raising the weighted knife against his recently healed palm and decisively made another cut. This time the wound was deeper, and crimson blood immediately gushed forth. He directly held his palm above the white ball, a warm blood dripped down, landing on its ethereal, yet tangible form. As his blood was absorbed, Lin Bai felt a connection forming between him and the white ball, this bond deepening with each drop of blood. I didn't expect it to be a blood contract. Well, since this Meng Fuyo was created from the Tao fruit of the King of Culture, it's not surprising that it has some special requirements. Blood contracts were generally used for recognizing ownership of magical artifacts, not typically for beast contracts. This blood contract turned out to be much longer and more torturous than Lin Bai had anticipated, lasting a full hour. The biggest issue during this time was not the depletion of his spirit, but rather Lin Bai's overly powerful physical recovery ability. Yet he had not reached the 5 organs divine stage where he could accurately control his body. The cuts healed quickly, causing Lin Bai to tear open the wounds again every minute. Thus the scene became Lin Bai bleeding, wounds healing rapidly. He had to tear open the freshly healed flesh again, continuing to bleed. A repetitive cycle. I've really turned myself into a pincushion. Lin Bai's complexion began to pale, cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. He even found the strength to humorously tease himself in his mind. Mo Ling and Xianji, who had initially been curious, gradually turned into anxious and worried, circling around him, yet they did not dare to disturb this critical ritual. As time passed, a thread of Lin Bai's spirit flew out from his sea of consciousness, while a multitude of light points from the white ball entered Lin Bai's sea of consciousness, both sides exchanging. When a new pattern emblem emerged in Lin Bai's sea of consciousness, a relieved, yet radiant smile finally bloomed on his pale face. The exchange of spirits was complete, and the contract was finalized. This Meng Fuyus emblem was also distinctive as it was split. Countless small light points of various colors surrounded it, with a dominant white ball moving amidst them, resembling a star system composed of planets and stars, yet its overall size remained consistent with the emblems of Xianji and Mo Ling. But this was not important. Meng Fuyo was made from the Tao fruit of the King of Culture, so it was only natural for it. I'm a bit tired. Upon seeing the emblem appear indicating that the contract was complete, he realized he no longer needed to continue bleeding. He stumbled and sat down on the floor. The depletion of his spirit was manageable, but the loss of blood was too great, lasting an entire hour. Even though Lin Bai's recovery ability was formidable, he could not withstand such depletion. It was only due to Lin Bai's truly exceptional recovery ability that he survived. Had it been an ordinary extraordinary realm cultivator, they would have long since perished. Quack quack, Master, how are you? Whoa, Master, your face is so pale, I'll quickly take some pills. Mo Ling and Xianji became frantic upon seeing Lin Bai slumped on the ground, surrounding him anxiously. Haha, I'm fine really. I'm just a bit tired and need to rest for a moment. You two don't need to worry. Lin Bai patted the two of them, indicating that he was fine, to reassure them. Although Lin Bai's complexion was pale, his eyes shone brightly, full of life. The white, glutinous rice ball, seeing Lin Bai collapse, seemed a bit at a loss, staring for a moment before cautiously floating to Lin Bai's eye level, gently swaying. Master, Master, Master. The tender, dependent voice, tinged with a hint of unease, echoed once more in Lin Bai's mind, sounding much more animated than before. Upon seeing this white ball, despite his pale face, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile, a weary, yet thoroughly contented smile forming on his lips. I've finally obtained it, Meng Fuyo. The contract was formed and their souls intertwined. This sense of grounding finally came to fruition. As for the blood loss, the amount of blood consumed was negligible, and a few days of rest would suffice for recovery. After all, Lin Bai, being a martial artist, was characterized by his resilience and remarkable recovery capability. He quickly swallowed a few blood-replenishing pills, and a warm medicinal power spread from his abdomen, coursing through his meridians to invigorate his entire body like parched riverbeds absorbing spring water. His body was regenerating. And the real surprise akin to crashing waves soon struck the shores of his consciousness. After the completion of the contract with the Dream Float, Lin Bai immediately utilized his companionship talent to enhance his attributes. Deep within his consciousness, that blue spiritual star suddenly radiated with brilliance, shooting out tangible beams of starlight, resembling bridges spanning the galaxy, precisely entwining around the ethereal Dream Float emblem. The link was established, and the feedback was immediate. Lin Bai felt an unprecedented clarity and brightness in his mind, as if the dusty mirror of his heart had been cleansed by a divine spring, making everything in the world suddenly vivid and alive several times over in his perception. He could even hear the faint sounds of crystals growing deep within the distant rock walls, and see the subtle trails of spiritual energy flowing like streams in the air. Instinctively, he focused inward, and a set of clear data glimmered in his mind. Spirit 34. 975. 3. 110. 2. Lin Bai's spiritual power became the only attribute in his four-dimensional statistics that exceeded 100, creating a distinct gap from his other attributes. Seeing this, Lin Bai felt that even losing half an hour's worth of blood was worth it. However, he had a small doubt. His spiritual power had already surpassed the extraordinary realm, yet the soul power within his consciousness had still not transformed into the ocean. Only the small droplets floating in his consciousness had increased significantly, nearly forming a cloud. He speculated inwardly, I guess I need to wait until my spiritual power breaks through. Master! 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 The childish calls pulled Lin Bai back from his ecstasy. The white fluffy creature, Dream Float, was affectionately rubbing against his fingertips. Its soft and ethereal touch was wonderfully peculiar. Good. Lin Bai stroked the white creature, and Mo Ling and Xianji curiously leaned over to take a look. This white fluffy creature seemed just like a newborn baby, utterly innocent, struggling to articulate. Oh wait, this little guy was essentially just born. At that time, the fragment of the Tao fruit left by King, when combined with the floating entities in the lake a million years ago, not merely a simple assembly, but triggering a wondrous transformation of life. On the foundation of the ancient entities, a brand new unique miracle of life, Dream Float, was nurtured. In brief, the Tao fruit is divine and the float is its form, the two combined, transforming and reshaping, unlocking rebirth. What should I name this glutinous rice ball? Lin Bai gently tapped the white creature with his fingertip. He believed that a name must be given for his destined contract beast. He pondered, his gaze lingering on the small creature's pure white and flawless color, along with its ability to morph and regenerate. After a moment of deep thought, he slowly spoke. 10,000 shattered shadows testify to the true self. A single thought returns to the original truth. Bone and blood, 1,000 parts to be reforged. This body is destined by the wheel of fate. What do you think of the name Bai Lian? Lin Bai had some considerations when it came to naming, such as Mo Ling and Xianji, whose names were closely related to their owner. Naturally, Bai Lian was no exception. The origin of Bai is self-evident. It refers to the overall color of this little creature. The character Lian denotes the gentle ripples that arise on the water's surface, expanding in circles, ultimately returning to the calm lake, which subtly aligns with this little creature's core characteristic of splitting and merging, as well as accumulating power. Moreover, Lian belongs to water, corresponding to the former identity of Dream Float, the floating aquatic organisms. Master! 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 However, the white fluffy creature still seemed a bit dazed, only capable of uttering the word master. Lin Bai suspected that the fragmented words it had said during the contract were merely remnants of its bloodline memory. Oh well, what can you expect from a newborn child? Seeing that Dream Float was unable to respond, Lin Bai was not disheartened. After all, Mo Ling and Xianji had been similar when they were newly born. As someone with abundant parenting experience, he was accustomed to it. Then it's settled. The formal name is Bai Lian, and the nickname. He poked the soft elastic ball. Let's just call it Nwomi for short. Unlike the formal name's intricacies, the only requirement for a nickname was that it should be easy to say, so that Lin Bai could get used to calling it. Mo Ling and Xianji's nicknames are derived from their names, while Bai Lian's comes from its form, a glutinous rice ball. Speaking of which, the Tao fruit left by Senior Wenwang contains endless growth, infinite soul. What did the other three inheritors receive? One of them should be encountering good fortune and avoiding misfortune, understanding the will of heaven. Well, I can't guess the other two. Since King Wen had chosen a total of 4 inheritors, the Tao fruit was also divided into 4, and the characteristics of the Tao fruit that Lin Bai inherited combined with aquatic floats, ultimately giving birth to Dream Float, becoming his destined beast. Lin Bai was very curious about how the other inheritors inherited the Tao fruit, and what characteristics they. His curiosity scratched at his heart like a kitten's paw, but he also understood that deciphering a plan laid out over millions of years would not be so easy. Speaking of which, one of Lin Bai's few quirks was this curiosity. He had a strong penchant for collecting information. The previous foreshadowing from King Wen had all been used to satisfy his curiosity. Oh well, if I can't guess then I can't. Let me take a look at this Nwomi's attributes and skills. Lin Bai shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts. His quirks were just for fun, but now the important matters took precedence. He had been too caught up in excitement and naming that he hadn't even used the inspection technique to check this little one's attribute panel yet. Name by Lin: juvenile form, race dream float, strength 25, agility 25, constitution 25, spirit 75. 3-level extraordinary traits, 10,000 changes, return to one, world's favorite skills, dream creation, reality, virtual transformation, exhaustive deduction. Evaluation: did you save the world in your last life? Otherwise, how could you form a contract with it? Wow. This spirit value and traits seem a bit too terrifying. Also, what does the ellipsis after the skills mean? He steadied himself and carefully examined the explanation of the inspection technique, finally understanding what the panel intended to convey. Firstly, Bai Lian's strength, speed, and physique are all at the average level of a normal extraordinary realm, but the spirit attribute has far exceeded the 50-point threshold typical of extraordinary levels. However, the traits below have already explained the reason behind Bai Lian's formidable spiritual power. Trait: 10,000 changes, return to 1. The spiritual limit is not restricted by realm, allowing for infinite self-division and reorganization. Each time a division and recombination cycle is completed, the strength of the soul will experience a significant leap. This trait is derived from King Wen's Tao fruits, endless growth, infinite soul, combined with the characteristics of the floating organisms, division and aggregation. This was also the primary reason Lin Bai initially wanted to contract Dream Float. As long as it possessed this trait, even if Bai Lian was mediocre in other aspects, Lin Bai would accept it. Moreover, Bai Lian was not lacking in other aspects either. For example, its other trait, World's Favorite, does not directly enhance Bai Lian's combat power, but serves as a supportive function. Simply put, it enhances luck, making one fortunate. Luck is something that can't be seen or touched, yet it is incredibly important. The saying, when fortune comes the world shares the strength, when it goes heroes are not free, illustrates the significance of luck. Countless noble families have spent untold resources to maintain their family's fortune and personal luck, yet the effects are often negligible. However, Bai Lian's World's Favorite trait can directly benefit and protect its master Lin Bai. Lastly, there are 3 skills. Dream creation generates white mist that can weave illusions. Reality virtual transformation is Bai Lian's current reality virtual duality, somewhat akin to the spirit body of the ghost path, but without many restrictions, allowing for seamless transitions. Then there's the exhaustive deduction skill. Its previous master King Wen Jidan just showcased its power to Lin by traversing through millions of years of time and space to communicate with the future. How astonishing is that? Of course, exhaustive deduction relies on an almost limitless and powerful soul power. Bai Lian is currently merely at the extraordinary realm, far from reaching that level. Exhaustive deduction is a later-stage skill that becomes increasingly useful and fearsome as one's cultivation rises. Conversely, if one's cultivation is insufficient, it merely becomes a decoration. Nevertheless, Lin Bai was extremely satisfied with Bai Lian's attributes. His primary purpose for coming this time was merely to obtain the 10,000 changes, returned to 1 trait. The other traits, World's Favorite and exhaustive deduction, were unexpected delights. Not bad, little fellow. Lin Bai stroked Bai Lian as if petting a cat. Master. Bai Lian nuzzled happily, emitting a muffled sound. Little Ling, Xian, this will be your companion. Gaga, master, is this my little sister from now on? Why does she look so dazed? Mo Ling immediately raised her head and circled around Bai Lian twice, her eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Woo, I'm no longer the youngest. Big sister, you train her more in the future, don't train me anymore. The focus of these 2 little ones was still as different as day and night. Mo Ling was concerned about gaining a little sister, while Xianji felt relieved that someone would help share the burden of firepower. However, this was consistent with their personalities. Seeing their expressions, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Let's go, little ones. Xian, please help Nuomi cover it with the cocoon of causality. Lin Bai's purpose for coming here was to find Meng Fuyu, and now that it is accomplished, it's time to leave. Gaga, are we leaving? Mo Ling flew back to Lin Bai's side, bringing Bai Lian along as well. Wu understood. Master Xianji skillfully adjusted her power, and an invisible veil quietly extended, gently wrapping the confused and floating Bai Lian inside. Lin Bai patted the glutinous rice dumpling, and then spoke. All right, little one, it's time to leave, so don't make a sound. Through the close connection of divine souls, Bai Lian clearly sensed Lin Bai's intent of be quiet and hide, and immediately obediently retracted all sounds and glimmers, resembling a true white fuzzy ornament quietly nestled at Lin Bai's collar. Lin Bai's face still appeared somewhat pale, but after consuming the pill, he felt much better. He settled. The three little ones stood up and glanced at the No. 7 mining pit, reminiscing about his experiences after entering pit felt like a dream. Huff. Lin Bai slowly exhaled a long breath as if to release all the shocks, emotions, and sadness that had accumulated in his chest. The good, the bad, the indescribable, all were left here. He took a step forward and strode out of the No. 7 mining pit. No. 7 mining pit entry prohibited. There are anomalies. Upon stepping out of the corner, Lin Bai saw the warning next to the No. 7 mining pit. But now he understood the reason. It wasn't due to malevolent spirits or monsters, but the dream creation skill. At that time, after receiving the Dao Fruit King, one left a shadow explanation for each inheritor, and Lin Bai's shadow was transmitted through the form of dream creation. However, the shadow white mist used for information transmission would only officially unseal upon the arrival of specific times and causality. Others who came into contact would only see a large amount of overlapping images and garbled text, just like when Lin Bai had not yet entered the true shadow. Ordinary people or low-level cultivators whose divine souls were not strong enough would naturally suffer from mental confusion and fainting after prolonged contact with these garbled, overlapping images containing a wealth of information. Nevertheless, it would be fine, as they would recover in a day or two. As for higher-level cultivators, to King Wen, they were also low-level cultivators, not much different from ordinary people, but they could withstand the white mist for a longer time. Then, through miscommunication and fear, a legend of the mining pit has anomalies that could make even higher-level experts retreat, spread, becoming the most natural and effective barrier to protect this inheritance. The wonders of the world are nothing like this. Did King Wen foresee this? Lin Bai did not know. His exit from the mine went smoothly without encountering any unexpected events from Murphy's Law. He mixed with a group of workers, and by chance 2 of them were Old Sun and Old Yang, whom he had met upon entering. At this moment, Yang Chuan was a stark contrast to his previous silent and hard-working demeanor. His face, stained by wind and dust, radiated with uncontrollable joy, and even his posture seemed a bit straighter, with his fellow workers surrounding him, teasing and congratulating him with admiration. Old Yang, you're so lucky to have dug up black gold, or in the last few days before leaving, you must have made a fortune. What luck! That's just Old Yang's sincerity. He's been diligent for decades. Every blow of the pickaxe is solid. This is a reward from the heavens. Thank you, everyone. I will go to Shanju Lu to buy some dishes and drinks for everyone to enjoy together. Wow, Old Yang is generous. We must drink you under the table tonight. The crowd erupted in good-natured laughter. Yang Chuan responded cheerfully, but the boiling heat in his heart almost welled up in his eyes. Money is enough. I finally have enough to buy the path I desire. The remaining money can also pay someone to escort me out of the desert, so I need not fear the bandit robbers. After 40 years away from home, I can finally return in glory. In the desert, everything requires money and is expensive. After being away for 40 years, Yang Chuan could only send 1 letter each year to express his longing for his parents, and each year, he received only 1 letter in response. 42 years, 42 letters, 972 sheets of paper, each filled with longing and memories. Now the long-cherished wish is about to be fulfilled, and he is finally going home. Looking at the Black Mountain mine, Yang Chuan suddenly felt like crying. He hurriedly looked up, exaggeratedly yawning widely, and wiped the corners of his eyes, forcing back the tears of failure. As he scanned his surroundings and laughed with his co-workers, he caught a glimpse of a somewhat solitary figure, the young miner he had met half a day ago. He was walking alone at the edge of the crowd with his head down, seemingly out of place amidst the lively atmosphere. So young, probably only 17 or 18. I wonder why he is doing this arduous work as a miner. A feeling of kinship with this fellow wanderer surged within Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan squeezed through the crowd and approached the young man. Little brother, how about joining us for a drink later? Let's mingle a bit. The young miner appeared a bit dazed and took a moment before responding. Sure, thank you, big brother. After passing through the exit inspection, a group of sweaty, dust-covered men were bustling towards their makeshift base, made of old wooden materials and oilcloth, a shelter barely sufficient to shield them from the wind and rain, where they could drink and boast. On a crude wooden board, Yang Chuan quickly laid out the food and drink he had bought from the small tavern in the mining area: large pieces of sauced beef, jars of murky, yet strong yellow wine, fried peanuts, salted edamame. Not exquisite, but the most genuine enjoyment for these hard-working men. Brothers, dig in. If it's not enough, we'll go get more. Yang Chuan called out boldly, his face glowing with excitement and tipsiness. Old Yang, if you were a woman with your carefree spirit, I'd risk everything to marry you. Get out of here, I don't like men. Amidst rough laughter and banter, the air was filled with joy. The impending dreams and the looming farewell shattered Yang Chuan's usually guarded exterior, and he loosened up, joining in the fun with the others, reminiscing about the jokes from his youth. However, after distributing the food, Yang Chuan spotted that somewhat dazed co-worker in the corner. He poured 2 cups of yellow wine and approached, handing 1 cup to him. "Little brother, don't just sit there, have a drink." The young man took the bowl, his fingers long and clean, not at all like someone who had been doing rough work for a long time. "Thank you, big brother." They clinked cups and drank heartily. Yang Chuan tilted his head back, gulping down the fiery liquor, feeling the warmth and bitterness wash down, while the young man seemed a bit inexperienced, slightly furrowing his brows. Seeing the young miner's drinking posture, Yang Chuan knew he wasn't used to drinking and smiled as he said, "Little brother, you don't drink often, do you? Not drinking is a good thing, eat something else." Yang Chuan loved drinking. After all, in the mining business, some things must be accompanied by liquor to go down smoothly. But he never urged anyone to drink, especially young newcomers. In these young people, he always saw himself decades ago carrying a backpack and entering the desert with vague hopes. He didn't want to burden his former self. Old Yang. Come play a few hands with the brothers. Now that the main character has left, how can we continue playing? Coming, are you calling my soul?" Yang Chuan responded loudly, patting the young miner's shoulder. "Little brother, I'm heading out first. Help yourself to whatever food and drink is nearby. If you're full, come join us old folks for a few games. It's good to know people while mining in this desert for mutual support." With that, he turned and merged into the raucous core of the crowd. Soon the shouts of drinking games, cheers from winners, and playful jabs from losers created a cacophony. "Old Yang, what have you been doing over there? I was talking to a young man, didn't you see? Oh, I remember now, where is he? I'm going to join him for a drink, not hanging out with you old men anymore." The workers had just finished their night shift, and by the time they came out it was already bright. After all the commotion, the yellow sun began to peek out. In the distance, Lin Bai stood quietly as the newly born sunlight struggled to climb the mountain, tremblingly touching half of his face, outlining his straight nose and jawline with a faint golden glow. He still held a cup in his hand, half a cup of yellow wine remaining. He drank it down in one gulp. It was slightly spicy and somewhat bitter, yet with a hint of sweet aftertaste. "Indeed, I still don't like drinking." Yet not a drop remained in the cup. He slightly tightened his fingers, and the wine cup quietly transformed into a fine powder, slipping through his fingers and silently merging into the dark soil beneath his feet, leaving no trace. Turning around, the morning wind brushed against him, carrying the unique clarity and dryness of the desert dawn. He stepped forward towards Minghua City, the light sometimes hitting his face, making it hard to see clearly. The wine is good, and the people are good. In this world, everyone is on their own journey, bearing their own weight, silently and tenaciously moving towards that flicker of light in their hearts. King Wen loved this world and humanity, wanting to make the world and humanity better, so he dedicated his life to this goal. Yang Chuan yearned for a path to change his destiny and the dignity of returning in glory, so he wagered a vague hope with 42 years of sweat and longing. As for Lin Bai, he sought nothing more than to be a bit stronger, to possess enough power to protect what he wished to guard, and to witness the scenery at a higher level. The paths differ, but the spirit of moving forward remains unchanged. The morning light completely filled the earth, stretching his shadow behind him. Lin Bai did not look back. He simply welcomed the increasingly radiant light, steadily stepping forward. His journey is still long and must continue. Successfully contracting the dream float, the objective of this journey has been achieved. Logically, Lin Bai should now change direction and head straight for the next target, the lair of the slaying demon tiger. But humans are not machines, and real life is not like playing a game where popping 2 potions instantly. At this moment, Lin Bai could be said to be running on empty. His soul was depleted due to the split contract, blue bar depleted, and his body was weakened from significant blood loss, red bar severely diminished. Even if he had iron bones and a cockroach-like recovery ability, he could not withstand such continuous. If he didn't find a place to properly recover health and mana, he feared he would truly become the first tamer to overwork and perish due to his contract with his beast. Having just finished donating blood, Lin Bai was extremely exhausted and decisively abandoned the thought of trekking on foot. He gently patted Mo Ling's neck. "Little Ling, grow bigger, let's head to Minghua City." "Ga, leave it to me." Mo Ling let out a clear cry, its form expanding against the wind, restoring its majestic body. Lin Bai lay on Mo Ling's feathers, sprawled out in all directions as the supporting energy within him dissipated. An overwhelming feeling of fatigue washed over him like a tide, and his spirit sank to the lowest point. He felt as if his eyelids were heavy with 1,000 pounds, his bones felt like they were falling apart, and he just wanted to lie there squinting at the drifting clouds. "Woo, master, you look so tired, why not sleep a bit? We'll wake you when we arrive." Ga, yes master. Alright, be sure to wake me when we get close to Minghua City." Ga, understood master. Seeing everything arranged, Lin Bai swallowed a few more pills to restore his health before preparing to let himself sink into a sweet dream. At this moment, Bai Lian saw Lin Bai resting, but the high-altitude gusts of wind tousled his hair and fluttered his robes, causing Bai Lian's fist-sized body to move slightly. In the next moment, a miraculous change occurred. Its originally fist-sized, fluffy, spherical body seemed to be pulled and expanded by an invisible hand, transforming into a thin blanket shape that covered Lin Bai. This is one of the physical traits of the dream float, free transformation. Whether in color, size, or form, it can change freely, whether singular or multiple. Half asleep, Lin Bai saw Bai Lian's transformation, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Haha, you little guys. The connection between a beast master and their contracted beast is no joke. All three little ones could feel Lin Bai's state, and were equally distressed for him. Soon Lin Bai fell asleep, with Bai Lian transforming into a little blanket to shield him from the fierce winds, while Xianji carefully protected him beside, and Mo Ling reduced its flight speed, opting for a more stable pace to ensure Lin Bai's comfort. Since Mo Ling's speed was already inferior to Lin Bai's, not exerting full strength made the flight even slower. It took over 2 hours to finally reach the vicinity of Mingwei City. Mo Ling descended, calling out to Lin Bai, "Ga, Master, we've arrived." It was fortunate that Lin Bai was merely tired and not injured or unconscious. He groggily responded, stretching his body, lifting the specially made little blanket, and jumping down from Mo Ling's back. Though his complexion was still quite pale, the pill he took had restored some color to his face. Clearly, it's due to excessive blood loss coupled with the splitting of my soul for the contract. Why do I feel so weak all over and a bit sore? Lin Bai patted his joints while Xianji shrank and flew back, and Bai Lian returned to its original fluffy round form, floating up to nuzzle his face. "Let's go, you three little ones." Xianji skillfully burrowed into his inner pouch. Bai Lian floated over to press against his collar, while Mo Ling shrank in size, landing on Lin Bai's other shoulder. The place where Mo Ling landed was still over 10 kilometers away from Mingwei City, but this distance was not. Even without rushing, in less than 20 minutes the towering city walls of Mingwei City, built of massive black stones, and appearing particularly majestic in the desert, came into view. There were still many travelers and merchants on the road, with various exotic mounts stepping on the soft yellow sand and black soil, heading towards Mingwei City. After paying the entrance fee, Lin Bai casually found an inn. "Sir, would you like a room or a meal?" The waiter at the tavern approached as soon as he saw Lin Bai enter. "I'd like a table of signature dishes, 2 pots of sour plum juice, and a room. Please bring the food to my room." Saying this, Lin Bai handed over 3 spirit stones, realizing that everything in this desert was extremely expensive. 3 spirit stones would cover a week's ordinary expenses in Yunmeng City. "Understood, sir, please follow me." The waiter led Lin Bai to a clean guest room on the 5th floor, and soon a table of steaming hot dishes was brought in. Just as the waiter set down the bowls and plates, and was about to leave, Lin Bai called him back. "Waiter, are there any events happening in Mingwei City over the next week?" Since Lin Bai planned to rest in Mingwei City for a week, he certainly wouldn't be able to stay idle, so he inquired about any activities to prepare for watching the excitement and fun. Hearing Lin Bai's question, the waiter pondered for a moment before replying. "Mingwei City is lively every day, but since you are a cultivator, the usual excitement may not appeal to you. The only noteworthy event might be the martial arts competition in 3 days." Martial arts competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai became interested. Yes, many of the outside rules do not apply here in the desert. Everything is determined by strength. However, the administrators of Mingwei City established this martial arts competition to prevent chaos. How exactly does the competition work? What are the benefits of winning? Lin Bai pressed on, as this sounded like a regulatory supplement clause unique. "There are many forms," the waiter enthusiastically described. "For example, if 2 merchant associations are interested in the same newly discovered mine and cannot reach an agreement, they can send their best fighters to compete, with the winner taking all. Or if a shop wants to relocate to a more prosperous area, but the current owner refuses, they can also bet in a duel. The loser must relinquish their position. The stakes can be spirit stones, goods, or even some intelligence. Of course, to minimize impact, only cultivators of the same rank from the transformation realm and extraordinary realm are allowed to fight. If a force has cultivators of a higher rank, they can challenge another force with a similarly ranked cultivator, but cannot challenge a force with even higher ranked cultivators. So combat is limited to the transformation realm and extraordinary realm among forces of the same rank. Is that correct?" "Yes, that's correct, sir." Seeing the waiter clarify for him, Lin Bai handed him a spirit stone. "Thank you for your explanation." "Thank you, sir, thank you. If you need anything, just call." The waiter was surprised to receive a tip, and a generous one at that. "You may go now." Lin Bai waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned about his expenditures. He knew when to spend and when to save. A martial arts competition. I might as well check it out. Lin Bai took a few more restorative pills, then smiled at the three little ones who had been eyeing the delicious food on the table. Dinner time, little ones. Upon hearing this, Mo Ling and Xianji immediately jumped out, while Bai Lian paused for a moment, observing the actions of the two predecessors before awkwardly floating to the edge of the table. Lin Bai smiled as he evenly divided the dishes into 4 portions. When he reached Bai Lian's share, he suddenly realized a serious question. By the way, Nuomi, you don't have a mouth, how are you going to eat? Hearing Lin Bai's question, although Nuomi couldn't articulate much, it immediately demonstrated through action. He saw a very faint soft white mist gradually spreading from the surface of its body. This mist, like living tendrils, gently enveloped the portion of food in front of it. Then a strange scene occurred. The food itself seemed unchanged, but its color visibly dulled at a speed observable to the naked eye, as if the most essential essence part had been silently extracted and absorbed by that white mist. Wow, so convenient. Then it's no problem. By the way, can it be used as a means against enemies? It probably can't be, as the detection technique didn't show anything and the power is too weak. Lin Bai, along with the 3 beasts, began to feast. The large table of food sufficient for over 10 strong men was rapidly consumed. You all keep eating, don't run around. I'm going out to buy some pills. Lin Bai's supply of pills was nearly exhausted, but fortunately, he had over 100 spirit stones sponsored by the Sand Bandits, making it possible to buy some commonly used pills. Of course, as he left, Lin Bai, like a worried parent, ordered them another table of dishes and instructed the 3 little ones not to run around. Ga, don't worry, master, I'll keep an eye on Xianji and Bai Lian. Mo Ling puffed out its chest, appearing reliable like a big sister. Woo, got it, well, be very well behaved. Xianji lazily replied, already starting to take interest in the newly served soft bones. No, don't run away. Bai Lian also tried to convey its thoughts, though not very fluently. Lin Bai could understand its meaning through the soul link. Alright, I'm off now. Waiter, is there a Xia treasure house in Mingwei City? If not, a reputable pharmacy will suffice. Lin Bai asked the waiter about his needs. The waiter turned back upon hearing the voice, and upon recognizing the generous customer from earlier, immediately donned a more attentive smile. However, upon hearing Lin Bai's words, a flicker of something peculiar crossed his eyes. Perhaps the spirit stone Lin Bai had just given as a tip had worked its charm. He glanced around, pulled Lin Bai aside behind a secluded pillar, and lowered his voice. Customer, Mingwei City is directly governed by the Xia Imperial Court, so of course, there is a Xia treasure house. It's right in the center of the city, that 5-story vermilion building. Just walk straight ahead, and you'll definitely see it. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice even further, almost to a whisper. However, let me add a word of caution. Isn't the martial arts tournament approaching? All sorts of people, both good and bad, are flocking into the city, creating a chaotic mix. Some of the tricky goods from outside are not clean, targeting unfamiliar faces to set traps. There are quite a few unreasonable thugs, so please take care. Lin Bai was slightly taken aback and felt surprised. Doesn't the patrolling team from the Lord's mansion take care of this? Oh my, you really? The waiter nearly burst out laughing, but quickly stifled it, his expression becoming more nuanced. This is the desert. No matter how bustling Mingwei City is, it is still a city in the desert. He continued, isn't the main purpose of the desert to release the tribulation energy? As long as no public facilities are damaged and the locals are not affected and they don't start indiscriminate killings, the patrols will most likely turn a blind eye. Better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Locals. Lin Bai did not expect there to be locals in the desert. Weren't they all supposed to return home after working to earn money? Yes, those who live and work long-term in Mingwei City are the locals. Did you see that customer? His hat is the mark of a local. Saying this, the waiter quietly pointed in a direction where a man was eating with a simple style hat adorned with a cluster of bright yellow feathers resting on the stool beside him. Lin Bai suddenly realized that he had seen many people wearing such hats upon entering the city, and he had thought it was a fashion trend in Mingwei City, not realizing its significance. You look like a newcomer, not a local, so for many matters the patrol team may not intervene. I still need to hurry to the kitchen to urge the food, so please be careful. The waiter finished, gave a hurried bow, and went off to attend to his duties. Lin Bai stood in place absent-mindedly, rubbing his sleeve, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Interesting. Really interesting. He almost laughed out loud. Is this the rule of the desert? The weak are prey to the strong, stark and direct. Even the facade of civility is neglected. The waiter's words opened Lin Bai's eyes. He hadn't expected the Lord's mansion of Mingwei City to be so lax about law enforcement, allowing theft and robbery to happen freely. If this were in the Xia 9 provinces, you'd better try it. In a gathering place for humans, doing this in broad daylight, the local officials wouldn't just peel your skin off a layer, you'd count yourself lucky. Even in my hometown of Anning County, in such a remote small city, if there's a disturbance in the slums, the local officials would send someone over, even if they're slow to stop it. and scold a few times. Let alone in a big city like Yunming City. Even if the three major gangs cause a ruckus, they dare only to fight outside the city and only beside the roads without blocking the paths and obstructing others' travel. Who would have thought that in the desert the city of Mingyue, which is directly governed by the Xia Imperial Court, would actually be so careless? The Lord's Mansion seems to only provide a minimal framework of protection, ensuring basic services run and safeguarding tax-paying residents. As for the grievances between outsiders, as long as they don't shatter this framework, they let the law of the jungle play. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. After all, the greatest wealth of a power is a stable order and the strength to maintain that order. It seems that most cities in the desert serve only as supply stations. Indeed, the power of the imperial court has diminished significantly in the desert. It's remarkable to maintain a dominant position, but it's impossible to continue holding absolute power. Lin Bai also updated his understanding, deepening his knowledge of the desert. This place is not an extension of order, but a buffer zone of order and chaos, a gray arena where rules are deliberately blurred. Yet he stepped out of the inn, heading straight towards the center of Mingyue City. Understanding is one thing, but business still needs to be done. Although he might encounter trouble, he couldn't let fear prevent him from acting. Lin Bai now needed to buy some blood-replenishing pills to help his body recover quickly, and then seek out the slaying demonic tiger, otherwise it would take even longer. And was Lin Bai someone who could easily be bullied? True, the order of Mingyue City couldn't protect him, but at the same time it couldn't protect those who dared to attack him. On the streets, the unique roughness and clamor of the desert hit him, and not far ahead Lin Bai witnessed the embodiment of the rules. Two groups were shoving and shouting at the street corner, fists and feet quickly flying. A team of patrollers dressed in standard leather armor, with crescent moon insignias embroidered on their sleeves, stood a few steps away with their arms crossed, watching coldly. Only when one of the fighters inadvertently bumped into a stall marked with yellow feathers did the leading captain frown and cough lightly, his subordinates immediately stepping forward to roughly pull apart both sides of the fight and kick them to the center of the street, signaling them to fight farther away. Lin Bai didn't encounter any thugs on his way and walked straight into the Xia treasure house. Inside, order was well maintained, contrasting starkly with the chaos outside. Using most of the spirit stones he had obtained from hunting bandits, Lin Bai purchased a batch of good quality blood replenishing and foundation building pills. Looks like my luck is good. I didn't run into any troublesome situations. Lin Bai remarked as he exited the Xia treasure house, feeling as fortunate as ever for not encountering the troublemakers the waiter had mentioned. Then he got slapped in the face. Bang, and not too loud, but enough to draw attention. Thud. A thin man who had just brushed past Lin Bai appeared to be struck by an invisible giant hammer, staggering in an exaggerated half-turn before naturally collapsing to the ground. At the same time, a delicate wooden box slipped from his hand, landing with a thud, the lid flipping open, revealing a clear and heartbreaking sound of porcelain shattering from within. Oh no, my treasure. This is a precious keepsake from my mother, my only reminder of her. His acting was somewhat exaggerated, but the emotion was full. Just as Lin Bai was still trying to comprehend the situation, three men, seemingly having rehearsed this moment, approached from different directions, quickly surrounding Lin Bai and the fallen Sun Tian, creating a perfect scene for spectators and pressure. A middle-aged man pointed at Lin Bai. "Young man, how could you do this? That person was just walking along, and you suddenly bumped into him." Another skinny man with triangular eyes wiped non-existent tears in sympathy. "Exactly. I saw my brother just walking along, and you suddenly crashed into him. Do you know that my friend lost his mother even before he was born? This was his only memento, and he rarely even touches it. You've ruined it just like that. Do you have any conscience?" A bearded man scolded the skinny man. "Fool, that was 3 years ago. He wasn't even born yet. If his mother had died before he was born, he would be a corpse baby. Hey, second brother, don't mind the small details. It's his first time this year, so he might be a bit inexperienced. He won't do it again." Lin Bai was stunned for a moment, and then realized he had been set up. These people were no longer pretending and were outright trying to extort money. Sun Tian, lying on the ground, grabbed Lin Bai's leg and shouted loudly, "Unless you give me 50 spirit stones, don't think about leaving." The patrol team's figures swayed in the distance, glancing over, and seeing this was just a common dispute, and the one on the ground didn't seem to be wearing a yellow feather hat, so they leisurely walked away. Is it okay if I take a look at the broken items?" Lin Bai stammered softly. "Here, it's this porcelain piece. It's the last thing my mother left me." Seeing Lin Bai like this, Sun Tian felt, "Looks like I've really found a newbie. This kid seems young. I wonder if he just entered the desert trying to make some money. Damn, if I had known, I would have asked for more money. This kind of fat sheep is hard to come by." Sun Tian and his gang had set their sights on Lin Bai upon seeing him come out of the Xia treasure house. Noting his exposed aura indicated he was only in the mortal realm, marking him as this year's easy target in Mingyue City. Lin Bai squatted down and moved aside the flipped-over box. Below on the bluestone slab lay several pieces of white porcelain fragments, the curvature indicating it was originally a vase, and the craftsmanship seemed quite delicate. It really broke. Lin Bai murmured, reaching out a finger, seemingly wanting to touch, yet hesitating to touch those fragments. He looked up at the still wailing Sun Tian, suddenly revealing an expression mixed with apology and strange excitement, his voice still maintaining a shy tone, even carrying a hint of innocent curiosity. Brother, I'm truly sorry. However, there's a local method back home that might restore the broken items. Do you believe it? Sun Tian was taken aback, his cries paused for a moment, then he burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke, and the skinny man along with the other two joined in mocking laughter. Kid, you're boasting without a script. If you can restore it, I'll eat all these pieces. Sun Tian shouted. Oh, you better remember what you just said. Lin Bai looked at Sun Tian with an enigmatic expression, a smile creeping onto his face, as if he had just seen a toy. After the wager was made, Lin Bai's expression, reminiscent of a timid little bunny, had yet to fully fade, but his actions had already become quite serious. He carefully righted the overturned wooden box and gingerly covered the pile of shattered porcelain, as if what lay within were not fragments, but treasures desperately in need of rescue. He took a half-step back, his eyes slightly closed, and formed a hand sign that seemed to mimic the ways of the martial world, while murmuring incantations. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, gather as one at my command. Mummy, mummy, hush. Open sesame, quick, as the law commands. The words were jumbled, mixed with nonsensical sounds, rising and falling in pitch, his expression devout, as if communicating with ancient spirits. After a minute or two, just as Sun Tian and his companions grew somewhat impatient, Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted thunderously, transform for me. His voice rang like gold and jade, startling the four into momentary silence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead and offered Sun Tian a relieved smile. All right, come take a look. Is it as good as new? Sun Tian, seeing Lin Bai's solemn demeanor, felt uncertain. Could this kid's path be that of a repair master? Never mind, even if he really fixed it, I could just insist. He didn't anyway. I've already got this money locked down. Sun Tian flipped the box over only to find a scattering of fragments, the porcelain bottle still unrepaired. Kid, haha, your so-called method isn't working at all. Sun Tian burst into wild laughter, his last shred of worry evaporating. I was clearly fixed. Lin Bai pointed earnestly at the pieces of the bottle. Are you blind? Can't you see all these fragments? Ignoring his outcry, Lin Bai instead crouched down, leaned in closely to examine the pieces for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead, revealing a look of realization mixed with deep regret. Oh no, look at my memory. I forgot the last step of the void bonding technique, the gesture of opening the spirit to reveal the truth. No wonder only the spellcaster can see the restored appearance while the one under the spell cannot. What a blunder. Big brother, don't rush me. Oh, just wait while I complete this step, and you'll be able to see it immediately. Now let me close my eyes again, he said as his hands began to form a bizarre hand sign that appeared complex but exuded no aura of spiritual energy. Kid, stop dragging this out. If you don't hand over 70 spirit stones today, this matter isn't done. Sun Tian, fearing any unexpected developments, grew impatient. I said you step. Before he could finish his sentence, a hand that had previously seemed cultured shot out like an iron claw with a speed and strength that Sun Tian could not comprehend, seizing his hair with precision and ferocity. Don't rush, it will be done shortly. Lin Bai's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of reassurance, yet his actions belied this. The last step is quick, bear with me, and you'll be able to see soon, he said, and before his words had finished, his arm exerted tremendous force. Ugh! Sun Tian felt an irresistible force crashing down from above. The world spun, and his face smashed violently into the sharp shards of porcelain on the ground. He instinctively tried to close his eyes and muster the meager protective energy of his transcendence realm, but it was all too late. Lin Bai pressed his head against the shards, rubbing it fiercely. Since the flesh of the transcendence realm was too tough, the porcelain fragments ground into Sun Tian's skin, but did not penetrate it. Seeing this, Lin Bai furrowed his brow, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he exerted even more force, directly using Sun Tian's head to grind the porcelain shards against the hard floor of Mingyue City, rubbing it up, down, and sideways. The floor of Mingyue City was very hard, and finally Sun Tian's skin was ground open, sand and shards embedding into the flesh, pieces of skin falling away and blood gushing forth. Lin Bai's speed was too fast, and the contrast from before was too great, akin to a little bunny transforming into a man-eating tiger. Sun Tian's three companions were left in a daze, watching helplessly as their third brother's face was ground into a bloody mess between the bluestone slabs and porcelain shards, skin torn open, even revealing a ghastly corner of his cheekbone. Blood gushed forth quickly, staining a small patch of the ground. Big brother. Second brother. Fourth. Help. Sun Tion's muffled cries finally awakened their fear and anger. Damn. Let go of my third brother. The middle-aged eldest brother was the first to snap back to reality, his fist, as large as a bowl, imbued with a faint aura of spiritual energy, striking towards Lin Bai's back. The bearded man and the young thin fellow also lunged from both sides, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Lin Bai didn't even turn his head, as if merely swatting away flies with impatience. Slap, slap, slap. 3 crisp and resounding slaps echoed almost simultaneously. The sound was so clear and the force so heavy that everyone who heard it felt their own cheeks sting in sympathy. The 3 who had rushed forward were sent flying back at a speed faster than when they had come spinning in midair before staggering a few steps to barely regain their balance. Half of their faces instantly swelled red, clear impressions of 5 fingers appearing, their ears ringing, and their vision filled with stars. Even more terrifying was that a strange force surged into their meridians, with that slap freezing their limbs, as if filled with lead, rendering them completely immobile. Just now Lin Bai had struck each of their faces with incredible speed, simultaneously casting a prohibition. Their cultivation was too weak, all at the transcendence realm, resulting in the prohibition seal, which was meant to limit speed, turning them into statues. The 3 were utterly motionless. Having dealt with the minor fish, Lin Bai's attention returned to Sun Tian. At this moment Sun Tian's face was unrecognizable, a horrific mixture of dirt, porcelain shards, blood, and mangled flesh. Oh dear, it seems the gesture of opening the spirit to reveal the truth is still not quite skillful enough. There are too many disturbances, Lin Bai murmured, yet his hands did not cease pressing Sun Tian's head against a patch of rougher ground, with more gravel, continuing to apply force. I need to exert more effort to expel the impurities. Oh, grandfather, ancestor, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I was blind and couldn't see. I was foolish. Please have mercy. Spare me. I don't want the spirit stones anymore. I want dare again. Sun Tian's cries became desperate wails, and pleased tears and blood mixing, his words muddled. Lin Bai, however, seemed engrossed in his repair endeavor, deaf to the cries for mercy. He rhythmically continued his motions, closing his eyes, murmuring another set of even stranger spell. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, let the Grand Master reveal his spirit. Repair, repair, quickly repair. 7981 Shattered porcelain becomes whole. Lin Bai's incantation resembled a prayer coupled with Sun Tian's anguished wails, creating a rather bizarre scene. Several minutes later Lin Bai finally ceased his actions. He released his grip and Sun Tian collapsed onto the ground like a lifeless heap of mud. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest betraying that he still clung to life. Lin Bai crouched down, drawing near that grotesquely mangled face. His expression was grave, earnest, even imbued with the sober sincerity of an academic inquiry. Brother, may I ask, do you now see the porcelain vase restored? I have just employed the ultimate secret art, flesh and blood resonant sacrifice. In theory our visions should now be synchronized. Sun Tian's consciousness had already blurred, yet sheer instinct for survival compelled him to rasp out a reply. Ah yes, grandfather. I see it. I see it. The vase, it's restored. Please spare me. Sun Tian blurted the words in frantic haste, then immediately resumed, pleading. What do you mean, not restored? The technique failed again. Then we try once more. I refuse to accept failure. No, don't. It is restored. Truly restored. I swear it. Sun Tian screamed with his last shred of strength. No rush, we'll try again. This time it will work. Lin Bai spoke as though on an entirely different plane. He was utterly absorbed in his self-appointed restoration endeavor. Slap. His palm slammed down hard upon Sun Tian's skull, grinding it repeatedly against the rough earth, shifting to a grittier patch whenever one spot grew too smooth. Coarse sand embedded itself deep into Sun Tian's facial flesh, further exposing raw bone. Lin Bai toyed with him like a cat with a dying mouse, grinding for a while, then pausing to question him. Regardless of Sun Tian's answer, he pressed the man's head back into the floor. Later he abandoned pretense altogether. Only grinding, only pressing. 10 minutes passed. Sun Tian had long since numbed into resignation, and Lin Bai, satisfied that his calibration was complete, finally halted, leaving Sun Tian breathing out, but no longer breathing in. Lin Bai rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the crumpled figure at his feet, then lingering upon the 3 frozen figures nearby, statues of despair etched into their wide, unblinking eyes. He sighed as if burdened by profound difficulty. Sigh, I am above all reasonable and fair, he said slowly, his voice clear and resonant in every ear. You 4 arrived together. You provoked me, yet tormenting only one among you seems unjust toward the other 3. It would make me appear partial. He stepped beside Sun Tian, and nudged him lightly with his toe. Hey, you still hear me? Here's your choice from your 3 brothers. Select one to end this farce, to grant him release. Or you may endure alone, demonstrating fraternal loyalty. You have 10 seconds to decide. 10, 9, 8. His voice began its icy countdown. As he counted, Lin Bai unleashed a savage, oppressive aura, his demeanor that of a man preparing to kill. At Lin Bai's words, Sun Tian's expression twisted violently. So too did those of the 3 immobilized men. Though unable to move, their eyes burned with frantic, silent entreaty. Don't choose me. The countdown continued, each syllable striking the heart like a hammer blow. 5. Him. I choose him. Little brother, don't blame third brother. Sacrifice yourself for us 3 elders. Trembling Sun Tian pointed unhesitatingly at the youngest and thinnest of the 3 frozen men. Self-sacrifice for others was unthinkable, not the way of the great desert. That Sun Tian had hesitated even 5 seconds was already extraordinary, though perhaps he'd merely been weighing which of the 3 to pick. Though paralyzed, the thin youth wept freely, the light in his eyes extinguished, replaced by the hollow stillness of imminent death. But singling out only one from a quartet feels insufficient. I've changed my mind. One is not enough. You must name another. Lin Bai paused, feigning indecision, then casually revised the terms. Him, I choose him. This time Sun Tian didn't hesitate at all. He pointed directly at another. Elder brother, for the sake of me, and second brother, please sacrifice yourself. You are the eldest. The middle-aged man stared incredulous. The bearded man beside him exhaled, relief raw and unmistakable flickering across his features. After Sun Tian made his second selection, Lin Bai sighed deeply. What profoundly moving brotherly devotion. Your display makes me almost reluctant to strike the killing blow. He shook his head as though reluctantly arriving at some monumental decision. Fine, I'm simply too soft-hearted. Out of respect for your unbreakable bond, I'll spare your lives. Hand over all your spirit stones, and anything else of value, then leave. With that, Lin Bai willed the immobilization seal upon the 3 frozen men to dissolve. The middle-aged man and the youth blinked in disbelief, then hastily produced their coins. Sun Tian and the bearded man, though baffled by Lin Bai's sudden reversal, seized the chance to rid themselves of this demonic presence, and surrendered their own wealth without delay. Is this truly all you merchants carry? Have you hidden more? Their combined hoard amounted to barely a dozen spirit stones, enraging Lin Bai so much that he stomped hard on Sun Tian's chest. No, great master. We've only just begun our journey when we met you. Enough. Be gone. Your presence offends my sight. At Lin Bai's command, the 4 men staggered upright, clutching each other for support, fleeing as fast as their trembling limbs would allow, daring not glance back. The bearded man helped Sun Tian rise, only for Lin Bai to extend his foot, blocking their path. You haven't forgotten our wager, have you? No, I haven't. Grandfather, I'll eat it. I'll eat it right now. At Lin Bai's words, Sun Tian dared not hesitate. He dug the embedded shards from his cheek and crammed them into his mouth, chewing frantically. Only then did Lin Bai withdraw his foot. With matters concluded, the 4 men tumbled away, dragging, pulling, scrambling, vanishing into the crowd at breakneck speed, heads bowed low. Yet as they fled, their positions had subtly shifted. The middle-aged elder and the slender youngest instinctively drew closer, bound by shared trauma, enveloped in a heavy, wordless silence. Meanwhile, the bearded man clung tightly to Sun Tian, their bodies pressed together, forming a new fragile alliance. Truly exemplary brothers, Lin Bai murmured, standing motionless as he brushed non-existent dust from his sleeve, watching their hasty, undignified retreat with quiet contemplation. A simple stratagem of division. Anyone with half a mind could see through it. Yet it was devastatingly effective. For Sun Tian had not chosen the elder or the youngest. Non-selection was absolute, irrevocable. Those 2 instantaneous, unhesitating choices in the face of death. The selected one's eyes instantly hollowing with despair, the unselected one's fleeting, furtive relief. These were the sharpest thorns piercing deep into the fragile heart of a gang held together only by interest and brute force. Once sown, seeds of suspicion take rapid root in soil starved of trust, and Lin Bai had already laid subtle binding threads. The 4 would walk precisely the path he had foreseen. I'm always too soft-hearted, to take a life. Just as Lin Bai hummed a tune and prepared to return to thee, in a figure intercepted him. The newcomer was dressed in the distinctive deep blue uniform of the Mingwe city's law enforcement officers, adorned with curved moon patterns. He stood straight, his expression serious to the point of being stiff, and his gaze retained a sense of order that felt out of place in the vast desert. This appeared to be a young man just transferred from the Great Xia's 9 provinces, looking only slightly older than Lin Bai, with a rather youthful demeanor. Excuse me, sir, please hold on. The young officer's voice was clear and official. According to Article 3 of the Temporary Supplementary Provisions of the Mingwest City Public Facilities Management Regulations, your recent actions have caused scratches and damage to a total of 7 standard blue stone tiles assessed at a fine of 3 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Bai blinked, almost failing to comprehend. He glanced at the officer's serious face and instinctively looked back at the recent scene. There were still some traces of blood that hadn't dried. It turned out that Mingwest City's order awaited him here. It only concerned public property, not human lives. Of course, destruction of public property should be compensated. Lin, by being a lawful citizen, would not refuse to pay and promptly threw 3 spirit stones to the officer. The young officer seemed surprised by his cooperation, paused for a moment, then accepted the spirit stones and replied stiffly, "Thank you for your cooperation." The transaction was harmonious from start to finish. Lin Bai paid, and the officer accepted the payment. As for what Lin Bai had just done, not only the officer, but even the passers-by around him didn't stop to watch, revealing a sense of normalcy. If such a scene had happened in the Great Xiao, Lin Bai was not familiar with the customs of other provinces, but he was well aware of those in Yun Province. If this had occurred in Yun Province, the surrounding crowd would have surely gathered closely, eagerly watching the spectacle and cheering. Truly, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lin Bai shook his head with a light laugh and continued on his way back. On the return journey, apart from encountering 2 pickpockets and 1 robbery, nothing much happened. Lin Bai broke the arms of the pickpocket and crushed the limbs of the robber, for which he also had to pay a cleaning fee to Mingwest City. It wasn't until he distanced himself from the most chaotic market area that this kind of warm greeting finally faded. Is Mingwest City really a city of the night? How could there be so many scoundrels? Speaking of which, wasn't Bai Lian's world's favored child supposed to benefit? Oh wait, this might be the effect after the benefits have been distributed. Lin Bai complained upon reaching the inn, mainly because he felt he had encountered too many incidents. Did his face look too easy to bully? By the way, I should have asked those people just now. Am I too young, or is my complexion too poor? I did release the aura of the Transcendence realm after all. Lost in thought, he returned to his room at the inn. Gaga Master, you're back. Mo Ling flew over affectionately upon seeing Lin Bai return. Wu Master, we were very obedient and didn't run around. Xian Ji lazily chimed in. Master Bai Lian floated in the room, and upon seeing Lin Bai return, she glided over to him, snuggling up against him. The 3 little ones had finished all the food on the table. Oh, they left a portion that was drained of its essence by Bai Lian, leaving only the shells behind. Alright, little ones, we need to rest here for a few days and restore our energy. After playing with the 3 little ones for a while, he swallowed the newly purchased pills, sat cross-legged, and plunged his mind into his body, guiding the medicinal power to slowly spread, nourishing his depleted chi and spirit. 7 days passed quietly in meditation and occasional outings to observe. Lin Bai naturally went to watch the Mingyuan martial arts tournament, which the innkeeper had described in glowing terms, but the event could only be described in one word: tedious. Mingwest City is located in a relatively resource-poor area on the outskirts of the desert. The practitioners who have lived here for a long time generally do not possess a high level. Moreover, the tournament strictly allowed only practitioners of the Transcendence and Transcendent realms to participate, which meant that the contestants who stepped onto the stage mostly followed an unremarkable path, being nothing more than warriors or chi cultivators common to the continent, with only 1 or 2 unconventional participants whose low cultivation made their abilities not particularly impressive. The battles were even less impressive. There were no mysterious and unpredictable spells clashing, nor any bizarre and cunning talents competing. The fights were mostly straightforward exchanges of punches and blades mixed with some rudimentary martial techniques. The cheers from the spectators were few and far between, far from the enthusiastic atmosphere of community involvement seen during arena matches in Yun Province. After watching a few near-amateur bouts, Lin Bai returned to the inn with diminished interest. Of course, it wasn't without gains. He noticed that these contestants who had long lived on the edge of danger might have ordinary paths, but their practical skills were exceptionally solid and ruthless, striving for simplicity and efficiency, in each move bearing the clear imprint of life and death combat. The proficiency of their basic martial techniques was generally very high. This was a survival instinct honed by the harsh desert environment, quite different from the skills cultivated by students in the central regions of the 9 provinces, who often trained more for sparring. However, merely having strong skills without accompanying special path abilities makes Transcendence and Transcendent battles quite unremarkable. Thrilling combat scenes are inseparable from possessing unique capabilities. Just like Lin Bai's Demon Tamer heavy armor, or Wang Ye's papered Taoist bloodstained formations. Without these, relying solely on fists and blades in this bizarre cultivation world would inevitably seem monotonous. After 7 days, Lin Bai stepped out of Mingwest City invigorated and full of energy. He unfolded the desert map he had purchased and recalibrated the compass pointing to the location of the Zhan Nye Tiger carefully searching for the light corresponding to a certain area on the map. The next target is a bit far. Lin Bai estimated based on the scale. Traveling at a normal pace, factoring in necessary breaks and possible minor mishaps. It will take about 20 days to arrive. The road ahead was long and the desert vast, but he felt calm, even somewhat expectant. Having finished resting, it was time to continue this journey filled with unknowns and opportunities in the desert. He patted the bag at his waist filled with pills, glanced at the energetic three little ones, chose a direction, and Mo Ling grew larger once again. The yellow sands and winds once again became the backdrop of his journey. Finally, we are almost there, but it took a bit longer than expected. Lin Bai gazed at the yellow, black, and red grassland before him, letting out a long sigh of relief. The vast expanse of grassland before him was starkly different from the previous scenes of yellow sand deserts and black hills, presenting a strange blood-like hue. Numerous clusters of dark red flowers resembling congealed blood along with special grass blades formed the unique landscape here. He lowered his head to compare the information on his compass, confirming that the coordinates were correct. Originally, it was said that it would take about 20 days to reach the destination, but unexpectedly he encountered a violent sandstorm that obscured the sky, forcing Lin Bai to waste some time taking cover, as he certainly did not want to challenge the forces of nature. Moreover, he had to deal with several groups of sand bandits who tried to treat him as a moving supply package. Although handling these roadblocks didn't take much effort, it ultimately delayed him. However, it didn't matter. He had finally arrived at this journey's destination, the Blood Grassland. This Blood Grassland is a rare, vibrant area amidst the desert, distinct from Mingwest City, with resources at least 2 levels richer. Yet due to the abundant resources, wars and conflicts erupted here more frequently. Lin Bai set aside his distractions, lightly leaping off the back of Mo Ling. Mo Ling instinctively shrank in size, merging with Xianji and Bai Lian, becoming pendants on Lin Bai's shoulders and collar. As his feet touched the ground, the sensation was entirely different from that of rocks or sandy soil. The soil of the Blood Grassland was exceptionally soft and moist, possessing a fertile elasticity. Had it not been for Lin Bai's excellent control over his own strength, he might have sunk into this plush mud cushion. While this soil is indeed rich, Lin Bai stomped his foot, his gaze returning to the compass. Unlike the solitary light point he had sought during his search for Meng Fuyo, the compass now shimmered with dozens of varying light points. Speaking of which, with so many light points on the compass, which direction should I choose? Lin Bai found himself struggling to make a decision, as the Zhan Ye, who was different from Meng Fuyo. Meng Fuyo's birth was a matter of coincidence, with only Bai Lian existing in the world. The Zhan Ye, who existed in packs, just like Xianji's initial Diangue. The most obvious manifestation was that Lin Bai, as a beast tamer, had a method to form a contract with the Zhan Ye who. Let's head northeast. The light points there are denser and closer. Having determined the direction, Lin Bai set off towards the northeast. Along the way, he encountered many gatherers, mostly ordinary people who had not cultivated, bent over with large bamboo baskets on their backs, carefully identifying and collecting valuable herbs in the vast sea of grass. Essentially, the Blood Grassland is a large mineral vein. However, it produces not minerals, but herbs. Take the most common herb on the Blood Grassland, the bloodgrass, for example. This herb can become the primary material for refining the first-grade pill Qi Shui San. After growing for more than 10 years, a Qi Shui San can be used for cultivation, healing, and replenishing vitality. First-grade pills are the lowest grade of pills, but 99% of cultivators in the cultivation world are at the transcendence realm along with countless ordinary people, so there is no worry about the sales of bloodgrass. Many medicinal sects in the Great Xia and Great Qian, including the Kind Heart Hall, also collect it. From the popularity and value of this herb alone, one can glimpse the resources contained in the Blood Grassland. To say nothing of the area where Mingwest City is located, it has not even earned a decent name, only a number. As he hurried along, the scenery ahead changed slightly. The grassland was roughly divided by low wooden fences or prominent boundary stones. Within one area, the growth of the herbs was noticeably more orderly and lush, with concentrated ages. Many conspicuous wooden signs were planted at the boundaries featuring the signature emblem of the Kind Heart Hall and accompanied by text, "You have arrived at the Blood Chi No. 1888 cultivation base of the Kind Heart Hall. Please do not randomly damage or pick herbs. To collect herbs, please go to the designated area for collection and register for payment. Those who take herbs without registration will bear the consequences." Near the sign, gatherers dressed in uniform gray-brown attire were working in an orderly manner, and there were also teams of 3 to 5 guards armed with knives and vigilant expressions patrolling back and forth, their sharp eyes scanning the boundaries. Wow, so this is the cultivation base of the Kind Heart Hall. I thought the proportion of mature herbs here was so high. Now that he understood the value of the Blood Grassland, major powers that focused on herbs and pills were all setting up their territories here. Of course, these major powers did not dare to monopolize completely. After all, the desert was a place designated by Heaven's Tao to release calamity energy. If one dared to let high-level cultivators come in to monopolize low-level resources, one should be prepared to bear the corresponding calamity energy. However, with policies in place, there were countermeasures. Instead of monopolizing, they implemented a leading fee system. It was merely a matter of earning more or less. Lin Bai indeed admired these powers. For the sake of spirit stones, they were willing to crazily test the red line of Heaven's Tao and come up with various tricks. What a pure desire to earn money. Speed up, we'll be there in about an hour. Although Lin Bai was somewhat surprised by the kind heart Hall's cultivation base, he was not there to collect herbs, so he accelerated and passed by. We've arrived. With so many light points nearby, there should be what I want. Lin Bai looked at the indistinguishable grassland before him, reflecting on the information about the Zhanyahu. The Zhanyahu is a type of tiger solitary, with fur primarily in golden yellow or blood black, belonging to the unique indigenous species of the desert. Its physical strength is unparalleled among beasts of the same rank, and its speed, physique, and even intelligence are also top-notch. Moreover, it possesses the ability to digest evil energies, such as calamity energy and weapon energy, seemingly born to cleanse impurities and suppress ominousness, which is also the origin of its species name, Zhanya. Lin Bai, as a beast tamer, required that his destined beast must be a young one to form a contract, otherwise there could be no connection. By the way, it seems that the Zhanyahu does not have a fixed breeding time, and the female tigers care for their cubs for about 3 months. Lin Bai now had 2 headaches. The first was that young Zhanyahu were hard to find, and even if he found them, they might not meet his requirements. The second was that even if he found them, it wouldn't be easy to get them. He couldn't just grab them forcefully. He was there to find his destined beast, not to become a beast trafficker. The 3 destined beasts he had previously contracted did not have such troubles. Mo Ling was purchased from the ecological circle of the 10,000 Beasts Hall in Yunming City. Xianji's original species did not care for cubs at all, leaving after giving birth, and Bai Lian was born from the combination of Wenwang Daogua and waterborne floating life. But with the Zhanyahu, he may have to face the guardianship of its blood relatives. I can't really be a trafficker for young beasts, can I? Lin Bai rubbed his brow, feeling that this matter was more troublesome than fighting someone. Where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, when the car reaches the mountain, it will be straight. Hey, let's find it first. Perhaps I might come across an orphan tiger cub left to fend for itself. He shook off those worries that hadn't happened yet, and decided to focus on the first step before him, ferreting out the golden or blood-black figures hidden deep within the blood grassland in this area, filled with flickering light points. Let's get to work. Lin Bai murmured, his eyes sharpening like those of a hawk. He no longer rushed, but began to slowly search along the direction of the nearest light point on the compass, quietly blending into this vibrant grassland where life and death coexisted. 10 days. For a full 10 days, Lin Bai resembled a wildlife surveyor coupled with the meticulousness of a kindergarten qualification evaluator, exhausting himself in this vast, bloody grassland, engaging with the species known as the slaughtering tiger. At this moment, he crouched in the shadows near a concealed cave, his face lacking the joy of finding a target, only bearing an overwhelming sense of frustration that refused to dissipate. Sighing, he began to tally the results of these 10 days. The 37th one. The qualifications are still somewhat lacking. After 10 days of searching, he had come across 37 suspected or confirmed slaughtering tiger dens, 37 cubs he had secretly observed and evaluated. This efficiency was not low, yet the results left much to be desired. Most of the cubs had mediocre talents, meeting the basic requirements, but lacking the qualities that would make him exclaim, "This is the one." Let's continue searching for another week. If I don't find any more outstanding cubs, I'll choose from the ones numbered 7, 10, 25, and 31. He added, moreover, it seems the mother of the 25th slaughtering tiger cub has already abandoned it. However, the pills I left in the cave should be enough for that little one to survive the cub stage. Lin Bai had found a total of 37 slaughtering tiger cubs, among which a few were quite exceptional, with the 27th being the most aligned with his needs. Because the mother tiger of the 25th den had abandoned its cub, had Lin Bai not found the den and left some pills behind, the 25th cub would have starved to death. Even if Lin Bai chose not to select the 25th cub later, thanks to the pills he left behind, the 25th slaughtering tiger cub would not have starved. However, human desires are often insatiable, or perhaps it was that Lin Bai's expectations for his destined companion were exceedingly high. He still wished to try his luck once more, hoping to encounter the tiger of his dreams around the next corner. Leaving the 37th den, Lin Bai proceeded towards the next light spot, having already deciphered its meaning. Initially, Lin Bai believed the light spot indicated the presence of the slaughtering tiger itself, but he later realized that the light spots on the slaughtering tiger information compass represented areas where slaughtering tigers frequently appeared. Thus the light spots often indicated sources of water gathering places for prey or resource-rich areas, which meant that upon arriving at the location of the light spot, Lin Bai still needed to search for the corresponding targets one by one. However, after 10 days of searching, Lin Bai had already acquired certain skills, such as identifying recently birthed mother tigers. The new target point was quickly reached. It was a wetland located in a low-lying area abundant with water. This is a water source. I can only wait for the tiger to come. Lin Bai observed the wetland below, confirming that new slaughtering tigers would likely come here to drink. Due to the adequate water supply in the vicinity, there were also some low shrubs. He moved as silently as a monkey, climbing onto the branches and finding a secure and concealed position among the intertwined trunks, perfectly blending into the environment. As soon as Lin Bai settled, the previously silent Mo Ling asked a question. Quack quack master, how long are we going to stay here? Compared to the lazy Xianji who loved to sleep and the oblivious Bai Lian, Mo Ling had transformed into Lin Bai's eyes in the sky since arriving at the bloody grassland, helping him choose slaughtering tigers, making things much easier. Let's hold on for another week, little Ling. Lin Bai understood its hardships, gently stroking the feathers on its neck with his finger. What's wrong, tired? Quack quack, not tired, not tired. I just feel like this searching is slow, but it took us so long to find 37 cubs. Lin Bai replied helplessly. This broken compass only gives a rough area. The finer details still depend on us. Just like panning for gold, we have to sift through it several times. Quack quack master, I'm still not tired. Oh, let's go out and search again. Hearing this, Mo Ling, feeling unexhausted, immediately petitioned to go out and continue helping Lin Bai find targets. Alright, but remember not to fly too far. Quack quack, got it, master. After securing Lin Bai's approval, Mo Ling let out a call, flapped its wings, and transformed into a streak of black lightning, carefully searching towards the other side of the wetland. Little Ling is really hardworking. Woo, master, when the boss returns, can we eat? Before Lin Bai could finish his admiration, Xianji, who had been sleeping in Lin Bai's inner pocket, immediately posed a question. You little rascal, you haven't contributed much at all you think about is eating. Lin Bai pulled Xianji out from his pocket, preparing to give this little one a proper education. Unexpectedly, Xianji retorted with great confidence. Woo, I can't fly. I'm contributing by maintaining the Kazan defect cocoon, which is very tiring. Plus, Bai Lian hasn't moved either, a master, why don't you discipline it? Goodness, it can even deflect blame. Xianji. Big Bai Lian. Small. Stuck to Lin Bai's collar, acting as a pendant. Bai Lian saw Xianji actually diverting the blame. Although its speech was not fluent, it still joined Lin Bai in attacking Xianji. Woo, small doesn't count. Oh, I'm not much bigger than you. Witnessing the two little ones about to argue over who was lazier and whether age could excuse laziness, Lin Bai decisively employed physical mediation. Bang. Bang. Woo, that hurts, master. It hurts. It hurts. Lin Bai flicked their heads, putting an end to this dispute. Woo, so master, when are we eating? The carefree Xianji, after the argument ended, immediately recalled the initial question. You'll be fine, oh, we'll eat when little Ling returns. Woo, yay. Before Xianji could finish celebrating, Lin Bai placed it back into his pocket. Little Ling has found something. Through the spiritual link, Lin Bai saw that Mo Ling had discovered another mother tiger. Upon observation, he confirmed that this was a mother tiger that had just given birth, although its condition was not quite right. He immediately set off to rendezvous with Mo Ling, as he still needed to verify the talents of the cubs. About 10 minutes later, Lin Bai arrived near Mo Ling. Quack quack, master, it's this one. Got it, little Ling, well done. Lin Bai praised while continuing his search. So thin has it failed to break through and fallen ill. A golden slaughtering tiger crouched by the water's edge drinking. Its body was terrifyingly emaciated compared to the slaughtering tigers Lin Bai had seen before, consisting of nothing but skin and a heap of bones with no muscle to be seen. Previously, Lin Bai had already known its appearance through Mo Ling's perspective, but now seeing it in person still made him sigh in awe. Yet despite its illness, the tiger's majesty remained. This slaughtering tiger had pushed its bloodline to the extreme, reaching the pinnacle of its rank, but it had failed to break through to a new level, only coming close to the rebirth realm. Sadly, due to its failed breakthrough and severe illness, it had become this skeletal figure. However, no cultivator below the rebirth realm dared to provoke this dying tiger. Lin Bai originally only wanted to find out where this slaughtering tiger's den was. He held his breath and focused, preparing to track the tiger once it left. But at this moment, the bony golden giant tiger by the water slowly raised its massive head. It seemed to have finally had enough water, yet it did not leave immediately. Instead it turned its neck, its eyes still burning, with a fiery brilliance penetrating the gaps in the bushes, and precisely locking onto Lin Bai's concealed position. No roar, no warning growl, it merely looked over calmly. The air seemed to freeze at that instant. Did it discover me? Lin Bai was enveloped in the causal cocoon of Mo Ling, and normally a practitioner of a higher tier should not be able to detect him. However, this slaughtering demon tiger had attempted to break through to the rebirth realm. Although it had failed, the bloodline of the demonic beast undergoing transformation would not disappear. This slaughtering demon tiger already possessed some of the powers of the rebirth realm. For instance, its ability to sense combined with the innate strong intuition of tigers allowed it to pierce through the causal cocoon and detect Lin Bai, which was not surprising. However, Lin Bai was not afraid. As long as it was not a true practitioner of the rebirth realm, he could escape if he couldn't win. Mo Ling could still fly, and as long as he didn't foolishly approach this sick tiger within 10 meters, he would be fine. What? A low stuttering voice emerged from the mouth of the sick tiger, but it did not exhibit any other aggressive actions, remaining quietly by the water watching Lin Bai. Hiss, have you even refined your throat bones? Perhaps we should retreat. After all, one more or one less makes no difference. The slaughtering demon tiger spoke human words, startling Lin Bai. At the same time, he reassessed the combat level of this slaughtering demon tiger, contemplating whether he should leave, as he did not want to provoke this sick tiger. What are you doing here? Seeing Lin Bai remain silent, the slaughtering demon tiger asked again. Do you have something you want to say to me? Lin Bai noticed that the slaughtering demon tiger did not make any aggressive moves and pushed aside the thick underbrush in front of him to face the sick tiger, directly curious about what it wanted to say. I don't wish to do anything malicious. I am merely here to find my companion. If I have disturbed you, I can leave. To be honest, Lin Bai did not want to clash with the slaughtering demon tiger, but he was also eager to know what it had to say. This sick tiger had enough wisdom to communicate, and Lin Bai was not here to commit any wrongdoing in the bloodstained grasslands. As Lin Bai himself stated, he was here to find a companion beast, not to engage in any illicit activities, so it was natural for him to express this openly. Most importantly, although this slaughtering demon tiger had reached the peak of its tier, it was gravely ill, and its combat power had significantly declined. Meanwhile, Lin Bai was in the transformation realm, yet his strength matched that of a higher tier, allowing for a conversation. Companion. The slaughtering demon tiger did not repeat the key information from Lin Bai's words. Yes, a companion, a partner to share honor and disgrace. I have come to seek a cub of your noble species to contract a companion beast. If possible, could you offer me some advice? Lin Bai was not afraid, and even boldly requested help. Roar, you are not afraid of me. Hearing Lin Bai's response, the sick tiger took a few steps forward, slightly arching its back, adopting a hunting stance. Why should I fear you? I am not here to cause trouble. You should be able to discern the truth of my words. Lin Bai said this, but his legs were tense, ready to spring into action. If the sick tiger made any sudden moves, he would flee. There was no benefit in fighting. Your confidence is quite strong. The sick tiger retracted its previously adopted hunting posture and did not move closer to Lin Bai, instead stepping back. No, I just feel that as a wise tiger king, you must have your own judgment. Is there something you want to say to me? Otherwise, I will continue searching for a suitable companion. Lin Bai flattered, while subtly hinting that the slaughtering demon tiger should get to the point and not beat around the bush, otherwise he would leave. I have something I want to ask of you. I am nearing death, and my cub has just been born. It can serve your companion beast. The slaughtering demon tiger was not accustomed to speaking human words, stumbling over its speech, yet the information conveyed was significant. You knew I would come here. You were waiting for me, right? Lin Bai did not express willingness, but instead posed an. Primarily, the information from the slaughtering demon tiger was too disjointed. They had only met for less than 3 minutes, and it was already entrusting its child to Lin Bai with such certainty, which compelled Lin Bai to think more deeply. Yes. Why? How did you know I would come here? Upon hearing the other's acknowledgement, Lin Bai generated a new question. After all, Lin Bai was currently under multiple layers of protection. Human morality, the causal cocoon of the astrolabe, and the protection of Bai Lian, the world's favored one. So not just anyone could sense him. At least the sick tiger in front of him could not. I used the remaining merit after my breakthrough failure to request information from the world, and in it, I was guided here. Besides this place, there were a few others, but the other humans I encountered were too weak. Upon hearing Lin Bai's question, the slaughtering demon tiger straightened its body, providing an explanation. I see you used merit to obtain guidance. Lin Bai nodded, acknowledging its explanation. After all, during the process of the slaughtering demon tiger dispelling various evil energies, it would have garnered some merit, and merit is indeed a universal remedy, which seemed reasonable. However, Lin Bai still had some thoughts, but those could be confirmed later. So what is your answer? After finishing the explanation, the slaughtering demon tiger asked again, feeling anxious. Its time was running out, and Lin Bai was the best high-quality human it could find. You know, I am here to find a companion, so my demands may be a bit high. I cannot give you an answer immediately. Roar, do you doubt the purity of my bloodline? Hearing Lin Bai's demands, the slaughtering demon tiger immediately flared up, baring its teeth. In the worldview of demonic beasts, such words were akin to outright cursing someone as a mongrel. Of course not, you are overthinking it. Your bloodline is undoubtedly noble and pure. However, I have my own needs, so I hope you understand. Besides, if I were to agree without any other requirements, would you believe in my sincerity? Lin Bai insisted on his demands, but he also knew how to artfully express himself, as the being before him was not human. Being able to communicate with such intelligence was already a feat. You. Follow me. Lin Bai's words calmed the slaughtering demon tiger, which turned and began to run in a particular direction, signaling Lin Bai to follow. Seeing the sick tiger's movement, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile, knowing he had the upper hand. Lin Bai moved, maintaining a safe distance behind the slaughtering demon tiger. After all, safety was paramount, and the best way to avoid danger was to not stand under a precarious wall. 20 minutes later, Lin Bai followed the demonic tiger to a concealed cave, where the tiger burrowed underground, and Lin Bai waited a short distance away. Before long, a rustling sound echoed, and that dim, yet striking golden hue reappeared. The emaciated sick tiger gently carried a small, equally golden baby tiger in its mouth. The little creature was incredibly small, even more delicate than an ordinary house cat, its soft fur shimmering with a healthy golden sheen under the dim light. It seemed to be sound asleep, its limbs hanging limply with only the tip of its tail unconsciously swaying slightly. Human, this is my bloodline. The sick tiger carefully placed the cub on the dry grass in front of it, its gentle movements sharply contrasting with its fierce and gaunt appearance. Lin Bai hesitated not for a moment, and immediately used a detection technique to examine the data of the demonic tiger cub. Species demonic tiger, juvenile, strength 3. 8 agility 2. 5 constitution 2. 7 spirit 2. 0 level transcendence traits, great strength, sensory communication skills, demonic hunt, golden chi, blood burning. Evaluation, a promising demonic tiger cub. The 4-dimensional attributes and special skills are indeed impressive. Is it the result of Bai Lian's world favoring me and my fortune combining? Lin Bai thought to himself as he observed the attributes of the cub. After learning of the sick tiger's request, Lin Bai had a vague suspicion in his heart, and now it seemed to be somewhat validated. He felt that his fortune now surpassed at least 90% of the people in the world. The demonic mother tiger invoked merit to seek information from the world, intertwining their fates, and this was destiny. Subsequently, when the demonic tiger met Lin Bai in reality, Lin Bai's own strength earned the tiger's recognition, and he seized the opportunity. Human. What? The sick tiger's voice interrupted his thoughts, its intense gaze fixed on him, allowing no room for negligence. Your bloodline is indeed noble and pure. I believe we will become partners who share life and death. He quickly compared this little creature before him with the 37 cubs he had previously sought. Although this cub had only standard demonic tiger skills, its traits aligned with his requirements. The great strength trait indicated significant potential in terms of power, and the sensory communication trait represented high perceptual ability. Although there were previous cubs with dual traits, they did not quite meet Lin Bai's needs. Moreover, wasn't this demonic tiger cub destined to be connected with him? The guidance from heaven was not just for the sick tiger, but for Lin Bai as well. Both the sick tiger suddenly uttered 2 words, its voice deep and resolute. What? Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback by the sudden mention of this term. You must swear to protect my child as family who share life and death, and not to harm it. The sick tiger enunciated each word clearly, its weakened breath carrying an undeniable maternal authority. Although the sick tiger recognized Lin Bai's strength and potential, they had only met by chance, and had known each other for less than half an hour, so it could not fully trust Lin Bai. Lin Bai was indeed here to find his destined beast, and as a beast master he would cherish his destined companion, but what if Lin Bai was an exception? The sick tiger could only ask Lin Bai to swear an oath if it was the best way. Moreover, the content of this oath was not excessive, merely seeking the most basic safety and kindness. If Lin Bai refused even this request, as a mother it would find it hard to believe he would care for her child. Of course, as you wish. Once Lin Bai understood the sick tiger's meaning, he immediately began to swear an oath to the heavens. Lin Bai promised to heaven and earth today, if I cannot treat the demonic tiger cub before me well, then my path shall collapse and my fortune shall be lost. Oath completed, heaven witness and earth testify. Such a voluntary contract of equivalent value should not be made lightly, for there truly is a heavenly and earthly path. Anyone who dares to violate it should be prepared for the consequences. But still, as I said, Lin Bai was not here to do bad things, so he naturally would not fear. Elder, how about it? Are you satisfied? After completing the oath, Lin Bai looked at the sick tiger. The tiger gazed deeply at him, and its tightly wound body seemed to relax slightly. It lowered its head and gently nudged the still drowsy cub with its nose, then slowly retreated, making space for Lin Bai to take the cub. Lin Bai chuckled lightly. This sick tiger was almost truly becoming a spirit. It knew it could not completely trust him, so it took a step back, maintaining a safe distance. Once the sick tiger had retreated to a safe distance, Lin Bai stepped forward steadily and carefully cradled the warm, soft little creature in his palms. The cub was startled and let out a faint wooing sound, its 4 little paws scratching helplessly in his hands, struggling to crawl in the direction of its mother. Be good. Lin Bai gently patted the cub's body with the calming technique of the beast tamer, soothing it to be quieter. The calming technique quickly took effect, and the cub settled down, its round eyes fixed curiously on his face, as if wondering who he was. Please, take good care of it. I beg you. The sick tiger's voice came through, tinged with a hint of weary softness that felt almost pleading. This cub was likely the sick tiger's first offspring, and the tiger had deep feelings for it. Even tigers have emotions. Lin Bai was not surprised that the sick tiger, as a demonic beast, had such strong emotions. This tiger was almost becoming a spirit, so having feelings was quite normal. Moreover, the tiger's species was the demonic tiger, not the earth-concealing turtle, which would not typically nurture its young from birth. I will elder. It will be my companion and family. Lin Bai's expression was serious, a promise to a mother. You can now take it away. The sick tiger glanced deeply at the cub in Lin Bai's arms. Although it cared for its child, it was not indecisive. Since it had chosen Lin Bai, it would trust him. What about you, elder? Having just accepted someone else's child, leaving like this felt strange. Moreover, Lin Bai was quite suspicious about the sick tiger's condition. He doubted it could last another week. Perhaps he should stay a while, spend some time to give it a proper farewell, as a gesture of fate between people who met by chance. Meeting by chance is also a form of fate. I need to complete my final important task. The sick tiger's once dim golden eyes rekindled with a glimmer of vitality. With its child settled, the primary ailment it suffered from was due to a failed bloodline evolution, which was beyond remedy. Now it had to fulfill its last mission. Final task. Lin Bai was a bit confused and curious. Roar. The sick tiger let out a low growl, as if weighing something. After a few moments of silence, it looked back at Lin Bai, and the curious cub in his arms suddenly changed. You, take it with you, follow me. With that, it stopped explaining and began to stride deeper into the wetlands, heading toward the more desolate, blood-stained plains. It started running and signaled for Lin Bai to follow. Lin Bai followed the sick tiger, galloping across the bloody grassland with the wind howling in his ears as the wave of blood parted to the sides, yet he was unaware of the tiger's true intentions. The sick tiger stopped in front of an inconspicuous dirt slope where a cave entrance was half hidden by scattered stones emanating a chilling aura. Lin Bai asked, "What are we doing here?" The cub in his arms seemed to sense something shifting uneasily. You. Wait a moment. The sick tiger did not explain and directly dove into the dark cave. Soon dull thuds, tearing sounds, and a short distorted wail echoed from within. Moments later it re-emerged, carrying a bloody bear carcass in its mouth, casually dropping it on the ground. Is it going to eat it? No, something's off with this bear. It's a beast infected by malevolent energy. Originally, Lin Bai thought the sick tiger was simply hungry, but upon closer inspection, he realized the bear's condition was clearly abnormal. The gray-hearted bear, a bear-type demon beast, was named for its gray heart, which bizarrely pulsed dark red blood within its chest, resembling a decaying poisonous fruit. This gray-hearted bear had patches of fur missing, with exposed skin covered in purple-black veins, and its chest bore a facial appearance that was evidently not normal. It was obvious that this was a demon beast disturbed by malevolent energy. Malevolent energy is not a new concept, encompassing various forms such as murderous aura, decay, aura, calamity aura, and karmic obstacles, all negative energies that lead life to extremes and distortions. This desert is a place where the Heaven's Way releases calamity aura, making its presence here even more overwhelming. The gray-hearted bear had been infected by some special calamity aura, resulting in its current state. Not to mention, in this desert, even in the 9 provinces of the Great Xia, or the 13 paths of the Great Qian, there is no shortage of such malevolent energy, but Lin Bai's current identity is akin to that of a student, so his exposure is limited. Malevolent energy is difficult to truly eliminate as it is inherently part of the fabric of the universe. It merely has a significant impact on living beings, but it is the same for the world. So it drags its dying body here to kill a gray-hearted bear infected by malevolent energy. The malevolent energy itself was not the issue, but Lin Bai could not understand what the sick tiger wanted to do. After hunting the gray-hearted bear, the sick tiger did not stop its pace. Lin Bai followed it to different locations, witnessing its power as the tiger carved a bloody path across the grassland. In the second location, a rotting swamp, it tore apart an iron-armored crocodile with pus oozing from its eyes and scales reversed. In the third location, a dead ghostwood forest, it crushed 3 mad wolves gnawing at each other, their bodies covered in bone spikes. In the fourth and fifth locations, 7 nests, in total 9 demon beasts, each at least at the extraordinary realm, all twisted beyond recognition by malevolent energy, were killed under its increasingly fierce claws. With each kill, each transformation of a cursed beast into ashes, the sick tiger's aura of weakness did not intensify, though instead, like dry tinder, ignited in overwhelming power, surged forth. Its emaciated body seemed to be filled with invisible battle intent, each step taken imbued with profound strength. Is it gathering momentum? Lin Bai seemed to understand what the sick tiger was doing. It was activating the culling hunt ability of the culling tiger. This ability was the core capability of the culling tiger, serving multiple purposes. Culling hunt significantly reduces the effects of malevolent energy on the culling tiger, and its attacks deal greatly increased damage to those afflicted by malevolent energy. Killing life forms tainted by malevolent energy yields rewards and various other minor effects. The sick tiger was utilizing one of the minor effects of culling hunt, temporarily boosting its combat power, essentially becoming braver with each fight. Lin Bai recalled that the information compass mentioned the culling tiger would purify demon beasts infected by malevolent energy. This was the method of purification. For life forms tainted by malevolent energy, the culling tiger had only one word: kill. The momentum is already sufficient. Next, it should go after a beast at the transcendent realm, right? Lin Bai observed the sick tiger's increasingly potent aura, its emaciated form seeming to uphold a tremendous spirit. Along the way, Lin Bai encountered some practitioners in the bloody grassland, but upon seeing the culling tiger in its current state, they did not hesitate to change direction and flee or hide. Bring it with me, let it know the power of our race. The sick tiger turned back, speaking to Lin Bai and the cub in his arms. Is this a hunting lesson? Lin Bai thought to himself, responding, understood, senior, I will come now. He paused, but ultimately voiced the lingering question, senior, expending your life force like this will lead to death. Roar, I am not. Is it already dying? The culling tiger's pursuit is not about living forever. The sick tiger exhibited no trace of despair, only a pure excitement of breaking free from shackles. This was the pursuit of their kind. To slay life forms tainted by malevolent energy, or to be slain by malevolent energy. As a culling tiger, it would rather die in battle than live in agony. Fight. Cull. Both life and death are acceptable. It could not fully comprehend Lin Bai's complex sorrow regarding the passing of life. But it did not matter. It was going to die. It was finally going to die. As life approached its end, it entrusted its offspring, fearing nothing more, and nothing could stop it now. Roar. With this thought, the sick tiger felt a surge of power within its excitement beyond words, letting out a roar that displayed its true tiger might. Follow me. My time is limited. The sick tiger suddenly accelerated, transforming into a resolute golden arrow shooting towards a certain spot on the grassland. What more could Lin Bai say? He took a deep breath, gently weighing the little creature in his arms. Let's go, little one, we are going to witness your mother's most glorious moment. Roar. The little creature's small voice was weak, sounding soft and adorable. Half an hour later, Lin Bai followed the sick tiger to a very large water pool. The sick tiger paused by the water's edge, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, that once decrepit body erupted with blinding blood light. Roar. In a thunderous tiger roar, its form visibly expanded and grew stronger. Its shriveled muscles bulged, and beneath its golden fur it seemed as if magma flowed, with blood glimmers like burning ribbons swirling around its body, dancing wildly. Did it activate Bloodburn? What is in this water pool? Are there many demon beasts infected by Calamity Aura? Bloodburn, another skill of the culling tiger. Generally, using skills normally does not have significant side effects, at most leading to a few days of weakness. But the sick tiger before him was not using this skill normally, and given its own ailments, this was its final dance. After all, the name Bloodburn indicates what this skill consumes. The sick tiger is emaciated and has very little vital blood to expend. Thud, 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 the figure restored to nearly 100 meters like a small mountain took strides toward the black water pool, launching a fearless charge. Indeed, regardless of the situation, the Bloodburn skill had already been activated, and the sick tiger's combat power statistics had surpassed its usual peak. The originally calm and dark water pool seemed disturbed, bubbling and frothing. Countless small snakes surfaced, followed by dozens of rotting, foul-smelling giant pythons trailing behind a massive creature. It was a gigantic serpent formed from eerie white bones and writhing blood mud. It had no eyes, with only 2 holes at its head, constantly dripping black blood. 31 extraordinary water snakes. Oh, what was the original race of this big fellow behind? I can't recognize it, but its aura should be at the transcendent realm, and it's not a weak opponent. Lin Bai gazed at the densely packed serpents surging from the water pool, his scalp tingling, feeling quite unnerved. Seeing its hunting target appear, the sick tiger grew even more excited, its running speed increasing again, and in a few seconds the two gigantic beasts collided with a thunderous crash. Bang! No flashy techniques or magical powers, it was purely a collision between their physical statistics, creating a massive sound wave that shook the surroundings of the water pool upside down. Lin Bai was fine, but the small snakes around the Blood Serpent King suffered. If directly affected, they would either be shocked to death by the power transmitted through the water. Both sides could not hold their ground and retreated together. The sick tiger shook its head, sustaining no major. However, the skeletal Blood Mud King serpent on the opposite side had large areas of its white bones scorched and cracked due to the impact, and the blood mud attached to it sizzled and evaporated as if burned. Culling Hunt increases damage dealt by the culling tiger to targets afflicted by malevolent energy significantly. Roar, roar. Excitement, indescribable excitement. The blood glow on the sick tiger intensified, revealing another color gold. Golden Chi, the trump card, is fully revealed. As Lin Bai sighed, the massive blood serpent across from him seemed thoroughly enraged, its gigantic body twisted violently, and from countless holes on its surface thick, foul-smelling black-red pus gushed forth, darkening the water pool around it with blood. This should be some kind of poison domain skill, quite powerful. Once the small snakes around the Serpent King came into contact with the black blood water, they would dissolve completely. Little one watched closely. Lin Bai knew the final battle between the sick tiger and the Blood Serpent King was imminent, slightly holding his breath while reminding the little tiger in his arms. The sick tiger took the initiative to attack first. It swung its massive claws, the golden aura condensing on the tips, tearing through the air and transforming into dazzling golden arcs that slashed through the murky waters, targeting the very essence of the white-boned Blood Serpent King. The white-boned Blood Serpent King emitted a series of sharp hisses, its voice resonating within the realm tainted by its venomous blood. Thick water curtains suddenly rose from the blackish-red waters, layered upon one another to block the golden arcs, diminishing their assault. Sizzle. The golden aura clashed violently with the water curtains, producing large clouds of foul mist. In the first round of attacks, neither side could gain the upper hand. Having tested the waters, the sick tiger let out a low growl and resolutely stepped onto the water's surface. The golden aura surrounding the tiger surged forth like golden lava, madly pouring into the pond. The pure righteous golden energy fiercely contended against the tainted blood-black realm, as if cold water was splashed into boiling oil. The entire pond boiled over, churning violently with splashes of water erupting onto the shore, corroding the ground, and creating numerous pits, hissing as they did. With its domain being destroyed, the white-boned Blood Serpent King could only desperately squeeze out more thick pus from its body, maintaining the realm from total collapse. Otherwise, it would lose its home advantage. Once the lake water was fully occupied by the golden aura, it would be parading in the steel knife, hell created by the slashing tiger, subjected to a true dismemberment. Boom. The blood radiance and golden light on the sick tiger surged even more intensely. It was burning recklessly, squeezing out every last bit of its remaining vitality. The golden light flowing into the water became denser and sharper, resembling countless golden fish, akin to myriad tiny blades converging and strangling towards the white-boned Blood Serpent King at the center of the pond. Wherever the golden light passed, the tainted blood retreated. The massive, grotesque body of the white-boned blood serpent was actually scraped away a layer by this all-penetrating golden sharpness, with large portions of the writhing blood mud dissolving away, revealing a more pallid, yet relatively clean skeleton beneath. In the blink of an eye, the formidable white-boned blood mud snake shrank in size, transforming into a white-boned middle snake. Despite being eroded by the negative energy and losing most of its intellect, the instinct for survival still remained. It immediately flicked its tail violently and decisively turned to escape towards the dark entrance that led to the underground river. Want to escape? The golden flame in the sick tiger's eyes flashed. Although tigers could not fly, their ability to swim was formidable. The massive body leapt into the water with a crash, pursuing relentlessly. On the shore, Lin Bai watched as the pond churned continuously. However, the water was too murky, tainted by the residual demonic energy from both sides. He could not clearly see the situation of either party, only knowing that they were locked in a fierce struggle. It seemed the white-boned Serpent King was entangled with the sick tiger. However, this situation did not last long, as the turbulence of the pond began to diminish. Who won? Lin Bai felt some tension, unconsciously stepping forward and holding his breath. Although it was highly probable that the sick tiger had won, he was still wary of any unexpected outcomes. Splash! In no time, the water erupted, and a familiar, majestic golden figure leapt out from the surface, landing firmly on the shore. The sick tiger held in its mouth the completely shattered head of the white-boned serpent king. The long skeletal body of the serpent drooped limply lifeless. Slashing tiger victory. It tossed this trophy, symbolizing triumph and closure, onto the shore with a dull thud. However, to Lin Bai's surprise, the sick tiger did not pause, nor did it even spare a glance at its trophy, but instead turned and resolutely plunged back into the still turbulent black waters. What else is there? Didn't you win? Lin Bai was puzzled by this situation. The waiting time this time was much longer than the previous battle in the water. Just as doubts began to form in Lin Bai's mind, the water's surface parted once more. The sick tiger slowly walked ashore. It did not return empty-handed. It cautiously held in its mouth a peculiar plant entirely ice blue with long narrow leaves. Even out of the water it emitted a cool pure wave of spiritual energy, contrasting sharply with the surrounding filth. What was even more eye-catching was that the golden aura behind it was gently supporting some objects, gradually bringing them to the shore. Those were indeed huge, pristine tiger bones that still shone with a faint majestic luster even after enduring the passage of time under the water. Is this the slashing tiger that failed to hunt the white-boned serpent before? Lin Bai's heart trembled, instantly realizing the origin of these bones. The sick tiger was not the first slashing tiger to come here for the hunt. It was merely the first to succeed. At last, I ask you to help. This is the reward. The sick tiger made its final request to Lin by gently nudging the ice-blue spirit grass towards him with its nose. The boiling blood light and golden aura surrounding the sick tiger were irreversibly dimming and dissipating. Its once mighty body began to fade, revealing its original gaunt skeleton. Predecessor, please speak. I will die soon. You help me. Bury with my kin. This herb, I found it underwater. Your human alchemists may find use for it. All right, predecessor, I will do it. Lin Bai saw that the sick tiger had little time left and hurriedly agreed. Thank you. The sick tiger's eyes, molten gold in color, dimmed rapidly. When it looked at the small cub in Lin Bai's arms, it seemed to muster its last strength, gathering a touch of incredibly gentle light. Please take good care of my child. Roar. After uttering these words, the sick tiger let out a roar that shook the surroundings, its essence dissipating. In this roar, there was no pain, no resentment, only overwhelming battle intent, the euphoria of victory, and the tranquility that came after a life burned to its utmost. It died. The tiger perished, yet its might remained unyielding. Its colossal body still stood tall, head raised towards the sky, maintaining a roaring posture. Hunting, slashing. Its ending was without regrets. In the lingering echoes of the tiger's roar, symbolizing closure and purification, the sky was filled with the sound of flapping wings. Groups of feathered gray-black birds with completely black eyes resembling eagles converged from all directions, swooping towards the slain, tainted serpents in the pond. These birds, known as devouring birds, were the natives of the desert. After the slashing tiger killed the corrupted life forms, they could not handle the leftover corpses. Ordinary corpses would be decomposed by nature, but the remains of the white-boned blood serpent, being of high energy level, took an exceedingly long time to decompose and would also pollute the environment, causing destruction. Fortunately, the natural order prevails. The devouring birds can consume and digest the contaminated corpse. Around the pond, in addition to the white-boned serpent king's corpse, there were also smaller serpent corpses affected by the waves. The sharp claws and beaks of the devouring birds could scrape the bones and extract the essence, transforming the filth into harmless energy. These were all a feast for the devouring birds, unrelated to Lin Bai, who now needed to fulfill the promise he had. He gently released the small creature in his arms, which had been struggling to break free. The little cub rushed towards the exhausted, sick tiger lying beside it. Roar, 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 the little tiger called out and rubbed against its mother, hoping for a response. It was futile. This majestic tiger king had ultimately ended its life. Lin Bai silently walked to the other side, carefully assembling and organizing the slashing tiger bones that the sick tiger had dragged up, ultimately obtaining 8 complete sets of slashing tiger skeletons. All right, little one, your mother wouldn't want you to look like this. After completing all this, Lin Bai approached the still futilely calling little tiger, speaking softly yet firmly. The little cub did not understand, remaining stubbornly beside its mother, hoping that she would awaken from her slumber. Hey, Xiaoling, hold on to this, little one. Got it, master. Mo Ling's slightly expanded, capturing the little cub. Although it was restless, it could not break free from Mo Ling's control. Momi, help me hold these slashing tiger remains. All right, master. Bai Lian grew larger and divided, transforming into several flexible gel-like strands, carefully lifting the 8 sets of tiger bones and the remains of the sick tiger steadily. Let's go. Lin Bai tucked away the last herb brought by the sick tiger. It felt very cold in his hand. He would check it later after handling things. Now it was important to bury these remains. Lin Bai did not choose a far-off place, but rather right beside the pond. These were all slashing tigers that had come to hunt the white-boned serpent king. Their battlefield was near the pond. Death was not a disgrace, and as for the sick tiger, its successful hunt was a matter of honor. Of course, it could not be too close to prevent erosion from the pond water. Xian digged this pit a bit deeper and longer. Wu understood, master. Xuanji, the little one, understood the situation while not hesitating at all. It immediately activated its ability Earth Flow Control, digging a long, deep pit a bit further from the pond. Not bad. This spot is neither too close nor too far from the pond, relatively secluded with not much that would disturb them. After preparing the site, Lin Bai personally jumped into the pit, arranging the bones neatly and placing the body of the sick tiger in the center. It was the final victor and also the center of this time-spanning tribal ceremony, the undisputed foe. Alright, Xiaoling, let go of this little one. Lin Bai did not cover the pit immediately, but allowed the little tiger to see its mother one last time for a final farewell. This little one was quite perceptive. Although it had just been born and lacked much wisdom, it seemed to understand that its mother would not awaken again. Tears flowed from the little tiger's eyes as it continuously rubbed against its mother's body, emitting faint, intermittent whimpers, saying its final goodbye. Lin Bai stood at the edge of the pit, silently observing this scene. The setting sun dyed the grassland in blood-red and golden hues while the devouring birds were busy at the pond's edge, creating a cacophony. Gold as proof, jade as mirror starlight to illuminate the destined path. I, Lin Bai, with this heart reflect the blade's edge. With this will inherit solemn resolve and summon your true spirit. I shall take my heart as scabbard and receive your will to slay. I, with blood as guide, I will temper your immaculate edge. You shall bear the duty of purging, undergo worldly refinement with me, and guard my spirit's clarity, so you do not fall to the killing tribulation. I am your lord, and your anchor. Fix this heart amid a turbulent, polluted world. You are my blade. Cut demons, purge filth, and pierce falsehood. Metal and stone united to sever sin and share fate. The pact is sealed. Those who betray this covenant shall suffer the blade's backlash. Metal and stone become prison, forever bound within endless illusions, their souls consumed by the very edge. Each word of the oath rang out one by one in the silent chamber. As Lin Bai intoned the incantation, a piece of golden sandstone and a 3-inch war flag cloth dissolved into drifting dust or nothingness. He and the little cub exchanged their spiritual souls. At the final 2 syllables, an unseen thunder seemed to detonate on the plane of spirit. A warm yet piercing streak of golden light leapt from the cub's brow, and with pinpoint accuracy, plunged into Lin Bai's brow, straight into the depths of his sea of consciousness. At the same moment, Lin Bai did not hesitate to separate a slender thread of his own spiritual soul, and along that connecting bridge gently ferry it into the cub's true spiritual core. Exchange fusion anchoring. Within Lin Bai's sea of consciousness emblem, a new sigil appeared, the Zhan Nye, Huzhan Nye tiger emblem, joining the marks of Mo Ling Xuanji and Bai Lian. The pact was complete. Lin Bai opened his eyes, watched the little cub still merging his soul, and after burying the ailing tiger, Lin Bai led his bonded beasts out of the northern desert and returned to Han Meiguan. This time the mission had been fulfilled in its entirety. Lin Bai also gave the little cub a name, Sun Yue, a girl's name. Sun comes from the Zhan Nye ability, patrol and slay. Yue, a homophone of joy, expresses his wish that the little one will be happy. Together, Sun Yu evokes the image of a pristine silver moon high above, a hopeful emblem for the future. Lin Bai thought the name suited her well. It had not been easy. Counting the return trip, it had taken nearly 3 months. The search for Bai Lian and Sun Yu themselves had not consumed so much time, most of it had been spent on the long road. For 2.5 months they were either racing along or preparing to race along. He had heard that Jiao's provincial seats were linked by transport arrays and wondered how fast they were. A slightly childish yet clearer call, who, meaning master, pulled Lin Bai's thoughts back. Sun Yu had completed the final stage of the pact's integration, as she opened those increasingly lively golden eyes and nuzzled him affectionately. All right. Lin Bai reached out to massage the nape. The creature had just been born and understood little beyond calling him master, but that would change as she grew and spent more time with him. Her spirit and wit would sharpen. Seeing Sun Yu weak from the soul-splitting of the pact, Lin Bai quickly produced the pills he had prepared and fed them. He calculated that on returning, he would need to spend merit points to upgrade this little one's bloodline. Sun Yu's Zhan Nye bloodline was equivalent to Xuanji's former Diangue. It was not that Lin Bai did not wish to find a higher bloodline beast. There were complications he could not easily explain. Higher bloodline beasts were either members of clans that had signed pacts with powerful human warriors or species that already harbored their own potent individuals or protected by imperial decrees from the court, and so on. For various reasons, unless one was extraordinarily fortunate, it was difficult to encounter lone pure blood cubs. Those beasts usually dwelt in regions little trodden by humans, and those places were perilous. Take the Heilong mountain range near Yunming City. Deep within its heart are dragon lineage remnants. Every dozen years, or so, there are rumors of a lucky one favored by a Jiao. It sounded inspiring, did it not? Yet many who trespassed became little more than bleached bones in the mountains. Without a systematic evolution chart for spirit beasts, does a beastmaster who bonds a low-tier bloodline become worthless? Not at all. The bond between a beastmaster and their bonded beast is intimate. Once the master advances to the rebirth realm, the soul link will gradually influence the beast's spiritual soul, causing it to evolve toward a more perfect form, an advanced partner uplifting the less advanced. Theory is one thing and reality another. Not to mention the time and vast resources required under this path. A beast's evolved bloodline rarely becomes truly high. It merely reaches the bare passing threshold of that realm. It could hardly be called bloodline evolution, it was more like bloodline purification. Beastmasters had a second option, signing pacts with higher bloodline beasts at different stages. Yet that approach carried many drawbacks, the most common being heavy soul burdens and unstable fortune. But these matters were of little consequence to Lin Bai. Besides, one of his twin talents was the Beastmaster divine technique. Pajin breaking cocoon. His path, however, was that of a martialist rather than a beastmaster. For a Yuyao Wuxia, the bonded beast was an important aid rather than the foundation. Tomorrow we board the Dixia treasure ship home, little ones, Lin Bai told the four who sat or curled in the room. Gaga, finally home. Mo Ling fluttered his wings in delight. Wu, back to training. Xuanji sulked and buried her head in her forepaws. Bai Lian kept repeating the word home. Who, master? Sun Yu's call was simple and direct. Having finished the pill, she lifted her head to look at Lin Bai, transmitting a vague thought of more. Yes, home. Lin Bai hurriedly handed Sun Yu another pill. He intended to sit and recuperate himself. Splitting a soul was not a light burden, but suddenly remembered something. He turned and took from his luggage a jade box carved with runes, and from within produced an elongated herb of ice blue hue, its aura eerily cold. It had been the sick tiger's final gift to Lin Bai. He could not make sense of the herb, so he placed it in a sealed spirit box to prevent its potency from leaking away. He could not tell its rank. Even with his physical tolerance, merely holding it sent a chill through his hand. He decided to wait until the new year to show it to his sister and see if she might need it. After examining it as best he still could not identify the herb, but he reckoned it was something precious. Oh right, activate companion link. Lin Bai remembered his Xiexing companion link talent had not yet been used. With intent, he directed the blue star in his spirit map to emit threads that touched Sun Yu's emblem. Power 48. 83. 852. 6. Power had finally surpassed the 50 threshold. He felt comfortable. Yet his spiritual strength far outstripped his physical might. Perhaps he should prepare other means to leverage this advantage. Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction, then inspected himself with a slightly odd expression. That he, a martialist, should be soul strong and body weak was mainly because Bai Lian was excessively extraordinary. Through the conversion of the Xiexing talent, Lin Bai's already prominent spiritual foundation had become even more exaggerated. He had yet to cultivate to the final 2A fan stage of Wu Zongshan, a stage devoted entirely to the spirit, so the gap would only widen in time. Thus the trend of soul strong body weak would not shift in the near term. Lin Bai pondered how to make use of this trait. He now had a direction and only needed to slowly conceive and refine it. He swallowed a pill, sat cross-legged, and calmed his mind, using quiet cultivation to absorb the medicine. For now he would restore his state. Ideas could wait until he was ready to implement them. The next morning Lin Bai boarded the Fian vessel outside Hanmeiguan. He glanced back once the majestic Hanmeiguan still gripped the northern desert in its twin hues of blood and ochre. The objective is complete, homeward. He turned and stepped into the cabin, his voice light. As the Fian rose into the sky, Lin Bai set off on his return journey. 10 days later the Fian ship glided across the sky and landed steadily at the dedicated dock outside Yunming City. The hatch opened and a gust of crisp air rushed in. Lin Bai stepped down the gangway, squinting slightly. It had started to snow. The fine snowflakes, unlike the soft willow catkins, carried a briskness of early winter as they fluttered down from the leaden gray sky. They laid a thin layer of silver on the distant towns, taverns, and shops, weaving a sparse silver garment for the silent trees by the roadside. The cold wind swirled, lifting scattered snowflakes, and the air was filled with the clean, slightly chilly essence of winter. Another winter has come, Lin Bai murmured softly, exhaling a small puff of white mist. A slight cold wind blew, causing the snowflakes to dance even more erratically. Lin Bai had spent nearly 3 months in the desert, and with the time spent studying at the martial arts hall, it was now early December. There was just about a month left before the martial arts hall would have its winter break. Let's go back to Huoyan Cave, he said. There was nothing urgent to attend to in Yunmeng City, so it was better to return to Huiyun Cave to continue his studies and wait for the month-long break to bring herbs to his sister Lin Su. The town where he docked was a bit far from the teleportation point of Huiyun Cave, and it took Lin Bai an hour to reach the place. The teleportation array process was familiar to him, but now he could play with birds and pet cats, making it not so boring. I'm back, he called out as he stepped out of the teleportation array and onto the stone path leading to his small courtyard, encountering no one on the way. It was still early morning, and his classmates were likely still in class. Pushing open the courtyard door, everything was as it had been, as if the owner had just left yesterday. Nuomi Xiaoya, this is our home, he said. Unlike Mo Ling and Xianji, the other two small ones were visiting Huiyun Cave's courtyard for the first time. Home. 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 Bai Lian repeated naively, its round body joyfully vibrated. Roar, master, home. Sun Yu poked its head out from Lin Bei's arms, its glassy golden eyes full of curiosity. Yes, Sun Yu's intelligence had now upgraded to Bai Lian's level. Quack. We're home, master. Mo Ling cheerfully flew up to the eaves, surveying its territory. Woo. We're home now. Xianji tucked its neck in, as if already foreseeing the suffering of leisurely days coming to an end. Lin Bai looked at the four little ones, who were either excited, dejected, or confused. They were all the bonds and foundations he had earned step by step on his cultivation journey. By the way, I still need to go out to exchange materials for Sun Yu's bloodline evolution. Since there's nothing urgent, I should quickly raise Sun Yu's bloodline. Xiao Ling, am going out for a bit. Keep an eye on them. Lin Bai instructed Mo Ling to take care of the three little ones before heading to the exchange hall. He had already used his cocoon-breaking talent to investigate the most suitable bloodline evolution route for Sun Yu. Upon arriving at the exchange hall again, it was still an empty space with a large glowing sphere. At the exchange hall, how many exchange points do I need for a complete military flag and a beast core of a super-tier diamond beast? The military flag only needs to be newly formed, no year requirements, but it must have gone through a battle of thousands of people, and the bloodthirsty aura on it should be as strong as possible. The materials for Sun Yu's evolution were precisely this, slightly different from those for Mo Ling and Xianji, likely due to its slaughter and hunt ability. The glowing sphere shifted slightly and immediately responded, its voice calm and unperturbed. The beast core of the diamond beast costs 1,000 exchange points apiece. For the military flag materials, there are 3 packages available according to your needs, costing 1,000 points, 1,200 points, and 1,400 points of merit. Which one do you wish to exchange for? Lin Bai examined the categories of military flags offered by the exchange hall carefully. Although all were suitable, he still chose the most expensive style, without hesitation. I want the one costing 1,400 merit points. Alright, a total of 2,400 merit points are needed. You have enough merit points. The amount has been deducted, leaving you with 8,100 merit points. As Lin Bai confirmed the exchange, 2 boxes appeared before him, a square box and a rectangular box. I still have 8,100 merit points. Not too many. After his experiences in the desert, Lin Bai's mindset had become more optimistic. Seeing his merit points decrease no longer made him anxious. Instead, he was considering how to spend these merit points most cost-effectively. I have already made my purchase. Please teleport me out of the exchange hall. Since he had bought the items, there was no need to linger in the exchange hall. After Lin Bai left, the spirit of the exchange hall and the consciousness of Huiyun Cave silently watched him. He's back. Has he obtained the legacy of King Wen? It should be yes. Of course, both of them knew, but would not reveal it. As beings created by humanity, their most important duty was to cultivate talents for the human race. Otherwise, King Wen would not have conveyed information to Lin Bai through Huiyun Cave. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Bai saw Sun Yu and Bai Lian playing. Bai Lian had split into several silver balls, flying up and down, causing Sun Yu, the small golden gradient cat, to leap and pounce joyfully. Alright, no more playing. Xiaoya, come here. Hearing Lin Bai's call, Sun Yu, like a large orange cat, immediately changed direction and pounced into Lin Bai's arms, nuzzling him affectionately. Lucky little one, you came just in time. Lin Bai rubbed its fluffy head. Just in time. Your master's family fortune is still quite substantial. After expressing his thoughts, Lin Bai began to explain in detail the precautions for the evolution process to Sun Yu. Although the little ones seemed to understand, it conveyed absolute trust through their spiritual connection. Enough chatter, let's get started, Xiaoya. Lin Bai first took out the military flag from the rectangular box. The flag was not large, dark black in color, 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, embroidered with 3 red tiger patterns, the insignia of an unknown troop. Then he retrieved the diamond beast's core from the square box, silver white and perfectly round with a very hard texture. Back in the quiet room of his chamber, Lin Bai laid the military flag flat and forcefully crushed the diamond beast's core. It must be said that it was indeed hard. He could only crush it using the augmentation of heavy armor. Lin Bai collected the powdered beast core and then picked up Sun Yue, who had been patiently waiting nearby. Xiaoya, extend your paw. Sun Yu dazedly followed the command and extended its paw. Lin Bai carefully took a bit of blood and mixed it with the powder in proportion. The blood mixed with the diamond beast core powder immediately produced a marvelous reaction, shimmering with a faint metallic luster. Using his finger as a brush, Lin Bai dipped it into the specially made blood ink and first outlined a complex ancient array on the military flag resembling a battlefield slaughter scene and resembling ancient sacrificial runes. Then he drew small arrays that resonated with it on Sun Yu's forehead, limbs, and back acupoints. Alright Xiaoya, go to the center of the military flag. Although Sun Yu did not understand it, obediently followed Lin Bai's instructions and walked to the center of the flag, lying down as instructed. Lin Bai formed a hand seal and shouted, activate. In an instant the quiet room was stirred by a breeze. The flag surface and the array on Sun Yu's body both glowed with red and gold light, intertwining and forming a shimmering translucent barrier. Roar, master, master! The young and not so wise Sun Yu felt a bit panicked and instinctively called out to Lin. It's okay, little one, this is a good thing that will make your bloodline even stronger, Lin Bai reassured Sun Yu through their spiritual link. The four corners of the flag seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, slowly curling upwards and gently wrapping around Sun Yu at the center of the flag. The light grew more intense, ultimately forming a massive cocoon intertwined with red and gold, with the phantom of a fierce tiger swirling on its surface. Success! Without any surprises, Sun Yu fell into a deep sleep, returning to its innate state and making up for its deficiencies. What seemed like just a moment for Lin Bai was actually half a day's time spent inscribing the array and observing Sun Yu's condition. By the time Lin Bai stepped out of his room, dusk was approaching. Mo Ling flapped her wings and landed on Lin Bai's shoulder, tilting her small head as her eyes reflected her master's contemplative profile. Caw, master, what do we need to do next? Mo Ling inquired Lin Bai if she needed to assist him. Haha, little Ling just needs to train with the Shin properly. Oh, and take Momi along too. Lin Bai, hearing Mo Ling's initiative, began to arrange the itinerary for the three little ones, consciously shaping Mo Ling into the leader among them. The other three little ones were not suitable. Wu Xianji was lazy, Bai Lian was naive, and Sun Yu had not yet matured. Moreover, after half a month of interaction, it was clear that Sun Yu had a playful nature. In contrast, Mo Ling's personality was the most stable. Although she could be mischievous at times, it was not a problem. She had been with Lin Bai since he first began his cultivation, being his first destined beast. Caw. Okay, master, I will supervise them. Hearing Lin Bai's command, Mo Ling immediately promised. Woo, master, can we rest for a few days? We just got back. Training. Practice. Eat. No way, the great Xia treasure ship has rested long enough. Little Ling, take this lazy turtle away, bring Nuomi too, and don't forget the pills. Upon hearing Lin Bai's final order, Mo Ling immediately acted. After a gust of wind, only Lin Bai remained in the courtyard. After arranging the itinerary for the three little ones, Lin Bai exited his courtyard and headed towards Wang Ye's courtyard. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu should have returned by now. On the first day back at the Fire Cloud Cave, Lin Bai had been busy organizing his things, and now it was already dusk. Although the Fire Cloud Cave was like spring all year round, the cycles of day and night were distinct. However, there was only one sun here, and the solitary sun in the sky was slowly sinking, dyeing the clouds in a blend of golden and crimson silk. Just returning to the cave, Lin Bai had been busy sorting through the gains from his journey in the desert until deep into the night, and now he finally had some free time. Lin Bai arrived at Wang Ye's door. Instead of using the authority she bestowed upon him to barge in, he knocked on the door, signaling that he had a visitor. Before long, the courtyard door opened, and Wang Yu stepped out with a slightly cold expression on her face, perhaps cursing someone in her heart. Who is it? What do you want? Lin Bai, you're back. Wang Ye's mildly impatient words had not finished before she was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Bai, her handsome face thawing into surprise. Coming quickly, I thought it was someone else. As she spoke, Wang Yu welcomed Lin Bai into her courtyard. I thought you weren't going to welcome me, Lin Bai teased as he followed Wang Yu inside. Didn't I give you permission to my courtyard? When you knock like this, I thought it was someone else. I was just afraid you weren't home. The two hadn't seen each other for 3 months, yet their bond remained unchanged. Wang Yu brewed tea and washed fruits for Lin Bai. Sitting under the green fruit tree, the two continuously shared their experiences and gains from the past 3 months, with Lin Bai mostly talking and Wang Yu listening, as there hadn't been much excitement for her in the martial arts hall. I have already passed the 3rd level of the martial tower, and within the next month I will be advancing to the extraordinary realm. What about your gains from your adventures? This is Wang Ye's achievement over the past 3 months, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. My gains are not small either. I've collected 2 destined beasts and am close to the last stage of transcending the ordinary, the 5 organs deity. So impressive. Wang Ye's eyes widened slightly before she broke into a smile. Though envious, she felt no inner demons arising as before, for just a few days ago, she had successfully cultivated the 7-color spirit control technique and obtained the inner demon transformation, Tao cultivation method, from the sage's paintings. I won't be too far from you, Lin Bai. Wang Yu gazed intensely at Lin Bai, who was animatedly sharing interesting stories from his time in the desert. Xiao Yu, you have no idea, I encountered a sandstorm in the northern desert. The power of nature is truly boundless. That sandstorm could be said to have obscured the sky and blotted out the sun. After talking all night, the two returned to their school days. At the same time, Wang Yu also vented her frustrations to Lin Bai. Lin Bai, you have no idea? After you left, I was all alone in the martial arts hall, feeling very uncomfortable. Thankfully, you are back. My fault. After her complaints, Wang Yu shared another piece of news with Lin Bai. More than 10 of our Yunming Martial Hall students have already broken through to the extraordinary realm. So many. Lin Bai was somewhat surprised to hear that so many had reached the extraordinary realm. Not too many. Their average age is generally 3 to 4 years older than us, so it's not that fast. Lin Bai and Wang Yu were among the youngest group in the martial arts hall, with Lin Bai being 16 this year and Wang Yu 17. The average age of the students in the Yunming Martial Hall was probably in their 20s. True. Upon hearing Wang Ye's words, Lin Bai finally realized that others were indeed older than him. Returning once more to the familiar starlit classroom, Lin Bai resumed, selecting the subsequent talismans using the Tai Su Cannon. Explosion Talisman, Spiritual Radiance Talisman, Transformation Talisman. The Explosion Talisman can temporarily enhance the user's combat power. The Spiritual Radiance Talisman is a special talisman that preserves the spiritual essence of precious weapons and elixirs. The Transformation Talisman, as the name suggests, can alter a person's appearance and aura. Let's go with these three. Work hard and see if you can become an intermediate talisman master by the end of the martial arts hall session. The standards for becoming an intermediate talisman master are not rigid at all, depends on the level of talismans one can produce. As long as one can create talismans that are deemed useful even to those in the extraordinary and exalted realms, it counts as success. Primarily, it depends on the talisman master's own abilities. By the way, where are the talisman techniques nurtured by the Tai Su Cannon? Why haven't I seen any signs of them yet? Lin Bai looked at the still red and white orbs in his sea of consciousness, feeling helpless. And how do I have so many things in my sea of consciousness? Suddenly Lin Bai discovered that in his sea of consciousness there were the true spirit insignias of the 4 little ones, the Tai Su Cannon and the 5 organs deity seals, whom the number of seals from the 5 forbidden absolute laws will increase in the future. Lin Bai's next task primarily involved accumulating cultivation and learning more knowledge, aiming to break through to the 5 organs deity realm before the martial arts hall's winter break. He was not far from that realm. After returning to the martial instruction hall, Lin Bai resumed his daily cultivation, honing martial arts, practicing talismanic arts, and tempering his body to accumulate cultivation strength. Time slipped by swiftly. Nearly a month had already passed in the blink of an eye. The martial instruction hall will commence its 1-month holiday tomorrow. All students must depart the Huiyun realm within 3 days. Exceptions must be formally reported via communication tokens. This official notice issued yesterday prompted many students to rush joyfully out of the Huiyun realm that very day. After all, it had been a full year since they left home. Everyone longed to return as soon as possible. Yet Lin Bai remained quietly within his courtyard, for he faced an extraordinary circumstance. He was on the verge of breakthrough. Inside the stillness of his meditation chamber, Lin Bai had just completed a full cycle of the Dragon Dance 72 forms. Relaxing his frame, he felt his tendons surge beneath his skin, blue veins twisting and straining like living serpents held fast only by the taut grip of flesh and muscle. A few days later than anticipated, Lin Bai murmured softly, gazing down at the sinuous pathways of his own meridians. Still, it works well enough. Breaking through today means I can set off for home tomorrow. His breakthrough had arrived several days later than expected, compelling him to remain 2 days longer. He exhaled slowly, then tensed his entire body in a single seamless motion. The tendons he had just perfected coiled tightly around his flesh and bones, taut as a bow drawn to its utmost limit. Sweat scattered from his skin like mist. His body settled back into perfect repose. His skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, each had now been fully refined. The final trial, the 5 visceral deities. Lin Bai recalled the ancient text Beast Taming Martial Cultivator, which described them thus. The 5 visceral deities transform the self into sacrificial fuels, summoning divine spirits and celestial immortals. Kindle the inner hearth, gaze inward upon the whole body, and ignite the martial momentum. This final gate did not merely enhance physical resilience. It forged unshakable mastery over the spirit, granting absolute sovereignty over the vessel itself. Lin Bai adjusted his posture and sat cross-legged, not reaching as he once had for any specialized. Unlike the 3 preceding trials, the 5 visceral deities required no external catalyst. Its sole and essential ingredient was Lin Bai himself. These venerable elders do love speaking in riddles. This is nothing more than evolutionary theory. Lin Bai curled his lip wryly. He had long grown accustomed to their habit of cloaking simple truths in arcane grandeur. Without further hesitation, he raised his palm and struck his chest, a precise, controlled blow delivering concealed force sufficient only to induce a subtle fracture in his heart. It stings. His face paled as the heart fissured. Though non-fatal for him, the wound was far from true. His superhuman regenerative capacity surged into action. Bone marrow accelerated blood production, flesh and muscle compressed vessels pumping torrents of crimson life force toward the wounded organ, cardiac tendons spontaneously entwined to seal the breach, while the heart itself raced toward restoration. Not enough yet. Another strike landed, reopening the barely mended wound, triggering even fiercer autonomic repair. Was the founder of beast-taming martial cultivator some kind of masochist? Why does every trial of the mortal transcending realm feel like self-inflicted torment? Yet his hands never faltered, strike after strike repeated nearly 100 times. Under such relentless duress, the heart began forging its own path forward, learning to extract energy from blood with ruthless efficiency, to endure impact with unyielding resilience, and to heal itself with astonishing speed. Thump thump thump. Its rhythm now pulsed dozens of times faster than normal, its thunderous cadence reverberating faintly within the silent chamber. Lin Bai ceased striking. He let the heart recover on its own. Once restored, its beat did not slow to its former pace. Instead, it burned like a newly awakened forge, ravenous, drawing nourishment from every passing stream of blood, refining itself with molten intensity. Success. A faint smile touched Lin Bai's lips. This was the essence of the 5 visceral deities evolving the heart through natural selection, where the body served as fuel and the heart the sacred hearth. The true nature of the mortal transcending realm lay in shedding the mortal shell. Lin Bai had already refined its broadest structures, but the subtlest, most delicate parts remained elusive. The brain, for instance. How does one train such an intangible organ? What then was the solution? Blood flowed through every inch of the human form, and the heart stood at its side. Once the heart achieved transcendence, its blood would naturally become imbued with sacred resonance. Over time, this consecrated flow would permeate every organ, gland, and infinitesimal recess, gradually elevating them all. The heart commands the blood, the origin of all transformation. No matter the cultivation path, the final trial invariably centered upon the heart, a convergence of all roads. Thump thump thump, gurgle gurgle gurgle. The heartbeat quickened further still, the rushing blood sang as it coursed through vessels, and Lin Bai's body grew leaner. This was the necessary price of evolution. Blood quality soared while volume temporarily receded. The heart, like a master artisan, refined raw material again and again, discarding impurity, preserving only the purest essence. Lin Bai swallowed every ingestible pill in his chamber. Blood chi pills, chi nourishing pellets, body firming powders. Even some dissolved mid-throat, vaporized by the searing heat of his revitalized chi before ever reaching the stomach. As he replenished his body's reserves, the heart's efficiency soared. A cool clarity spread across his mind, the first touch of freshly tempered quintessential blood now nourishing his brain. Half an hour later, Lin Bai ceased ingesting pills. His heartbeat gradually steadied back to its new elevated baseline. A flawless culmination. The 5 visceral deities was both the most arduous and the most effortless trial, arduous in the heart's own metamorphosis. Effortless thereafter, for once transformed, the heart labored ceaselessly on its own, needing only sustenance. Yet Lin Bai did not open his eyes immediately after completion. A profound chill deepened within his skull, and his sea of consciousness stirred with change. He turned his awareness inward, observing his sea of consciousness, where rain now fell. The droplets of soul force, once suspended in serene equilibrium, had shattered their balance, cascading downward like a gentle, ceaseless drizzle. At the sea's bottom, the faint outline of a pond began to take shape. Perhaps after this rain it would swell into a vast lake. According to scripture, the soul force sea stage begins as little more than a shallow pool. True oceanic depth comes only with prolonged accumulation. Though mildly surprised by the profundity of his foundation, Lin Bai felt no astonishment. His innate spiritual talent, amplified by Balian's assistance, made this outcome entirely natural. This trial proved far gentler than the previous 3. Only Lin Bai could speak so boldly. With his peerless regenerative power, he dared charge forward recklessly. No ordinary cultivator would dare fracture their heart 100 times in rapid succession. Such peril risked irreversible damage to one's foundation, or even death. Let me test internal observation. The most immediate sign of heightened spiritual power was Lin Bai's attainment of perfect unity between spirit and flesh, granting him clear conscious self-perception. Closing his eyes, he perceived a heart glowing with warm, lustrous radiance, tirelessly pumping life force to every corner of his being. As blood bathed each organ's silent evolution unfolded within. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Like a child discovering a wondrous new toy, Lin Bai shifted his gaze, lingering over viscera and organs, tracing tendons and bones, then marveling at the intricate architecture of his own brain. He pinched the muscle of his arm, observing from within the precise contraction and release of fibers. Then he guided a current of blood to accelerate, watching it weave through layered vessels before returning obedient and complete to its sovereign heart. Advancing to the 5 visceral deities conferred far more than mere power escalation. Beyond the soul force, see, and internal vision lay other profound transformations, foremost among them the martial momentum. What precisely was the martial momentum? It was no mystical enigma, merely a refined form of spirit. All martial artists cultivated an aura of ferocity or authority, but such presence remained largely atmospheric. Lin Bai, however, had now achieved total integration, soul force, oceanic spirit, and flesh fused. What was once illusory had crystallized into tangible reality. In essence, amplified spiritual power harmonized with personal aura, now manifested as an outward projecting mental attack. Typically employed to clear lesser foes, the martial momentum granted martial cultivators a rare and vital ability to strike directly at ethereal bodies. With no adversaries present, Lin Bai could not yet test its full potency, but its efficacy promised to be formidable given the sheer magnitude of his spiritual strength. Divination art, activate. Name Lin Bai, strength, 57. 27. 164. 3 in agility, 56. 8, 37. 4, 94. 2. Constitution, 56. 3, 36. 9, 93. 2 in spirit, 45. 5, 77. 3, 122. 8. Rank mortal, transcending 5 visceral deities and skills, mastery of swordsmanship, proficiency in archery, Tai Su scripture, beast taming, martial cultivator, 5, forbidden absolute, seal of motion and innate talents, chrysalis breakthrough, synchronized advance and appraisal, a future of boundless promise, latent dragon resting in the abyss. Upon attaining the 5 visceral deities, his spiritual power surged dramatically and continued to ascend steadily. His other 3 attributes had also decisively surpassed the 50-point threshold. Beast taming contributed significantly to his growth. Though Sun Yu had not yet entered her growth phase, in just a few months her amplification would rival that of Mo Ling and Xianji. In sum, Lin Bai's combat prowess now matched that of the exalted rank, even without donning his heavy armor suit. His strength had ascended markedly. Though many tasks awaited him post-breakthrough, none demanded urgency. For tomorrow. I go home tomorrow. I'm off now, Xiao Yu. And come back soon. And don't forget to visit me. And got it. And since Lin Bai wasn't returning home with the main contingent of Yunming Martial Academy, he had no dedicated carriage awaiting him. Wang Yu therefore chose to stay behind and wait for him. Incidentally, Wang Yu had already broken through to the transcendent realm. During their previous sparring sessions, what struck Lin Bai most was how her paper constructs moved with uncanny sentience, capable even of casting spells. The wind and snow in late December raged fiercely, the biting gales scouring the land, thick flakes striking skin like shards of ice. In this year, Lin Bai intended to return home to Anning County. He had been studying away from home for nearly a year and a half, and homesickness had begun to stir quietly with, I hope elder sister gets more vacation time this year. In Lin Bai's innate force deflected downy snowflakes before they could alight upon him. Not a single feather clung to his robes. With the 4 small companions in tow, he strode toward Shanshin Hall, walking through the blizzard as though treading through another season entirely. Owing to their body-contracting art, the 4 were diminutive in form. Xuanji dozed peacefully inside his robe pocket, while Balian clung gently to his collar like a soft living ornament. The other 2, restless by nature, perched elsewhere. Moling stood watchfully upon his shoulder, while Xuanyue had transformed into a small orange cat, curling warmly against Lin Bai's palms as his living hand warmer. After verifying his identity and passing through the rear courtyard of Shanshin Hall, Lin Bai retrieved the restriction key and unlocked the gate to Lin Su's private courtyard. Elder sister, I'm home. And Lin Bai had only called out tentatively, uncertain whether she'd even be there. He hadn't expected an answer. She was likely deep in alchemical work somewhere within Shanshin Hall. To his surprise, an echo answered from within the courtyard. In Xiaobai, Lin Su knelt beneath the eaves, several large wicker baskets of herbs arrayed before her. In her hand, she held a jade flask, carefully sprinkling a pale azure liquid over the dried botanicals. The courtyard's formation array hummed softly, diverting snowflakes away before they could settle. Elder sister, what are you doing? Lin Bai asked, curiously watching her tend the herbs. These are gifts from patients I recently treated, rewards for refining pills for them. I'm preserving their potency. You've arrived just in time. Help me apply this solution. Lin Su handed him another jade flask without pause. Spray the ones over there too, lightly and evenly. Don't oversaturate. Lin Bai's homecoming was unremarkable. Indeed, he was drafted into labor the moment he stepped through the gate. They worked steadily, from noon until dusk. Herb baskets piled high across half the courtyard. Though most were low-tier specimens, their sheer volume was staggering. Lin Bai straightened his back with a quiet sigh. Elder sister, surely your compensation is excessive. What kind of pill did you refine that someone repaid you with a mountain of herbs? And even as payment for alchemy, such abundance was unheard of, even for modest-grade ingredients. Don't dream so grandly. Only 2/10 of these are actual rewards. The rest are stipends issued by Shanshin Hall. Lin Su finally rinsed her hands clean and wiped the fine sweat from her brow with a gentle smile. But why so much? As a certified alchemist of Shanshin Hall, Lin Su could elect to receive payment either in spirit stones or medicinal herbs, and she had opted overwhelmingly for the latter. This choice aligned closely with her Dao path, the Wither and Bloom alchemist. This cultivation path required vast quantities of herbs to absorb vital essence, which in turn greatly amplified her alchemical prowess. Noting Lin Bai's expression, half astonished, half dubious, Lin Su added almost as an afterthought, relax. Once we finish these, that's it. I've already processed most of them over the past 2 days. These are merely the final batch. Lin Bai exhaled deeply, rolling his wrists to ease the stiffness. By the way, Xiao Bai, how long is your holiday? Lin Su asked. In a full month. And you, our master has departed on a distant journey, and all assigned tasks at the hall have been completed ahead of schedule. This year, I'm not required to remain on duty, so my break should roughly coincide with yours. In hearing this, Lin Bai's eyes lit up with quiet delight. Elder sister, let's go home for the new year. To Anning County. Of course, we can leave tomorrow. The journey will take several days after all. Their agreement was immediate. Lin Su had harbored the same intention all along. Oh, Xiaobai, what are these little creatures you've brought with you? And now that the work had paused, Lin Su noticed Xuanyue darting playfully across the courtyard and Balian drifting serenely midair, the 2 new spirit beasts under Lin Bai's command, and curiosity flickered in her gaze. These are spirit beasts I've contracted this past year. And at these words, Lin Su's brows drew together faintly. Xiaobai, are you choosing the lifelong companion path? She had always assumed her younger brother would follow the conventional strategy, replacing core spirit beasts upon reaching higher realms. Yet here, he was having bound multiple companions already at the mortal transcendence realm, a commitment to enduring partnership. It wasn't that the companion path was inherently flawed, but without access to authentic bloodline evolution charts, these spirit beasts might one day hinder Lin Bai's advancement rather than aid it. Don't worry, elder sister. I know exactly what I'm doing. And though he couldn't reveal his cocoon-breaking talent outright, Lin Bai conveyed unwavering confidence in his tone alone. If you're certain, then I trust you. Lin Su was never one to pry relentlessly. Her only fear had been that he'd act impulsively, sacrificing long-term potential for fleeting convenience. Oh, elder sister, could you examine this herb for me? See if it's useful. On his way home, Lin Bai had remembered to retrieve the final gift bestowed by the ailing tiger, the rare herb left behind in parting. He now offered it to Lin Su for identification. Lin Su opened the spirit-sealing box. Inside rested a single herb, crystalline as glacial ice, its slender leaves veined with delicate silver filaments. She extended her right hand, a thread of emerald-colored alchemist chi seeped from her fingertip, wrapping tenderly around a leaf. As if awakened, the herb shimmered, its cold radiance intensifying. After several breaths, Lin Su lifted her gaze, astonishment flickering across her eyes. Qingxin grass, and over a century old. Qingxin grass. What's it used for? Lin Bai leaned in eagerly. Seeing Lin Su's rare expression of wonder, he pressed for answers, knowing instinctively this was no ordinary herb, especially given the ailing tiger's status as a peak transcendent realm master. Qingxin grass is the principal ingredient in Qingxin pills. Pills capable of helping cultivators pierce through cognitive obstructions, even shatter inner demons. Lin Su spoke with palpable excitement, eager to share its significance. Oh, I see. Lin Bai responded calmly. He'd encountered but a single cognitive obstruction, and it had dissolved instantly. Thus its gravity remained abstract to him. Oh, this specimen approaches 2 centuries of potency. It dramatically increases one's chances of breaking through to the rebirth realm. Alarmed by his nonchalance, Lin Su hurried to underscore its rarity and worth. Is it valuable, elder sister? Lin Bai latched onto the key term. Priceless. Beyond market valuation, Lin Su replied half amused, half exasperated. Put it up for auction and tens of thousands of spirit stones would fly in bidding wars. In so many spirit stones. In hearing its staggering value, Lin Bai sighed inwardly. How swiftly the cultivation world inflated. Only recently had he fretted over mere hundreds of spirit stones unable to afford even a basic spatial storage artifact. Yet this single herb commanded tens of thousands. That's still an understatement. Rebirth realm masters form the backbone of the central imperial court, and many minor clans lack even a single Rebirth realm guardian. This grass directly enhances breakthrough success rates. Do you grasp its weight now, eh? Hearing Lin Bai fixate solely on spirit stones, Lin Su launched into further explanation, until he finally nodded, genuinely enlightened. I understand now. Then keep it, elder sister. I have no use for it. And Lin Bai immediately urged her to accept the Qingxin grass. Little brother, you still underestimate its true worth. Not even your supreme tier talent alters that. Hold on. Elder sister, I understand, but I truly don't need it. There's no need for polite refusal between us. You holding it is far better than letting it gather dust in my care. In anticipating a lengthy lecture, Lin Bai swiftly cut her off, insisting she secure it. Lin Su, ever pragmatic, uttered only one line. Very well, I'll safeguard it. With your talent, you'll surely reach the peak of the transcendent realm before I do. Then it shall serve you perfectly. And she closed the box with quiet reverence and tucked it away, preparing to preserve it properly later. That's settled. Elder sister, how shall we travel home tomorrow? With Shanshin Hall's caravan, or on our own? Once the Qingxin grass was safely stowed, Lin Bai turned at once to the most pressing matter. The convoy departed 2 days ago. We'll have to make our own way. Lin Su spread her hands, feigning helplessness. No matter, Lin Bai replied, utterly unperturbed.